To prove that insane theory, you actually sold your company, worth $900 million, at a low price, and immediately dumped all the money into a mobile game that was on the verge of bankruptcy. Everyone laughed at you, calling you a spendthrift, and even your gold-digging girlfriend cursed you, saying you were crazy. But you just smirked, looking at the countdown on the calendar. The moment your top-up amount exceeded $900 million, the world seemed to stop. A cold, unfamiliar mechanical voice, without any warning, boomed in your mind, "Esteemed VIP 15 player, congratulations on unlocking the unique hidden profession, SSS-Rank Sword Immortal." Immediately after, a stream of light blue data frantically refreshed across your retina. Infinite inventory activated, mall supplies emptied, god rank skills maxed out. 2 days later, as the sky tore apart and zombies ran rampant, while others were selling their dignity for a piece of moldy bread, you sat in an indestructible fortress. With a casual wave, countless flying swords shredded the tide of corpses into dust. Chapter 1, Reborn before the apocalypse game arrives. Chen Han, are you crazy? Why did you sell the company? Don't you know, this is our future? Watching Zoe's furious expression, Chen Han found it a little amusing. He couldn't understand how he had fallen for this gold digger in his previous life. Yes, Chen Han was a reborn individual. In his previous life, this gold digger had conspired with outsiders to trap and kill him, snatching all his resources. The whole thing started with an open-world multiplayer apocalyptic survival game, Apocalypse: Dawn. Upon its release, the game was loved by people worldwide, almost sweeping across the entire blue star. But what no one expected was that on the one-year anniversary of the game's launch, Apocalypse: Dawn descended into the real world. Bloodthirsty zombies, rampaging mutated beasts, and countless indescribable horrific creatures arrived on Blue Star. Killing monsters for drops, wilderness survival, awakening special abilities, clearing dungeons to level up, everything that had only existed in the game was now reflected in the real world, one by one. Humanity had entered the apocalypse. Chen Han was a veteran player of Apocalypse: Dawn. When the game descended, he not only inherited his character's abilities but also everything in his account. Therefore, after the apocalypse, his life was decent, and he protected Zoe for 3 whole years. But he never expected that the person he risked his life to protect would betray him because of the resources he possessed. To Chen Han's pleasant surprise, he was reborn, returning to 3 days before the game descended. His enemies were right before his eyes, but Chen Han was not in a hurry for revenge. Once the apocalypse arrived, he would have plenty of ways. The most important thing right now was to spend money in Apocalypse: Dawn before it descended into reality. What's most important in an apocalyptic survival game? Food, equipment, abilities. Chen Han remembered that at the moment the apocalypse arrived, all food in the real world became contaminated. If one ate these contaminants, they would turn into a bloodthirsty zombie. And whatever that zombie had eaten an hour before it mutated would drop as game items when players killed it. Therefore, killing zombies is an indispensable process, and strength becomes paramount at this time. Chen Han must arm his in-game character to the strongest extent possible before the arrival of Apocalypse: Dawn. As Blue Star's highest-spending mobile game, Chen Han directly sold his company for cash and spent it all on in-game purchases. You're still smiling, hurry up and tell me, where did all the money go? If you don't come clean, I'm breaking up with you. Zoe's face was flushed with anger, and she felt like she was about to explode. She had long considered Chen Han's family fortune her own, and how could a duck that was almost in her mouth run away? Chen Han sneered inwardly, good heavens, such an ugly display. Haven't you taken enough money from me already? Roughly estimated, in the year or so they'd been together, Chen Han had given her more than $100 million in cash alone. Perfect, I urgently need money. First, spit out what's in your pocket. Chen Han smiled slightly, Zoe, that small company wasn't worth keeping anyway. I cashed out the money because I have a great project. Under Zoe's astonished gaze, he added, a risk-free investment with guaranteed profits. It's a shame, though, the company only cashed out $900 million, and the returns will only be tenfold. Upon hearing this, Zoe's eyes widened. What? A guaranteed tenfold return? Zoe was utterly shocked. She knew Chen Han well. This guy was definitely a business genius. A company with a market value of 900 million, he built it from scratch, can you believe it? Since Chen Han had gone all in, she felt a little tempted. After some thought, Chen Han, actually I have some money too. How about I put it in with yours? Anyway, we're going to get married sooner or later, and after marriage, it'll all be joint property, right? Just take it and invest. I believe in you. After speaking, she blushed and leaned closer. Upon hearing this, Chen Han's lips curled slightly. This malicious woman's change of face was quicker than flipping a book. Just now she was talking about breaking up, and now it's about getting married sooner or later. I don't believe a word you say. However, Chen Han successfully managed to trick the 100 million from Zoe's hands back. After a lengthy boast, Zoe left the villa, filled with beautiful aspirations. Let you live for 3 more days. Chen Han watched the other person leave with cold eyes. Then, he opened the mobile game, Apocalypse, Dawn. Along with a strange piece of music, a terrifying zombie lunged out from the game interface, followed by a login prompt. Valued VIP 6-player Suit Ripper, you have not returned to the game for 1 hour. We specially present you with a welcome back gift package. Recharge 648 to receive double gold. It truly lives up to its name as a vampire-like pay-to-win game. A welcome back gift package appears after only an hour offline. I like it. Chen Han smiled brightly and clicked to recharge directly. After the game descended, Blue Star's currency system completely collapsed and transformed into the game's currency. In other words, the currency in the game will be the money circulating in the real world in the future. Congratulations player, recharge successful. You have gained 1296 gold. Congratulations player, you have activated the food gift package, special price 328. You can obtain berries 100, bread 100, chocolate 50. Congratulations player, you have activated the material gift package. Congratulations player, you have activated the equipment gift package. A series of more than a dozen such discounted gift packages popped up, and Chen Han bought them all. Then Chen Han turned around and recharged 100 million into the account. Congratulations player Suit Ripper, your VIP rank has been upgraded to VIP 10. VIP 10 benefit, infinite backpack space. As the system's voice sounded, a virtual panel appeared before Chen Han's eyes, which was the game's inventory, an infinitely spaced backpack. Perhaps due to his rebirth, he discovered a bug in the game. Apocalypse, Dawn was still 3 days away from descending, yet Chen Han's in-game inventory had already become digitized ahead of time. Although only the food tab could be freely taken out and stored, other tabs like equipment and materials were grayed out and inaccessible. But this alone already filled Chen Han with immense joy. What did this mean? It meant that Chen Han could stockpile food into his character's backpack before Apocalypse, Dawn descended upon the real world. Food stored in the game beforehand would not have to worry about contamination. This was a huge bug. Do you know how scarce food is in Apocalypse, Dawn? Non-paying players spend 60% of their time hungry. In the game, it wasn't too bad. Hunger just meant moving slower and reduced strength. But when it came to the real world, people would truly starve to death. In his previous life, Chen Han had experienced that feeling. Saying this, Chen Han opened the game's auction house, found the food category, and his fingers furiously clicked away. He spent 80 million to buy all the food in the auction house. Knowing about this bug, Chen Han had a bold idea. He not only wanted to hoard food, but also to short the food market in Apocalypse, Dawn, and even monopolize the entire post-apocalyptic food market. Chapter 2, Shorting the Food Market. Food worth 80 million was, of course, not all the food in the game. This was only the food players put up for trade. They still had quite a lot in their backpacks. Roughly estimated, this 80 million gold should only be about 50% of all the food in the entire game. With just this, it would be difficult to monopolize the entire food market. Therefore, Chen Han also spent 200 million in reality to hoard food. 10 large trucks lined up to deliver all kinds of processed foods, condiments, purified water, beverages, alcohol, and cigarettes into the villa compound. Among these, alcohol and cigarettes were the most profitable items. Especially cigarettes, which didn't exist in the game. He remembered that in his previous life, after the game overlapped with reality, a world without cigarettes caused countless smokers to break down. Some even preferred to become zombies rather than miss a puff of contaminated cigarette. Looking at the two full trucks of cigarettes in front of him, Chen Han's face showed a trace of shock. From a business perspective, just these cigarettes alone could allow him to monopolize the entire market. Not just food, or weapons and equipment, or even factions. This stuff was hard currency for smokers, they could do without anything else, but cigarettes were absolutely essential. In the apocalypse, Chen Han could sell a pack of cigarettes for an astronomical price. Chen Han smiled. He had no intention of hoarding cigarettes anymore. Scarcity made them valuable, after all. He didn't smoke anyway, and these two trucks were more than enough for him to splurge on. Moreover, this stuff was hard to get in large quantities. If Chen Han didn't have some connections, even one truck would have been difficult to acquire. "Boss Chen, your goods have arrived." The delivery manager came up to Chen Han, fawning. "Unload them all here," Chen Han said, pointing to the soccer field inside the villa. "Understood." The manager signaled the workers to start unloading. Chen Han didn't pay them any mind. He'd just wait until all the goods were unloaded before slowly putting them into his storage inventory. And this was only 1/5 of his order. The rest would continue to arrive over the next 3 days. Chen Han returned to the villa and opened Apocalypse, Dawn. The game was already in an uproar. Holy crap, which big shot bought all the food from the auction house? It's not a bug, is it? How could one person buy all of it? That would be hundreds of millions of gold, right? Another question, with so much food, can the big shot's backpack even hold it all? VIP 10 has infinite backpack slots. Just check the top-up rankings to see if there's such a character. As soon as this was said, countless people clicked on the game's top-up rankings. The top spot was indeed VIP 10, and also the only one. Suit Ripper. Holy crap, where did this big shot come from? VIP 10 requires a 100 million top-up. Is this an inside job? No need to say more, it must be someone from the game's official staff. Who would be so foolish as to top up 100 million? OMG, how is that possible? On the game's World Chat channel, countless people were discussing heatedly. As soon as this news broke, media outlets across Blue Star scrambled to report it. After all, Apocalypse, Dawn, was a global mobile game with hundreds of millions of players and considerable influence on Blue Star. Now, many people believed that Suit Ripper had emptied the auction house of its food. Suit Ripper was pushed into the spotlight, attracting speculation from many big players. Especially Tumblr, who ranked second on the top-up list. He was a VIP 8 player, with a top-up amount reaching 50 million. He was very interested in the sudden appearance of Suit Ripper. Then Chen Han received a private message from Tumblr. Chen Han was a little curious, what did this guy want with him? He clicked it open, and it was a phone number, with 2 words noted. Chat. Chen Han ignored the other party. If his memory served him right, this guy was also from Long Country. After the apocalypse descended, he became the most powerful and influential person on Blue Star, thanks to the resources he possessed. In his previous life, Chen Han didn't have much interaction with such a high-ranking figure, only hearing that this guy was benevolent and charitable. Chen Han didn't believe such nonsense. Figures like these often employed incredibly dirty methods behind the scenes. Whether it was the apocalypse or peacetime. Several friends were also playing Apocalypse, Dawn, with Chen Han, and they also knew Chen Han's ID. When they saw this scene, they were also shocked. They had just seen news of Chen Han selling his company, and now they saw him spending money in the game. They finally realized that this guy sold his company to play games. Damn, that's insane. Then, Chen Han started receiving greetings from these friends in the game. Chen Han scoffed inwardly. Having lived through his previous life, he knew exactly who these people truly were. He replied one by one, "Bro, business isn't as fun as gaming. I still want to forge a divine item. How about lending me some money?" As soon as the message was sent, the other side fell silent. Tom, "Oh, brother, you know my wife keeps a close eye on me, and any money I spend on games is squeezed out.
Frank, Chen Han, I was actually going to ask you for a loan. I'm having cash flow issues recently. You sold your company, so you have money. Can you lend me 100 million first?
As expected, all of them refused. Only one person called him, his best friend Gunnar.
Brother, let's talk things over nicely. I'll bring the money and come find you tomorrow. Chen Han smiled, okay, see you tomorrow.
Chen Han and Gunnar had known each other since the orphanage, having been brothers for half their lives, and had supported each other through the apocalypse in their previous life. It was just that he had been killed prematurely by that bitch Zoe when he tried to save himself. No sooner had he hung up than Zoe called.
Chen Han, are you crazy, spending so much money on a broken game? Were you kicked in the head by a donkey? Why didn't you discuss it with me? On the other end of the phone, Zoe's explosive voice rang out.
Chen Han had anticipated this and moved his phone away, letting her rant. 3 minutes later, he slowly spoke, Zoe, this is my project.
What?
This is the project you said would have 10 times the profit?
Hearing this, Zoe was thunderstruck and quickly pressed, did you put my 100 million into it too?
Yes, I calculated it. If this works out, becoming the richest person in the world is a sure thing.
Zoe's head was about to explode. Her hard-earned money had been put into a game? Boom! Chen Han, you haven't spent all the money yet, have you?
I'm not participating in this project. Give me back my 100 million. This is my hard-earned money. I can't live without it. Quickly give me back my money.
Facing a nearly broken Zoe, Chen Han was amused. What's wrong, darling, don't you trust me?
Apocalypse, dawn is coming to the real world. I'm just stocking up on food in advance. It's a guaranteed profit business.
Chen Han spoke the truth. Becoming the world's richest person was no exaggeration.
Meanwhile, Zoe on the other end of the phone completely freaked out. You're a psycho, you've played games so much you've broken your brain. Give me back my money, or I'm calling the police. Before he could finish, the call ended. Zoe froze for a few seconds, then grabbed her bag and rushed out of the house.
Chen Han, you're finished. If my money is gone, I'm going to kill you. Chen Han, you're dead. If my money is gone, I'll kill you. Chapter 3, SSS-Rank Sword Immortal, Skills and Levels Maxed Out. Listening to Zoe's exasperated voice put Chen Han in a great mood.
Stepping out of the villa, the workers had already unloaded all the goods.
Chen Han generously tipped each person 200 yuan before dismissing them.
Then, he put all the food piled up on the soccer field into his storage inventory. Canned goods, ham sausages, instant noodles.
Snickers, Dove, Su Fu Chi candies. Snacks from the 3 major brands 3 Squirrels, Bestor, and Bike Away including various dried fruits, dried meats, nuts.
Potato chips, spicy sticks, soda. The first batch of food was all ready-to-eat items. There was still a large amount of fresh meat, seafood, fruits, and more to come.
Seeing these items, Chen Han smiled. Now this was food. He still remembered that in the early days of the game's arrival in the world, the food that dropped was things like fruit pulp, beef jerky, and expired bread, which was absolutely disgusting. It took Chen Han a full hour to put everything into his storage inventory.
No sooner had the soccer field been cleared than the second batch of food arrived, with over a dozen trucks rolling into the yard. Chen Han casually gave some instructions and then continued playing the game.
He didn't have much time left to prepare. After sorting out the food, the next issue was character combat power. He topped up another 100 million into the game.
Congratulations to player Suit Ripper 4 ranking up to VIP 11, rewarding 100 energy crystals.
Want to level up quickly? Energy crystals can help you. For just 648, you can get 10 energy crystals. Buy.
Chen Han bought them directly without even looking. In Apocalypse, Dawn, energy crystals are a crucial resource for players to level up. Only by continuously absorbing the energy from energy crystals can players increase their rank. The drop rate for this item is terrifyingly low. One might not even get one from 100 zombies.
To get them quickly, the only way is to pay to win.
The in-game store has a daily limit of 10. One costs 100 gold, which is equivalent to 100 renminbi in the real world, terrifyingly expensive. Since he intended to monopolize the market, he couldn't let go of these energy crystals either. Clicking into the game's auction house, the number of energy crystals sold by players wasn't high, only a little over 10,000. After all, these are necessities, and no one is willing to sell them. Chen Han directly swept them all, buying up over 10,000 energy crystals. Resources that can enhance player strength must be kept in his own hands. This way, in the early days of the apocalypse, he could distance himself from other players. Suit Ripper's current strength is rank 49, a tier 4 esper, with an A rank warrior profession, possessing powerful combat abilities. To advance to rank 50 and become a tier 5 esper, it's no longer as simple as gaining experience from killing monsters. It requires the use of energy crystals. The rank up condition is 5,000 energy crystals, plus a large number of rare materials, all of which are expensive commodities. It's highly unlikely for non-paying players to reach this level. Even Tumblr, who was previously number 1 on the top-up rankings, was only rank 59, stuck there and unable to progress. Chen Han didn't plan to rank up now, because when the game descends into the real world, all characters will start on the same footing, returning to rank 1. Therefore, the character's current strength isn't important. Resources are paramount. Moreover, Chen Han wasn't satisfied with an A rank ability. As far as he knew, topping up to the highest rank VIP 15 would activate a hidden profession, SSS-Rank Sword Immortal. There are many character professions in Apocalypse, Dawn, countless of them, categorized into SSS, S, A, B, C, D, with only one SSS. After reaching rank 10, one can awaken a profession, provided they pay to win and purchase a class card. D-rank professionals need to reach VIP 3, and so on. Just for a rank, one needs to reach VIP 6, which requires a top-up of 5 million. Suit Ripper is currently at this level. And Suit Ripper's strength, within the entire Apocalypse, Dawn, barely made it into the top 300. One can imagine how crazy the pay-to-win aspect of this game is. Of course, this game also has a friendly side. There's a certain chance of dropping class cards when grinding monsters in the wild. As far as Chen Han knew, in his previous life, a beauty known as Wild Rose accidentally dropped an S-rank class card and became a hegemon. Such luck was purely a gift from heaven. Chen Han didn't hesitate, spending all 800 million on his person into the game. These funds would not even be useful for wiping ones but in the apocalypse. Congratulations to player Suit Ripper for reaching VIP 12. Rewards: Energy Crystal 200, Purple Steel 200, Serrated Knife 1 Apocalypse, Dawn exclusive. Congratulations to player Suit Ripper for reaching VIP 13. Rewards: Energy Crystal 300, Purple Steel 300, Sniper Rifle 1 Apocalypse, Dawn exclusive. Congratulations to player Suit Ripper for reaching VIP 14. Rewards: Energy Crystal 400, Orange Steel 400, Granada Assault Rifle 1 Apocalypse, Dawn exclusive. Congratulations to player Suit Ripper for reaching VIP 15. Rewards: Hidden Class Sword Immortal, Immortal Sword Blueprint Orange. The system displayed a series of messages, and Chen Han's little heart almost jumped out when he saw these treasures. Did you see Apocalypse, Dawn exclusive after the rewards? Those are monster-slaying artifacts. Of course, there were many hot weapons in the real world, but after the game overlapped with reality, these hot weapons were completely ineffective against zombies. Chen Han had witnessed it firsthand. A real-world grenade was not as effective as a brick from Apocalypse, Dawn. It could be said that once the apocalypse began, all existing resources in the real world were essentially abandoned. To survive, one could only kill zombies for equipment drops. What surprised him even more was that VIP 15 actually rewarded him with an orange Immortal Sword crafting blueprint. As a mobile game, weapons were definitely categorized by rank: white, blue, pink, purple, and orange. Orange was the highest rank, the absolute ceiling. In his previous life, even if Chen Han had this blueprint, he wouldn't have been able to craft it. The required materials were too terrifying, impossible to gather. But now it was different. He had money. Lots of money. Suppressing his excitement, Chen Han focused on the hidden class Sword Immortal. This was the greatest treasure. There were still 2.5 days left until the Apocalypse Dawn top-up channel would close. After that, obtaining class cards would rely solely on luck. Use class card. After a series of operations, the class section on Suit Ripper's panel changed to Sword Immortal. Although character ranks would reset, class skill ranks would not. Opening the auction house, he found Skill Upgrade Scroll S, priced at 500 per scroll, with over 5,000 available. Chen Han cleared them all out. Sword Immortal came with skills: D-rank Sword Draw Slash, D-rank Sword Thrust, D-rank Breeze Sword. Upgrade Sword Thrust first. Chen Han was very generous, directly clicking the one-click upgrade button. As long as there are enough skill upgrade scrolls, one-click rank up will max out the skill. D-rank Sword Thrust rank up LV2 successful. D-rank Sword Thrust rank up LV3 successful. D-rank Sword Thrust rank up LV4 failed. D-rank Sword Thrust rank up LV4 failed. 5 minutes later, Chen Han was dumbfounded. D-rank Sword Thrust rank up LV10 successful, promoted to S-rank Myriad Sword Convergence, consumed a total of 3,560 skill upgrade scrolls. S-rank Myriad Sword Convergence Sword Thrust consumes 1,000 energy to launch a group attack dealing 99 damage, lasting 3 seconds. When the skill is activated, Sword Chi carries a destructive effect, causing irregular pulverizing strikes to the target. Use with caution. Chapter 4, I don't believe in the apocalypse, but I believe in you. Damn it, maxing out one skill used over 3,000 rank up scrolls, is this insane? Chen Han immediately let out a string of expletives. He seriously suspected that this one-click rank up was specifically designed for suckers. However, the skill effect was quite good, directly upgrading to SSS rank. The consumption was also terrifying. Suit Ripper at rank 43 now only has 10,000 energy points, which means it runs out after 10 uses. If he remembered correctly, after awakening a professional at rank 10, a normal person's energy points are just over 1,000, which is only enough for one Myriad Sword Convergence. It seems not all skills can be maxed out. Otherwise, there simply isn't enough energy. With a group attack skill, let's get a single target attack next. Chen Han again turned his attention to the D-rank skill, Sword Draw Slash. This time he was smarter and didn't click one-click rank up, and sure enough, the success rate increased significantly. In the end, he used about 2,000 rank up scrolls to max out Sword Draw Slash. D-rank Sword Draw successfully upgraded to rank LV10, promoted to SSS-Rank Sky Slaying Sword Draw. SSS-Rank Sky Slaying Sword Draw Slash consumes 1,000 energy. With one sword strike, the void shatters, ignoring enemy defense to cause slashing damage. It can also use the Torn Void to block enemy attacks. Hiss. Chen Han took a deep breath. This was a sword move that combined offense and defense. The Sword Immortal profession was truly terrifying. After ranking up 2 SSS rank skills, using up all the rank up scrolls in his pocket, Chen Han stopped there. Because all the skill upgrade scrolls in the auction house were gone. It's estimated that no players will be releasing a large quantity of them in the short term. I'll put this aside for now. Tomorrow, I need to gather materials. In an apocalyptic world, a safe home is essential. June 29, 2035, less than 2 days until the arrival of Apocalypse Dawn. Early in the morning, Chen Han was startled awake by his phone ringing off the hook. He thought it was that crazy woman Zoe, but it turned out to be Gunnar. Chen Han, I'm at your door, and I've got your goods. Just come straight in. You can unload everything on the football field. Gunnar had the electronic password to his front gate, but the kid was very proper. Although their relationship was like that of brothers, Gunnar had respected him since childhood. After entering society, Gunnar, being too honest, suffered a lot of hardship. Later, after Chen Han made his fortune, he directly opened a 5-star rank hotel for him, for which Gunnar was extremely grateful to Chen Han. In his previous life, Chen Han felt very guilty about Gunnar's death. In this life, he absolutely had to compensate him well. Moreover, Gunnar was an excellent cook, and Chen Han would have to rely on him for food in the future. In the apocalypse, the person doing the cooking had to be someone he trusted, otherwise, he truly wouldn't feel safe eating. Stepping out of the villa, a slightly plump, strong young man greeted him with a smile.
Chen Han, everything's ready.
1,000 tons of beef, 1,000 tons of pork, and various fresh meats, seafood, and the like.
You worked hard. Chen Han patted Gunner's shoulder. Chen Han, can you tell me what's happening?
Preparing so much stuff, we'll never finish eating it in a lifetime.
Gunner knew Chen Han well he would never do anything foolish.
But selling companies, spending heavily on mobile games, and hoarding food, this series of actions left Gunner completely bewildered.
Was this something his big brother would do?
It's hard to explain in a short time.
You'll know by tomorrow night.
Just stay here these 2 days and play games with your brother.
Gunner nodded helplessly. He would have stayed even if Chen Han hadn't said anything. He had to keep an eye on Chen Han. His behavior was too abnormal. Meanwhile, Chen Han's flurry of activity also attracted the neighbors' attention.
Although he lived in an independent estate, there were still many wealthy people nearby. Sure enough, 4 luxury cars coincidentally arrived in front of him. 3 men in high-end suits each stepped out of their cars. Leo, Don, Luke, the real estate magnates of Jianghai City. Leo, Don, Luke, the new media moguls of Jianghai City. Leo, Don, Luke, the apparel tycoons of Jianghai City. Seeing the 3 men, a flicker of gloom crossed Chen Han's face. Their history together ran deep. Because these very individuals were the culprits who caused his death in his previous life. After the apocalypse arrived in his previous life, because they all knew each other and were neighbors, they banded together to resist the disaster. Unexpectedly, that bitch Zoe conspired with them to kill him and seize all his resources.
Chen Han, long time no see.
From the last car, a short-skirted girl, both pure and alluring, jumped out. Snow helped a man of about 50 disembark, then greeted Chen Han with an innocent face. A smile appeared on Chen Han's face, his heart trembling slightly as he looked at the girl.
Snow.
In his previous life, to protect him, she was tortured to death by Zoe. She even died in Chen Han's arms, uttering the words she had always kept hidden in her heart. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Chen Han watched helplessly as she died before his eyes.
Recalling those memories, Chen Han couldn't help but clench his fists.
Having been reborn, he was determined to exact his revenge. Snapping back to reality, he looked at the man beside Snow, Jianghai City's richest man, Feng. He didn't expect him to come as well. The 4 men before him could make Jianghai City tremble with a mere stomp of their feet. He was able to sell the company in a short time precisely because of these few people.
I say, brother Chen Han, what are you doing?
Leo, Don, and Luke, all with receding hairlines, looked at the goods on the football field and asked with great interest.
Stockpiling supplies? What? Is it the end of the world?
Leo, Don, and Luke scoffed without reservation.
Stockpiling what? He's probably planning to stay home and play games his whole life.
Leo, Don, and Luke curled their lips.
With that, all 3 burst out laughing.
They were all players of Apocalypse, Dawn, so they naturally knew what Chen Han was doing. They were convinced that Chen Han had just gotten too obsessed with the game and lost his mind. Meanwhile, Feng, who had been silent, also frowned and sighed inwardly.
Chen Han, you've really disappointed me. Feng looked at Chen Han and shook his head.
Originally, he had been very optimistic about Chen Han, this rising star, and had even considered marrying his daughter to him. Even when Chen Han sold his company, he strongly supported it. Feng believed that Chen Han must have his own reasons. But he never expected the outcome to be this way, leaving him greatly disappointed. Sigh. Feng let out a deep sigh and turned to get into his car.
Snow, let's go.
Seeing this scene, Chen Han felt a little sad. This was the person he respected the most, and he owed his current success to their care. He knew Feng was very disappointed in him, but it didn't matter. When the apocalypse arrived, everything would become clear. Snow pouted, Dad, I want to play with Chen Han for a while. You go back first. A few minutes later, 4 luxury cars drove away. Snow skipped up, her little hands behind her back.
Her pretty face showed an expression that said, I understand you. Selling the company for cash and stockpiling supplies, is the end of the world coming? You spent a lot of money in the game because the apocalypse is related to Apocalypse, Dawn? At these words, Chen Han's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "How did you know?"
Snow revealed a knowing smile. "Oh, I guessed right. It really is a cliché from novels."
Chen Han. So, do you believe it?
Snow blinked, looking earnestly into Chen Han's eyes. "I don't believe in this ridiculous apocalypse, but I believe in you."
Chapter 5, Leaving her naked to face the apocalypse. Chen Han dotingly ruffled Snow's hair. "Tell me, how much money is in your secret stash?" Snow smiled sweetly and held up one finger. 1 million? Guess again? 10 million? Chen Han was a bit surprised. How could a college student have such a large savings?
No, you underestimate me too much, it's 100 million.
Chen Han.
Truly worthy of being the wealthy daughter of Jianghai City's richest man.
Top it all up in the game, and you'll be the second richest person in the world.
Okay.
Without another word, Snow immediately pulled out her phone and opened the game.
Dear VIP 6 player, Lowly Sweetheart, you have topped up Suit Ripper with 100 million. Lowly Sweetheart and Suit Ripper's intimacy has reached life and death dependence. Life and death dependence, when players fight together against enemies, attack power increases by 10%, defense power increases by 10%, speed increases by 10%, and energy points increase by 10%. The game system's voice rang out, and Chen Han was stunned. Snow linked arms with Chen Han and smiled sweetly. Let's go back and play the game, I'm already rank 39. Seeing this scene, Gunnar, standing nearby, was completely dumbfounded.
Holy crap, young miss, why are you going crazy with him too?
Gunnar shook his head helplessly.
Fine, let him cause trouble.
No matter how much he squandered, he still had a 5-star rank hotel, which would be enough for Chen Han to live comfortably for the rest of his life. As the three prepared to enter the villa, a sharp voice rang out from behind.
Chen Han, stop right there. Are you crazy? Why did you buy so many things? Zoe finally arrived, accompanied by a blonde man.
The blonde man saw Chen Han, rolled up his sleeves, and charged forward without a word.
Chen Han, quickly return my sister's money. Chen Han's lips curled slightly.
He had wondered why Zoe was so late. It turned out she had gone to find help.
Are you looking for death?
Watching Zeke charge at him, Chen Han glared at him with an icy expression. Seeing that terrifying gaze, Zeke immediately froze and retreated in fear.
He was truly frightened. What kind of gaze was that? He actually felt a killing intent. Chen Han sneered, looking at Zoe. This useless younger brother of yours, you expect him to teach me a lesson? Seeing Chen Han's reaction, Zoe's face paled, and she couldn't help but tremble. What's wrong with Chen Han? How could he treat me like this? Didn't he always love me?
Zoe felt that the man in front of her was incredibly unfamiliar, even a little frightening. Then her gaze fell on the girl next to Chen Han. Tall figure, perfect face, youthful and beautiful, both pure and alluring.
Is it all because of her? Zoe instantly grew furious. Chen Han, what do you take me for? You've already found another woman? So what? To be honest, you really can't compare to her in any way. Chen Han put his arm around Snow's shoulder. You? Zoe stumbled back 2 steps in a panic. Her sugar daddy ran off?
Then she came to her senses and shouted, I can break up with you, but you have to return my 100 million and also compensate me 100 million for my youth.
Sure, come get it on June 1st. Unexpectedly, Chen Han agreed. Sis, that's too little.
Seeing Chen Han agree so readily, Zeke, who was beside her, tugged at his sister and grumbled. Zoe was also a bit surprised, her expression shifting. No, 100 million is too little, you need to compensate me 200 million. Before Chen Han could speak, Snow, who was beside him, readily agreed.
I'll give you 300 million, and you'll disappear from Chen Han's sight forever. 300 million. Zoe and her brother's eyes widened in shock, their hearts pounding.
Zoe showed a satisfied expression, looking deeply at Snow. I know you, the daughter of Jianghai City's richest man. Such a prominent figure should not go back on her word.
I'll come back on the 1st to collect the money, have it ready for me. After saying that, she left with her useless brother. Before leaving, she didn't forget to scoff. No wonder he even sold the company, turns out he climbed up the social ladder. I thought Chen Han was some noble genius. Pfft. Stop right there. Hearing this, Snow quickly stepped forward, raised her hand, and slapped down forcefully. Clap. A crisp slap echoed on Zoe's face. The entire place fell silent, even Chen Han hadn't expected it. You dare hit me? It took Zoe a full 10 seconds to react, her eyes blazing with fury. Thwack! Another slap. I'm hitting you, you bitch. Who gave you the right to insult my Chen Han? You! Zoe's face was burning. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? But thinking of Snow's identity and the 300 million yet to be received, she held back. Zoe clutched her face, gritting her teeth in hatred. Remember the 300 million you promised me? After saying that, she ran off without looking back. Oomph, you think I'd stiff you? Kicking Zoe away from Chen Han, Snow felt incredibly pleased. She disliked Zoe for a long time, and finally, she'd gotten her chance. She picked up her phone, ready to call her dad for money. Chen Han snatched her phone. You really want to give her money? Snow blinked her big eyes. Otherwise? Chen Han smiled, pinching her cheek. Don't be silly. Even though money will be useless starting tomorrow night, we can't satisfy her emotional desires. Not only that, I'm going to make her feel the devastation of the apocalypse. Back at the villa, Chen Han and Snow opened the game. Keep all the gold and resources in the account. Don't waste any more on ranking up. Chen Han reminded her. Snow didn't understand, but she was obedient. Whatever Chen Han said, went. After Snow topped up another 200 million for him, Chen Han's gold balance reached an astonishing 800 million. Chen Han really wanted to buy all the resources in the auction house in one go. But reason stopped him. Even with so much money, he couldn't waste it. Many things in the auction house were useless. Moreover, in the later stages of the apocalypse, there would be too many places to use money, so he still had to save. Then Chen Han, with a flick of his hand, cleared out all the top-tier steel in the auction house. Successfully purchased orange steel 3620, spent gold 7,240,000. In the apocalypse, home was very important. It was about whether he could get a good night's sleep. Buying steel, of course, was for building an apocalypse fortress. He wanted to turn his villa into an impenetrable iron barrel. As for why he used in-game steel, it was because it was specifically for apocalypse dawn. The existing materials in the real world would only block ordinary zombies. If they encountered mutated creatures and half-infected ones, even a tank couldn't withstand a single claw. Don't forget, in the future there would also be various powerful class users and all sorts of abilities. Only the specialized materials from the game could withstand them. Just as he exited the auction house interface, a bullet comment flashed above Suit Ripper's head. Friend Little Tenderness is online. Chen Han's eyes lit up. This was indeed Zoe's account. You're finished, you walked right into it. Chen Han chuckled, controlling Suit Ripper to rush towards Little Tenderness' coordinates. He was going to snatch all the supplies from Zoe's account, leaving her bare to face the apocalypse. Chapter 6, Emptying Zoe's Stored Supplies. Zoe lay comfortably on her bed, her mood greatly improved by Snow's promise of 300 million in compensation. She opened the mobile game, Apocalypse Dawn. Chen Han is such an idiot, he actually put all his savings into the game. What a moron. Zoe clicked on Suit Ripper's panel and saw the gleaming golden VIP 15 prominently displayed. Damn it, if only I had 2 more years, all that money would be mine. Thinking this, a trace of anger welled up in Zoe. Although Chen Han was young and handsome, Zoe preferred money more. Her ideal was to use her fleeting youth to acquire more wealth and enjoy the most luxurious life. As for whom she spent it with, she didn't care. She only had feelings for money. Just then, a message popped up in the game's chat interface. Suit Ripper? Seeing this ID, Zoe shot upright, various conjectures flashing through her mind. What does Chen Han want with me? Could it be that he still hasn't gotten over me? No, his performance just now wasn't fake. Zoe couldn't figure it out and clicked on the chat interface. Suit Ripper, are you there? Sorry about earlier. Boom. Seeing this message, Zoe's mind went blank. What was going on? Hadn't they broken up? Why was he apologizing to her? Could it be? Zoe thought of a possibility, covering her mouth in surprise. Chen Han was just putting on an act. He still loves me, but he had to pretend to be disgusted in front of Snow, that rich and beautiful woman. Chen Han pretended to break up with me to pursue a rich and beautiful woman? He's apologizing now because he wants to explain things to me. If that's the case, then couldn't I still be with Chen Han? Even if it becomes a secret relationship, I can still make money. Snow supports Chen Han supports me. Thinking of this, Zoe jumped up happily. The daughter of Jianghai's richest man, and the sole heir, worth tens of billions. This was completely incomparable to Chen Han's small capital. I'm rich. Zoe's hand, holding her phone, trembled with excitement as she nervously replied. No need to explain, I understand your good intentions. Keep it up, love you. In the villa, Chen Han saw this message and couldn't help but laugh. He knew Zoe too well, just one apology from him, and she would fantasize endlessly, trying every possible way to get close to him again. Zoe couldn't bear to lose him, her big sugar daddy. I'll give you a little hope, then brutally push you into the abyss. Chen Han continued to reply. Suit Ripper, you really do understand me. Your allowance will double from now on. Little tenderness, thank you, hubby, love you, moi. As Zoe happily replied, she didn't realize that there was an extra person behind little tenderness. In a wilderness inn, Apocalypse, Dawn, a female character wearing splendid fashion and with the ID little tenderness on her head stood still. Chen Han, controlling Suit Ripper, stood behind her, a smile spreading across his face. Well, look at that, quite rich. Chen Han clicked his tongue. Under his influence, Zoe had also spent a lot of money on her account, though it was basically all provided by Chen Han. Just this set of equipment alone was worth over 30,000. I still remember in the previous life, after the game arrived, Zoe hid a lot of food, and her bag contained hundreds of thousands of gold. But she never used her own, everything was supplied by Chen Han. In this life, Chen Han wants to take everything back from her, make her face the zombies head-on, and taste the pangs of hunger. Suit Ripper took out a serrated knife and slashed at the unsuspecting little tenderness. Damage 99.99. Armor shattered, warning, warning. Zoe's phone screen flashed red, a signal that she was under attack. She quickly exited the chat interface, but it was too late, the screen went dark. You have been killed, all your resources have been plundered, and you are about to be teleported back to Dawn Tower. Ah, that damned guy actually ambushed me, Zoe fumed when she saw the system message. When her character returned to the respawn point, little tenderness was stripped clean, and all the resources in her backpack were gone. Not even a single piece of bread was left. Ah, damn it, damn it. Zoe angrily slapped her thigh. She opened the chat interface and found Suit Ripper. Ah, it's all your fault, I was so busy chatting with you that I forgot I was in the wild. I got killed, and all my resources are gone. In the villa, Chen Han covered his mouth, secretly chuckling. Fool, I'm the one who ambushed you. Just snatching the resources on you isn't nearly enough. Most players don't carry too many items when they go out into the wild. The vast majority of resources are stored at the respawn point, which is the Dawn Tower. This is a human camp in the game, also a rich area, requiring a hefty rent to live in, not a place for pauper players. One advantage of the Dawn Tower is that players have exclusive respawn points, which are small cabins where players can store resources. By keeping resources at the respawn point, even if the character dies, the losses won't be severe. Unlike ordinary players who only build cabins in the wild, they not only have to guard against zombie attacks but also be wary of enemy base raids. My home was robbed, supplies were gone, everything went back to square one. Chen Han replied, feigning anger. What? Who dares to kill you? I'll find them and get revenge. Zoe pouted. Find whom? I don't even know where they ran off to, didn't see their ID, how can I find them?
It's just a pity all my supplies were stolen.
You recharged so much money, aren't you going to compensate me?
Heh, she took the bait. A smile tugged at the corner of Chen Han's mouth. What's your Dawn Tower room password? I'll send you some supplies, a big surprise.
Seeing this message, Zoe didn't pay much mind to it.
Although she had hoarded quite a bit of supplies, it was just a game after all. After sending the room password, she logged off.
Feeling great, off to go shopping. Chen Han sneered inwardly. Everything was going according to plan.
After confirming that Little Tenderness was offline, Suit Ripper returned to Dawn Tower.
He expertly made his way to Little Tenderness's exclusive little house. After entering the password, the door indeed opened. Chen Han didn't hesitate, stuffing all the supplies in the room into his backpack.
But what he didn't expect was that Zoe had hoarded so many supplies.
Various fashion outfits, mostly high defense equipment. Weapons were also abundant, crossbows, firearms, all sorts of cold weapons, all good stuff.
Chen Han then opened the small safe by the bed. Inside, there were actually millions of gold. Good heavens, it seems this bitch had swindled him quite a bit. Especially the food, it was incredibly abundant. And this bitch Zoe, in the early stages of the apocalypse, didn't save any of his food, even having to take care of her useless brother, which led to Chen Han starving every single day later on. What a malicious woman, hoarding all the good things for herself while making him risk his life to scavenge for supplies.
With these items, and Zoe's original B-rank frost archer profession, even a pig could survive the apocalypse. Chen Han was furious, not even leaving Zoe the lowest rank axe. After the game descends upon the world, the Dawn Tower will arrive during the 5th tier of the apocalypse. Initially, the Dawn Tower doesn't appear, but the moment the game descends, a small Dawn Tower room will be directly set on the player's personal panel. Players can access the panel to directly retrieve stored supplies to cope with the apocalypse. This is the treatment that Apocalypse Dawn gives to its paying players. When the apocalypse arrives, Zoe will enter the small room with a mix of nervousness and excitement. When she sees what's before her, what kind of reaction will she have? Chen Han gets excited just thinking about it. Chapter 7, Chainsaw Terror Dungeon. After clearing everything out of the room, Chen Han didn't forget to leave a note. Haha, just to piss you off. Having done all that, Chen Han controlled Suit Ripper out of the room and went to an NPC in the Dawn Tower. While he had time, he needed to prepare the materials to craft the Immortal Sword. The Immortal Sword blueprint listed the required materials, all of which were orange resources. In Apocalypse Dawn, materials and equipment are divided into 5 ranks. From lowest to highest, they are white, blue, pink, purple, and orange. It's not easy to acquire equipment in this game. The drop rate from wild zombies is extremely low. Most equipment is obtained by completing quests for blueprints, then gathering materials to craft them. Therefore, in-game equipment is exceptionally expensive. Even with the 800 million gold Chen Han currently had in his bag, he couldn't buy all the equipment in the entire auction house. But it didn't matter, Chen Han already had a plan to make a fortune with equipment. Chen Han calculated that the materials alone for crafting the Immortal Sword were already worth tens of millions. As far as he knew, there wasn't a single orange weapon in all of Apocalypse Dawn yet. Most of the Immortal Sword's materials could be bought at the auction house, but one key material, meteorite steel, was severely lacking. That was an orange material that dropped from a dungeon called Chainsaw Terror. Chainsaw Terror is a rank 50 dungeon, dubbed by players as the Impossible Death Dungeon. Even Tumblr, who is currently ranked number 1 on the power leaderboards, hasn't cleared this level. The requirement to clear the Chainsaw Terror dungeon isn't to kill the final boss, but to survive for half an hour against the Sawyer. After paying 1,000 gold, Chen Han controlled his character and entered the Chainsaw Terror dungeon. Roar! The screen shifted to an abandoned warehouse, and the roar of zombies emanated from the phone. Having lived through the apocalypse, Chen Han felt as if he were actually there, with the smell of blood assaulting him. Chainsaw Terror is a multiplayer world dungeon, and at this moment, there were already a dozen players in the warehouse.
Each was on high alert, preparing for the start of the dungeon. Before long, with repeated roars of zombies, hideous zombies poured out from every exit of the abandoned warehouse. Since this was a high-rank dungeon, the zombies here were all rank 50 and very powerful. Not only were they strong, but they were also fast, pouncing on the players in an instant. One male cannoneer was the first to act, raising a cannon as thick as an arm and firing a shot. Boom! The zombie taking the brunt of the attack was blasted backward, and a bold font appeared above its head. Damage 3299. But the imagined scene of the zombie being torn to pieces did not occur. The zombie merely stumbled a few times before getting back on its feet. Above its head, its long health bar was reduced by half. Though not killed, this already stunned the nearby players. This guy was actually an A-rank profession, a cannoneer. Only a profession with such high burst damage and output could deal such high damage. Impressive, right? Follow me later, I'll lead you through. The cannoneer was a bit smug. Tisk, just average. Although surprised, everyone quickly reacted and unleashed their abilities. Those who could enter this dungeon were mostly heavy spending players, at least B-rank professions or higher. Naturally, they were unwilling to lose in competition, and various skills exploded one after another. Seeing this scene, Chen Han nodded secretly. If nothing unexpected happened, these people would basically be powerhouses after the apocalypse descended. The kind who lived very comfortably. These people were not only strong but also very rich. But it didn't matter, all their money would go into Chen Han's pocket. The battle was intense, and Chen Han didn't stand by idly. He took out his serrated knife and used it as a sword. Blade Control Art. A skill exclusive to the Sword Immortal profession. As soon as Blade Control Art was used, the serrated knife flew beside Chen Han, circling around him. Go! Chen Han pointed his finger forward, and with a hum, the sawtooth knife flew out like lightning, directly piercing through a zombie's head. Critical hit 6999. The zombie's head exploded like a watermelon. The sawtooth knife's offensive didn't slow down, darting through the zombie horde as if guided by an arm. Gained EXP plus 5309, EXP slot full, cannot gain more EXP, please upgrade to rank 50 as soon as possible. Gained EXP plus 5208, EXP slot full, cannot gain more EXP, please upgrade to rank 50 as soon as possible. System messages popped up continuously, and Chen Han had killed over a dozen zombies in the blink of an eye. This scene shocked the players who were in the midst of fighting. Holy moly, who is this big shot? Insta-kill? All insta-kills? What's his class? Definitely an S-rank class, and not just ordinarily strong. What S-rank is that powerful? Why can his sawtooth knife fly? Is he a melee or a marksman? The cannoneer, who had been gloating moments ago, now stared wide-eyed in shock. High damage and high critical hits for the cannoneer? Compared to him, he was just a noob. His full power attack only dealt over 3000 damage, while the other person seemed to have not even used a skill, hitting nearly 7000 damage with just a normal attack. The gap was self-evident. At this moment, Chen Han was also quite shocked. In fact, his strength was not far off from the nearby players. They all basically had a set of rank 45 purple equipment. These past 2 days, Suit Ripper hadn't spent anything on strength either. The only thing that could increase his strength was his transition from an A-rank class to an SSS-Rank Sword Immortal. In other words, Suit Ripper's sudden surge in power was entirely due to the Sword Immortal class. Is this the terror of a hidden class? Chen Han took a deep breath, his mind trembling. Big bro, please let me cling to your coattails. The cannoneer performed a slide, kneeling directly in front of Chen Han and bowing. Big bro, are you taking on little brothers? Everyone else also gathered around. Big bro, please take us through this dungeon. At this moment, they seemed to see hope for clearing the dungeon. The group had run the Chainsaw Terror dungeon many times, each time ending in a wipe and spending countless gold. If it weren't a mandatory main quest for them to reach rank 50, they wouldn't be willing to come here to die. Chen Han deeply understood this, as the original main quest for his Suit Ripper class was also this dungeon. It was precisely because of this impassable dungeon that he had been stuck at rank 49. Normally, he would lend a hand to the others, but with the apocalypse imminent, there was no room for camaraderie. The rewards from this dungeon were simply too rich. He didn't want to create future formidable enemies through this act of kindness. Chen Han ignored the group and continued to slaughter zombies. When he had killed 50 zombies, a piercing chainsaw sound echoed through the arena. The big boss has appeared. Hearing the chainsaw sound, everyone in the arena shivered. It was the scent of death. Then, to everyone's shock, a 3-meter-tall mutated zombie rushed out, wielding a giant chainsaw. The Sawyer exclusive to Suit Ripper, Chainsaw Terror Instance Boss. Super Armor, 9999999 plus Infinite. HP, 99,999. Attack Power, 9999990 plus Infinite. Hint, run, young one. You succeed if you survive for 30 minutes. Remember, don't let the chainsaw touch you, or you'll die terribly. A string of values popped up. The countless numbers signified that the Sawyer was an invincible entity. Death itself isn't terrifying. What's terrifying is trying to escape death, only to be forced to accept it. The Sawyer, which struck fear into all players, was insignificant in Chen Han's eyes at this moment. He ignored the super armor values and only paid attention to the true HP. Chen Han retracted his serrated knife, a slight smile playing on his lips. I wonder if one strike will be enough to finish him. Chapter 8, The Might of SSS-Rank Sky-Slaying Sword Draw. Bang bang bang! The Sawyer fixed on Chen Han and charged forward with large strides, its rapidly spinning chainsaw dragging on the ground, creating a shower of sparks. Seeing this momentum, all the players surrounding Chen Han ran away in terror. Chainsaw Terror was a multiplayer world dungeon, but each person's boss was independent. And Chen Han was the first player to kill 50 zombies, thus activating the boss. As long as other players don't attack Suit Ripper's exclusive boss, that boss won't attack them. At this moment, Cannonier's mind whirred, and an idea sparked within him. He shouted, Suit Ripper, big boss, how about we cooperate? I'll help you draw aggro and distract the Sawyer, and after you clear the level, you can help me. Cannonier knew Chen Han was strong, and if he could attract fire, there was a chance to clear the level. Hearing this proposal, everyone else chimed in. Right, I'll join too, let's cooperate. I'll join too. Even though you're strong, you can't escape the Sawyer's pursuit by yourself. Big boss, let's cooperate. Even if we sacrifice ourselves, we'll help you buy time, otherwise, you're dead. To everyone's suggestions, Chen Han just smiled slightly. Sorry, everyone, I think I can clear it by myself. With that, he tucked the serrated knife he held into his waist, preparing to activate a skill. Seeing Suit Ripper's stance, everyone was stunned. What the hell, you still want to fight? Didn't you see the Sawyer's super armor? He's invincible. Are you crazy? It's over, this brother must have his account controlled by his younger sibling, otherwise, who would do something so foolish? In everyone's perception, the Sawyer was unbeatable. To clear the level, they could only stall for time. Not only did players think this way, but the dungeon's own settings were also like this. But Chen Han didn't think much of it. Inside the villa, Snow was perched on Chen Han's shoulder, looking at his phone screen with a shocked expression. Chen Han, you're going to solo the Sawyer? Are you crazy? Your attacks won't do any damage to him. Chen Han grinned. If it were before, I really couldn't beat him, but now, it might be different. It's just super armor, just ignore it. As he spoke, he deftly operated his fingers, activating the SSS rank skill, Sky-Slaying Sword Draw. In the dungeon, the Sawyer's furiously spinning chainsaw was already poised above Suit Ripper's head. At the brink of life and death, the serrated knife tucked into his waist was suddenly drawn, and a brilliant sword light shot up into the sky. Terrifying energy erupted from Suit Ripper, with countless clouds of dust swirling and engulfing the entire scene. Buzz! A sword hummed, and a spatial rift tens of feet long appeared across the sky, its blade slicing across the Sawyer's neck. SSS rank Sky-Slaying Sword Draw ignores enemy defense, dealing true damage to enemies. Critical hit 99999. The damage value popped up to the side, and the Sawyer's health bar above his head emptied, dead beyond any doubt. Congratulations to player Suit Ripper for completing the Chainsaw Terror dungeon.
Rewards can be collected upon returning to the city.
As the system's voice faded, Suit Ripper had already returned to Dawn Tower.
Meanwhile, within the dungeon, players like Cannoneer were all stunned into silence.
It took them a long time to snap out of it.
Holy crap, the big boss killed the Sawyer. One-shot kill, it was an instant kill.
That strike just now dealt nearly 100,000 damage.
Boo-hoo-hoo, big boss, please take me with you, don't run off.
Various emotions filled the dungeon: shock, terror, regret, excitement. In the villa, Snow was so excited that her peaches trembled, covering her mouth in astonishment.
What's this?
When the apocalypse descends, I'll personally give you a sword strike, little sister, and let you experience what true power is. Chen Han reached out and gently stroked Snow's stunned little face. Hearing this, Snow's cheeks immediately flushed. Her brother's words were so embarrassing. She excitedly ran aside and called her dad, Foam.
Dad, transfer 200 million to me.
Don't ask why, just say it's for my dowry.
A moment later, a top-up notification popped up on Chen Han's Apocalypse Dawn account.
Player Lowly Sweetheart has topped up 200 million for you, granting 200 million gold. Chen Han paused, a warm feeling flowing through him. He looked back at the fiery figure, took a deep breath, and suppressed the stirrings in his heart.
There'll be plenty of time later, let's get down to business first.
Shifting his attention back to his phone, he controlled Suit Ripper to collect the dungeon rewards.
Successfully cleared Chainsaw Terror dungeon, gained reward Meteorite Steel 1, gold 500.
Congratulations to the player for their first clear. Bonus reward, Purple Weapon Golden Desert Eagle Pistol. There's actually a first clear reward. Chen Han felt a little excited seeing this reward. The Golden Desert Eagle is a collector's rank weapon, very powerful, and sought after by countless players. If sold, it would probably be worth at least 800,000 in cash.
For Chen Han's current funds, it was just okay.
He continued to challenge the Chainsaw Terror dungeon. Crafting the immortal sword requires 10 meteorite steel, and he only had one now.
He had to speed up and get it done today.
Entering the dungeon again, there were now 8 more Sawyers in the abandoned warehouse. At this moment, Cannoneer was being chased by a Sawyer with the ID Very Thick Cannon exclusive above its head.
Seeing Chen Han appear again, Very Thick Cannon shouted in surprise.
Boss, help me, give my boss a sword strike, I'll give you 100,000 gold.
Brother, me too, I can also give 100,000 gold.
Everyone in the dungeon shouted, this was their hope for clearing it.
However, Chen Han ignored everyone, his serrated knife swiftly took out 50 zombies, drawing out his exclusive boss.
A new Suit Ripper exclusive, the Sawyer, ran out furiously and was taken down by Chen Han's sky-slaying sword draw before it could even raise its chainsaw.
In less than 3 minutes, Chen Han completed the task again and disappeared from the dungeon.
Seeing this scene, all the players in the arena were shocked again.
Damn, that's too insane.
A shill, this guy must be a shill, didn't you see his ID?
Report him later. I noticed, I think his name is Suit Ripper.
Suit Ripper, sounds a bit familiar. Holy crap, isn't Suit Ripper the hot topic lately, the only VIP 15 player in Apocalypse Dawn? The moment a player uttered these words, their expression grew a few shades more excited before they were caught by the Sawyer and cut down.
Once this was said, everyone was stunned. Was it really him? Suit Boss is awesome.
A Very Thick Cannon jumped up excitedly, realizing he hadn't even recognized his idol. As Chen Han continuously cleared the Chainsaw Terror instance, its clear information also popped up on the Apocalypse Dawn World channel.
The impossible to clear death instance was finally cleared, and repeatedly at that.
At this moment, all players were utterly shocked, causing an earthquake across Apocalypse Dawn. The ID Suit Ripper became known to hundreds of millions of people. They all desperately wanted to know which divine individual had recharged over 1 billion in the game.
Chapter 9, Increasing NPC Affinity. Boss, don't leave yet. Cannoneer's voice echoed through the instance. However, after Chen Han dispatched the Sawyer with a single sword, he vanished from the instance once more. Ah, boss, you're here. Can I be your underling? 3 minutes later, Chen Han re-entered the instance.
That cannoneer, disregarding the Sawyer's pursuit, ran over again, shouting. But by the time he ran over, Chen Han had already completed the mission and vanished from his original spot.
Woo-woo, suit big bro? A very thick cannon was on the verge of tears, heartbroken.
This scene was witnessed by other players, who couldn't help but mock him.
Save it, you. Why would Suit Boss bother with you? Exactly, a complete simp.
If Suit Boss helps you clear it, I'll eat crap upside down.
A very thick cannon ignored everyone's ridicule, desperately dodging the Sawyer, determined to hold on until Suit Boss entered the instance again. He wasn't asking Suit Boss to help him clear it, he genuinely had something to discuss. Before long, Chen Han entered the instance for the 10th and final time. After this run, the materials for the immortal sword would be complete. However, unexpectedly, the moment he appeared, a very thick cannon rushed over and hugged his leg. Big bro, I really have something to discuss. Can we add each other as friends when we get out? Chen Han was truly speechless. He clicked on the guy's ID. A very thick cannon? Seeing this ID, memories from his previous life flooded his mind. It was this guy. Chen Han's face showed some astonishment as he remembered that chubby kid. At this moment, a very thick cannon's exclusive the Sawyer had already caught up, raising its chainsaw and slashing at him. However, he showed no intention of dodging, still clinging to Chen Han's leg. Is he crazy? Does he think this will make the Suit Boss help him clear the level? So stupid. A group of players showed looks of disdain. However, the next moment, Chen Han moved. Sky-slaying sword draw was activated, eliminating a very thick cannon's exclusive boss. Seeing this scene, the players in the instance were all stunned. He made a move. The Suit Boss actually made a move. He was actually moved by Cannonier's sincerity. The few remaining people in the field stared at Chen Han's lower body with fervent eyes. Legs. They also wanted to latch onto his legs. Chen Han's face darkened. He swung his serrated knife, sending the rushing players directly back to Dawn Tower. Come find me, Chen Han said to a very thick cannon as his figure disappeared from the instance. In a luxurious villa, a chubby little kid excitedly bounced on the bed. Oh yeah, Dad never lied to me. With that, he quickly sent a private message to Suit Ripper. A very thick cannon, boss, can I be your subordinate? Chen Han saw this message and immediately smiled. He had dealt with this kid in his previous life, and thinking of his background, he found it amusing. This guy was just a 13-year-old rich second generation. Chen Han thought for a moment and replied. Suit Ripper, come to this address before noon tomorrow, bro will take you flying. A small interlude passed. Chen Han controlled his character to an NPC called Old Man Artisan in the Dawn Tower. He wanted to forge the immortal sword. But before that, there was an important matter. Clicking on Old Man Artisan brought up 3 choices. 1. Quest dialogue. 2. Forge equipment. 3. Give gift. As expected, gifting is still there. Chen Han felt a little excited when he saw the third option. Without hesitation, he went straight to microtransactions. Are you sure you want to give Old Man Artisan 5 million gold? Give. Gift successfully given. Congratulations to player Suit Ripper on increasing your intimacy with Old Man Artisan from chance acquaintance to close friend. Hidden perk triggered, weapon forging success rate increased to 80%. It really is true. Chen Han was ecstatic. This was information he had obtained in his previous life, and he didn't expect it to actually work. In the game, players all thought NPCs were just ordinary tool characters, and no one ever imagined there would be such a hidden function. An 80% weapon forging success rate, how incredible is that? Putting everything else aside, even if Chen Han did nothing else and just collected blueprints and materials to forge weapons, he could make a huge profit. But these were minor matters. After the 5th tier of the apocalypse descends, the Dawn Tower will manifest in the real world, and all the NPCs inside will become real people.
At that time, being on good terms with NPCs would be of immense help. With the increased weapon forging success rate, the immortal sword was forged very smoothly. Chen Han immediately put the immortal sword in his backpack. Taking it out now would cause unnecessary commotion.
Next, Chen Han continued to visit the NPCs in the Dawn Tower.
Beautiful Dr. Alice, tavern owner Kelly, city guard soldiers, begging amputee uncle, restaurant owner Old Son, fishmonger Old Mo, equipment mall boss Chang. Chen Han wasn't stingy. He gave each person 5 million gold, raising their intimacy to close friends. This trip cost over 100 million gold, but Chen Han wasn't distressed. Instead, he was very happy.
Because these NPC friends were absolutely worth it. Their uses were unimaginable.
For the last stop, Chen Han came to the very center of the Dawn Tower. The so-called Dawn Tower was actually a shelter, and the Iron Tower before him was the true Dawn Tower.
Chen Han took the elevator to the top of the tower.
A woman in a long white dress stood quietly, gazing into the distance, seemingly at things outside the shelter. Her attire was out of place in the apocalypse. She looked more like a princess, her white dress fluttering in the wind. Beneath the sheer dress, a graceful figure was outlined, with a pair of fair, long legs faintly visible.
Even with game graphics, it was hard to conceal the woman's beauty.
Chen Han looked at her deeply. In his previous life, he had seen this miraculous woman from afar and was struck by her divine beauty at first sight. This woman was Bai Ling, the owner of Dawn Tower. It was said that this shelter was built by such a seemingly delicate woman. Although Chen Han didn't know much about her, he would never dare to underestimate her. Chen Han was confident that he would definitely become a strong individual in the future, but he wouldn't be invincible throughout his lifetime.
Too many incredible things happened in the future apocalypse.
And in his previous life, he had only lived for 3 years, knowing only about events up to the 5th tier of the Doomsday game. As for what came after, Chen Han couldn't believe it, but he knew that nothing was that simple.
Chen Han silently clicked on Bai Ling's avatar, opening the gift interface.
Gifted 5 million, intimacy with Bai Ling reached close friends.
Keep sending. Chen Han wanted to know the limit of intimacy and continuously sent money.
It wasn't until he had sent 50 million gold that their relationship changed. Intimacy reached the highest rank, bound by life and death.
Hidden effect, unknown. Upon seeing the system prompt, Chen Han paused. An unknown effect? Chen Han didn't delve deeper, thinking perhaps he would find out later, and then turned to leave.
Just as he was leaving, Bai Ling, who had been gazing into the distance, turned her head. Her gaze was profound as she watched Chen Han's retreating figure.
Chapter 10, 24-hour countdown, sweeping the auction house.
After all of this, Chen Han finally put down his phone.
It was already past 11 at night.
Chen Han walked out of the room, where Snow and Gunner were waiting in the living room.
Chen Han, the forums for Apocalypse, Dawn have exploded, all about you.
Snow lunged over, her long legs striding. Chen Han took the phone, 2 large posts prominently displayed at the top of the forum.
Shocking.
Meticulous players have calculated that VIP 15 requires over 1 billion in top-ups.
Who exactly is Suit Ripper?
Server-wide shock. The unbeatable death dungeon has been conquered by Suit Ripper.
The only orange tier weapon in the entire server has appeared. Who will claim it? Is it Suit Ripper again? Below the posts, players offered various opinions.
Holy crap, a huge sucker has appeared.
This game is good, but is topping up 1 billion a bit much? The guy upstairs is an idiot. To you, it's 1 billion, but to the suit boss, it's just pocket money. With 1 billion spent, what level can that account reach? All monsters killed instantly, where's the game experience in that?
Look closely at the combat power rankings.
Suit Boss is only ranked outside the top 100, still stuck at rank 49, but how did he clear the Chainsaw Terror dungeon? Holy crap, it's true. Spent 1 billion, yet still at rank 49? I thought he'd instantly reach max rank 60. The boss's puzzling behavior, I don't understand it. All I know is he bought all the food and high-rank steel from the auction house. Hoarding food?
What a sucker indeed, doesn't even know how to get stronger.
Does such a person deserve 1 billion? Unfair, heaven. You guys don't know squat. Suit boss, I want to have monkeys with you, just give me 100 million.
Seeing these comments, Chen Han chuckled. It's alright, if they all understood his strategy, he wouldn't have the first mover advantage.
Chen Han glanced at the time. There were 2 minutes left until midnight. Watch, the world is starting to shake. Chen Han's lips curled slightly.
As soon as 12 o'clock hits, the official website for Apocalypse Dawn will issue an announcement, informing players that the 1-year anniversary event is live. The so-called event is actually Apocalypse Dawn, overlapping with Blue Star, turning all humans into players in the game. Of course, many people wouldn't believe these absurd things, but it would still cause a stir.
Because there are simply too many players of Apocalypse Dawn, the announcement would inevitably cause a shock.
When the shock is too great, official bodies from various countries around the world will intervene. And when they investigate the game's background, that's when the shock will reach its peak. Because this game had no developer at all. It seemed to appear out of thin air, yet everything seemed so natural that it didn't arouse the slightest suspicion from the world. Even international conferences were held among various countries on this matter, with the goal of investigating the game's developer. Official bodies from all countries didn't believe the game appeared out of thin air. They unanimously thought it was a prank secretly created by some country.
The goal was to cause global panic.
Everything unfolded as it did in the previous life. At 12 a.m. on June 30th, the official website for Apocalypse Dawn released an announcement.
Dear players, thank you for your year of support and love for Apocalypse Dawn.
To show Apocalypse Dawn's gratitude to its players, on the 1-year anniversary, July 1st, 2035, Apocalypse Dawn will descend upon Blue Star, allowing players to experience the game's culture to the fullest. At that time, veteran players will inherit their in-game accounts, gold, equipment, resources, etc.
New players can only pray for good fortune. Detailed gameplay will be announced after the event officially goes live. Thank you.
A very short announcement instantly ignited the world. Although many people didn't believe it, there were also many players obsessed with Apocalypse Dawn who logged into the game ready to spend money.
What's most important in gaming? Spending money. But the result shocked everyone. The top-up channel was closed.
All players found it incredible. The most notorious pay-to-win game in history had actually closed its top-up channel. As soon as this news broke, it made many people believe a bit more in Apocalypse Dawn descending upon Blue Star. In the villa, Snow and Gunner's eyes widened in shock upon seeing the announcement.
Looked at Chen Han in disbelief. Chen Han, is the apocalypse real? Remembering Chen Han's recent actions, Gunner's hand trembled as he held his phone. He felt there was an 80% chance this was true.
Chen Han smiled and said, "Come with me." He led Snow and Gunner out of the villa and to the football field in front of the yard. Looking at the food piled in front of him, Chen Han reached out. The next moment, a ton of chocolate instantly vanished. Seeing this scene, Snow and Gunner were dumbfounded.
Holy crap, is this magic? Chen Han, how did you do that? I just put it in the inventory.
Once the game arrives, you'll all be able to do it, Chen Han explained. Snow and Gunner were old players of Apocalypse Dawn, so they should quickly adapt to the changes of the apocalypse.
Apocalypse? Just like in the game?
Gunner shivered involuntarily, recalling the terrifying zombies in Apocalypse Dawn.
If those abominations descended upon the world, how terrifying would that be?
Snow blinked her big eyes, seemingly well prepared and unworried, even showing a hint of excitement. All of this stemmed from her trust in Chen Han. She believed Chen Han would protect her. Xiaoxue, tomorrow, go pick up your uncle. From now on, we'll build an apocalyptic fortress right here.
Chen Han patted Snow's head.
Okay.
Snow nodded obediently.
As for Gunner, he had no relatives, and his closest connection was Chen Han, so he had no worries in the apocalypse.
Relax and get ready.
Chen Han admonished again, then, under their shocked gazes, put all the food into his inventory.
This night was destined to be sleepless.
The announcement from Apocalypse Dawn, spread across the world, and even non-gamers became aware of it. Official government bodies in various countries were frantically busy, constantly issuing clarifying notices.
Don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors. After verification, this is just a promotional gimmick by the game's official channels.
Please trust the country. The official intervention suppressed it, and the tremor's momentum finally stabilized a little. But some people still carefully noticed that the announcement for Apocalypse, Dawn was still prominently displayed on the official website, with no signs of being taken down. Normally, the game would have been blocked by now, but it wasn't. The game itself remained completely unaffected. Even on the game's World Chat channel, a countdown was still prominently displayed. 23 hours left until the game descends upon reality. The countdown overhead, like the arrival of the Grim Reaper, left players unsettled. Even more shocking, Suit Ripper struck again. In the auction house's equipment section, all novice gear suitable for ranks 1-9 was cleared out. From purple gear down to white gear. Players were utterly stunned. This was the most common novice gear. What would the Suit Tycoon buy it for? And while these low-rank items weren't too expensive individually, there was an enormous quantity of them. White gear was about 100 gold, blue 300, pink 500, and purple 1,000. Cumulatively, there were over 2 million pieces. What an extravagant gesture! A rough estimate placed it at least 500 million gold. Converted, that's 500 million in cash. Isn't this just a massive sucker move? Chapter 11, Global Sensation, Apocalypse Descending? Holy crap, what does the Suit Tycoon mean? Is he planning some grand scheme? The key is, buying so much novice gear is useless to him. It's not needed after rank 10. This is all junk. Exactly, I can reach rank 10 in half an hour. After getting past the novice stage, who would still use this trash? Players of Apocalypse, Dawn were in an uproar again. No one knew the Suit Tycoon's objective. Some said the Suit Tycoon believed the Apocalypse would descend and was preparing in advance. Whether hoarding food or buying equipment, all his actions seemed to follow a pattern. But this theory wasn't entirely rigorous. Food, there's plenty in the real world. If you're going to hoard from the real world. Compared to that, can the food in the game even be considered food? Not even a dog would eat it. And when converted to gold, the food in the game is even more expensive than real-world food. Then there are those novice outfits, mostly daggers, machetes, axes, and other cold weapons. Using these things to fight zombies? It might be fine in the game, but in the real world, isn't that just a joke? Besides, with millions of pieces of equipment, even if Mr. Suit changed them constantly, day in and day out, he couldn't go through them all in a lifetime. Therefore, everyone dismissed this idea and believed in another theory instead. The second theory is that Suit Ripper is an official shill for Apocalypse, Dawn. Whether it's VIP 15 or his series of mysterious actions, it's all the game's official trickery. The purpose is to attract attention and build hype for the one-year anniversary event. This speculation also coincided with the government's clarification that the Apocalypse is also fake. Everything is just a promotional stunt for the game, Apocalypse, Dawn. Such tactics to grab attention are truly shameful. Consequently, many players stormed the Apocalypse, Dawn forums to scold him, filling them with curses. Many also directly messaged Suit Ripper, angrily condemning his actions. Shill. Get lost, you scumbag. You're the kind of person who wants to see the world in chaos. You bitch, don't let me find out who you are, or I'll beat you every time I see you. These trolls' words made Chen Han find it quite amusing. The world is not short of haters. Chen Han clearly did nothing wrong, nor did he harm their interests, so why was he getting cursed at? The reason he bought novice equipment in advance, besides intending to monopolize the market for profit, was also to remind the players inside about the importance of novice equipment. If they could understand Chen Han's earnest efforts and started crafting low-rank equipment now, there would still be time. Otherwise, once the Apocalypse descends, NPCs will disappear, making it impossible to craft low-rank equipment. And since the equipment in their bags would be too high-rank to use, they would have to face the zombies empty-handed. Unfortunately, no one believed the Apocalypse would come, nor did anyone analyze Chen Han's actions. Chen Han didn't want to explain too much. Do-gooders die in the apocalypse, and he didn't want to bother with these people.
Anyway, he was invincible, so they could do as they pleased.
One night, at a nightclub, 3 wealthy men from Jianhai City, Leo, Don, and Luke gathered. The 3 were also playing the mobile game, Apocalypse, Dawn, so they naturally knew about the swirling rumors online.
A look of worry appeared on Leo, Don, and Luke's faces. You don't think Apocalypse, Dawn will actually come to the real world, do you?
Ha ha ha. Leo, Don, and Luke glanced at him, smiling without a word.
Oldly, you actually believe such nonsense, Leo, Don, and Luke said, puffing out a smoke ring from his cigar. But Chen Han's actions are indeed very suspicious. Haven't you ever doubted him?
Leo, Don, and Luke's expression grew more solemn.
Don't let his youth fool you. In just 3 years of business, he's made his company flourish, even shaking our own positions. Would such a person truly be so foolish as to sell his company and pour all his money into a game?
At first, I just found it strange, but now with these rumors about Apocalypse, Dawn, I think that kid might know something internally.
Hearing this, Hidongfa and Leo, Don, and Luke stopped their movements and frowned.
Indeed, the 3 of them had always wanted to bring down Chen Han.
It was only after truly acquiring his company that they let down their guard. This kid is definitely not ordinary. Carefully analyzing his actions, they are indeed suspicious. Could he know the apocalypse is coming? Hidongfa's brows furrowed deeper. Why don't we ask him?
Leo, Don, and Luke suggested. This kid bought such a massive amount of resources. If the apocalypse truly arrives, he'll definitely make a fortune.
You ask, and he'll tell you?
Leo, Don, and Luke gave a sarcastic smile.
I, for one, don't believe this nonsense about the apocalypse. It's just a game. Can it really overturn the world? But truthfully, I actually wish the apocalypse would come.
At these words, Leo, Don, and Luke and Hidongfa were stunned.
Why?
They were wealthy and powerful in Jianhai City, living luxurious lives, so naturally, they didn't want the apocalypse to happen.
Leo, Don, and Luke looked at the 2 with a profound smile.
Since it's Apocalypse, Dawn, coming to the real world, don't forget, we are all veteran players. Hearing this, Leo, Don, and Luke and Hidongfa suddenly understood. That's right, they had all spent millions in the game, not only having full sets of purple equipment but also being ranked professionals, with their combat power ranking in the top 500 globally.
With this strength, what is there to fear from the apocalypse?
Top 500 globally, maybe we can still achieve great things in the apocalypse, not confined to the small Jianhai city.
Right. So what if it's the apocalypse, we'll still be above others?
The 3 looked at each other and all burst into wild laughter. The apocalypse rumors continued to spread, and Zoe also got the news. She suddenly remembered what Chen Han had told her, that project with 10 times the profit.
Chen Han sold his company, spent a fortune, and hoarded resources. Wasn't it because he knew in advance that the apocalypse was coming? I'm rich. Zoe's first thought was of the 100 million she had given Chen Han.
With the apocalypse arriving, Chen Han's big moves surely earned him more than 100 million.
My investment really paid off. I earned $1 billion just like that?
The more Zoe thought about it, the more excited she became. No, knowing his personality, it's definitely not as simple as just 10 times the profit.
I should get at least 5 billion. Wait, Chen Han loves me so much, all his money is mine. Zoe excitedly jumped out of bed and quickly sent a message to Chen Han. Darling, where are you? I'm coming to find you now. Chen Han, no need to come over.
Wait for me at the Buckingham Hotel tonight at 12 a.m., there's a surprise. Receiving the reply, Zoe's eyes lit up, feeling like she had fallen into the clouds, overjoyed. She didn't care about the apocalypse as long as she had money. Even if the sky fell, it would be just another day. In the villa, Chen Han put away his phone, knowing that Zoe had fallen for it. Based on his understanding of Zoe, this avaricious woman would absolutely not enter the game to check her account. At this moment, she must be rushing to the hotel impatiently.
Chen Han glanced at the time. It was already 6 in the evening, with 6 hours remaining until the apocalypse.
After giving instructions to Snow and Gunner, he drove towards the Buckingham Hotel.
If he remembered correctly, the first airdrop crate of the apocalypse would appear there. Chapter 12, the first tier of the apocalypse, the zombie crisis. The most luxurious hotel in Shanghai City, Buckingham. Chen Han sat in the revolving restaurant on the top floor, sipping a cup of coffee. His gaze passed through the floor-to-ceiling glass, looking out at the building, where lights twinkled, vehicles flowed endlessly, and pedestrians on the roadside playfully held milk tea. Everything was so beautiful. Unfortunately, this wonderful life had only 1 hour left. Returning to that apocalypse again, Chen Han muttered, his mood somewhat complex. After 3 years of the apocalypse, he had grown accustomed to that life, living in constant fear. Relatively speaking, he still preferred his current stable life. Chen Han took another sip of coffee, a slight smile playing on his lips. But it didn't matter. This time around, with all the preparations he had made, living a stable life would be incredibly easy. Time passed minute by minute, and Chen Han's phone kept ringing. That gold digger Zoe kept pestering him. "Honey, I'm in room 404. When are you coming over? Is the apocalypse really coming? I'm so scared by myself. You've hoarded so many resources, how much money can you possibly make?" Seeing the messages, Chen Han sneered. That bitch was still thinking about money even now. "Don't worry, I'm still busy with something. Remember, after midnight, don't eat anything." Chen Han replied to the message. He didn't want Zoe to turn into a zombie from eating contaminated food. That would be too easy on her. Chen Han logged back into Apocalypse, Dawn. Very Big Cannon hadn't contacted him again. This made Chen Han a bit confused. They had clearly agreed to meet this afternoon, so why was there no news now? Had something unexpected happened? Or had he stood him up? Forget it. Although that guy was a big help, it didn't matter if he didn't come. Chen Han opened the game's auction house and found that some players had put up more food and beginner equipment, but the prices were much higher. Chen Han smiled and bought it all. Expensive? After the game arrived, food would be worth hundreds of times more. And it would still be in short supply. Chen Han remembered that food on the auction house wouldn't be put up for sale until the third tier of the apocalypse. The time came to 11:59 p.m. Countless people were waiting for midnight to arrive. Although most people didn't believe in the apocalypse, it still couldn't stop them from wanting to watch the drama unfold. Some even opened the official website for Apocalypse, Dawn to vent their anger. To capitalize on the hype, some cities even held countdown ceremonies in their downtown squares, making it feel like New Year's Eve. Shanghai City was one of them, with tens of thousands gathered in Shanghai Plaza, less than 100 meters from the Buckingham Hotel. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Boom! Just as the countdown ended, a colossal roar echoed across the sky. The silvery moonlight was suddenly stained crimson, dyeing the pitch-black night sky in a scarlet glow. The people counting down were startled, a wave of fear rising in their hearts. At this moment, a thought struck everyone. The apocalypse is real? Then, a message appeared before everyone's eyes. Welcome to the world of Apocalypse, Dawn, the first anniversary event is here on time. Esteemed players, you are about to personally experience the charm of Apocalypse, Dawn. Enjoy the feast. Apocalypse, Dawn descends upon the real-world first tier, Zombie Invasion. First tier introduction, game ranks open from 1-9. Old players inherit all resources from their original accounts and start from rank 1 on the same starting line as new players. To show our sincerity, from this moment on, game will periodically airdrop supplies at irregular intervals and locations. Players, please keep an eye on the sky. Friendly reminder, do not consume food from the real world. Finally, to all esteemed players, good luck. A very simple and clear message, yet it left everyone unsettled. This damn apocalypse is real. As the system message popped up, a new panel appeared before everyone's eyes. An exact replica of the mobile game, Apocalypse, Dawn. Personal info. Storage backpack. World Chat Channel. Isn't this just the game settings? The difference is, now they're not controlling characters, but are physically in the game. In Shanghai Plaza, tens of thousands of people fell into panic. Holy crap, no way, Apocalypse, Dawn, has really come to the real world? Oh my god, this panel is so real, it's just like in the game. A girl exclaimed, and suddenly an axe appeared in her hand. It really works, this is a weapon I took out from my storage. Seeing this scene, everyone in the square was stunned, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. And just as everyone was at a loss, a girl in the square suddenly had her eyes turn crimson, and the hamburger in her hand dropped to the ground. Then an astonishing scene occurred, the girl bit directly into her boyfriend's face next to her, frantically devouring him. Ah! Screams rang out, and the surrounding crowd ran away in terror. But among tens of thousands of people, more than just one person was eating. After the Apocalypse game arrived, the first thing to change was food. All edible food would be contaminated, and as soon as humans ate this contaminated food, they would mutate into zombies. On July 1, 2035, just 3 minutes later, the zombie crisis erupted. At this time in Shanghai Plaza, amidst the crowded populace, people continuously turned into zombies. Some mutated from eating contaminants, others were infected after being bitten by zombies. In short, it was pure chaos. Roars, cries for help. Under the contagion of fear, the crowd fled frantically. The already crowded plaza saw many people pushed down, including many veteran players of Apocalypse, Dawn, who hadn't even had time to pull out weapons to fight the zombies, but instead were trampled to death by the crowd. People squeezing people, people trampling people, more terrifying than zombies. At this very moment, a zombie crisis swept across the globe. Countless individuals turned into zombies, and panic instantly spread to every corner of the world. On the top floor of the Buckingham Hotel, Chen Han expressionlessly watched everything unfolding in the square below, his heart utterly unruffled. That familiar feeling, it's back. Chen Han's gaze fell upon the coffee on the table. In fact, if one looked closely, they would notice a faint gray film on its surface. This was a sign of contamination. Chen Han, with a flick of his wrist, pulled a Snickers bar from his inventory. He had stockpiled these in advance, and sure enough, they were uncontaminated. Chen Han breathed a sigh of relief. The plan succeeded. If the food he had stockpiled in advance couldn't escape the contamination, then all his efforts would have been in vain. Roar! At this moment, the restaurant was also in chaos. Many people, having ignored the system's warnings, ate contaminated food and mutated into zombies. The survivors quickly reacted, grabbing anything nearby that could serve as a weapon. One person swung an iron stool, hitting a zombie's head. Anyone who has watched zombie movies knows that these abominations' weaknesses are in their heads. However, the scene that followed left everyone dumbfounded. The iron stool, weighing over 20 pounds, actually bent, yet the zombie's head was completely unharmed. Not only that, a chef who rushed out of the kitchen, cleaver in hand, aimed for a zombie's head. The cleaver snapped with a loud clang. Such a terrifying scene unfolded before their eyes, and this time, the survivors were genuinely panicked. Indestructible zombies, how were they supposed to play this game? They were doomed. And just as everyone was in despair, Chen Han slowly walked out, a tang sword in hand. One sword, one zombie, like slicing melons and dicing vegetables. Chapter 13, Monopolizing the Equipment Market, Moral Kidnapping. Seeing Chen Han kill zombies as easily as slicing melons and dicing vegetables, the survivors in the restaurant stared with wide eyes in shock. How is this possible? Is my cleaver not as effective as this long sword? The head chef was stunned. This young man looked so frail in terms of strength, he was definitely not as strong as him. But why did he kill zombies so easily? And at this moment, sharp-eyed customers noticed the problem. Was that tang knife somewhat familiar? Holy crap, it's the beginner weapon from Apocalypse, Dawn. The man reacted. He was also a seasoned player, and he had weapons too. Immediately, the man clumsily opened the virtual panel in front of him, planning to take out his valuable pink weapon. However, the next moment, the man was stunned. Insufficient rank, cannot use.
With the system's voice, the man realized that he was only rank 1, but all the weapons in his backpack were rank 30. In other words, at his current rank, he could only use beginner weapons. Damn it, what the hell, my account character is clearly rank 34, who would still keep beginner gear in their backpack, the man cursed. He wasn't the only one. Many other veteran Apocalypse Dawn players in the area reacted, quickly checking their backpacks, but none had a beginner weapon. Auction house, the auction house definitely has beginner weapons for sale. A player suddenly shouted. Then, they all clicked on the auction house equipment tab, and indeed, there were many weapons listed. But upon closer inspection, everyone's faces darkened. There were many weapons, but they were all rank 10 or higher, meaning they couldn't use them even if they bought them. At this point, many people remembered the suit boss from the game. It was him. He had cleared out all the beginner gear from the auction house. Holy crap, I thought the suit boss was a big fool, turns out he was a clever one. Did he know the game rules all along? This thought instantly appeared in the minds of all veteran players. Then, on the World Channel, countless players began to speak out. Suit boss, please sell me a piece of beginner gear, I'm being surrounded by zombies at Buckingham Restaurant. Boss Suit, I need the beginner's gear too. I'm stuck in the bathroom right now and don't dare to go out. Suit Ripper is heartless and inhumane, monopolizing the equipment market. You're not even human. I urge you to release the gear now. Suit Ripper lives up to his name. In the face of disaster, you're hoarding supplies. Doesn't your conscience bother you? The world chat was very lively. Soon, people began to plead with Chen Han to release the hoarded beginner's gear, but more often than not, they condemned him, trying to morally blackmail him. And Chen Han's private messages had long since exploded. Seeing these messages, Chen Han sneered inwardly. These people only knew how to run their mouths and couldn't see reality clearly. Talking about conscience and morality in the apocalypse? That's the behavior of a bleeding heart. From now on, everyone except himself could potentially become an enemy. In his previous life, for food, for resources, even one's own son would stab you in the back. Hadn't Chen Han seen enough of these things? This was the first tier of the apocalypse, the very beginning. Until he was certain he was an invincible existence, he wouldn't sell any equipment. In the restaurant, Chen Han was still killing zombies. Killed one rank zombie, gained 50 experience. Killed one rank zombie, gained 50 experience. Killed one rank zombie, gained 50 experience. After killing 10 zombies, the system prompted again. Congratulations, player has leveled up to rank 2. Attributes increased. Player, Chen Han Suit Ripper. Class, Sword Immortal activates at rank 10. Attack, 15 normal person 10 plus 10 leveled up to rank 2. Defense, 10 normal person 10 plus 10 leveled up to rank 2. Speed, 8 normal person 5 plus 5 leveled up to rank 2. Equipment bonus, beginner purple Tang Dao attack plus 100, beginner purple protective suit defense plus 100, beginner purple sneakers speed plus 30. The attribute panel flashed by. Chen Han nodded secretly. At this rate, he estimated he would need to kill over 100 more zombies to reach rank 9. He glanced at the zombies in the restaurant, not nearly enough to kill. But it didn't matter. As time went on, the number of zombies would only increase. Chen Han stepped forward. Above the zombie he had just killed, a white orb of light hovered. Looking closely, it was a lobster. Lobsters were food the zombie had eaten before mutation. After death, they would drop as in-game items. This was currently the only way players could obtain food. These food-mutated zombies were later called first-generation zombies, highly sought after by high-rank players. Because of this setting, there would also be a series of twisted gameplays later on, for which insane would be an understatement. Looking ahead again, besides the lobster, there was also red wine, steak, dessert. Chen Han collected them all into his storage backpack one by one. However, he wouldn't eat them. After his rebirth, he had made up his mind never to eat in-game food again. The 200 million worth of food he had hoarded in advance was enough to last him several lifetimes. But he could sell them. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat.
Chen Han's movements quickly attracted the attention of more zombies, who pounced on him like hungry wolves. Perfect timing. With his Tang sword in hand, Chen Han moved like a swimming dragon, dispatching over a dozen more zombies in a few quick strikes. His movements and skill left the survivors in the field stunned. So strong. Many looked at Chen Han with awe, but some also fixated on the Tang sword in his hand. These were three burly men, veteran players of Apocalypse, Dawn. They all recognized the Tang sword as a purple weapon, and a flicker of greed appeared in their eyes. With this weapon, they could protect themselves and even plunder more resources. While Chen Han was still busy killing zombies, the three burly men simultaneously made their move, charging at Chen Han together. One of them swung a table from the restaurant, slamming it hard into Chen Han's back. Bang! Just as the wooden table touched Chen Han, a purple energy shield lit up on his protective suit. When the wooden table slammed into the shield, a damage value popped up. Damage 0.1. Chen Han was unharmed, but the wooden table exploded. Seeing this, the burly man was stunned, and his throat involuntarily gulped. He finally understood that this young man not only had a purple weapon but also a purple protective suit. The other two burly men, who were also armed, stood frozen, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It was over. They knew they had messed with the wrong person. The three of them couldn't care less about anything else and turned to run. Chen Han's mouth curled slightly upwards. I don't bother those who don't bother me, but since you had ill intentions, you must pay the price. Chen Han charged forward, instantly catching up with the three. His Tang sword flashed, and three heads flew off. The bodies of the three men fell with a thud to the ground, and above them, three wooden boxes floated. Chen Han collected them and took a look. As expected of experienced players, there was a lot of food and equipment materials inside. He estimated they had spent a lot of money. If not for their greed, these three would have done very well in the future. What a pity! Seeing Chen Han's sudden murderous outburst, the survivors in the restaurant showed fearful expressions and ran far away. Chen Han ignored them, checked the time, and saw that the airdrop was about to land. Just as he was about to go to the rooftop to wait for the airdrop, his phone rang. It was Zoe calling. Chapter 14, The First Airdrop Crate, Bursting with Orange Gear. Chen Han, where are you? The apocalypse has arrived. I see many zombies outside. I'm so scared. Zoe's crying voice came from the phone. Fear had made her forget that she was an experienced player of Dawn of the Apocalypse. After the game descended, any smart veteran player would immediately check their personal panel to see if there were suitable equipment, weapons, and all kinds of supplies in their backpack. But Chen Han had overestimated this guy. In his previous life, Zoe didn't fight much, and he always took care of her. If not for Chen Han, could Zoe have survived 3 years in the apocalypse? Chen Han, please come quickly, I'm really scared. Chen Han's lips curled slightly. Oh? Don't rush, you'll have plenty of reasons to rush later. After saying that, he ignored Zoe's cries and hung up the phone. Of course, Chen Han wouldn't save her. He wanted Zoe to fully experience the apocalypse. Let her despair in hope, and then despair even more in despair. The phone was hung up, and Zoe stood stunned for a moment, then erupted in anger. Chen Han, how dare you hang up on me? Zoe angrily continued to call, but no one answered. Chen Han, are you trying to defy gravity? How dare you not answer my calls? You're finished, I'm really angry. Nothing less than 100 million will make it up to me. Zoe still didn't seem to realize the gravity of the situation. The pampered girl was so angry she was throwing a tantrum in her hotel room. But soon, she was back on the bed, browsing Taobao for various luxury bags online. She was also muttering about the 300 million Snow had promised her. She showed no concern whatsoever about the zombie crisis happening outside. Perhaps she thought the authorities would step in to resolve the matter, or perhaps she believed Chen Han would come back for her. In any case, no one could understand her thought process. In her eyes, it was all about money, and nothing else. Chen Han walked from the restaurant to the rooftop, killing over 30 zombies along the way. However, when he reached the end of the stairs, he found the rooftop door was locked from the inside. Someone was hiding in there.
Chen Han immediately remembered the person who got this airdrop in his previous life, Xin Yu. He struck the handle of the rooftop's iron door with his blade, and the entire iron door shattered into pieces. Under the power of the game weapon, the steel of the real world was no different from paper. The door was kicked open by Chen Han, and several screams immediately rang out on the rooftop.
3 girls in hotel staff uniforms looked over in terror.
Seeing that the person who rushed up was not a zombie, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief, but their eyes were still full of vigilance, each holding a weapon, staring intently at Chen Han. As long as Chen Han made the slightest suspicious move, they would immediately fight back.
Chen Han knew all 3 of them.
The leader was Xin Yu, and the other 2 were sisters, Xiao Chuner and Xiao Chuer. These 3 girls were quite attractive, especially Xin Yu, whose graceful figure was almost bursting out of the tight-fitting server uniform. Xin Yu and the other 2 were not official hotel employees, they were students from Jianghai University, just working part-time here. Chen Han also recognized that the weapons in their hands were also novice weapons from Apocalypse, Dawn, but they were common grade gear. They had all played the mobile game Apocalypse, Dawn, but they stopped playing because the scenes were too bloody. It was fortunate that they had novice weapons in their backpacks, a blessing in disguise.
Chen Han couldn't help but marvel at their luck.
In his previous life, these 3 gained a lot of strength after receiving the airdrop. Later, they formed an all-female team and became one of the powerful forces in Jianghai City. In his previous life, Chen Han had crossed paths with them, which was how he unintentionally learned that the first airdrop would land here. However, now it was going to be intercepted by Chen Han. Chen Han ignored their gazes. He looked up at the sky, and sure enough, a square airdrop box was slowly descending. Seeing that Chen Han's target was the airdrop, the expressions of Xin Yu and the 2 others changed. They had been eyeing it first. They had thought that by closing the door, the airdrop would be within reach, but they didn't expect a sudden challenger. Yeah, our airdrop, Xiao Chuner pulled Xin Yu's arm, her face full of anxiety.
Xin Yu stopped them, saying softly, "We can't win against him."
Xin Yu was a smart person, she could tell at a glance that Chen Han was not to be trifled with. Most importantly, he was clearly after the airdrop, which meant this person knew the airdrop's landing location beforehand. Undoubtedly, this person was an experienced player of Apocalypse, Dawn, and knew a lot of inside information. Chen Han was also paying attention to their movements. If they were ignorant enough to rush over and try to snatch it, Chen Han wouldn't mind throwing them off the 25th floor. But if they stayed put obediently, Chen Han would still remember their past acquaintance and give them some benefits. The airdrop quickly descended. As the airdrop fell, a thick plume of red smoke billowed from above it. Anyone who has played survival games knows this is the smoke marking the airdrop's location, intended to help more players find it. It's estimated that in a few minutes, this place will become a battlefield.
Not only players, but the red smoke also has a unique attraction for zombies. This is a setting in HTML Apocalypse, Dawn HTML.
Drawing zombies in for a massacre with the players. It's not safe to stay here for long. Chen Han immediately opened the airdrop, and 2 glowing orange items caught his eye.
HTML Orange Novice Protective Suit Upgradable Rank, Defense plus 500, Attack plus 100 HTML. HTML Passive Trait, when attacked, the protective suit will retaliate with 25% counter damage to the enemy, HTML. HTML Orange Novice Sneakers Upgradable Rank, Defense plus 200, Speed plus 100 HTML. HTML Passive Trait, when hit by a fatal blow, trigger emergency evasion, instantly teleporting 5 meters away, HTML. Upon seeing these 2 orange tier items, Chen Han's eyes lit up. The first set of orange tier equipment in the entire game. No, it should be the third, because Chen Han also had an orange tier immortal sword in his backpack, but its rank was too high to use. In his previous life, the immortal sword didn't exist within the game's setting. This orange novice protective suit was the only set of orange tier equipment. And it was with this orange tier equipment that Xin Yu roamed unopposed in the first tier of the Apocalypse, developing extremely well. It was precisely in the first tier that she laid the foundation for developing her forces. Chen Han was very excited with this orange tier equipment. He would be invincible in the first tier. The purple tier equipment on him only added 100 defense, a far cry from the orange tier. In the first tier of the apocalypse, everyone was equal before professions appeared. The gap between players wasn't significant. What Chen Han feared most was that his purple tier equipment might be instantly destroyed by a sneak attack. Though 100 defense was a low, there was still a risk. But with the 500 defense of the orange tier equipment, he could be greatly assured in the first tier. No one could possibly have such high attack power. Even if he fell into a horde of zombies, Chen Han could walk out unharmed. Without hesitation, Chen Han immediately put on the orange tier set. Next, he continued to search the airdrop crate. I have to say, the first airdrop was indeed rich. The second item was a crossbow. Purple novice crossbow, attack plus 120. Chen Han was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected it to be this. The more than 500,000 novice weapons in his inventory were all cold weapons like knives, spears, swords, halberds, daggers, and axes. There wasn't a single ranged weapon. According to the game settings, in the first tier of the apocalypse, ranged weapons like pistols and crossbows shouldn't fall into the category of novice weapons. This meant this crossbow was also unique. Huge profit. Chen Han was in a great mood. This crossbow's utility was immense. After putting away the crossbow, all the other items from the airdrop spilled out. A large pile of food like jams, bread, and chocolates, and also a trap bomb. It's worth noting that there were also 3 shimmering class cards inside. As Chen Han searched the airdrop, Xinyu and the other 2 watched with burning eyes, especially the orange glowing protective suit on him, which was an absolutely fatal temptation. These things were originally theirs. But they were all smart. As good as the treasures were, their lives were more important. The man in front of them was simply not to be provoked. It would be better to take this opportunity to slip away now. They knew that if they didn't leave now, it would be too late. The red smoke target was simply too large. Just as the 3 were about to leave the rooftop, Chen Han stood up and shouted, "Stop right there!" Chapter 15, The Collapsing Zoe. The sudden roar made Xinyu and the other 2 freeze in place. The 3 looked at Chen Han vigilantly, their bodies involuntarily retreating a few steps. Xinyu, in particular, clutched the long knife in her hand, looking ready to fight for her life. She knew that in the apocalypse, beautiful women were always coveted. And the 3 of them were so young and beautiful, it was only natural for them to be targeted. Although the other party was also very young and the most handsome, this was absolutely no reason to give up resistance. "What else do you want?" "We've already given you the airdrop," Xinyu called out nervously. Seeing their expressions, Chen Han just found it amusing. What kind of look was that? Did they take him for a pervert? "Don't worry, I'm not interested in you." Chen Han spread his hands, making an innocent gesture. Then he pointed at the airdrop on the ground. "There's some food inside, and 3 class cards. You can take them." In his previous life, Chen Han had cooperated quite pleasantly with Xinyu and her group. While they weren't exactly friends, they had some acquaintance. Now that he had taken their airdrop, Chen Han felt a little embarrassed. If Chen Han took everything, it would be difficult for them to survive. Chen Han had no other intentions, just building some goodwill. Hearing Chen Han's words, Xinyu and the 2 others were stunned, all showing surprise. "For us?" Xinyu stared at the class cards inside, naturally understanding their value. They had all played Apocalypse, Dawn, but they were all free-to-play players, so it was impossible for them to awaken a profession. But with these class cards, they might just survive. "Thank you." Xinyu immediately bowed in thanks, then took the 2 others and ran over to collect the items. Chen Han turned to leave, not forgetting to remind them, "Hurry up and leave, it'll be too late if you don't go now." After the game arrived, his physical fitness had greatly improved. His sight and hearing were far beyond ordinary people. He had already heard many footsteps in the hallway. It seemed players were coming to snatch the airdrop. Seeing Chen Han about to leave, a determined look flashed in Xinyu's eyes. "Can we follow you?" Xinyu knew that the young man in front of her was powerful. By following him, they would surely survive. As for any excessive demands the other party might make, they could only accept their fate. At least for now, he seemed like a good person.
Xia Chun'er's sisters also understood Xin Yu's meaning, looking at Chen Han with anticipation.
Chen Han smiled. Sorry, I can't help you. Take a few strangers with him? He wouldn't be that foolish.
In the apocalypse, unless he personally approved of them, he wouldn't casually join a group.
Chen Han had had enough of betrayal. After being rejected, Xin Yu and the two others showed expressions of disappointment.
Then let's add each other as friends.
Maybe we'll meet again in the future, Xin Yu called out. Chen Han didn't refuse this. Don't underestimate Xin Yu as just a weak woman. Anyone who can establish their own power in the apocalypse is no ordinary person. After adding each other as friends, Chen Han left.
But when Xin Yu saw Chen Han's ID, she froze in place.
It's him. Who?
Do you know him? The Xia Chun'er sisters asked, confused.
Xin Yu took a deep breath. You both know him, the recent prominent figure, Suit Ripper. What? It's actually him.
The two sisters covered their mouths in shock.
Who wouldn't know the big shot who had spent over $1 billion on the game? Let's go.
We must live well and find a chance to repay him later.
With that, Xin Yu firmly etched Chen Han into her memory and led her two sisters away.
Chen Han walked downstairs, Tang Dao in hand, chopping down zombies whenever he saw them. After chopping down more than 10 more zombies, his rank had already increased by 5 ranks.
With the equipment's buffs, these rank 1 zombies posed no threat to Chen Han.
However, the number of zombies had noticeably increased compared to before, and most of the zombies he killed didn't drop food.
This meant these were second-generation zombies, infected after being bitten by first-generation zombies.
The zombie crisis was spreading much faster than Chen Han had imagined. His objective at the Buckingham Hotel had been achieved. Now he had to rush back to the villa. He was worried that Snow and Gunner at home wouldn't be able to handle the zombies. Although Chen Han had left them a set of purple novice gear before he left, theoretically, no one should be able to harm them. But things always change, and he didn't want the only people he trusted to be in mortal danger. Most importantly, his actions before the apocalypse were too conspicuous, which would surely attract the attention of some interested parties, even the national authorities. Perhaps by now, his background had already been thoroughly dug up. After all, quite a few people knew his ID. Chen Han had to guard against these things. Returning to the hotel restaurant, he was about to take the elevator downstairs. Just as he opened the elevator door, a horde of zombies rushed out. Despite Chen Han's quick reaction, he was still startled. Having no other choice, Chen Han wielded his Tang sword in his right hand and a crossbow in his left, fighting his way through the zombie horde. This scene stunned the fleeing survivors. Chen Han's figure was like a savior, so tall and mighty. "Brother, help! Ah!" The survivors were about to run over for protection, but a large group of zombies surged out of the emergency exit, instantly pouncing on them. The scene was very bloody. Chen Han was expressionless. He was already numb to such sights. After eliminating the nearby zombies, Chen Han entered the elevator and began to check his equipment. He noticed that his orange tier protective suit had lost 10 defense points, which pained him greatly. This was orange tier gear. If it broke, it would be gone. I was careless. I can't let zombies get close to me anymore. Although there were some twists and turns on the way, Chen Han still safely made it to the underground parking lot. Just as he got into the car, his phone rang. Zoe requests a video call. A slight smile played on Chen Han's lips. He hadn't forgotten this gold digger. Agreeing to the video call, Chen Han's face immediately appeared on the phone screen. In the hotel room, Zoe huddled trembling in the toilet, terrified by the roars of zombies outside the door, not daring to even breathe deeply. When the video connected, a look of pleasant surprise immediately spread across Zoe's face. He didn't forget me. He's here to pick me up. Chen Han, where are you? Hurry up, there are many zombies outside the room, Zoe said in a low voice. In the video, Chen Han smiled. I know there are many zombies, I'm just about to go home now. Hearing this, Zoe's smile vanished immediately. Go home? Aren't you here to pick me up? I'm here. I'm in the Buckingham parking lot right now, but there are too many zombies upstairs, so I'm not going up. What?
You're not coming? Zoe's eyes widened in surprise. What will I do if you don't come?
It's fine, the country should send troops for rescue. I'll go call for someone to save you. Chen Han suppressed his laughter, feigning a look of concern.
Ah, no, I can't wait, you come up and save me now. Zoe became anxious. Wait for rescue? Until when?
That's enough for now, I'm hungry and need to rush home for dinner.
Chen Han hung up the phone, laughed heartily, and floored the accelerator, leaving the hotel. Zoe was stunned. You're hungry? Am I not hungry? What do I do now? Right, there's food in the game.
This time, she finally remembered the game. She opened the virtual panel in front of her, only to find her inventory empty. She had forgotten that she was ambushed the last time she was in the game, and everything was cleared out. Fortunately, I still have a lot of supplies in Dawn Tower. Zoe was glad she had a habit of hoarding food. So, she found the special panel for the small room in Dawn Tower. After clicking it open, the familiar small room appeared before her eyes. However, everything she saw completely broke her down. Chapter 16, You're so strong, and you tell me you're afraid of zombies? The perfectly good room was ransacked, and even the small treasury had been opened. A wave of unease surged in her heart. Zoe quickly checked the contents. All the gold was gone. Looking in the fridge, the food was gone, not even a single sausage left. In the wardrobe, all the fashion clothes and various equipment, not a single piece remained. Opening the armory, it was equally empty. Seeing all this, Zoe was thunderstruck. Her home had been robbed. But this was clearly a room exclusive to big spending players. How could it be robbed? Without a password, no player could enter. There was no way a burglary could have happened, yet here it was, real. Password? Zoe suddenly remembered something. Chen Han had asked her for her password, saying he wanted to give her a surprise. A surprise? Emptying out all my stuff is a surprise? Why would he do this? My things are completely useless to him. Why would he do this to me? All I did was ask him for 100 million, didn't I? And he even got his money back. How could he do this to me? No. Chen Han isn't like that, it couldn't have been him. He loves me, he wouldn't abandon me. It's not like this, it's not like this. Zoe fumbled with her phone and called Chen Han again. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unattended, please try again later. Sorry. The system's cold voice from the phone made Zoe collapse onto the floor. She knew she had been played by that bastard Chen Han. The doomsday game had descended upon reality, but the resources in her account had been emptied. How was she going to survive? Zoe was completely distraught, a suffocating resentment lingered in her heart, unable to dissipate. Ah, Chen Han, may you never rest in peace. I won't let you get away with this. Zoe yelled furiously, burying her head in her knees and sobbing softly. The next moment, she seemed to remember something, and a gloomy expression appeared on her face. Underground parking garage? If I can't leave, then neither can you. Zoe quickly ran out of the bathroom to the bedroom. She secretly pulled back the curtains, observing the situation outside the hotel. Her room was on the 4th floor, directly facing the hotel entrance. At this moment, the area below was already full of zombies. Perhaps not having detected any humans, numerous zombies were walking aimlessly, occasionally letting out a low growl. Seeing this scene, Zoe's body trembled involuntarily. But soon, her resolve hardened again. If Chen Han came out of the underground parking garage, he would definitely have to pass through this entrance. Next, Zoe rummaged through the room and found a small speaker. After connecting it via Bluetooth, she wrapped it in a bath towel. Seizing the moment when the zombies weren't paying attention, she opened the window and threw it forcefully towards the hotel entrance. Protected by the bath towel, the speaker landed safely on the inevitable path out of the hotel. Chen Han, you're finished. Zoe opened her phone and started playing music. The next moment, the speaker on the ground immediately played enchanting music, swaying with colorful lights. The nearby zombies were instantly attracted by the music, and in a short while, hundreds of them gathered, completely blocking the hotel entrance. At this moment, Chen Han was driving an off-road vehicle out of the hotel's underground parking garage, knocking down an unknown number of zombies along the way.
Thump!
As soon as he rushed out of the basement ramp, a male zombie directly pounced on the car's windshield, baring its teeth at Chen Han in the driver's seat.
Roar!
Chen Han was startled, and a piece of information appeared before his eyes.
Zombie, LV2. Attack, 30. Defense, 30. Tip: this zombie has eaten at least 30 people. Its physical fitness is superior to ordinary zombies. Please be careful.
Chen Han took out his crossbow and aimed at the zombie through the windshield.
Bang!
The crossbow emitted a crisp sound, and the bolt pierced directly through the glass, embedding itself in the zombie's head.
Killed 2 rank zombies, experience plus 100.
After killing the zombie, Chen Han slammed on the brakes, throwing the zombie off, then sharply accelerated, shaking off all the zombies behind the car.
Not long after, the car Chen Han was driving sped towards the hotel entrance.
He thought he could get through smoothly. However, when he saw a large group of zombies gathered at the entrance, Chen Han immediately braked, turned off the engine, and shut off the lights.
Fortunately, Chen Han's movements were very swift, and the zombies didn't notice him. What's going on? Why are there so many zombies at the entrance? Chen Han's expression was grim. With over 100 zombies, his car couldn't possibly break through. If he forced his way through, the car would surely be scrapped. Without a car, how would he get back to his home more than 10 kilometers away? Ha! What's that? Chen Han noticed a brightly lit object at the zombie's feet. He took a closer look. A speaker? Who the hell is so heartless? Chen Han cursed inwardly. Just then, Zoe's call came in again.
Before the phone could even ring, Chen Han answered it. This annoying woman, so irritating.
As soon as the call connected, Zoe's sarcastic laughter came through. Oh, who was it that said they just got home for a late-night snack? How come you're still stopped at the hotel entrance and not leaving? Hearing this, Chen Han immediately reacted. He suddenly looked up, peering towards the 4th floor of the hotel from the sunroof. Bitch, you threw that speaker? Of course. Chen Han, I'm giving you 2 choices now. First, come up and get me immediately. I'll turn off the speaker music, and we'll escape together. Second. No second, I won't save you. Chen Han immediately cut off Zoe. Chen Han, I'll give you another chance to choose. If you don't save me, you'll regret it. Zoe said with a vicious grind of her teeth. Chen Han directly hung up the phone. Idiot. Ah! Listening to the beep, beep, beep sound from her phone, Zoe was absolutely furious. You forced my hand. Zoe glared viciously at the familiar SUV downstairs, then turned and picked up the LCD TV in her room. Die! Zoe directly threw the TV down. Boom! The TV plummeted from the 4th floor, accurately hitting Chen Han's car and causing a large dent in the roof. After the heavy impact, the car's anti-theft system blared, its piercing alarm echoing through the hotel entrance. In an instant, hundreds of zombies abruptly turned and began to move towards the car. Holy SHT! Chen Han was stunned. He truly hadn't expected Zoe to have such a move. Indeed, never underestimate a woman's desire for revenge. Ha 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 ha. Upstairs, seeing Chen Han surrounded by zombies, Zoe felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Just as she thought Chen Han would be slowly torn apart and devoured by the zombies, she was shocked by the scene unfolding before her eyes. Chen Han kicked open the driver's side door, and the zombie clinging to it was carried along by the door, flying over 10 meters away. Then, Chen Han rushed out, a crossbow in one hand, a tang sword in the other. Facing the horde of zombies, he moved as if through an empty land, a single slash sending several heads flying. Those seemingly fierce and terrifying zombies were no match for Chen Han, less than a 3-year-old child in front of him. How could they harm him in the slightest? Seeing this scene, Zoe was dumbfounded. You're so damn strong, and you told me you were afraid of zombies and wouldn't come to save me? Chapter 17, Toying with Zoe. In the dark night, Chen Han wielded his tang sword, his movements blurring with speed. His figure cut through the zombie horde, 7 times in and 7 times out, utterly formidable. Zoe watched with her mouth agape. Was this still the Chen Han she knew? So strong, so fierce. Could this be the change brought by the game descending into the real world? Zoe was truly dumbfounded. She had thought these hundreds of zombies would be enough to kill Chen Han, but she had underestimated him. With Chen Han's current strength, taking her safely out of the hotel would certainly not be difficult. Zoe's face kept changing. She had been careless. She had completely offended her only hope of escape. No, as long as I humble myself, Chen Han will definitely forgive me. Before, I always threw tantrums and caused a lot of trouble, but didn't he still love me all the same? Yes, Chen Han must still love me. As long as I admit my mistake, he will still come back to me. Zoe was secretly pleased. Ever since she met Chen Han, he had almost never refused her anything. As long as she acted coquettishly, wouldn't he still be easily won over? Watching Chen Han slaughter hundreds of zombies, Zoe's expression immediately became tender and gentle. Darling, you're amazing. You've killed all the zombies, come quickly and take me away. Darling, darling, over here, over here. Zoe licked her smile, her face full of tenderness. She seemed to have completely forgotten about what she had done to Chen Han. Chen Han looked up, his mouth twitching. What a shameless woman. I actually died by this woman's hand in my last life, it's a disgrace. Chen Han's expression changed. Should he just reject her? Why not coax her down instead? Chen Han also smiled and asked, if I save you, will you be good and obedient from now on? You'll do whatever I tell you to do, and you can't defy my orders. Hearing this, Zoe excitedly agreed, no problem, I will serve you well from now on and absolutely won't throw tantrums. Sure enough, Chen Han still can't resist my charm. He still loves me so much and will always fall under my spell. Alright then, you come down first. I'll wait for you here. However, with the next sentence, the expression on Zoe's face suddenly froze. Come down? Let me come down by myself? Zoe was dumbfounded. The hotel was full of zombies. How could she possibly walk down by herself? She believed that the moment she opened her room door, she would immediately be swarmed by zombies. Honey, don't joke around. I can't get down by myself, can't you come up and get me? Chen Han scoffed, if you don't even have the courage to come down yourself, how can you survive with me in this apocalypse? How can you expect to enjoy the resources I've prepared? If you're not coming down, then forget it. I'm going home for dinner. With that, Chen Han immediately got into his car. Hey, don't go. I'm coming down right away, wait for me. Hearing Chen Han say he was going home for dinner, she immediately broke down. To be honest, she was starving now. And by following Chen Han, she would definitely have plenty of food and live well in the future. All or nothing. Zoe took out a Western-style dinner knife from her inventory, the only weapon Chen Han had intentionally left for her. Clutching the knife, Zoe rushed out of the room, frantically heading for the stairs. She didn't take the elevator because there were definitely zombies in there. Instead, the stairwell had fewer people, so the chance of encountering zombies would be lower. Chen Han indeed didn't leave. He just sat in the car, waiting for Zoe to appear. Leaving directly would be no fun. It would be truly satisfying to watch him drive away right as she came down. However, just then, Chen Han suddenly felt a gaze fixated on him, accompanied by a sense of danger. Chen Han's hairs instantly stood on end, and he looked up towards the top floor. Dozens of meters away, Chen Han saw a pair of glowing green eyes. In the darkness, it was vaguely visible that it was a man around 30 years old. His entire body was an unhealthy reddish gray, with bloodshot eyes, and the bulging veins on his face indicated that he was absolutely not a normal person. But his skin wasn't shriveled and loose like ordinary zombies. Instead, he had a muscular physique. More importantly, the man's eyes held wisdom, and the corners of his mouth slightly turned up when he looked at Chen Han. Half infected.
Seeing this person, Chen Han slowly frowned. A so-called half-infected person is somewhere between human and zombie, and is also one of the players. In the game, half-infected humans are the antithesis of humanity, just like zombies, bloodthirsty and brutal. Unlike zombies, he possesses the player's original intelligence and terrifyingly powerful physical abilities. Perhaps a more fitting term would be Corpse King. Even more terrifying, half-infected humans grow stronger by continuously consuming human flesh and blood. The chance of becoming a half-infected human is extremely low, and Chen Han didn't expect to encounter one so quickly. The half-infected human on the rooftop didn't seem to intend to attack Chen Han, probably sensing that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. He just watched Chen Han, a smile playing on his lips, likely having witnessed everything that happened between him and Zoe just now. Chen Han's expression grew heavier, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, to rush up now and kill that half-infected human. However, when he saw the dense horde of zombies behind it, Chen Han could only give up. Because of the airdrop, the rooftop was already packed with zombies. Going up now would surely lead to a fierce battle.
Chen Han, quick, come help me.
Just then, Zoe stumbled out of the hotel lobby, 2 zombies trailing behind her. Her clothes were torn, her hair was a mess, and there was a lot of blood on her body, clearly indicating she had fought with zombies. To Chen Han's surprise, she had actually managed to escape safely.
Looks like she has a strong will to survive.
Chen Han poked his head out of the sunroof and shouted, "Why are you covered in blood?
Were you bitten by a zombie? Don't come over. If you get bitten, you'll turn into a zombie." Hearing Chen Han's words, Zoe's expression changed drastically.
She quickly pulled open her sleeves and skirt, screaming in panic.
"I wasn't bitten. Look, this is all zombie blood, not mine." Chen Han looked suspicious. "Really? Really?
Quick, help me kill those 2 zombies behind me, take me with you, take me with you." Chen Han pretended to ponder for a moment, then shook his head. "For safety's sake, I can't take you with me.
How about this, I'll contact you tomorrow. If you haven't turned into a zombie, I'll pick you up."
After speaking, Chen Han suppressed a laugh and returned to his seat. Just as Zoe was about to reach the car, he stomped on the accelerator and sped off. With a roar, the car started. Zoe, regardless of her image, chased frantically behind, crying out in despair.
"Ah, take me away. Baby, don't leave me, I really haven't been infected, please. Ah, Chen Han, may you die a terrible death."
She didn't catch up to the car, but Zoe didn't dare stop, with 2 zombies still chasing her.
Run!
Run towards the main gate. If she ran out, there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, just as Zoe was about to run out of the hotel, a gray figure stood in front of her. The half-infected moved, staring at Zoe with fiery eyes, his blood-stained tongue licking the popping veins on his face.
TSK, you look quite delicious."
Seeing this bizarre man, Zoe felt as if she had seen something terrifying, even more terrifying than seeing a zombie.
Don't kill me, I'll tell you a secret, please don't kill me. You should know Suit Ripper, right? He has a lot of gold, and a large amount of supplies, we can cooperate. Chapter 18, Home Raided. Chen Han drove out of the hotel, feeling a little uneasy because he hadn't received a reply when he contacted Snow just now. He had specifically told Gunnar before leaving to inform him immediately if anything happened. He had thought that the villa's remote location and sparse population meant that even if there were zombies, they wouldn't pose much of a threat. But Chen Han was wrong. In the apocalypse, humans are more dangerous than zombies. Along the way, zombies were everywhere, and the panicked survivors fled. Vehicles on the road crashed haphazardly, with no regard for traffic. Chen Han constantly swerved the steering wheel left and right to avoid vehicles. Soon, he noticed military figures. The official response was still swift. The military had already been dispatched for rescue just over an hour after the apocalypse began. Along the way, Chen Han didn't forget to open the game's virtual panel to check the situation. After apocalypse, dawn descended into the real world, the game system appeared directly in people's minds. With a thought, you can enter. This also facilitated people's communication. At this moment, the World Channel was already in an uproar.
Countless people were begging for help, cursing, pleading, everything imaginable, too much to even keep track of. However, some voices still caught Chen Han's attention. Buying novice equipment at a high price, DM me if interested. Buying food at a high price, DM me. Equipment and food had become the most scarce resources in the apocalypse. With hundreds of millions of players in Apocalypse Dawn, many still had food stockpiled in their backpacks, so they wouldn't starve in just 2 hours. And now, those buying food were mostly merchants. Some were even using real-world currency to buy in-game food. These were the true experts. Some people hadn't realized that after the apocalypse descended, money would be as useless as waste paper. There was plenty of contaminated food in the mall, and it was free, but who dared to eat it? Chen Han glanced at his private message inbox again, $9.99 plus, clearly overflowing. He casually opened one to see, and they were all people looking to buy equipment and food. Chen Han's massive stockpiling of equipment and food before the apocalypse had been too conspicuous, and he had anticipated this. He hadn't replied to any of the private messages he would sell his goods, but not now. Since he had monopolized the market, when to sell and at what price would be entirely up to him. Some might condemn him or morally blackmail him. But Chen Han didn't care. It was the apocalypse. Who cared about anyone else? With billions of people on Blue Star, who could he take care of? If he didn't earn more gold early on, how would he have the strength to fight the bosses when they arrived later in the game? He would be the one to die then. Closing his personal panel, Chen Han wasn't in the mood to deal with these matters right now. Snow and the others still weren't answering their phones, keeping his heart in his throat, and his foot never left the accelerator. 20 minutes later, Chen Han drove into the Summer Resort Manor. The Summer Resort Manor is a high-end villa community with a sparse population. Driving in, Chen Han first saw the corpses of security guards. Seeing the wounds on their bodies, Chen Han's heart sank. These were definitely not caused by zombies. Someone had forced their way into the community, was stopped by security, and then those people directly killed them. With a quick thought, Chen Han roughly understood what had happened. Are they coming for me? Chen Han's brow furrowed. As expected, his previous actions had attracted some attention. It would be strange if hoarding so many supplies didn't make him a target. As long as he was killed, all of Chen Han's efforts would be plundered by others. Chen Han's breathing couldn't help but quicken. If his guess was correct, then Snow and the others were truly in danger. Since those guys knew Chen Han had hoarded a large amount of equipment, they must have come prepared. When Chen Han arrived in front of his villa and saw the dark house, his heart skipped a beat. The community clearly hadn't lost power, so why were there no lights on at home? Had the enemies already taken control of Snow and the others? No, if they had already taken control, they shouldn't have turned off the lights. Instead, they would openly wait for Chen Han to return, holding Snow and the others as hostages to threaten him. The darkness now, on the contrary, served as a warning to Chen Han. Snow and the others must have hidden. The villa was 3 stories high, with each floor spanning over 1,000 square meters. If they were truly hidden, it would be difficult to find them quickly. Thinking of this, Chen Han's heart calmed down slightly. Chen Han did not drive the car into the courtyard, so as not to alert the enemy. He held a tang sword in his right hand and a crossbow in his left, stealthily sneaking into the private courtyard. Then he climbed into the villa through a side window. As soon as he entered the villa, he spotted 2 men holding machetes, hiding behind the main door. It seemed they planned to ambush him when he returned. Chen Han's face darkened, and he raised his crossbow, firing 2 arrows in quick succession. Thump! Thump! Just as the arrows struck the 2 men, a thin protective barrier lit up. These 2 were actually wearing equipment. However, their equipment was clearly no match for Chen Han's purple crossbow. Damage 150. Damage 150. As the 2 damage values popped up, the arrows directly pierced through their protective suits, headshotting them. After the 2 men died, 2 boxes appeared above their bodies. Chen Han quickly went up to collect the boxes. These things floating around on the ground were far too conspicuous. Killed player death is not scary. Obtain gold 348610, Blue Novice Machete 1. Killed player peak of life, obtained gold 752491, blue novice dagger 1. Chen Han was slightly surprised.
So much gold? What was the background of these guys?
Together, they had over 1 million gold. It was impossible for an ordinary person to have that much. This meant they were both veteran players, and even pay-to-win players.
And these two were just the gatekeepers, so wouldn't the people inside be even more formidable?
Chen Han's heart tightened again. It seemed he had been targeted by a powerful group. Just then, a message flashed across his vision. Lifelong companion's sweet lowly private message, Chen Han, something happened at home, come back quickly.
Brother Gang was beaten and captured, my dad was also knocked unconscious, I cut the power and hid. The enemy is about to find me, I hear his footsteps outside the door.
Seeing this message, Chen Han's face changed, and he quickly replied.
Where are you now? The last guest room on the second floor. Second floor guest room. Chen Han reacted immediately. He ran out the door and leaped forcefully towards the second floor balcony.
He grabbed the balcony's downspout, flipped himself up, and then darted into the room Snow had mentioned.
Chen Han scanned the room but didn't find Snow. Just then, the doorknob gently turned, and a man holding a dagger walked in.
His gaze met Chen Han's. The man's pupils constricted sharply, and he was about to open his mouth to shout. A tang saber, glinting with a cold light, flashed across his neck. The man clutched his spurting neck, his eyes wide with shock. He had never expected Chen Han to suddenly appear here. Chen Han supported the man's body, slowly lowered it, and then closed the door. However, just then, a dark figure pounced from behind him. As Chen Han raised the saber in his hand, he caught the familiar scent. Then, a small figure clung to him, long, slender, and soft legs wrapped directly around his waist. Before Chen Han could speak, his head was pressed into a soft expanse by two jade-like arms.
Chapter 19, The Mastermind. Ugh, I can't breathe.
Chen Han gently pushed the little figure off him, struggling to lift his head.
Whoa, Chen Han, you're finally back.
Snow sobbed softly, tears pouring onto Chen Han's hair.
It's okay, I'm back.
Chen Han gently patted Snow's back, calming her down, and then set her down.
Tell me, what happened?
Snow wiped her tears and said in a low voice.
Less than an hour after the apocalypse began, they broke in.
There were 8 of them, all with beginner weapons and wearing protective suits.
We were no match for them.
Brother Gang and Dad were knocked out and captured trying to protect me.
Chen Han's expression turned cold. Where are they? They should be on the rooftop. Chen Han, be careful.
Understood, don't worry.
Chen Han told Snow to hide.
As a rich young lady, facing such a scene for the first time, she was clearly a bit frightened.
Actually, Snow's combat power wasn't bad, she was a Taekwondo black belt. However, after the game descended, the difference in rank clearly widened the gap between people.
Neither she nor Gunnar had killed any zombies, so they hadn't leveled up their rank. If they faced enemies who had leveled up, they certainly wouldn't be a match.
Especially enemies wearing equipment.
Chen Han walked out onto the balcony and used the same method as before to jump to the 3rd floor. He didn't show himself, but instead, he gripped the edge of the rooftop with both hands and slowly poked his head out. With his strength and power, he seemed to be quite adept at this kind of parkour. Before, this move would definitely have been an extreme sport. Chen Han scanned the rooftop and indeed saw Gunnar and Feng tied up, with 2 men watching over them. And facing the direction of the villa's entrance, there were 2 more people, their eyes fixed on the gate, seemingly waiting for someone. Seeing this scene, Chen Han secretly praised his intelligence. If he had driven back openly, he would definitely have been caught red-handed.
Chen Han counted. There were 4 people here, plus the 3 he had killed, which meant 1 was still missing.
I'll look for him later. Chen Han had no time to waste. He didn't know how serious Gunnar's injuries were. He was afraid that something unexpected might happen if he delayed any longer. His gaze then shifted to the 2 men guarding Gunnar. I'll take you 2 out first. Chen Han hung from one hand, while with the other, he pulled out his crossbow and aimed it at the 2, firing.
Bang bang! He fired consecutive stealth arrows, accurately hitting both men. Put.
One of them had his protective suit directly pierced, the arrow embedded in his forehead, killing him instantly. The other person, however, reacted quickly, and the arrow only grazed his shoulder, causing a minor injury.
Careful, someone's here.
The injured man quickly shouted, grabbing his dagger and rushing towards Gunner. Chen Han quickly rolled and jumped onto the rooftop, moving extremely fast, instantly appearing before the man.
Still trying to take a hostage?
Chen Han chuckled softly, his Tang Dao flashing like lightning as he struck. The man's face changed dramatically. He hadn't expected Chen Han to be so fast. In a hurry, he could only use his dagger to block. However, he underestimated Chen Han's strength.
The moment the Tang Dao descended, the man regretted it. This was not a force he could withstand at all. Put.
The blue light shield activated by the man's protective suit was directly shattered, and the Tang Dao landed irresistibly on his arm.
Ah!
An arm flew off, and the man let out a piercing scream. Before he could retreat, the long blade had already flashed past his neck. All of this happened too quickly. The other two hadn't even reacted when their companion had already become a corpse.
Damn it!
The two young men guarding the gate cursed and charged at Chen Han with their machetes. Chen Han raised his crossbow and shot an arrow. With a thud, a purple light shield popped up on the blonde young man, clearly indicating he was wearing a purple-grade protective suit. Who are you people? Chen Han's gaze narrowed slightly.
Why was a well-equipped gang targeting him?
Hand over all your resources, and I'll spare your life. The blonde young man weighed the machete in his hand, a hint of disdain in his expression. The next moment, a purple light glowed around him, and a LV5 value appeared above his head.
See?
I'm fully equipped with purple gear, and my rank has risen to 5.
Are you sure you still want to fight me?
The blonde youth's expression was incredibly arrogant, not putting Chen Han in his eyes at all. One must know that the apocalypse had only descended 2 or 3 hours ago. For someone to reach rank 5 in such a short time was quite extraordinary across the entire Blue Star. If it weren't for the whole team helping him, he wouldn't have reached it so quickly. He knew Chen Han's equipment was good, but by himself, killing 10 or 8 zombies would be a good achievement.
Reaching rank 3 would be the absolute limit. Humph, you seem very confident? Chen Han's lips curled slightly. So, you're not going to cooperate?
The blonde youth waved his hand and shouted to his companion beside him, Xiaohei, you go, practice your courage. Hearing this, Xiaohei was visibly a little scared, his hand gripping the knife, sweating nervously.
Brother Jin Mao, I've never killed anyone. Just hack away, this is the apocalypse. If you don't dare to kill, how are you going to survive? Jin Mao roared.
This time, Xiaohei gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and charged at Chen Han with the machete.
Chen Han slowly stepped forward, not paying any attention to Xiaohei.
When the machete fell, he slightly sidestepped, easily dodging Xiaohei's attack. Then, the Tang Dao twirled in his hand, instantly cutting an opening in Xiaohei's protective suit.
Xiaohei only felt a sharp pain in his abdomen.
Looking down, a wound over 30 centimeters long came into view.
Ah!
Xiaohei's pupils suddenly contracted, from astonishment to fear, and then to despair.
Next life, be a good person.
Chen Han brushed past him, his movements clean and precise. By the time Jin Mao reacted, Xiaohei had already fallen to the ground, with a box floating above his body.
How is that possible?
Jin Mao panicked, his feet involuntarily retreating 2 steps.
Xiaohei was wearing purple-grade equipment, how could he have been cut down with 1 strike? This is impossible, even I couldn't do that. What is your true strength? Watching Chen Han approach step by step, fear appeared on the blonde's face.
He realized he had kicked a steel plate. This man in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. That's right, someone who could pre-purchase vast quantities of food and equipment, a ruthless individual who spent over $1 billion, couldn't possibly be a simple character.
Thud. The blonde man suddenly knelt down. Big shot in the suit, I was wrong, I shouldn't have provoked you, please let me go. I'm kowtowing to you, please don't kill me.
As arrogant as he was just moments ago, he was now just as pathetic. The blonde man kept kowtowing, completely losing all dignity.
How do you know my identity? Who instructed you to come here? Hearing this, the blonde man was stunned for a moment. If I tell you, will you let me go?
Yes. Chen Han nodded in agreement. He knew that the people in front of him were minor players, the real mastermind was someone else.
And the number of people who knew his ID and address definitely didn't exceed 10.
Chen Han wanted to know whether those who attacked him were people close to him or other forces. Hearing that Chen Han would let him go, the blonde man's face lit up with joy, and he quickly spoke.
I'll tell you, it's Chapter 20, Building a Doomsday Fortress. Just as the blonde youth was about to speak, 3 dull thuds echoed. Thwack! Thwack! Thwack!
In the darkness, 3 arrows flashed with a silvery cold glint, shooting towards the blonde youth with lightning speed. The 3 arrows came one after another. By the second arrow, the purple equipment on the blonde youth was shattered.
The final arrow accurately struck the back of his head.
The blonde youth's eyes widened, and he collapsed to the ground, dead. Seeing this scene, Chen Han was stunned. He never expected someone to ambush him.
And they were using a crossbow.
Chen Han reacted, wanting to give chase, but 3 more arrows came flying towards him. Chen Han's face darkened, and he raised his tang sword to block all attacks. Seeing his attack was fruitless, the man didn't linger and turned to run out of the courtyard.
Just as Chen Han was about to give chase, a Kawasaki motorcycle sped into the villa's courtyard and picked up the man. Accomplices?
Chen Han's face was very grim. This was the first time he had been caught off guard since his rebirth. He hadn't expected such a team to emerge in Shanghai City, not only well-equipped but also decisive in their actions. To prevent their comrade from revealing the mastermind, they directly took him out.
And that crossbow, was it also found in an airdrop box?
Chen Han turned back to carefully look at the bodies on the ground. He was sure he had never seen these people. Not just in this life, but in his previous life as well.
This meant they were likely from out of town.
And perhaps even came specifically for him. It seems my actions after rebirth have changed some things. Chen Han had indeed been careless. For that set of orange gear, he almost put his family at risk. I need to quickly build the Apocalypse Fortress, otherwise, being constantly ambushed will be troublesome. Also, once I find out who the mastermind is, I will make you pay.
In the villa's basement, Gunnar and Uncle Ling slowly woke up.
Fortunately, neither of them was seriously injured, only knocked unconscious. Gunnar sustained a minor injury, a sword cut on his arm, but it wasn't severe. Snow bandaged his wound and told him to rest well.
Then, Chen Han took Snow to another room.
This was the villa's central control room, where equipment could monitor the entire villa 360 degrees without blind spots. After confirming there were no hidden enemies in the house, Chen Han wasted no time in taking Snow outside the villa.
Chen Han, what is this Apocalypse Fortress you're talking about?
Snow asked, confused. I'm going to encase the entire villa with steel from the game.
The whole villa? That's thousands of square meters. Snow was stunned.
If we're enclosing it, we'd also have to factor in the height of the floors.
How are you going to do that now? Besides, we can't find construction workers right now. Chen Han shook his head. Materials from the real world can't stop zombies, not even aerospace alloys.
Even if they could, we wouldn't be able to find them, and it would be even more impossible to arm the villa in such a short time.
Snow paused, then realized, you mean using materials from the game? She remembered the wilderness cabins in Apocalypse, Dawn.
As an open-world survival apocalypse game, building one's home was a major feature. Many players would hoard building materials to set up a small shelter in the apocalypse to fend off zombie attacks. Some wealthy players would even build their homes to be more luxurious than villas in the real world. Snow knew Chen Han had hoarded a lot of food and weapons, but she didn't know he had even prepared building materials. The next moment, a message flashed across her personal panel.
Suit Ripper has initiated a trade with you. Do you accept? Come on, let's start working.
I'm afraid those guys might come back,"
Chen Han reminded her.
although he had killed 7 members of that gang. But Chen Han had a hunch that those guys definitely had many more accomplices. Snow accepted Chen Han's mail, and when she saw what was inside, her eyes widened instantly.
Orange alloy steel 1000. So much? You didn't clear out all the alloy steel in the entire auction house, did you? And it's the highest rank orange. No wonder you had to sell your company to spend money on the game. Chen Han smiled. What you have there is only 1/3 of it.
I'm going to turn the entire estate into a steel fortress.
With that, he opened his storage inventory and clicked on the alloy steel. Set.
The next moment, a virtual alloy plate, 2 meters by 2 meters, appeared before his eyes, moving with Chen Han's gaze.
Wherever Chen Han pointed, the alloy plate stood, much like building with blocks.
This was the benefit of gamification, convenience. No need to move it, no need to weld it with an electric welder, just placing it out creates a wall. Clang, clang, clang went the sounds of colliding steel, as 10 alloy steel plates quickly pieced together to form a wall. 2 meters high, 20 meters long, and 10 centimeters thick, the steel wall appeared before their eyes in less than 10 seconds. A chill of steel emanated, the silvery, heavy metal giving a full sense of security.
Wow! So cool! Snow's eyes lit up, and she gesticulated excitedly.
At this speed, we can build it in half an hour.
Snow mimicked Chen Han's operation. Clang, 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 another alloy wall appeared. The two began to get busy. Just under a kilometer from Chen Han's villa, in a manor.
The 3 magnates of Jianghai City raised their glasses and drank heartily. Leo, Don, and Luke curiously examined the red wine in their hands, marveling, "Don't tell me, the wine in Apocalypse, Dawn, really has a unique flavor."
"Ah, it's quite good."
He Domfa smacked his lips, then crushed the red wine bottle in one hand. What's even more exciting is how much our physical fitness has improved since the apocalyptic game arrived.
In my current state, I could take down a few tigresses.
He Domfa was the oldest of the 3, nearly 50, and some things had long been beyond his capabilities. But now, the changes in his body thrilled him, especially after ranking up he felt even more robust. Boss Lou is truly remarkable, having planned ahead and brought his son back with a professional esports team. Leo, Don, and Luke continuously flattered him. With this team, our dominance over Jianghai City is just around the corner. Right, once we get the resources in Chen Han's hands, what the hell is there to fear about the apocalypse?
He Dongfa agreed.
Leo, Don, and Luke smiled slightly. Chen Han has a large amount of equipment and food. If we can get it, we'll essentially monopolize the entire market. Even the officials will have to show us some deference. Naturally, Leo, Don, and Luke chuckled. Speaking of which, they've been gone for so long, it should be time for them to return, right? No sooner had the words fallen than a young man, somewhat resembling Leo, Don, and Luke, walked in. He hurriedly took off his helmet, his face looking rather grim. "We failed, and the 3rd squad was almost wiped out."
"What?"
Hearing this, the 3 old men suddenly stood up.
"That kid is no simple-minded person.
Before he establishes his defenses, I'm going to take everyone and charge him, catching him off guard. I must get my hands on the resources he possesses."
After speaking, Lu Feihan looked at his father. "Go!"
Leo, Don, and Luke, having been in the business world for many years, were also ruthless figures. They made a quick decision and agreed to their son's plan. So, a group of over 30 people, armed with their gear, marched mightily towards Chen Han's estate.
However, when they arrived, the estate was gone.
Instead, a steel fortress, over 20 meters tall, stood before them.
A chilling metallic aura emanated from it, giving off an overwhelming sense of oppression and powerlessness. What is this?
Leo, Don, and Luke were stunned.
Chapter 21. What kind of doomsday fortress is so useless? What was this steel fortress all about? Had they arrived at some military base?
No, the steel fortress before them was full of technological flair. It was definitely not a modern product.
Did we come to the wrong place? Leo, Don, and Luke's eyes widened.
This was clearly still inside the summer resort community. They had lived here for over 10 years. How could they possibly have gone to the wrong place?
We're too late. Chen Han has fortified the villa. Lu Feihan's expression darkened.
The worst had indeed happened.
He knew Chen Han would react after being attacked.
So he quickly gathered his subordinates and rushed over, but he was still a step too late. Chen Han's movements were too fast. In just half an hour, the steel fortress had already been built.
What now? Can we break in? Leo, Don, and Luke asked. As the words fell, the three tycoons looked at Lu Feihan. Lu Feihan, in turn, looked at the subordinates behind him.
Although the four of them were old players of Apocalypse, Dawn, their understanding of the game was not deep. But this group of subordinates was different. They were all professionally sports players of the game, Apocalypse, Dawn.
Their understanding of the game was not something ordinary people could compare to.
Immediately, among these young people, a captain stepped forward. Zhang Yanghui's face was grim, filled with rage. As the captain of the esports team, he had deep bonds with his teammates. But he never expected to lose 7 of his brothers on the first day of the apocalypse. This filled him with endless hatred for Chen Han, and he vowed to kill Chen Han to avenge his brothers. Then, he slowly began to speak. Boss, in Apocalypse, Dawn, there are many types of steel for building a safe house, divided into 5 ranks just like equipment. White steel has a defense of 100, blue is 1000, pink is 10,000, purple is 100,000, and orange is 100,000.
And in terms of damage?
Zhang Yanghui rattled off a slew of game settings and related data, leaving the wealthy trio of Leo, Don, and Luke utterly bewildered.
Though they didn't understand, it didn't dampen their excitement in the slightest. In the apocalyptic game world, having such a professional team by their side, wasn't that even better than a team of special forces? Leo, Don, and Luke were even more thrilled. In the past, when Lu Feihan wanted to invest in an esports team, he hadn't scolded him any less. He always chided his son for not doing proper work, for being engrossed in trivial pursuits. Now, it was great. He never expected his son to play such a big role. This team of professional players would be his main force to become king in the apocalypse. You said so much, just tell us if you can break it open or not, Leo, Don, and Luke urged. Captain Zhang Yanghui took out the purple crossbow. We'll know once we try. As long as it's not purple or orange alloy, I have a way to break through it. Wait a minute. Just as Zhang Yanghui was about to make his move, Leo, Don, and Luke stopped him. The 3 of us will hide first. It's not the time to break ties with Chen Han yet. Once the attack started, Chen Han would surely discover them. If successful, all resources would be theirs. But if it wasn't successful, he had a second method. If brute force failed, there was still intellect. Leo, Don, and Luke had navigated the business world for years. They had countless ways to trick Chen Han out of his resources. The 3 hid in the shadows, watching Zhang Yanghui with nervous expressions as he made his move. What they didn't know was that their movements outside the fortress had already been discovered by Chen Han. In the basement, Chen Han and Snow watched the surveillance on the screen, a slight smile playing on their lips. I didn't expect these thugs to be Leo, Don, and Luke's people. Who are these guys? They seem very familiar with the rules of Apocalypse, Dawn. Chen Han's gaze fixed on Lu Feihan and the others, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. In his previous life, these people had never appeared in Zhanghai City. At this moment, Snow pointed at Lu Feihan on the screen. I know him. He's the son of Leo, Don, and Luke, and the owner of an esports company in Ningzhou City. The people behind him are probably all professional esports players. It must be that Leo, Don, and Luke had an epiphany because of your actions and had his son bring people back early. Hearing this, Chen Han was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected to encounter professional players so soon. These people, after the game's apocalypse arrived, were top-tier talents because their understanding of the game was too deep. In the later stages, the game system would gradually introduce activities like PvP and PvE, giving players familiar with game data a huge advantage. No wonder they all have excellent equipment. They're professional players. Then they must have a lot of money in their bags. Chen Han's eyes lit up, immediately piquing his interest. Snow, beside him, was a little curious. Why do you need so much gold? You must still have billions in your bag. We can't possibly use it all. Chen Han shook his head. In fact, his gold was almost used up. After the last bulk purchase of beginner equipment, he only had 500 million left in his bag. For ordinary people, this might already be an astronomical figure, the kind that seems inexhaustible. But as a reborn individual, Chen Han deeply knew the uses of gold in the apocalyptic game. Without gold, it would be impossible to level up in the later stages. All combat power was built up with gold resources. Ordinary players could, of course, slowly accumulate wealth and improve their strength. But the bosses that appeared later wouldn't wait for them. If they were unlucky and encountered some terrifying bosses, there would be nothing to do but wait for death. I need to find a way to get the money from these guys. Chen Han pondered for a moment. Killing them directly would be simple and straightforward. However, Chen Han didn't want the three old guys, Leo, Don, and Luke, to die so easily. That would be too cheap. Chen Han wanted to crush them commercially, to defeat them in the way they were most proud of. A mental victory was the greatest success. Soon, Chen Han had an idea. Bang! Under everyone's eager gazes, Zhang Yanghui pulled the trigger, and an arrow shot out fiercely. Immediately, a damage value popped up on the alloy wall that was hit. Damage 50. Total defense 950-1000. Seeing this number, everyone in the field was pleasantly surprised. Haha, that kid actually used blue alloy to build his doomsday fortress. Who was he looking down on? What kind of doomsday fortress is so crappy? We can easily break through this 1,000 defense points. Zhang Yanghui shouted excitedly. Keep going. Lu Feihong also showed excitement on his face. It was as if Chen Han's hoarded resources were within reach, with no difficulty at all. Zhang Yanghui continued to crank the crossbow, shooting arrows one after another. Seeing that the alloy wall was about to be broken through, everyone gathered around and took out their weapons to slash at it. However, they didn't have many high-rank pieces of equipment. Most were white or blue gear, so the damage they dealt was very low. Damage 5. Damage 8. Put some more effort into it. Harder, haven't you eaten? Seeing the damage slowly wearing down, Leo, Don, Luke, and Leo, Don, Luke, hiding in the dark, whispered shouts, wishing they could join in. Everyone was filled with anticipation, but only Leo, Don, Luke frowned. Something's not right, something's not right. Things were going too smoothly. And they had been chopping for a while, but Chen Han hadn't come out to stop them. Could it be that kid's trick? Leo, Don, and Luke's hearts grew increasingly chaotic, and a feeling of unease surged within them. Something's definitely wrong, stop quickly. As soon as Leo, Don, and Luke shouted, the alloy wall's defense power just happened to hit 0. Everyone gripped their weapons, their expressions agitated, ready to charge in. However, the next moment, a huge roar erupted amidst the crowd. Boom! Flames shot skyward, and several people were blown away. Chapter 22, Fooled, that kid is cheating. The sudden explosion caught everyone off guard. Lu Feihong and Zhang Yanghui bore the brunt. The moment the explosion went off, faint purple shields lit up around them, blocking the damage from the blast. But not everyone had purple equipment. Even their entire studio had only managed to get a few sets. Mainly, the novice period was too easy to get through, and no one thought of putting effort into novice gear. Generally speaking, blue equipment was already sufficient. Therefore, this stuff was incredibly rare. Sure enough, as the explosion sounded, 7 young men in blue novice protective suits at the front were instantly blown away. Under the terrifying damage of the explosion, the blue protective suits were no match. The 7 fell heavily to the ground, their bodies twisted at unnatural angles, deader than dead. Warning, you have been attacked by a bomb. Warning, your purple novice protective suit has been shattered, defense value has returned to 0, please pay attention to your defense. A system voice echoed in Lu Feihong's ear. He shook his head and got up from the ground, completely bewildered. Zhang Yanghui and the others also slowly got up,
many of them with various injuries.
What's going on?
Zhang Yanghui was the first to react, roaring in anger upon seeing the bodies of his brothers on the ground.
Damn it, why are there bombs? You're asking me? I'd like to ask you the same thing. Didn't you say there wouldn't be any traps?
Lu Feihong said with a cold expression. These were wall-mounted trap bombs, weapons specifically designed to kill players. In Apocalypse, Dawn, players often visited other people's safe houses to steal resources.
Trap bombs were the best defense measure. They hung on walls, and as soon as a wall was dismantled, the bomb would explode, intended to severely damage enemies.
Before coming, Lu Feihong had repeatedly asked if Chen Han might have set traps, but he had received Zhang Yanghui's assurance every time.
At this moment, Zhang Yanghui was also utterly bewildered by the explosion. Impossible, how could he use a trap bomb?
Zhang Yanghui found it hard to believe what was happening before his eyes. He also had quite a few of these trap bombs. But currently, it was the cold weapon tier, and all hot weapons in the inventory were grayed out and unusable. It was precisely because of this that he dared to break down the walls of Chen Han's safe house without any reservations.
Damn it, that kid is cheating. Zhang Yanghui's first reaction was that Chen Han was cheating. If not, how could he use an unlocked weapon?
In the monitoring room, Chen Han couldn't help but laugh when he saw the scene on the screen. Of course, he wasn't cheating either. The trap bomb was found in an airdrop crate, making it probably the only hot weapon unique to the current tier. These guys were really unlucky. Out of such a large wall, they chose the one with the bomb.
What are you waiting for?
The wall's blown open, rush in.
Leo, Dawn, and Luke showed no remorse for their lost subordinates. Instead, they were very excited.
Even a bomb was used, how could this wall still stand firm? With so many people rushing in, even if Chen Han was strong, he would only face a dead end.
Charge in and avenge our brothers.
Prompted by Leo, Dawn, and Luke, Zhang Yanghui immediately led his men into the smoke. However, with a dull bang, Zhang Yanghui seemed to have crashed into something, falling to the ground, his head ringing.
Everyone was stunned. What happened?
After the smoke from the bomb cleared, everyone finally saw what Zhang Yanghui had crashed into. In front was a light golden alloy wall, with a message displayed on it.
Orange alloy steel wall.
Total defense value, 990,05001 million.
F. Seeing the scene before them, everyone couldn't help but curse.
They had worked themselves to death for so long, and 7 brothers had died, only to be tricked.
Inside the blue alloy wall, there was actually an orange alloy wall.
How were they supposed to break this? How depraved must the person who came up with this design be? Even professional players like Lu Feihong had never seen such a tactic. It was utterly disgusting. This orange steel fortress, let alone now, even at rank 40 or 50, with powerful abilities, they could only sigh in despair.
1,000,000 defense points, what the hell can we do with that?
Chen Han, that damn guy, I knew he wasn't that simple, Leo, Dawn, and Luke grumbled.
What do we do now?
Leo, Dawn, and Luke looked at each other, equally worried.
What else can we do?
With the strength of us alone, it's impossible to break through this steel fortress, Leo, Dawn, and Luke cursed, their faces extremely grim. Not only did they come for nothing, but they also lost 7 subordinates. This time, they lost both the wife and the soldiers. Take the bodies of our brothers and the resource boxes, retreat. Lu Feihong gritted his teeth as he commanded the group. He had brought 40 people back to Jianghai City, thinking he could make a big splash, but he never expected to lose 14 men to Chen Han, which infuriated him.
Young Master Hang, are we just leaving like this?
How do we avenge our brothers? Zhang Yanghui suppressed the grief and indignation in his heart. Behind him, a group of team members were also filled with sorrow and rage, wishing they could tear Chen Han to shreds.
Go!
We'll make a long-term plan when we get back, Leo, Dawn, and Luke, hiding in the shadows, urged.
Since force wouldn't work, they would use strategy. Fortunately, he had a backup plan and hadn't shown his face.
As long as he maintained contact with Chen Han, the resources in Chen Han's hands would eventually be conned out of him. In terms of business, that kid Chen Han was still a bit too green.
Go! Lu Feihong led the group away.
Just then, a small opening appeared above the steel fortress, and a chilling crossbow slowly emerged.
Chen Han's lips curled slightly. You want to run after fighting? Did you ask my crossbow first? Bang!
An arrow shot out, and a young man fell to the ground instantly.
Ah! The sudden scream made Lu Feihan and the others react. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Disperse! Disperse! In the darkness, arrows continuously flew out, like the scythe of death, relentlessly reaping lives.
Screams echoed incessantly, and nearly 30 people fled in a frenzy.
The smarter ones even tried evasive maneuvers.
But Chen Han loved to target these smart ones under his precise judgment. 3 more fell.
Damn it, run!
Leo, Dawn, and Luke, who were running at the very front, were already scared witless. They felt death so close for the first time. Finally, they left behind 6 bodies before escaping back to their own manor.
Ah! Chen Han, I'll haunt you even as a ghost.
Zhang Yanghui's eyes were bloodshot. In just a few hours, he had lost half of his brothers.
How could he possibly accept that?
In the hall, the atmosphere was extremely tense, and the 3 wealthy men, Leo, Dawn, and Luke, looked grim.
Stop arguing. We were careless this time. Now that he's protected by the Iron Fortress, we can't touch him for now, Leo, Dawn, and Luke said. Let's implement Plan B. He looked at his 2 partners and his son. Bring out all the gold you have in your hands, and I'll teach him a lesson. He's hoarded so much equipment he's bound to sell it, right? Chapter 23, Business Layout, Selling Equipment. Well done.
Gunnar and Uncle Ling lay on the bed, watching Leo, Dawn, Luke, and the others flee in disarray on the screen.
It was incredibly satisfying. Alright, everyone calm down, you're still injured. Chen Han reassured them.
Gunnar had suffered a minor injury, a cut on his arm, but fortunately, it wasn't severe. However, if the long cut wasn't stitched, it could easily become infected.
What should we do? Should we go to the hospital?
Snow felt a little guilty Gunnar had taken that blow for her. The outside is full of zombies now, there won't be any doctors at the hospital. Chen Han shook his head, pulling out a peculiar syringe. Inside the syringe was a pink liquid. Seeing this, Gunnar and Snow's eyes widened.
Healing potion from Apocalypse, Dawn? They both recognized it as the item potion used to restore character injuries in the game. Will this work? Who knows what this pink stuff is? Gunnar swallowed hard. From now on, you'll need to change your way of thinking.
Once the game descends upon the world, just treat yourselves as characters in the game. You can also think of it as us personally entering the game, but still with a blue star background.
Come on, give me your hand.
Chen Han picked up the healing potion and directly injected it into Gunnar's hand. He didn't care about veins or anything in the game, you could just inject it anywhere.
With one injection, Gunnar's eyes instantly lit up. I feel it, my health is recovering.
He saw that on his personal panel, the health bar, which was originally only at 85%, was slowly increasing. Seeing this situation, Uncle Ling was the most incredulous.
Unbelievable, the world has actually changed like this. Ling sighed softly.
Chen Han, I wronged you before, Uncle apologizes to you. In the past few days, Ling had indeed been disappointed by Chen Han's series of actions, such as selling the company and spending heavily on games. Chen Han was the junior he thought most highly of and was willing to support. He had thought Chen Han was losing himself to trivial pursuits, but he never knew it was a precaution.
Uncle Ling, let's not talk about such things between us.
Without your care, I wouldn't be where I am today, Chen Han quickly said.
Seeing Chen Han's attitude, Ling's face showed a look of relief.
In the apocalypse, his title as the richest man was just an empty name, but Chen Han still respected him as always, which greatly pleased him. He, Ling, had not misjudged the person. But, this old man, I'm afraid I'll drag you down in the apocalypse, Ling thought for a moment and expressed his worry. Chen Han, however, smiled, Uncle Ling, you don't have to worry about that. After the world became gamified, you just look a bit older, there's no other difference. You can still kill zombies to level up, and your physical fitness will become stronger and stronger.
You could even have a football team then, no problem. Really? Ling's eyes lit up. He was over 50 and only had one daughter, Snow. He had long wanted a son but had always refrained out of consideration for Snow's feelings. Later, he also gradually felt powerless. But hearing Chen Han say this, he became even more hopeful for the future. But this is the apocalypse, conditions are so bad, whether we can survive is still a question. Thinking of this problem, Ling's heart sank again. He also didn't want his son to be born into such a difficult world. "Hey, Dad, Chen Han is here, what are you afraid of?" Snow hugged his arm and shook it. Since Chen Han made plans in advance, he definitely has a way for us to live well. Besides, Chen Han is very strong. That may be true, but Chen Han isn't obligated to take care of us for free, Feng said, looking helplessly at his daughter. Snow's eyes darted around, then she excitedly hugged Chen Han, "Then marry me to Chen Han. He's already your son-in-law, can a family really have two separate conversations? Isn't that right, Chen Han?" After saying that, Snow playfully rubbed against Chen Han. Seeing this, Chen Han and Feng were both speechless. This girl, she's been wanting to give herself away for a long time, hasn't she? Alright, let's get back to business. Feng looked at Chen Han, Xiao Han, from what I know of Leo, Dawn, and Luke, they won't let this matter rest so easily. It's fine, with this apocalypse fortress, it's impossible for anyone to breach it in a short amount of time, Chen Han waved his hand, reassuring him. The safe room made of orange alloy was almost invincible in the game's setting unless thousands of professional players besieged it together, it would be impossible to break through. That's hard to say. If they expose your identity as Suit Ripper, with profits on the line, there will definitely be people willing to unite against you, Gunnar said worriedly. Chen Han smiled, Leo, Dawn, and Luke won't expose my identity until the very last step. That guy is a shrewd businessman, he definitely wants to hog this juicy piece of meat all to himself. Hearing this, Feng nodded in agreement. You have a point. They must be trying every possible way to erode your resources right now. Chen Han's lips curled slightly, Uncle Ling, what methods do you think they'll use? As the richest man in Shanghai City, when it came to business, no one could compare to Feng. When it came to business, Feng's spirits lifted. You hoarded so much novice equipment to make a big profit at this time, right? But in this situation, if you sell equipment at a high price, you will definitely be hated by the whole world. Once people recover, you will become a public enemy. Therefore, they will use this condition to trade with you, becoming your primary agent, shifting the world's hatred for you onto themselves. After getting your primary agency, Leo, Dawn, and Luke will raise prices and make a huge profit. Once Leo, Dawn, and Luke make money, they will have many more ways to deal with you. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round, especially in the apocalypse. After listening, Chen Han gave a thumbs up. He truly deserved to be the richest man in Shanghai. His line of thinking was absolutely correct. This was also the best path for Leo, Dawn, and Luke right now. Regardless of whether they could deal with Chen Han, as long as they made money, they wouldn't lose out. Chen Han's lips curved slightly, I must let him make money, but in the end, all that money will flow into my pockets. I'm going to dig a pit for them, and they'll fall into the abyss. Oh? Making them first-hand agents is a sure profit project. How will you dig a pit for him? Feng asked, puzzled. Information asymmetry. Chen Han revealed a playful smile. Feng's eyes immediately widened, and he asked incredulously, the Apocalypse game is currently in Tier 1, only open up to Rank 9. Do you know when Tier 2 will open? When Tier 2 opens, players will start inheriting class abilities and Rank 10 equipment, at which point novice equipment will become trash. If Chen Han sells all his novice equipment to Leo, Dawn, and Luke just before Tier 2 opens, that pit would be huge. Thinking of this, even a business mogul like Feng couldn't help but gasp. What a ruthless plan! Then, Chen Han opened the game system. The world chat channel was buzzing, with countless people demanding Chen Han sell his novice weapons so they could fight zombies. Chen Han posted a message on the world channel, in 10 minutes, the first wave of weapons and equipment will be released. Stay tuned! As soon as these words came out, the whole world erupted. The suit boss is finally selling equipment. Chapter 24, I set the price, raking in the profits. Holy crap, the suit boss has spoken. Boo hoo hoo, I can finally buy equipment. Without weapons in the novice period, I absolutely didn't dare to move. Me too. I've been holed up at home for ages. My high rank equipment in my bag is useless, and I don't dare to go out and kill zombies to level up. I wonder what rank equipment the suit boss is selling. I have plenty of gold, I just want a set of purple gear. With Chen Han's appearance, the world channel once again exploded. Everyone was waiting for Chen Han to sell equipment. Chen Han had hoarded so much novice equipment that smart players knew he would eventually sell it, and they had been waiting for him. Chen Han's private messages were already overflowing. Many people planned to trade privately, saying that a higher price was fine, mainly because if the items were put on the auction house, they might not be able to snatch them. Chen Han ignored all these messages, as there were too many to read, and he couldn't sell them one by one. Before putting the equipment on the auction house, Chen Han also checked the market. He clicked on the novice equipment section of the auction house, and it was completely empty. Though occasionally, he would see players putting equipment up. However, in less than a second, all those listed items would be instantly snatched up. Before the apocalypse game descended upon the world, white grade equipment cost roughly 100 gold, blue grade 300, pink grade 500, and purple grade 1000. But the white grade novice protective suit Chen Han just saw was actually selling for 50,000 gold. What kind of concept is that? The price had surged a full 500 times. However, this was an isolated incident. Once Chen Han released a large quantity of equipment, the price couldn't possibly remain that high. According to memories from his previous life, on the first day of the apocalypse, equipment prices could roughly multiply by 100-fold. In other words, a single white grade novice item could sell for 10,000 gold. But this was only for the first day. Once weapons were out there, people would gain the ability to deal with zombies. The more zombies they killed, the more equipment would gradually increase. At that time, many players would release their excess equipment, making it less valuable. Chen Han wouldn't sell them for such a high price either. He still had to earn for Leo, Dawn, and Luke, didn't he? So, Chen Han listed 50,000 pieces of equipment on the auction house, multiplying their original transaction price by 50 times. Among them were 30,000 white grade items, priced at 5,000 gold each. 15,000 blue grade items, priced at 15,000 gold each. 4,500 pink grade items, priced at 25,000 gold each. 500 purple grade items, priced at 50,000 gold each. Compared to the sky-high prices currently on the auction house, Chen Han's pricing was truly conscientious. Chen Han wasn't worried about a lack of buyers. There were hundreds of millions of veteran players in Apocalypse, Dawn, many of whom had large amounts of gold. For example, a single white grade item cost 5,000 gold. A complete set weapon, protective suit, and shoes would only be 15,000, which most veteran players could afford. To Chen Han's surprise, all 50,000 pieces of equipment were instantly snatched up the moment they were listed. White Novice Protective Suit purchased by player Unruly Wind gained 5,000 gold. Purple Novice Katana purchased by player Wenotaro gained 50,000 gold. Purple Novice Axe purchased by player James gained 50,000 gold. A series of messages popped up, and Chen Han's message interface was instantly bombarded. In just this short time, Chen Han's account received over 500 million in funds. That's right, in just the first wave, Chen Han had already earned back all the gold he spent stockpiling equipment. And these 50,000 pieces of equipment were only 1/50th of what Chen Han had in his inventory. As for novice equipment, he had hoarded over 2 million pieces. The 50,000 pieces Chen Han released might seem a lot, but for Blue Star's billions of people, it was utterly insignificant. The world channel erupted once again. Holy crap, that's so little equipment, I couldn't get any at all. Oh my god, it was gone in the blink of an eye. I saw it, purple equipment for 50,000 gold each, why doesn't he just rob us? Suit Ripper is profiting from national disaster, such a person has ulterior motives. The dimwit upstairs, what's 50,000? It's the apocalypse, is money more important than life? Exactly, Boss Suit is already very kind,
50,000 gold for purple equipment, others are selling white equipment for 50,000, and you're still complaining.
I can't buy it, help, boss suit, can you drop another batch?
The barrage kept scrolling up, a continuous stream of curses, condemnations, and pleas.
But obviously, curses predominated. Chen Han didn't care no matter what price he sold at, there would always be someone dissatisfied. Sell high, and wealthy old players would accuse you of profiting from national disaster. Sell low, and penniless new players would morally blackmail you into giving it away for free. But even if he gave it away, some wouldn't get it and would still curse him. But Feng was right, Chen Han's high-profile actions undoubtedly pushed him into the spotlight. Once people settled down, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. At this moment, I must find a scapegoat. As soon as Chen Han spoke, his phone rang. Who is it? Is it Leo, Don, Luke? Snow leaned over, full of curiosity. Who else could it be? I think Uncle Ling guessed correctly. Chen Han answered the phone. Hey, Chen Han.
Leo, Don, Luke's voice came through the phone. He was also very straightforward, directly stating his purpose.
Brother Chen, we've collaborated for many years. Now that there's a big business opportunity, how could I forget you? How about we team up? You have a lot of equipment anyway, and I can help you lighten the load. Hearing this, Chen Han smiled.
Indeed, everything was within his expectations.
No need, I can handle it gradually. Who would ever think they have too much money? Chen Han didn't agree immediately. Oh? You're not agreeing?
Leo, Don, and Luke's playful laughter came through the phone.
Do you know how many people are eyeing your resources right now? Many are trying to dig up your home address. Tell me, if your address gets out, how many people will come looking for trouble? Hearing this, Chen Han's lips curled slightly. Are you threatening me? No, I wouldn't dare. Right now, you, Chen Han, are no ordinary person. I just want to cooperate. It's a win-win.
Leo, Don, and Luke spoke in a tone that suggested they had Chen Han completely cornered. Beside them, over 20 people listened to their conversation, smiles spreading across their faces. The boss is truly formidable, cornering the other party with just a small trick. Chen Han pretended to hesitate for a moment, then said, "A win-win is fine, but you must guarantee that my home address won't be leaked. I can also sell you equipment, but it must be at market price."
Oh, no, that won't do. Your prices are too expensive, I can't afford them.
Leo, Don, and Luke sat with their legs crossed, becoming even more arrogant upon hearing Chen Han compromise.
100 million, I want 50,000 pieces.
Hiss. Seeing Leo, Don, and Luke's outrageous demand, even Leo, Don, and Luke themselves gasped.
This wasn't cooperation, it was practically robbery.
But they seemed to have Chen Han cornered and maintained a very strong stance. Finally, Chen Han had no choice but to agree.
This made everyone incredibly excited.
Awesome, truly worthy of a business magnate.
Zhang Yanghui and others showed expressions of adoration. Chapter 25, Leo, Don, and Luke joined the fray. Not long after, Leo, Don, and Luke sent a trade request.
To Chen Han's surprise, these guys actually had 100 million gold. This forced Chen Han to re-evaluate Leo, Don, and Luke's team. Based on his estimation, Leo, Don, and Luke, with their VIP 6 strength, would have a maximum of 5 million gold each.
That was already the absolute limit. It seems Lu Feihan's esports team is quite capable. Chen Han raised an eyebrow. Snow nodded and said, "That's not surprising.
These esports players earn gold by running dungeons every day, and they have many other ways to make money too.
They have a lot of avenues. Otherwise, why would Lu Feihan abandon his family's massive industry to get into esports?
Mainly because the game, Apocalypse, Dawn, is so popular.
Many players farm on it to earn money. If there were a real developer, they'd make a huge profit."
The two were marveling at Leo, Don, and Luke's strength, but what they didn't know was that to gather that 100 million, Leo, Don, and Luke had practically sold off every valuable item in their storage. At this moment, in Leo, Don, and Luke's manor, everyone was nervously awaiting Chen Han's trade. This was all of their assets. If Chen Han reneged, their future days would be difficult. But if the trade was successful, they would become a dominant power in this world. This was a huge gamble. Congratulations to player Extraordinary Life for successfully trading with Suit Ripper. Your inventory is full, please check your mail. Hearing the system's voice, Leo, Don, and Luke breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing extreme joy.
It's successful? Lu Feihan and the others asked excitedly. Ha, Chen Han, trying to contend with me? You're still too green. Leo, Don, and Luke laughed arrogantly. Seeing Leo, Don, and Luke's expressions, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The equipment was theirs. Old Lu, it had to be you. You grasped Chen Han's fear of death. Leo, Don, and Luke chuckled. This guy is also stupid. In the apocalypse, with resources and money, it's not hard to build a faction. What enemies is he afraid of? Donfa showed a sarcastic expression. Leo, Don, and Luke waved their hands and chuckled. He's not stupid, but cautious. He's hoarded a lot of food and equipment, and has a doomsday fortress. As long as he's not besieged, he doesn't worry about his life being in danger. And by himself, he wouldn't dare expand his team. Isn't he afraid of inviting trouble? Precisely because of this, he can be threatened by me. Chen Han is destined to be tragic. As a merchant, he doesn't even understand the principle that wealth comes from taking risks. At these words, everyone laughed again, especially esports players like Zhang Yanghui, who deeply admired Leo, Don, and Luke's methods. Everyone, don't be too happy too soon. We've got first-hand resources from Chen Han, and if we want to make big money, we'll have to take on the risks. Feihan, contact the esports teams in Zhanghai City and see if anyone is willing to join us. When we sell equipment at high prices, it will definitely cause a sensation and attract the attention of some petty individuals. We must expand our power now. After making all arrangements, Leo, Don, and Luke began listing equipment on the auction house. And this guy was even more ruthless, marking up the original price by 200 times. The changes in the auction house immediately caused a sensation. When people saw the prices listed, they all cursed loudly. Damn it, who is this Extraordinary Life? How does he have so much novice equipment? Another big shot has appeared? Besides the suit boss, someone else is hoarding equipment? Are you insane? One piece of white equipment for 20,000 gold, that's 4 times the suit boss price, are they crazy? Compared to this, the suit boss is really conscientious. Yes, support the suit boss. This Extraordinary Life is definitely a ruthless person. Isn't he afraid of public outrage? Who knows who Extraordinary Life is? Give me an address, I'm going to take him out. Count me in. People who profit from national crises like this deserve to die. On the World Channel, there was an uproar of curses. This kind of action completely enraged the public. As a result, those who were cursing Chen Han quickly turned their guns, all pointing at Leo, Don, and Luke. In contrast, some people even stood up for Chen Han. Seeing the words of the world, Leo, Don, and Luke frowned. He hadn't expected such a strong reaction. Looking at the transaction messages again, there were very few people buying equipment, a stark contrast to Chen Han's complete sellout. Clearly, the public was not buying into Leo, Don, and Luke's approach. It seems our pricing has exceeded what the public is willing to accept. Leo, Don, and Luke's expressions were a bit grim. Leo, Don, and Luke nodded, saying, "How about we lower the price?" If this continues, not only will the equipment not sell, but our reputation will also be ruined. Having no other choice, Leo, Don, and Luke eventually had to reprice, lowering it to 150 times. However, still no one bought it. Finally, when it dropped to 100 times the original price, people started to accept it, and the equipment was slowly cleared out. Leo, Don, and Luke breathed a sigh of relief, all grinning ear to ear when they saw the billion gold in their wallets. With a cost of 100 million, they earned $1 billion in just a few hours. It was absolutely insane. Come on, let's open champagne and celebrate.
Leo, Don, and Luke led everyone in a feast, bringing out all the food dropped by the zombies, plenty of fish and meat. What a joyful time!
Just as everyone was cheering and having fun, changes once again occurred on the auction house.
Chen Han made another move, still listing 50,000 pieces of beginner equipment at the same price as before, 50 times the cost price. Compared to Leo, Don, and Luke's 100 times, it was exactly half the price.
The 50,000 items were snapped up as soon as they went online.
The World Channel was abuzz again.
Holy crap, Boss Suit is still the most generous.
Boss Suit is righteous, still the original price, love it, love it.
Boss Suit is definitely a role model for Dragon Country, absolutely fantastic.
Exactly, that extraordinary life is truly disgusting, absolutely infuriating. This change was unknown to Leo, Don, Luke, and the others, and even if they knew, they wouldn't care. In their eyes, all merchants are cunning, and profit comes first. As long as they can make money and have strength, who cares about reputation or lack thereof? They were still celebrating, only Lu Feihong sat silently in the distance, watching the voices on the World Channel and falling into contemplation. This commercial investment, seemingly successful for them, had also left a deep hidden danger. Originally, it was Chen Han who hoarded supplies, and it was Chen Han who sold equipment at high prices, but now they bore all the blame. If it were peacetime, this would be nothing, as there are laws to protect them.
But in the apocalypse, such an approach would undoubtedly provoke public outrage and put them in the spotlight.
Indeed, money can attract talent and expand influence. But everyone understands the principle that water can carry a boat but also capsize it, and a big tree attracts wind. Lu Feihong's unease grew stronger. He felt as though he had stepped into a trap set by Chen Han. But he also knew that his father must have been aware of this trap, yet the temptation within the trap was simply too great, forcing them to step into it. Fortunately, for now, the benefits still outweigh the drawbacks. What they didn't guess was that beneath the trap, Chen Han had set an abyss.
Chapter 26, Profiteering from Disaster? Let's team up and get him.
At noon, Gunnar brought out a basin of lobster, a plate of braised beef, steamed grouper, and various stir-fried dishes from the kitchen.
Wow!
Snow held her chopsticks, her mouth watering with hunger.
This is really good. Chen Han took a bite and gave Gunnar a thumbs up.
These were foods he had stocked up and put into his storage panel in advance, fresh and uncontaminated.
They couldn't compare to the ready-to-eat item foods in the game.
Of course, he had also stocked up on a lot of in-game food, but Chen Han would never eat it.
Hadn't he eaten enough of that in his previous life?
Exploding from inside zombies, just thinking about it was nauseating. Chen Han is smart, preparing so much food in advance.
Otherwise, how could we eat so well? Gunnar laughed heartily.
Yes, it feels just like before, there's no taste of the apocalypse at all, Uncle Ling sighed with a smile. Then let's take a look at the outside world, Chen Han smiled, opening the television. In an instant, a horrific scene played out on the screen. Across the globe, zombies were everywhere, growling incessantly, causing extreme terror. These were scenes captured by street surveillance cameras, extremely brutal, with almost every shot showing zombies eating people.
Ugh!
Seeing the bloody sight, Snow instantly threw up. Uncle Ling and Gunnar also looked very pale. The outside world was more tragic than they had imagined.
Ah, you're so annoying, why watch these things while we're eating? Snow whined playfully.
Chen Han was indifferent, of course, he was doing it on purpose.
You need to adapt to this kind of thing early, otherwise, how can I take you out later? We can't stay here our whole lives, can we?
Hearing this, their expressions all became serious.
I can go out and kill zombies? Snow's interest was piqued.
Of course, how else do you get stronger if you don't kill zombies?
Don't worry, with the arrival of the Doomsday game, it won't be like what you see in Resident Evil, where the whole world is overrun by zombies.
Remember, we are players, and we will always occupy a certain position. As players begin to adapt to this environment, the world will stabilize, at least having the ability to resist.
Chen Han explained to them. So, can we become professional classes and have powerful abilities like in games?
Snow's eyes lit up, filled with anticipation. At this, Uncle Ling and Gunnar also looked over with eager eyes. That's right, once the second tier of the game begins, when players reach rank 10, they'll start inheriting the abilities from their account characters.
Wow!
My character is an S-rank Scarlet Witch, she must be really strong. Snow blinked her eyes, her chest heaving with excitement.
Chen Han's gaze flickered over.
The Scarlet Witch is indeed very powerful.
When will the second tier of the apocalypse begin?
Gunnar was also very interested, as he also had an A-rank profession and was quite strong.
Soon.
Chen Han mused for a moment. If he remembered correctly, the first tier of the apocalypse was only 3 days, and when the second tier arrived, the world would undergo another major change. Then you need to prepare the equipment and make sure Leo, Dawn, and Luke don't notice anything amiss, Uncle Ling reminded him.
Don't worry, that guy is very arrogant. As long as there's money to be made, he won't think too much about it.
Chen Han picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth. Since he started selling equipment, Leo, Dawn, and Luke had traded with him 3 times, a total of 150,000 pieces of equipment. Leo, Dawn, and Luke also earned 3 billion through these 3 resales of equipment. They practically made a killing. And Chen Han also sold 150,000 pieces, earning 1.5 billion.
Chen Han wasn't bothered by the difference.
In fact, with Chen Han's current strength, he could have directly gone to Leo, Dawn, and Luke's manor and taken back everything they had earned.
But Chen Han wouldn't do that. Someone was helping him sell equipment at a high price and shielding him from all the trouble, so why not?
What's more, this money would eventually return to his hands.
Given Leo, Dawn, and Luke's greedy nature, would he stop there? No, he wouldn't.
Leo, Dawn, and Luke's actions had already attracted a lot of attention. With such a huge sum of money, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were as rich as a nation.
Many forces began to investigate Leo, Dawn, and Luke's background.
The idiom guilty of possessing a treasure was not baseless. However, very few people knew his ID, and no one had exposed it until now. It's about time to add some fuel to the fire. Chen Han's mouth curved slightly upward. He looked at Feng and smiled. Uncle Ling, you're a new player, your game ID isn't recognized. Go to the World Channel and expose Leo, Dawn, and Luke's identity.
Can't let him be too comfortable.
Hearing this, Feng smiled knowingly and immediately thought of how to expose the information. 3 minutes later, a message exploded on the World Channel. Wind Whisperer, extraordinary life is profiting from national disaster. Everyone should punish him. Today, I shall act on behalf of heaven and expose this person's identity. He is Leo, Dawn, Luke from Jianghai City, Dragon Country, the chairman of Clothes Company, Limited. His home address, Villa 17, Summer Resort, Jianghai City. Attention, brothers planning to take action, be careful. He has a team of professional sports players, all well-equipped, estimated to have reached rank 9, and are very powerful.
As soon as the message was sent, it immediately caused a sensation.
Damn, brother, that's righteous. I'm in Jianghai City, I'll assemble a team and set off right away.
Well, he's finally exposed.
Turns out he's a big rich man in Jianghai.
They're really greedy merchants.
I should have bought their clothes too.
Damn it.
So, it's the CEO of Clothes Company.
No wonder the brand's quality is so bad, and the boss is so heartless. How can anything they sell be good?
Form a group, let's go immediately and kick their asses. Seeing these comments, Chen Han smiled. Looks like there's some excitement to watch.
Chen Han didn't pay them any more attention.
These people spoke nicely, talking about national righteousness and acting on behalf of heaven, but in reality, they were all after Leo, Dawn, and Luke's wealth. But Chen Han wasn't worried that Leo, Dawn, and Luke would be killed and stripped of all their gold. According to his knowledge, that guy had already roped in a bunch of esports players, and now had over 100 people at his home. Not only that, Leo, Dawn, and Luke had also cleared out the pink alloy steel from the auction house to build a doomsday fortress. As for why not orange or purple alloy, it's because there weren't any left. Chen Han had bought them all up long ago. And even the current pink alloy wasn't cheap. After the apocalypse descended, almost all goods in the auction house had soared tenfold or eightfold. With this setup, Leo, Dawn, Luke, and the others were living quite comfortably and wouldn't face any threats. At this moment, Chen Han scrolled through his private messages. Two IDs caught his attention.
Very thick cannon, and Dragon Pillar Nation. Chen Han immediately became interested, first checking, very thick cannon.
Boss, I'm sorry, the flight was delayed.
As soon as I got off the plane, the zombie crisis erupted. I'm currently surrounded by zombies, please save me quickly. Chen Han raised an eyebrow.
He had thought this guy wasn't coming, but it turned out there was an accident. As for whether to save him, he'd think about it. Next, Chen Han clicked on Dragon Pillar Nation message and couldn't help but sit up a little straighter. If he remembered correctly, this guy was from the official government of Dragon Nation. In his previous life, he was known as the God of War of Dragon Nation, the top expert of Dragon Nation, General Dragon. Chapter 27, The Nation Comes Calling, I am a man of Dragon Nation. Chen Han had guessed that the official government would come looking for him after all. Checking an ID wasn't difficult for them. He just hadn't expected it to be so soon, and for the person to be this important figure. General Dragon. A person he had to look up to in his previous life. Although Chen Han had lived 2 lives and was adept at strategy, he still held immense respect for such a figure. This was absolutely a good general who served the country and its people. He still remembered vividly from his previous life when the Eagle Land's first guild attacked, General Long stood alone at the border, repelling the enemies with mere presence alone. His words, if the motherland is in trouble, I shall be the vanguard, Chen Han still kept firmly in his heart. Clicking on the private message, there was only a short paragraph.
Hello Mr. Chen, I represent Dragon Country and would like to speak with you. Below was a phone number.
Chen Han pondered for a moment and decided to make a video call, as it seemed more polite. Not long after, the video connected, and on the other side was a middle-aged man in military uniform.
Hello General Long, I am Chen Han.
Chen Han was the first to state his identity. Seeing Chen Han's appearance, General Long was visibly stunned for a moment, then he glanced at the information in his hand, and after confirming it was correct, a slight smile appeared.
You look younger than in the information.
I told them the formal photos taken by the company looked terrible, Chen Han laughed. General Long smiled and shook his head, his face becoming serious. Chen Han, we investigated your actions before the apocalypse.
Did you know in advance that the apocalypse game would descend? Chen Han had long anticipated this question. He grinned, no comment.
General Long wasn't surprised.
It's alright, I just asked as a formality.
Actually, my purpose is to discuss cooperation with you.
The country wants to buy equipment from you.
You should also know that real-world weapons are largely ineffective against these zombies.
Chen Han nodded. Discussing a transaction is no problem.
Seeing Chen Han agree, General Long's face instead showed a hint of embarrassment.
Chen Han couldn't help but raise an eyebrow.
General Long, please speak frankly. General Long became nervous.
He knew the importance of this transaction.
He took a deep breath and said, Chen Han, the country doesn't have much gold to offer. Besides weapons, we also need some food. We've tried every possible way to gather gold, but all we can offer is 1 billion. After speaking, Long Jiang stared intently at Chen Han, his heart pounding in his chest.
It's fine, I can give you the equipment, as for food.
No problem there either.
As soon as he said this, Long Jiang's heart began to race with excitement.
Beside him, there were clearly suppressed cheers. Long Jiang composed himself and said solemnly, on behalf of Dragon Country, I thank you, sir.
It's alright, let's trade.
Chen Han smiled slightly and opened the trade window with Dragon Pillar Nation on the game system. Soon, 10 billion gold was placed in the other party's trade window.
At this moment, on Long Jiang's side, a large group of people watched nervously.
Although both parties had agreed to trade, the specific quantities hadn't been mentioned. In other words, the amount traded would depend entirely on Chen Han's decision. The next moment, everyone gasped as they looked at the supplies in the trade window.
300,000 pieces of white novice equipment.
100,000 pieces of blue novice equipment.
50,000 pieces of pink novice equipment. 5,000 pieces of purple novice equipment. 200,000 servings of jam. 100,000 packs of bread. 50,000 chocolate bars. 50,000 cups of instant noodles. 200,000 bottles of mineral water. Oh my God, so much. Am I seeing this right? This equipment is enough to arm 200,000 troops and stabilize the situation. And so much food, it can sustain us for a while. Damn it, I can't sit still. Young friend Chen Han, let's talk, I'll give you my position.
At this moment, everyone in the conference room where General Long was couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At the current market price, 1 billion gold can only buy 50,000 pieces of equipment. Everyone originally thought that it would be quite benevolent of Chen Han to provide 30,000 pieces of equipment, plus some food. But they didn't expect him to directly provide more than 400,000 pieces of equipment, and also a large amount of food. These items could no longer be measured in gold. With these supplies, Dragon Country could firmly establish itself in the apocalypse, stabilizing the situation faster than any other country on Blue Star. This was no longer a transaction, but a contribution from Chen Han to the country.
Chen Han, what is this?
General Long was equally shocked to see the supplies in the trade window. Even he, a seasoned veteran, stammered slightly.
Chen Han smiled faintly. When the country is in need, every man has a responsibility.
As soon as these words were spoken, thunderous applause erupted in the conference room. General Long didn't hesitate, projecting the video feed onto the big screen directly.
Now, Chen Han finally saw everyone.
There were those in military uniforms, those in formal attire, young ones, old ones. Clearly, these were all important figures of Dragon Country. The entire office, about 20 people, all stood up and looked at Chen Han with serious expressions.
Hiss.
Chen Han felt his scalp tingle a bit and also stood up.
Sir, your righteousness is profound. On behalf of Dragon Country, I salute you again. With that, General Long tidied his uniform, stood straight, and loudly declared. Attention, all personnel. Salute. Swish.
At this moment, men and women, young and old, in the office all solemnly saluted Chen Han. Chen Han also stood straight and returned the salute. By the way, I originally intended to send soldiers from Jianghai City to protect you, but 3 hours ago, I lost contact with them, General Long suddenly said with a serious tone. If the military camp in Jianghai City has fallen, then the entire Jianghai City will likely be very dangerous. Please be careful.
Hearing this, Chen Han frowned.
He knew there was a relatively large military camp in Jianghai City, and logically, with their strength, they shouldn't have been overrun by zombies so quickly.
If that's the case, I'm afraid there's a big problem.
I'll be careful, take care. The conversation ended, and Chen Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even with 2 lives behind him, he couldn't hide his excitement in the face of such a scene. Chen Han was well aware of how much these supplies would help the country. In this apocalypse, he wasn't aiming to be invincible in one lifetime, nor did he want this beautiful nation to fall into turmoil. Nor did he wish to see other nations take advantage of the situation. His enemies were the terrifying creatures of this apocalypse, the malevolent foreign powers, and the ill-intentioned criminals. Towards his country, he always held an attitude of respect and love. Seeing Chen Han sit down, Snow and the others also relaxed their tense nerves. Upon learning that he was a high-ranking official, they were so shocked they barely dared to breathe.
Chen Han, did that general just say something happened at the Jianghai City military camp? Uncle Ling asked. Chen Han nodded. I suspect some terrifying entities have emerged. I want to go and take a look. Ah, won't that be too dangerous?
Snow furrowed her small brows.
It's fine, I'll just go check it out and pick someone up at the airport on the way. Who? Chapter 28, System Shop Online, The Importance of Gold. A very interesting fellow.
The image of that chubby boy flashed through Chen Han's mind. The last celestial master of Dragon Country. His father was the previous celestial master of Longhu Mountain, but sadly, he had passed away. That chubby boy had studied Taoism with his father since childhood, possessing extraordinary talent and inheriting his father's true teachings. At the age of 12, he was elevated to the throne of Celestial Master by the Taoists of Longhu Mountain. That guy, even without becoming a professional, could easily navigate this apocalypse with his Taoist magic alone. Originally, Chen Han thought this guy wouldn't come, but since he did, he definitely wouldn't let him go. Such a figure, Chen Han naturally wanted to recruit into his ranks. The Zhanghai City military camp wasn't far from the airport, so it was a good opportunity to go and see. However, before that, some preparations still need to be made, as there's nearly an hour's drive ahead. First and foremost is transportation. A car from the real world would find it very difficult to navigate through streets overrun by zombies. Chen Han checked the time, 2 in the afternoon. Perfect timing. System notification: esteemed players, to enhance your experience in the Apocalypse game, we are now launching the system store. All kinds of equipment and supplies are available. Please feel free to browse and purchase. A notification sound echoed in everyone's minds. People immediately noticed a new system store interface on their game panel. Clicking it open, they saw food, weapons, materials, everything imaginable. But in less than a second, the images of all consumable items turned gray, displaying the words sold out. That's right, there were many types, but all were limited edition. For example, supplies like weapons and food were limited to only 1,000 units each. With billions of people worldwide, the difficulty of snatching up 1,000 units was self-evident. The operation of the system store immediately caused a sensation, with everyone cursing angrily. Chen Han wasn't worried that the launch of the system store would affect his business plan. Such a small quantity wouldn't affect anything significant. However, it did inform players of the importance of gold. As long as you had money, life could actually be quite good. Chen Han clicked on the special offers page, which was filled exclusively with vehicles. Motorcycles, cars, off-road vehicles, armored vehicles, tanks, aircraft. Everything that exists in the real world was there. The only difference from the real world was that these vehicles all had the special logo of the Apocalypse Dawn mobile game printed on them, indicating that they were in-game items. However, the prices were shockingly high. A regular motorcycle, for example, cost as much as 1 million gold. And for something like an armored vehicle, it reached a staggering 100 million gold, leaving many players wide-eyed. Chen Han was confident that at these prices, currently, across the entire Blue Star, probably fewer than 10 people would be able to afford them. Of course, he was the exception. Chen Han directly chose a Dongfeng Mengshi, spending gold 102,500,000. After successfully purchasing the Mengshi, Chen Han's wallet only had over 3 billion left. Initially, Chen Han wanted to buy a WZ-10 attack helicopter. But unfortunately, he couldn't fly it. Later on, he could buy helicopter skill mastery, but that was for later. And by then, he might not even need it. Have you ever seen a sword immortal flying a plane? Don't sword immortals all fly on swords? After getting ready, Chen Han took Snow out of the fortress. This thrilled Snow. Having been cooped up in the fortress, she had long been restless. Taking this opportunity, Chen Han also wanted to take her out to see the world, and by the way, raise her rank to 9. The first tier of the Apocalypse only lasted 3 days, and they couldn't fall behind. Upon leaving the fortress, Chen Han directly deployed the Mengshi armored vehicle. The next moment, an imposing steel behemoth appeared on the road. Oh, so cool! Snow eagerly got into the car. Chen Han took the driver's seat and handed the purple crossbow to Snow. Roll down the window a bit. Shoot any zombies you see. Okay. Snow excitedly picked up the crossbow, looking around. However, the two drove for several hundred meters without seeing a single zombie. Huh, that's not right. Why aren't there any zombies? Chen Han also felt something was off. When the two arrived at the community exit, they immediately understood why. At the community gate, a large purple alloy gate stood, blocking all the zombies outside. The gate was less than 2 meters high, just enough to block the zombies, allowing only their heads to pop out. Inside the gate, 20 to 30 people held long weapons such as long knives and axes, killing zombies from behind the gate.
Chen Han raised an eyebrow, realizing they were Leo, Don, and Luke's subordinates.
These people were indeed professional players of Apocalypse, Dawn, coming up with such an efficient way to kill zombies. Chen Han glanced at the zombies outside. They were mostly rank 1, dull-witted. Only these low-rank zombies would be so foolish as to pile up and get killed. If a rank 5 or higher zombie appeared, it would easily overturn this gate. Seeing an armored vehicle drive out, Leo, Don, and Luke's subordinates all stopped, looking over in surprise. They were all new recruits of Leo, Don, and Luke, and didn't know Chen Han at all, nor did they realize there was such a person in the community. There was even an armored vehicle. That thing was worth 100 million gold. Chen Han poked his head out and shouted, "Open the gate, I need to go out." Hearing this, one of the burly men walked over with an axe, smiling, "Brother, you can go out, but leave a toll." Chen Han's expression turned cold, and he asked, "Didn't Leo, Don, and Luke tell you who I am?" "I don't care who you are. This is Boss Lu's territory now. If you want to go out, you have to pay. 1 million gold, hand it over and you can leave." The burly man roared, about to step forward and pull open the driver's door. The next moment, Chen Han suddenly flung open the car door, and the immense force slammed into the burly man's head. Even with purple-grade defense, the burly man was knocked 5 meters away, his head buzzing. Chen Han stepped out of the car, holding his Tang Dao, staring sternly at everyone. "I'm giving you one more chance, open the gate immediately. Damn, you dare to lay hands on us. Everyone grab your weapons and chop him to death." The burly man scrambled to his feet. Hearing this, everyone raised their weapons, surrounding him with hostile expressions. But there were also smart people who realized Chen Han was not simple and immediately called Leo, Don, and Luke. "What? Chen Han, that guy got out?" Upon hearing that Chen Han had slipped out of the fortress, Leo, Don, and Luke instantly became agitated. "You have 30 people, right? Go get him, bring him back alive." It must be said that after making money, Leo, Don, and Luke became even more arrogant, completely unfazed by Chen Han's threats. Chen Han was fine as long as he stayed hidden in the fortress, but now that he's out, could he really fight 30 people alone? Chen Han's wedding dress was theirs for the taking. "You guys hold him down, I'm bringing people out now." Leo, Don, and Luke jumped up in excitement, immediately gathered all their subordinates, and rushed towards the community entrance. "Ha, Chen Han, you're dead." Chapter 29, Opposing the Suit Boss is Asking for Death. Well, did Leo, Don, Luke answer the phone? Chen Han looked at the person making the call. If he guessed correctly, that guy should let him out. It wasn't time to fall out yet. Unless Leo, Don, and Luke no longer wanted to get equipment from him. However, to his surprise, the four-eyed man on the phone showed a harmless, big yellow tooth and said, "Boss says, kill you." As soon as he spoke, the burly man burst into laughter and was about to lead his group to attack. Bang! Just then, a dull sound rang out, and an arrow with a cold glint shimmered exceptionally bright under the sun. Before the burly man could react, the arrow pierced through his head. The burly man's eyes widened, filled with shock. He never expected the other party to strike so suddenly. In the passenger seat, Snow held a crossbow and smiled sweetly at Chen Han. Hee, there are no zombies, so killing someone to practice archery is fine, right? Chen Han raised an eyebrow, praising, "Excellent archery." No sooner had he spoken than Chen Han's figure vanished from the spot, and his Tang saber hummed with a metallic ring. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Han had made his move, his Tang saber continuously weaving through the crowd, splashing trails of blood. Screams immediately echoed through the community gate, even drowning out the roars of the zombies outside. Quick, block him! Ah, why is he so fast? Oh my god, that guy is decked out in orange gear. My blade can't even scratch him. Impossible, how can new player gear have orange equipment? Chen Han descended like the Grim Reaper, relentlessly harvesting lives. 3 minutes later, 20 more bodies lay on the ground, with loot boxes scattered everywhere. Hiss! The 10 survivors in the field were dumbfounded, a chill creeping into their bones. Although they had quickly adapted to the apocalypse, they had only killed zombies, never people. Now, seeing this young man kill with the ruthless ease of slicing vegetables, they broke out in a cold sweat, their bodies trembling as they staggered backward.
No, don't kill me.
Seeing Chen Han's gaze fall upon him, the bespectacled young man immediately threw down his long blade and knelt on the ground, pleading. Seeing this, the others followed suit, kneeling in a scattered group. Chen Han didn't kill them, all these people still had great uses. Chen Han pulled out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, looking at the bespectacled young man who had been on the phone. Leo, Don, Luke, whatever they're paying you, I'll double it.
Cigarettes. He has cigarettes. Seeing Chen Han pull out cigarettes, everyone became agitated. Holy crap, how do you have cigarettes? Aren't all cigarettes considered pollutants now?
Everyone was excited. They were all professional players of Apocalypse, Dawn, and knew the game's items very well. In the game, there were no cigarettes at all.
So where did the cigarettes in his hand come from?
Seeing the expressions on their faces at the sight of the cigarettes, Chen Han couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He did it on purpose. These guys were all esports players who spent their days in front of computers, and they were all heavy smokers. It had been almost a day since the apocalypse began, and a day without smoking. How fatal that must be for them. Especially the four-eyed guy with the big yellow teeth, his eyes were practically glowing.
But at this moment, they were like fish on a cutting board. How dared they make demands?
Chen Han sneered and threw the pack of cigarettes in his hand to the four-eyed guy.
Wang Liangping excitedly caught it, tucking it into his pocket like a treasure.
Then, with a fawning expression, he said, "Boss, just give the orders directly if you need anything.
I don't want your lives. If you want cigarettes, that's easy to discuss. Help me with a favor in a couple of days." Chen Han smiled as he looked at everyone. "Quick, open it up for me, hurry."
At this moment, Leo, Don, and Luke, with a large group of people, ran out of the residential area. When they saw the scene before them, their pupils suddenly contracted. The ground was covered with bodies, and a large hole had been smashed in the wall on one side of the steel gate, while the 10 four-eyes were desperately killing the zombies pouring in.
What's going on? Where's Chen Han? Leo, Don, and Luke roared in anger.
Lu Feihong also frowned, looking at the bodies on the ground.
Did Chen Han also get helpers? His well-equipped team had actually lost more than half its members?
These people were all wearing purple sets. How could they have died in such a short time? At this moment, Wang Liangping rushed over, crying. "Whoa, boss, that person is too ruthless. He killed so many of us. He also has an armored vehicle. He just crashed through the wall and escaped."
How many people does he have? Lu Feihong asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, Wang Liangping paused. What, how many people?
He only has 2 people, and a woman watching from the side.
What? He alone killed more than 20 of you?
Hearing this, Leo, Don, Luke, and the others' faces instantly darkened. They had underestimated Chen Han. This guy was too abnormal. They couldn't imagine how Chen Han had done it. Wang Liangping sneered inwardly. He had made a deal with Chen Han, so he naturally wouldn't tell Leo, Don, and Luke that Chen Han had a full set of orange equipment. We were careless. We shouldn't have turned against Chen Han. In this situation, he definitely won't sell equipment to us anymore, Leo, Don, and Luke said regretfully.
What do we do now?
Without equipment, our source of wealth is cut off.
Leo, Don, and Luke's expressions were also very grim.
Now that the system mall is online, everyone understands the importance of gold. At this moment, they absolutely cannot offend the patron.
Hearing the 2 men's words, Wang Liangping's heart skipped a beat. He finally knew who that young man was. Isn't that the legendary suit boss? Holy crap, I just got into a fight with him. I must be truly insane. Wang Liangping felt incredibly lucky that he had partnered with the suit boss. Was this kind of person someone he could afford to provoke?
He secretly glanced at Leo, Don, and Luke, a sneer forming in his heart.
These idiots were actually challenging the suit boss, weren't they just asking for death? It wasn't just him, even the newly recruited esports players felt regret after learning Chen Han's true identity.
They were most familiar with the mobile game, Apocalypse, Dawn, so they naturally knew how terrifying Suit Ripper's operations were before the apocalypse. The resources he possessed were enough for him to build an empire in the Doomsday world. And that wasn't all. They all knew that in Apocalypse Dawn, the more one spent, the stronger their character's abilities became. Suit Ripper had spent 1 billion yuan, a VIP 15 character. Who knew what class the system had given him? There was no need to guess. It had to be an invincible and terrifying class. In other words, as long as Chen Han reached rank 10 and awakened his class, combined with the resources he had, he would absolutely be an invincible existence. And they were still opposing the suit boss. Wasn't that just seeking death? As soon as this thought arose, some people already considered retreating. There was no need to take such a risk. Moreover, Leo, Don, and Luke's high-profile action of selling equipment at exorbitant prices had already attracted a lot of attention. People would come for them sooner or later. No, grab a quick buck and run. This was the thought in many people's minds. Just then, Leo, Don, and Luke suddenly roared, "Everyone shut up! We were careless about this. I'll call Chen Han first to stabilize him and get him to sell us another batch of equipment. At all costs, stabilize Chen Han. After we've earned enough, we'll expand our strength." But will Chen Han sell us equipment again? Lu Feihong voiced his worry. Leo, Don, and Luke sneered, "Humph, won't sell? We're all in this together now. If he doesn't sell, then it's a fight to the death." Chapter 30, Then it's a fight to the death. Leo, Don, and Luke returned to their manor with grim faces. After taking a big gulp of baijiu, Leo dialed Chen Han's number. "Oh, Mr. Lu, what's wrong? Are you checking to see if I'm dead?" As soon as the call connected, Chen Han's playful laughter came through. Leo, Don, and Luke suppressed their anger and said with a smile, "Brother Chen, you're joking. Everything earlier was a misunderstanding. I was just about to call you to apologize. My subordinates didn't recognize you and offended you. Please overlook their shortcomings. Forgive your older brother. I apologize to you. In the future, your older brother will definitely discipline them well and absolutely not let such a thing happen again." Chen Han was already used to old foxes like Leo, Don, and Luke. Being able to bend and stretch, they were indeed business magnates. But Chen Han wouldn't let him off so easily. "Humph, get straight to the point." Before Leo, Don, and Luke could speak, Chen Han added, "Don't mention anything about buying equipment. You're too ruthless. You've driven the price up so high, you're making more than I am." Chen Han feigned an envious and dissatisfied attitude. Leo, Don, and Luke laughed heartily. "Brother, I actually wanted to raise the price for you this time. To show my sincerity, I've raised the price to 500 million for 50,000 pieces of equipment, profit split evenly. What do you think? You know, it's not easy for me to earn this money, brother. The risks I bear behind the scenes are huge. Do you know how many people are targeting me right now? My private messages are bombarded daily, everyone saying they're forming groups to get me. I'm suffering inside. You're different, brother. You hide behind the scenes, quietly collecting money, with no worries at all." Leo, Don, and Luke truly deserved their reputation for having been in the business world for many years. Their persuasive words flowed one after another. Hearing these words, Chen Han sneered inwardly. No need to say more, the equipment will not be sold anymore. As soon as he said this, everyone on Leo, Don, and Luke's side skipped a beat. Without equipment, they would lose their source of income. Leo, Don, Luke and Leo, Don, Luke immediately grew anxious, vigorously raising their hands from the side. "Add more, raise the price more, we must get the equipment." Leo, Don, Luke's face instantly darkened. He didn't propose to raise the price because it would be useless. He roared, "Chen Han, if you don't sell me the equipment, don't blame me if I turn hostile. At worst, we'll both go down. I'll expose your identity directly and lead people to besiege you. Don't think your fortress is sturdy. As long as there are many of us, you won't escape." Finally, after a period of bargaining, Chen Han reluctantly sold another 300,000 pieces of equipment to Leo, Don, Luke, completely emptying his 3 billion fortune. As a result, nearly half of the 2 million plus pieces of novice equipment Chen Han had hoarded were cleared, and he had earned over 6 billion in his wallet. Undoubtedly, he had become the richest person in the world.
Put.
Snow, who knew Chen Han's plan, covered her mouth and chuckled on the side. His acting was truly excellent.
When do you plan to reel it in? It seems you've earned almost all the gold in the world by now, haven't you?
Chen Han shook his head. You underestimate this game too much. A mere 6 billion is really not much.
There are hundreds of millions of old players alone.
If each averages 10,000 yuan in value, that's 10 trillion.
Don't you think 6 billion is insignificant? Moreover, gold is constantly produced.
As long as you kill zombies, there's a chance to drop gold. The money will never run out.
Hearing this, Snow looked at Chen Han thoughtfully, with a look of admiration. Chen Han, you're just too amazing.
It's only the first day of the apocalypse, and you've already made so much money.
It's truly incredible. Chen Han smiled. Today is the most profitable day.
As time passes, more and more novice equipment will flood the market, and then it won't be worth much. Luckily, I have Leo, Don, Luke to make money for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to sell at such a high price. If I were to guess, someone has already gone to find Leo, Don, Luke.
Without any surprises, there will be a good show tonight.
Just as Chen Han drove his Mengsure armored vehicle out of the residential area, in a restaurant outside the area, dozens of eyes watched the armored vehicle drive past. Damn, someone bought an armored vehicle right after the system store launched.
Who's so rich?
No need to ask, it must be Leo, Don, Luke.
Who else could it be? Exactly.
I calculated it, that guy made at least 3 billion.
3 billion, huh?
If we had 3 billion, we could totally swagger through this apocalypse, right?
Just as everyone was exchanging whispers, a bald man stepped forward. Brothers, you've seen it. Leo, Don, Luke is loaded. As long as we take him out, we'll be rich.
Now, I'm going in with Rat to scout out the situation.
Wait for our signal.
All right, boss, be careful.
We're counting on you for good food and drink.
Clearly, this was a small team targeting Leo, Don, Luke.
And there were 2 more such teams in the vicinity.
They were all plotting how to eliminate Leo, Don, Luke.
Suddenly, an atmosphere of impending storm began to brew around the resort.
Leo, Don, Luke and the others also started to feel that something was off, as the voices of condemnation on the World Channel had noticeably quieted down, seemingly maintaining a tacit understanding.
This made Lu Feihan's subordinates nervous, and they increased their patrol personnel. And it wasn't just humans who were targeting Leo, Don, Luke.
At this moment, in the lobby of the Buckingham Hotel, Zoe, her clothes torn, sat on the front desk, looking fearfully at the reddish-gray figure in front of her.
No, not here, many people are watching. Roar! All of you, watch!
The reddish-gray figure let out a hoarse voice and roared at those below. As soon as these words were spoken, the survivors surrounded by zombies all looked up, their eyes filled with fear as they stared at the figure on the front desk. There was anger, pity, and terror. Under the control of the Zombie King, the zombies surrounding the crowd stirred restlessly, yet dared not go forward to tear at them.
Help, help me! Zoe cast pleading glances at the crowd. But at this moment, everyone was a prisoner who could save whom?
Zoe watched in despair as the reddish-gray figure, with burst blood vessels, lunged at her. A half-infected creature, neither human nor ghost, terrifying in appearance. Zoe gritted her teeth, 2 streams of tears tracing paths down her cheeks as her body was tossed up and down, her heart filled with hatred. All of this, everything, was caused by Chen Han. It was he who made her come to this place, it was he who abandoned her. I will get my revenge, I will drink your blood, eat your flesh, and make you suffer a torturous death.
Zoe's eyes gradually became resolute. Over 10 minutes later, the movement stopped. She remained expressionless, clinging to the semi-infected.
Zheng Yangyi was in a great mood, very satisfied with his identity as a semi-infected. Thanks to this identity, he had become so powerful. Before, he was merely a hotel plumber. A woman of Zoe's caliber was unimaginable for him. But now, she was submissive beneath him. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Zheng Yangyi lowered his head and kissed Zoe's forehead, uttering in a hoarse voice, "Good performance, I'll grant you one wish." Zoe remained cold, pointing at the survivors below, "Then eat them all. They've seen my body, can you accept that?" As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of hundreds of survivors below changed drastically. The semi-infected raised an eyebrow, waved his large hand, and countless zombies frantically rushed towards the crowd. "Ah! Bitch, you bitch!" For a moment, screams echoed through the hotel lobby. Zoe ignored these sounds. She stood up and walked out of the hotel. "Let's go, I'll take you to find Leo, Dawn, and Luke." Chapter 31, The 13-Year-Old Celestial Master and His Older Aunt. Chen Han drove the Mengshur armored vehicle recklessly on the road, hitting countless zombies along the way. It was a pity that there was a rank limit, otherwise, the experience points would surely be skyrocketing. Beside him, Snow continuously shot with her crossbow, and her rank had also risen to rank 9. It's quite easy to level up in the first tier of the apocalypse. The zombies are dim-witted and don't know how to dodge incoming arrows. Along the way, Snow killed hundreds of zombies, and her shooting skills improved significantly. Now, even with the armored vehicle moving at high speed, she can shoot accurately. An hour later, Chen Han and Snow arrived at Zhanhai Airport. The two drove the armored vehicle all the way to the entrance, only getting out after it could no longer proceed. After retrieving the armored vehicle into his inventory, Chen Han scanned his surroundings. Oddly, despite the airport having fallen, the number of zombies wasn't high. "It feels a bit too quiet," Snow remarked with a puzzled expression. Chen Han also frowned, drawing his Tang Dao, his face cautious and on guard. "Let's go, let's check inside." Chen Han led Snow into the airport. However, the moment they entered the airport, everything before their eyes shocked them both. As far as they could see, the vast airport was filled with many people, all standing silently in place, their bodies struggling slightly. They seemed to be fixed by something, their feet firmly stuck to the ground. When Chen Han and Snow came in, many of these people turned their gaze towards them. "Ah!" Snow was about to ask what was happening, but when she saw the appearance of these people, she instantly shrieked. Hollow, pale eyes, terrifying, grotesque veins crawling from their bodies onto their faces, an unhealthy gray color all over. These weren't people, these were clearly zombies. The zombies, confined in place, immediately showed ferocious expressions upon seeing living humans, attempting to tear at them. But the invisible restraints on their bodies only allowed them to stare in frustration. They couldn't even make a sound. What's going on?" Snow asked in astonishment. Chen Han's brows were also knitted together. Is it the work of an awakened? But how could anyone awaken a profession in the first tier? Chen Han was very confused. This was beyond his expectations. Just then, 9 men in suits slowly emerged from the zombie horde, instantly surrounding the two. "Zhanhai Airport is our territory now. Unrelated individuals, leave immediately." Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of high heels, a beautiful woman in a form-fitting uniform skirt slowly emerged. She walked on her long, black-stockinged legs, her tight shirt's contents jiggling with each step, until she stood before Chen Han. Chen Han's eyes widened. What was happening? Where did this stunning mature woman come from? Snow's large, mascara-lined eyes also blinked, her gaze sweeping up and down the woman's body, and she couldn't help but wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth. Then she looked down at herself, unable to see her own toes, and finally let out a sigh of relief. "All right, it's a tie." The woman raised a hand and gently pushed up her glasses, studying Chen Han with a curious expression. "Are you, Suit Ripper?" Chen Han averted his gaze, then looked up coldly. "Who are you?" "I am Zhang Daotian's personal secretary, and I want to tell you. That kid insisted on coming to find you. I couldn't stop him. Since the apocalypse has begun, why don't you join us? Just be obedient from now on, and we'll make sure you live comfortably." The beautiful woman spoke with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Chen Han, pulling Snow, turned and walked away. Snow was stunned for a moment, then whispered, "Chen Han, she's a gorgeous woman, aren't you tempted?" That single sentence left Chen Han speechless. "No, what kind of talk is that? Is that something a woman should say?"
TSK, if we were together, could you handle it? Ha.
Snow licked her lips, her expression somewhat expectant.
Chen Han. My understanding of you seems to be quite shallow. However, Chen Han's unhesitating turn also surprised Shuli.
But she didn't stop him. Such a fellow wasn't worthy of her young master's pursuit. However, just as Chen Han was about to step out of the airport lobby, an urgent voice rang out from behind him.
Ah, boss, don't leave. Boss, I'm here.
A short, chubby guy, about 1.5 meters tall, came running out of the restroom, pulling up his pants.
He ran and cried out, "Boss in the suit, it's me, very thick cannon."
Hearing this, Chen Han turned his head and saw that familiar face from his previous life. With a cold expression, he stared at the fat man's crotch with amusement.
Very thick cannon? I don't see any hair on you yet.
Zhang Daotian quickly pulled up his pants, chuckled, and said, "Boss, I can't believe you actually came to save me, I'm so touched, boo." As he spoke, just like in a game dungeon, he instantly hugged Chen Han's thigh. Seeing Zhang Daotian like this, Shuli and the group of suited bodyguards were all dumbfounded.
Holy crap, you're a celestial master.
You, who are held in such high regard by others, how can you do something so damaging to your image?
From now on, he's our boss, everyone call him boss. Zhang Daotian pointed at Chen Han. Xiao Tian, stop fooling around. Shuli wasn't having it. She reprimanded him angrily. She wasn't just Zhang Daotian's secretary, she was also his aunt.
Ever since her sister and brother-in-law passed away, she had taken on the responsibility of caring for Zhang Daotian.
As the contemporary celestial master, how could he be so childish, actually recognizing someone else as his boss? What kind of behavior is that?
If you don't like it, go back to Longhu Mountain, don't make a fuss here.
Zhang Daotian rarely showed a hint of authority.
There was absolutely no room for negotiation when it came to recognizing Chen Han as his boss. Because this was his late father's dying instruction. His deceased father said that the future world would undergo great changes, and told him to pledge allegiance to someone he admired the most. Zhang Daotian had no doubt about his father's abilities. There must be a reason for him to say that.
And sure enough, Zhang Daotian found Chen Han.
Spending $1 billion on Apocalypse, Dawn, such an astonishing act was simply too cool.
Isn't he the person he admires the most?
Zhang Daotian loved the game Apocalypse, Dawn very much and had spent a lot of money on it, even though his family's assets were already extraordinarily rich. But he wouldn't dare to spend that much money. Especially after he calculated Chen Han's destiny, it made him admire him even more. Resurrected, turning the tide, a child of destiny, a benevolent and righteous man.
All hallmarks of a protagonist's aura. How could one not cling to such a person?
He may be young, but he's not foolish.
Chen Han pinched the fatty's cheek, very satisfied with Zhang Daotian's attitude.
In his previous life, this guy followed the game's top combatant, Tumbler. With his special abilities, Tumbler became the undisputed overlord in the Apocalypse. Therefore, Chen Han was quite envious of Zhang Fatty. This was a celestial master. A mysterious profession in Dragon Country, with over 5,000 years of heritage, is no joke.
You did all these?
Chen Han pointed at the restrained zombies.
Yeah, the celestial talisman.
Boss, do you want to learn it?
Zhang Daotian flipped his hand and pulled out a yellow talisman. I can learn? Chen Han was shocked. This method was terrifying.
Seeing her nephew about to pass on the celestial talisman, Shuli couldn't sit still and waved her hand. That's it, young master is enchanted. Everyone, go for it and teach this kid a lesson. Instantly, the 9 well-trained bodyguards swarmed forward.
Holy crap, everyone stop.
Zhang Daotian was stunned. He never expected his aunt to be so fierce.
This was Suit Ripper in front of them.
Seeing that he couldn't stop them, he could only look at Chen Han and pleaded, "Boss, go easy on them."
Chapter 32, Paladin? Can DPS, can heal.
Watching everyone rush forward, Chen Han's mouth curved into a slight smile. I always prefer to convince people with virtue. He put away his Tang sword and caught the incoming punch with one hand. With his physical attributes after ranking up, the force of this punch exceeded 500 Jin, yet Chen Han caught it with ease. The man in the suit was visibly stunned, his eyes behind the sunglasses showing shock. The next moment, Chen Han threw a punch, sending the man flying over 10 meters. Then, under Chu Li's shocked gaze, Chen Han moved with incredible speed. Whip kicks, uppercuts, horizontal chops, vertical hooks. Bang bang bang. In less than 30 seconds, all 9 suited bodyguards had fallen to the ground. I underestimated you. Although surprised, Chu Li didn't show an overly shocked expression. She put away her glasses and tied up her long hair, apparently intending to take action herself. The next moment, Chu Li's long legs, clad in high heels, kicked out with a fierce offensive. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Han's eyes. He hadn't expected this woman to really have some skills. That single kick revealed her solid martial arts foundation. Boss, be careful, Auntie has practiced martial arts for 20 years, she's very good, Zheng Pinzi warned. Chu Li's face instantly darkened. Whose side are you on, you kid? Chen Han smiled slightly, unconcerned, and dodged the flying kick by shifting his body to the side. Chu Li persisted, following up with an upward kick, her sharp high heel aiming for Chen Han's chin. Chen Han's eyes lit up, and he grabbed the slender ankle with one hand. TSK, nice legs. Chen Han's gaze followed the leg upward. It was definitely 1.2 meters long. Where are you looking? Chu Li's face instantly flushed red, and she tried to pull her foot back. However, Chen Han held on tightly, just admiring them. You, shameless. Chu Li was both angry and mortified. Stuck in that embarrassing and helpless position, a feeling of grievance welled up, and her eyes instantly reddened. Seeing this, Chen Han quickly let go. Holy crap, I made her cry. Cough cough. Chen Han awkwardly rubbed his head. Fatty, let's go. No, he can't go with you. Chu Li shouted, her face flushed. Fatty Zhang looked at the two of them, then at his 9 brothers, and suddenly found himself in a difficult position. Boss, can we bring them along? My aunt is my only relative, and these 9 have been with me for many years. They're all Taoists and have decent combat abilities. Moreover, they are all veteran players of Apocalypse, Dawn, and won't drag us down. Most importantly, my aunt's profession is an A-rank paladin. Hearing this, Chen Han raised an eyebrow. Paladin? Can deal damage and heal? This is a rare support combat class in the game, a definite hot commodity. To be honest, Chen Han was tempted. Although he wasn't particularly keen on bringing everyone along. In the Apocalypse, everyone around him had to be trustworthy. Fatty Zhang was fine. He was considered a friend in the previous life and Chen Han had interacted with him. But this aunt and her bodyguards, he had genuinely never met them before. However, if they were all veteran players and trustworthy, then keeping them nearby wouldn't be an issue. After all, having help was good, some things he wouldn't have to do himself. Seeing Chen Han hesitate, Fatty Zhang quickly said, I can guarantee they won't betray us. Isn't that right? He looked at Chu Li and the others, a hint of anxiety in his expression. We'll all listen to young master, the 9 bodyguards quickly said. They were quite impressed with Chen Han, not just because he had subdued them earlier. They were all veteran players of Apocalypse, Dawn, and naturally knew how formidable the ID Suit Ripper was. Following such a person, they would definitely survive well in the Apocalypse. Even better than following Zhang Daotian. Chen Han looked at Chu Li, who merely snorted coldly without speaking. She's agreed by default, Fatty Zhang chuckled. Alright, I'll arrange accommodation for you. Chen Han felt he could observe them for a while. So, the group of over a dozen people left the airport. Chen Han took an armored vehicle out of his inventory. The sudden appearance of the enormous vehicle instantly stunned Chu Li and the others. Holy crap, a Mengshur armored vehicle. This thing costs over 100 million. Boss, you're really rich. Zhang Daotian's eyes lit up as he practically clung to the vehicle, touching it here and there. Chu Li's eyes widened, also shocked by Chen Han's financial power. This car, it doesn't look like it can fit everyone, does it? It can only seat 10 people. Chen Han nodded. Upon hearing this, the 9 bodyguards were visibly disappointed. They also wanted to ride in this behemoth. I'll go find a car. The lead bodyguard spoke. His name was Jian Guan, the captain of the 9-person team. Although he was the captain, he took meticulous care of his brothers, earning him the nickname Mama Jian. No need, cars in the real world aren't impact resistant. Chen Han waved his hand to stop him. Then, under the bewildered gazes of everyone, he directly opened the system store and bought another Mengshur armored vehicle. Boom! A second green behemoth landed with a thud right before their eyes, stunning everyone. A second one. An armored vehicle costing over 100 million gold, bought just like that. This was way too extravagant. Even with that much money, this wasn't the way to spend it. A lot of money would be needed for future rank upgrades. Someone get in and drive. Chen Han pulled snow, and they were the first to sit in the back. Everyone was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed, scrambling and vying to get into the driver's seat. I'll drive. Let me. Everyone stop fighting, take turns, Jian Guan reprimanded, then got into the driver's seat of Chen Han's car. Fatty Zhang was not polite either, getting into the car with Chen Han. Woohoo, this is so cool. I knew it, following the boss means good food and drinks. Zhang Daotian was very excited. Then his stomach rumbled. Zhang Daotian clutched his stomach, dejectedly saying, the food in the game is so awful, it keeps giving me diarrhea and I'm never full. Fatty Zhang was on the verge of tears. Not eating well was the most painful thing in his life. Chen Han smiled, took out a bag of Lay's potato chips, and handed it over. You can't eat that. Shuli, who had been watching Chen Han, saw him actually take out contaminated food from the real world to feed her great-nephew, and instantly became furious. She glared at Chen Han, don't you know this food is all contaminated? However, the next moment, the sound of crunching potato chips echoed in the car. Shuli suddenly looked over, only to see Fatty Zhang's eyes gleaming, stuffing potato chips into his mouth in large gulps. She felt like she'd been struck by lightning. He ate it? Eating contaminated items would turn him into a zombie. If her great-nephew turned into a zombie, how could she explain it to her deceased sister? Shuli was stunned for a moment, at a loss. However, Zhang Daotian's voice woke her up. Delicious, so delicious. I haven't had potato chips in almost a day, I've been craving them so much. Boss, you actually have uncontaminated food, that's amazing. Can I eat potato chips from now on? Chen Han took out another bottle of soda, eat whatever you want, as much as you want. Oh, this is great. Seeing the Coke, Zhang Daotian bounced up with excitement. For the past dozen hours, he had been eating jam and bread, almost to the point of throwing up. Seeing this scene, Shuli was stunned, and the words she was about to utter were immediately swallowed back. What's going on? Why does he have unpolluted food? How did this guy do it? Chapter 33, It's over, I lost myself. Chen Han took out a pile of snacks, making Zhang Daotian profusely grateful and sobbing loudly. Although he was the last celestial master in the current world, he was still just a 13-year-old child. In the apocalypse, being able to eat these delicacies was already a great blessing. Boo-hoo-hoo, Dad didn't lie to me, Big Brother is indeed reliable. Zhang Daotian ate and wiped his tears, truly emotional. Chen Han was also amused. This little chubby fellow was really easy to please. Shuli frowned as she watched her grand-nephew's behavior, selling himself for just a bag of potato chips. You are a dignified celestial master. Shuli felt a pang of heartache, looking as if she was disappointed in him. She couldn't understand what was so good about Chen Han, the swindler, that made Zhang Daotian so devoted. Although he was very rich, was money really that important? With his strength as a celestial master, he could easily thrive in the apocalypse. Why would he be content to serve under someone else? No matter what, I must make my grand-nephew see through this swindler's true colors. Shuli thought to herself. From beginning to end, she didn't know the reason why Zhang Daotian followed Chen Han. So she always thought Chen Han was a swindler, whose purpose was to trick her grand-nephew into serving him. With a celestial master as an assistant, even a pig could take flight. Thinking of this, Shuli was even more displeased with Chen Han. Grumble. However, at this moment, looking at her grand-nephew's undignified eating, her stomach involuntarily rumbled.
Arg, you good for nothing.
Shuli pursed her lips slightly.
She also hadn't eaten for almost a day.
Although their team had killed a lot of zombies at the airport and looted quite a bit of food, Shuli felt disgusted whenever she saw it. It didn't feel like anything when she saw it in games before, but when she personally witnessed a piece of bread floating on a zombie's corpse, her stomach churned, and she lost all appetite. Now, seeing Zhang Daotian eating with such relish instantly whetted her appetite, and her stomach rumbled with hunger.
No, I absolutely cannot give in to this shameless guy.
Shuli forcibly turned her head away, no longer looking at the food.
Here, everyone, have some.
Chen Han handed over 2 sandwiches.
Jian Guan immediately took it joyfully and bit down heartily. Thanks, Chen Han.
Jian Guan approved of Chen Han and admired him greatly. To be able to follow such a person in the apocalypse was a huge stroke of luck. Shuli watched the sandwich being offered, her throat bobbing. She recognized it as food from the real world. At a glance there was no apocalypse dawn pattern on the packaging, proving it wasn't an in-game item.
Forget it, they've already offered it. Refusing might not be very good.
Shuli thought to herself, just about to reach out for the sandwich. However, in those few seconds of hesitation, just as her hand extended, Chen Han pulled the sandwich back.
It seems Miss Chu doesn't really like it, so never mind. Shuli?
Shuli subtly withdrew her hand and snorted, I don't accept rewards without merit.
But I appreciate the thought. Tisk, eat it or don't. Chen Han's lips curled slightly. Couldn't he see Chu Li's little thoughts? Let's see how long you can last.
Chen Han, with a flick of his wrist, pulled out a roasted chicken and tore off a steaming hot drumstick, offering it to Snow.
Here, have some roasted chicken. Thank you. Snow accepted it happily. Zhang Daotian's eyes also widened. Holy cow, boss is awesome. He even has roasted chicken.
The fragrant smell of roasted chicken instantly filled the car, stunning both Shuli and Jian Guan. They were certain that Chen Han had taken the roasted chicken from his in-game inventory. This was definitely not an in-game food item, it was a real, authentic roasted chicken.
Storing real-world food in an in-game inventory? How was that possible?
The rules for the arrival of the Doomsday game were very clear. From the moment it began, all food that could fill one's stomach globally turned into contaminants. Yet Chen Han could just take out real-world food from his inventory with a flick of his wrist, which proved that he must have some method to protect food from the game's contamination.
Did Chen Han have an inventory before the apocalypse arrived? Or did this guy master an in-game buff?
Regardless, it was incredible. You said you don't accept rewards without merit.
If you want to eat my food in the future, you'll have to work for it, you know. Chen Han smiled slightly.
Hearing this, Shuli instantly regretted it.
Damn it, why did I say something like that? Isn't this just shooting myself in the foot?
But faced with Chen Han's arrogant attitude, she would rather die than yield.
Humph, if I don't eat it, I don't eat it. Even if you have these abilities, you probably haven't hoarded much food, have you?
Once you finish all the food you've hoarded, won't you still have to eat the item food from the game? At this point, Shuli felt a little triumphant.
Humph, trying to control me? No way.
Shu Li's words immediately reminded Zhang Daotian. He quickly stopped eating and carefully tucked the remaining half bag of potato chips into his arms.
That's right, once it's gone, it's gone.
Such good stuff shouldn't be wasted, it must be savored slowly.
Boss, I was wrong. I won't be so extravagant in the future.
I'll just eat 1 potato chip a day, just to satisfy my craving.
But can you save it for me? I can buy it from you with gold. How about 10,000 gold per bag?
Oh, and cola, roasted chicken, fried chicken, hamburgers.
Wah, wah.
As he spoke, Zhang Daotian began to cry sadly. The thought of having to eat the game's disgusting food again instantly dampened his mood. Hearing this, Chen Han chuckled, eating so much junk food isn't good for your health.
Put.
Shu Li's eyes lit up when she heard this. She had caught the guy in a lie.
Xiao Tian, that guy's lying to you.
He definitely doesn't have any real-world food left.
Only someone as foolish as you would be tricked by him. Chu Li's aggrieved mood immediately brightened. She was certain that Chen Han was lying. You say eating too much junk food is bad, but you just can't get any out. Chen Han raised an eyebrow. There really aren't many snacks like potato chips, only about 100 tons. 100 tons? As soon as these words came out, Zhang Pangzi and Jian Guan's eyes widened in shock. 100 tons of just snacks? What about other food? Ha ha ha, you liar, you don't even bother to come up with a believable lie? 100 tons, I don't believe a word of it. Chu Li chuckled, her ample chest trembling slightly. This was the funniest joke she had ever heard. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Chen Han spread his hands, not intending to prove himself. Humph, if you can't produce it, then you're a liar. Xiao Tian, let's get out of the car, he just wants to trick you. Chu Li was relentless. She wanted to seize this opportunity to expose Chen Han's true colors. Chen Han asked with interest, what if I do produce it? If you can prove you weren't lying, then what if I sell myself to you? But if you're lying to us, even if my great-nephew is unwilling, I'll still tie him up and take him away. This time, she was willing to use herself as bait, determined to expose Chen Han's true colors. As soon as these words were spoken, Snow's big eyes immediately lit up. You said that yourself, okay? Chen Han's lips curled up slightly. He directly opened his personal panel and enlarged the interface for the eFood storage tab. Instantly, various foods not belonging to the game appeared before their eyes. Chu Li and the others were stunned. The first page had dozens of food items, and the storage number below each food image was 999 plus. And there were hundreds of such pages. Chu Li's heart sank. It's over. Her 20 years of self-respect, this time she was going to lose it all. Before she could react, her vision flickered, and bags of potato chips fell from the page. The next moment, the passenger seat she was in was completely covered by potato chips. Chapter 34, Mutant Creatures Appear. Chu Li's charming face emerged from the pile of potato chips. Looking at the various flavored potato chips engulfing her body, her mind was a blank. She had played too big, losing herself in the process. She glanced at Chen Han, whose expression was indifferent. But in Chu Li's eyes, that was definitely a malevolent gaze. Thinking of this, her long, black-stockinged legs couldn't help but clamp together. What shocked her even more was that Chen Han actually possessed a massive amount of food. Just the food in his inventory seemed enough to last a lifetime. If she followed Chen Han, wouldn't that mean she'd never have to eat the game's food again? Thinking of those disgusting jams, moldy beef jerky, and expired bread made her shudder. In that case, selling myself doesn't seem like such a bad idea. Material comfort is always the foundation of life, and as a woman, Chu Li also had a desire to lean on a man. Besides, in the apocalypse, who wouldn't want to live a stable life? With this thought, Chu Li's heart felt much lighter. Remember your words, you're mine now. Chen Han showed Chu Li a playful smile. Since keeping a stranger by his side, the best way was to conquer her. Chu Li bit her red lip, and from that moment, her mindset slowly began to change. She didn't refute Chen Han's words, instead directly snatched the roasted chicken he had been eating and began to devour it. Seeing this, Chen Han's lips curved slightly upwards. Everything was understood without words. Woohoo, this is awesome! Zhang Daotian unceremoniously collected all the potato chips Chen Han had thrown out. Everything felt so natural. In his mind, since he had pledged allegiance to Chen Han as his boss, the boss should naturally take care of him, the little brother. It was only natural for the little brother to eat the boss's food. These two young masters and young ladies, they're really open-minded. The most helpless was Jian Guan, who was currently driving. They had only known Chen Han for half an hour, and now, well, they had practically sold themselves to him. As for Zhang Daotian, there's no need to elaborate. Although extremely talented, becoming a celestial master at 13 years old, it was as if the patriarchs themselves were chasing him to feed him. But he was only 13, still a child in mindset, and wouldn't change his mind once he'd set it on something. That's why they couldn't stop him from coming to Jianghai to find Chen Han, no matter how much they tried.
As long as he acknowledged Chen Han as his boss, it was definitely for life. Maybe he still didn't realize how powerful he was. As for Chu Li, although she was Zhang Daotian's aunt, she was still just an innocent 20-year-old princess. Spoiled by her family since childhood, she was no better off than Zhang Daotian. What she said didn't go through much thought, which led to her feat of selling herself. But even so, she was quite true to her word. Since she said she'd sold herself, she definitely wouldn't go back on it. In other words, Chen Han now had these two young master and young lady firmly under his thumb. The fate of this team would also be in Chen Han's hands. However, this commotion did bring them a good deal closer. At least for now, the situation seemed positive. Jian Guan sighed softly, "I hope Chen Han will treat us well." At the same time, he also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a significant burden lifted from his shoulders. Since the old Heavenly Master left, he had been both father and mother to this team, and he was exhausted. After the apocalypse arrived, he worried even more. He was very afraid that he would fail the old Heavenly Master's trust and be unable to ensure his young master's survival. "Jian Guan, I'll add you as a friend and send some equipment to the brothers." At this moment, Chen Han suddenly spoke. Jian Guan was stunned for a moment, then said, "No need, Chen Han, we all have equipment, and we looted some at the airport too." As soon as the words fell, Jian Guan received a system sound, and his heart rate suddenly accelerated. Received gift from player Suit Ripper. Purple Novice Protective Suit 9. Purple Sneakers 9. Purple Great Machete 9. Holy crap! Jian Guan exclaimed, "Thank you, Chen Han. I was careless, almost rejected the boss's gift." The boss actually sent a full set of purple grade beginner gear. They were still only wearing the lowest rank white grade gear, each having a set, and originally thought it was pretty good. But they didn't expect the boss to dish out purple grade gear. It was truly generous. This time, Jian Guan's admiration for Chen Han grew a few more points. Not only that, but there was also a touch of emotion in his heart. In the apocalypse, giving such high-rank equipment to a group of strangers was undoubtedly like placing a bomb by one side. If the 9 of them were to suddenly attack Chen Han, no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to match them. This was Chen Han's trust in them. Jian Guan immediately swapped out his white grade gear, then sent the remaining purple grade gear to the brothers in the other vehicle. And he instructed each of them. "This is a gift from Boss Chen Han. Put it on, all of you. Remember to thank Boss Chen Han well in the future, he is our second young master." On the other side, the brothers who received the equipment were also excited for a while. They, too, were deeply moved and all felt fortunate to have followed the right person. Watching all of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Chen Han's mouth. To be a qualified boss, the most important thing is to win people's hearts. Especially an old hand like Jian Guan, what he values most is benevolence and righteousness. As long as you treat him well, he will feel indebted and reciprocate. Of course, Chen Han wasn't afraid of them revolting. Mere purple grade sets couldn't possibly harm him. However, just as everyone was brimming with excitement, the armored vehicle was violently struck. It seemed as though something was tearing at the armored vehicle's exterior, emitting shrill noises. "Careful, enemy attack!" Jian Guan roared, immediately slamming on the brakes. As the car screeched to a halt, the powerful inertia flung the creatures inside out. Chen Han looked closer, and it was a wolf dog as big as an ox. Military dog? Mutated creature? Chen Han's face darkened as he asked, "Old Guan, how far are we from our destination?" Jian Guan glanced at the navigation, 1 kilometer from the military camp you mentioned. After leaving the airport, Chen Han had directly instructed Jian Guan to head towards the Zhanghai City military camp. He had promised General Long that he would investigate what had happened at the Zhanghai City military camp. And now, just 1 kilometer from the military camp, they had encountered an attack from a mutated creature. It's obvious that the changes in the military camp are related to these mutated military dogs. If I'm not mistaken, the mutated military dog in front of me is from the military camp. You all stay in the car, I'll go out and kill it. As soon as the words fell, Chen Han got out of the car, and Jian Guan couldn't stop him. "Chen Han, be careful, these things are not simple." Seeing Chen Han act so rashly, Zhang Daotian and Chu Li also showed worried expressions.
However, the next moment, the scene before their eyes stunned everyone. Chapter 35, the team begins to take shape.
Just as Chen Han got out of the car, two more giant mutated wolf dogs leaped out from a hidden spot. One of them directly jumped onto the roof of the armored car, pressing a claw on the top of the car door, blocking Chen Han's way back into the car. The three mutated wolf dogs surrounded Chen Han in a pincer movement, their eyes glinting ferociously, ready to attack at any moment.
Hiss! What clever guys! This scene stunned everyone in both vehicles. They even suspected that these mutated wolf dogs were deliberately ambushing them here. Everyone looked at the mutated wolf dogs, and a piece of information appeared above their heads. Mutated wolf dog, level 10. Attack, 400. Defense, 500. Skills, serrated charge, deathclaw rip. Description: a wolf dog mutated from a military dog, highly intelligent, keen sense of smell, strictly trained, obeys commands, and possesses rich combat skills. After mutation, its body has grown several times larger, and its strength is formidable. If you haven't awakened a profession, please flee as quickly as possible. Seeing the system's introduction, everyone's heart sank. This mutated wolf dog had actually broken through the limit of the first tier of the game, reaching rank 10, which meant it had initially mastered special abilities and gained skills. In the game, new players wouldn't encounter such mutated creatures in the novice tier. But they had encountered them now, a situation that was extremely unfavorable. Without an awakened profession, facing such a mutated creature was simply a dead end. Even with Chen Han's excellent equipment, he couldn't possibly be a match. Chen Han was still too careless. If he hadn't gotten out of the car, these mutant wolf dogs would have at most harassed them, but would have been helpless against the armored vehicle. Now they were in trouble. Chen Han was outside, and they couldn't possibly abandon him and flee. Chen Han was also a bit surprised. He had many conjectures about the fall of the military camp, but he never expected that mutant creatures would appear in the first tier of the game. It seemed that the military camp in Jianhai City had truly fallen. At this tier, no one could deal with them. Of course, except for himself. Roar! Suddenly, the mutant wolf dog in front of Chen Han attacked first, its huge body pouncing fiercely. Oh no! RGE, drive the car over and separate boss and the mutant wolf dogs, Jianguan shouted into the car's intercom. Then he slammed on the accelerator, and the armored vehicle roared to life, crashing into the charging mutant wolf dog. Bang! The armored vehicle shuddered violently, and the massive mutant wolf dog was directly thrown more than 10 meters away. On the other side, the second mutant wolf dog also pounced from behind Chen Han. RGE. Jianguan roared. Received. In the other armored vehicle, Dao RGE stomped on the accelerator, pulled the handbrake, and spun the steering wheel, causing the entire armored vehicle to drift. The tail of the car swung, just enough to knock the sneaking mutant wolf dog flying. The armored vehicle shook violently. Damn, this guy is really sturdy. Dao RGE cursed. Before everyone could rejoice, the two mutant wolf dogs that had been knocked flying got back up again. Clearly, the previous impact had not harmed them at all. Jianguan frowned. He really wanted to open the door to let Chen Han in, but the mutant wolf dog on the roof of his car clung firmly, staring intently at Chen Han. Chen Han did not stop their actions. He just stood quietly in the center of the battlefield, calm and collected. His seemingly reckless decision to get out of the car was actually to test Chu Li and the others. With Chen Han out of the car and mutant creatures eyeing them, it was a great opportunity for them to drive away and escape. But they didn't do so. For now, these people were still trustworthy. Chen Han smiled slightly, preparing to act. However, just then, two armored vehicles opened simultaneously, and Jianguan, wielding a large machete, led everyone charging out. Boss, we'll hold off the mutated creatures, you get in the car. Chen Han looked over. Jianguan and 8 brothers were divided into 2 groups, simultaneously blocking the 2 mutated wolfhounds. Meanwhile, Zhang Daotian stood not far from Chen Han, staring at the mutated wolfhound on the car roof. Boss, get in the car quickly. Zhang Daotian, holding a yellow talisman, shot out a mysterious bright light directly at the mutated wolfhound.
While the mutated wolfhound on the roof was trapped, Julie quickly ran to Chen Han, grabbed his hand. "Get in the car quickly."
Chen Han remained unmoved, quietly watching the scene unfold.
"Chen Han, get in the car quickly," everyone shouted, already fighting the mutated wolfhounds. Among them, Dao Lauer, to protect his brothers, was even knocked flying over 10 meters by a mutated wolfhound, his newly donned purple protective suit ruined. Seeing this, even though Chen Han had lived 2 lives and his heart was already cold, he was still somewhat moved. "Hee, they're all good people." Snow calmly walked towards Chen Han, a playful smile on her face, a stark contrast to Chu Li and the others' nervous expressions.
Chen Han nodded, "Indeed, quite good."
Under Chu Li's astonished gaze, Chen Han finally made his move. He ran towards Dao Lauer, long blade in hand. The moment the mutated wolfhound pounced on Dao Lauer, Chen Han swept his blade upwards, directly slicing the mutated wolfhound flying. The mutated wolfhound's defense was indeed astonishing under Chen Han's strike, it merely suffered a torn gash. The injured mutated wolfhound roared, immediately activating its skill. Serrated charge. "Watch out." Dao Lauer quickly stood up, ready to block the attack for Chen Han. However, Chen Han pressed him down to the ground. "Stay with me." Chen Han gripped his tang blade tightly and, with a single strike, cleaved the charging mutated wolfhound. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the mutated wolfhound was split into 2 halves. "Holy crap! Is boss that strong?" "Split it directly." Everyone's eyes widened, watching the scene in disbelief. They had clashed with the mutated wolfhounds before and knew well of their ferocity. 4 or 5 of them couldn't even defeat one mutated wolfhound, and one of them was injured in return. Yet, Chen Han finished it off with a single strike. How powerful was that? Weren't they all rank 9, and didn't they all have purple novice gear? How could the difference be so vast? Everyone found it hard to understand, except for Snow, who smiled. From beginning to end, she had a clear understanding of Chen Han's strength. A mere few mutated wolfhounds really couldn't do anything to him. Having dealt with one, Chen Han turned his attention towards Jian Guan. This time, he was even more domineering, rushing forward to pin down the head of the other mutated wolfdog with one hand, plunging his long knife into its body with repeated thudding sounds. Blood splattered. Jian Guan and the others were stunned. The mutated wolfdog, as big as an ox, was like a kitten in front of Chen Han, pinned to the ground and completely unable to move. Is that even a human? That must be a monster, right? Chen Han put away his knife, preparing to finish off the last mutated wolfdog on the car roof. However, when he looked over, the wolfdog on the roof was trembling all over, and electric currents coursed through its body, killing it in just a couple of shocks. Zhang Daotian held a lightning talisman and grinned at Chen Han. "It's done, boss." Chen Han was somewhat surprised this little fatty was even more powerful than he had imagined. After dealing with the 3 mutated wolfdogs, everyone turned their gaze to him. They seemed to be asking what to do next. It was clear that after this battle, everyone had implicitly accepted Chen Han as their leader. Chen Han smiled slightly. It looked like the small team had been initially established. Chapter 36, Fashion Material, Canine Tooth, Black Tooth Armor. Killed a mutated wolfdog, obtained gold 50, energy crystal 1, canned luncheon meat 1. Rare fashion material, Canine Tooth. Tier 1 fashion material Canine Tooth, can be equipped to pink or higher rarity gear below rank 20, modifying equipment properties. The system's voice rang out, and Chen Han looked at the canine tooth floating in front of him with pleasant surprise. It was actually a fashion material. This was a treasure that was sought after but rarely encountered. Chen Han had searched for fashion materials in the auction house before, but no player had put any up for sale. This item was extremely rare. Players who dropped it usually used it themselves. Not only was it powerful, but clothing also became very stylish after modification. This single Tier 1, canine tooth, could have sold for 1 million gold in the past. Now, it was even more valuable. Only a fool would sell it. Do you wish to modify the equipment? Confirm, use it on the protective suit. using 1-tier fashion material canine tooth, consuming 1,000 gold.
Modification successful, acquired new equipment, black tooth combat suit orange grade.
Attribute increase, defense 500 plus 100, attack 100 plus 50. Passive trait, when self is attacked, the protective suit will inflict 25% counterattack damage to the enemy. New trait, when the equipment is attacked, it automatically absorbs and stores impact force. The wearer can use the stored energy to launch a powerful shockwave, dealing 1,000 damage to enemy groups.
The next moment, Chen Han's clothes instantly transformed into a black combat suit.
Around the neck of the combat suit, there was a canine tooth symbol, looking very stylish.
What an impressive black tooth combat suit!
Seeing the suit's attributes, Chen Han was shocked it had improved so much. Most importantly, these traits were too powerful. Absorbing damage and redistributing it, wasn't this like the Black Panther suit from Marvel?
Holy crap, boss, your clothes are so cool! Seeing Chen Han's transformation, Zhang Daotian's eyes widened in astonishment.
He rushed over like a devoted fanboy, scrutinizing Chen Han's new combat suit up and down.
Is this the power of fashion materials? It looks very strong.
A thought flashed in Chen Han's mind, and he decided to test the power of the black tooth combat suit.
Come on, hit me with your thunder talisman. Hearing this, Zhang Daotian was stunned. Jian Guan and the others' expressions changed dramatically. Boss, no. Several Taoist priests were dumbfounded. Others might not know how powerful the 5 Thunder Talisman was, but they certainly did. They had all studied Taoist magic and witnessed Zhang Daotian use the 5 Thunder Talisman. Its power was no joke. Hadn't they seen that mutated wolfhound? With such strong defense, it couldn't withstand even 1 5 Thunder Talisman. Even if Chen Han's combat suit was strong, it was unlikely to withstand it. He might even accidentally injure Chen Han. Young Master's 5 Thunder Talisman is very powerful. Beginner equipment won't be able to withstand it, Jian Guan quickly advised. Chen Han waved his hand. It's fine, go ahead. Seeing Chen Han so confident, Zhang Daotian didn't hesitate too much. He chuckled. I knew boss was extraordinary. With that, Zhang Daotian's expression turned serious. He drew a talisman in mid-air with one hand, and an invisible force surged from all directions. Seeing this, Chen Han's expression also became solemn. Is this the power of a celestial master? In just about 10 seconds, Zhang Daotian held a lightning-flashing talisman in his hand. Here it comes, boss. The 5 Thunder Talisman was unleashed, the air instantly crackled, and terrifying lightning arcs raged wildly. Seeing this power, everyone present felt their scalps tingle and couldn't help but get nervous. A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Han's eyes. This 5 Thunder Talisman was even more powerful than he imagined. And he believed that Fatty Zhang definitely hadn't used his full strength. Chen Han prepared himself, reaching out to grab the 5 Thunder Talisman. The next moment, a terrifying electrical current coursed through his body, instantly spreading everywhere. In an instant, Chen Han was enveloped by lightning, a truly terrifying sight. It sent chills down the spines of Chu Li and the others. Just less than a second after the 5 Thunder Talisman erupted, a purple light flowed along the patterns of the Black Fawn battle armor, instantly absorbing the lightning power on him. Chen Han only felt a tingling sensation. Other than that, he felt nothing else. Is it over? Jian Guan and the other Taoist priests widened their eyes. The lightning was absorbed? Chen Han smiled slightly. Let's see how powerful it is. Under everyone's astonished gaze, he leaped high, as if he were flying. This jump was a full 20 meters. Then, a terrifying scene unfolded. Chen Han jumped directly to a parking lot 50 meters away, which was filled with large trucks. He clenched his fists, his body plummeting from high above, and directly punched the parking lot. Boom! His fist slammed hard into the ground, and a light purple energy wave erupted from it, spreading a terrifying force in all directions. With him at the center, the large trucks throughout the parking lot were instantly blasted upwards, their steel cargo compartments like paper, directly pulverized by the immense power. Bang, bang, bang. As the energy dissipated, the large trucks crashed to the ground like dumplings being dropped.
Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned.
What terrifying power! Is that even human? Is this merely the power granted by the battle suit? Zhang Daotian's eyes lit up. He felt the energy of the Five Thunder Talisman within the shockwave. Boss is awesome.
Zhang Daotian, as happy as a 180-pound child, pulled out a bag of chips and munched on them noisily. Chen Han clenched his fists, feeling the energy he had just unleashed, his eyes filled with shock. Too powerful. This single blow was already comparable to a skill unleashed by an average warrior-class professional. And this was only a Tier 1 fashion material. What would happen if it were continuously upgraded in rank? Chen Han couldn't imagine, as he had never encountered fashion materials in his previous life.
The equipment he wore was just ordinary protective gear, lacking any special properties.
With an excited heart, Chen Han returned to his team.
Let's go, time to head home. Jian Guan, boss, aren't we going to the military camp?
Chen Han shook his head, no need.
The military camp has already been overrun by these mutated wolf dogs. Let me see.
Fatty Zhang pulled out a pair of binoculars from somewhere and looked towards the military camp. It was less than a kilometer to the military camp from here, and through the binoculars, it was indeed very clear.
Hiss. They're all zombies in military uniforms. It seems the soldiers in the camp have all been infected. Fatty Zhang took a deep breath.
Chen Han took the binoculars and also took a look. The vast military camp was full of walking dead. He took another careful look and also discovered quite a few mutated wolf dogs.
Chen Han sighed, let's go. There's no need to go there anymore.
And just as he put down the binoculars, a dark figure emerged from a hidden spot in the military camp. Its deep gaze fell upon Chen Han and his group. It seemed that the sight from a kilometer away had not escaped its naked eye. At the same time, Chen Han and Zhang Daotian, who had just gotten into the car, felt something and suddenly looked in the direction of the military camp.
Great ominous.
Chapter 37, The Punitive Army, Diverting Calamity to Others. As Chen Han led the group on their return journey, dusk began to fall. Under the cover of night, two uninvited guests also slipped into the summer resort. Bald Shang and a shifty-looking fellow climbed over the fence of the summer resort, carefully crouching and moving forward. Boss, Leo, Dawn, and Luke are selling equipment again. The two hid in a flower bed, intending to contact their brothers outside, but then they saw that the auction house had updated its equipment. Bald Shang took a look and found that this time, Leo, Dawn, and Luke had directly listed 100,000 pieces of equipment, and his eyes instantly widened. Holy cow, 100,000 pieces, that's another 2 billion gold. They had long calculated the value of these items according to the price Leo, Dawn, and Luke sold them at. 50,000 pieces were 1 billion gold. Previously, Leo, Dawn, and Luke had listed items 3 times, earning a total of 3 billion. Now, if he sells another 100,000 pieces, that's 2 billion.
Doesn't that mean this guy has at least 5 billion in assets now? The rat growled in shock. With that much money, it would be enough for their group to live happily and lavishly in the apocalypse. As long as they had gold, what couldn't they get? The two were incredibly excited, knowing they had come to the right place. Leo, Dawn, and Luke, this plump target, must be taken down. But I have a question. The novice equipment on the auction house was clearly bought by Suit Ripper, so why does Leo, Dawn, and Luke have so much equipment? Could Leo, Dawn, and Luke have some connection with the suit boss? The rat's words made Bald Shang fall into deep thought, his brows tightly furrowed. If that's the case, then it's troublesome. The suit boss is too terrifying. His actions before the apocalypse are enough to prove that he knows something about it. Such a person is definitely not someone we can provoke. The rat, however, wasn't so worried. Boss, as long as we get Leo, Dawn, and Luke's assets, who cares about the suit boss? With this much money, we don't have to fear anyone. Worst case scenario, we just fly away. The world is so big, Suit Ripper won't be able to find us, will he? That's 5 billion. And that guy must have a lot of equipment on him, all of which is money. Hearing this, Bald Shang's eyes were blinded by gold. That's right, fortune favors the bold. Besides, it wasn't just their team eyeing Leo, Don, and Luke. If they didn't act first, someone else might snatch the prize. Let's go. Let's find out where Leo, Don, and Luke live.
Then, the two men roamed around the community. The community was huge. It took them over half an hour to find that steel fortress. As they approached and saw the nearly 20-meter-high Doomsday Fortress, both men were shocked to their core. Holy crap, what is that? A steel fortress. That old dog Leo, Don, Luke earned so much money, he'd definitely build a safe house. Bald Shang's face didn't look good. If that's the case, our mere 100 people truly can't break through it. Mouse looked around suspiciously, his brow gradually furrowing. Something's not right. Why isn't anyone guarding it? Yeah, where are Leo, Don, Luke's subordinates? The two looked puzzled. There were guards at the community gate. It was impossible that their own place had none. Were they so confident in this steel fortress? It might be a trap. Bald Shang's heart skipped a beat. Had their plan been discovered? Don't get close, there might be an ambush. Bald Shang and Mouse quickly retreated, continuing to roam the community. It must be said, they were very cautious. The other two teams tasked with attacking Leo, Don, and Luke were much more aggressive. At the community entrance, hundreds of people from two teams suddenly rushed in. On the left was a group of energetic young men with white towels tied to their hands and tattoos covering their bodies. On the right was a group of burly, dark-skinned strongmen. Two groups of over 200 people each were ambushed in the shops on either side of the community's main entrance. Suddenly rushing out at that moment, Leo, Don, and Luke's subordinates were caught off guard and hacked to death. Everything happened too suddenly. Although the dozen or so people were all clad in purple gear, they were powerless against the overwhelming charge of the dense crowd. After taking down the gate guarding subordinates, everyone frantically scrambled for the boxes on the ground. Before long, all the resources on the ground were snatched up, and even the protective suits on the bodies were torn off. Then, two men each emerged from the crowd. On the left was a scar-faced man, a notorious gangster from Jianghai City, Brother Dao, the leader of the Green Gang. On the right, the burly man named Meng Tu was a contractor for a construction site, and his subordinates were all construction workers. It's worth noting that they worked on Leo, Don, and Luke's territory. And for a full 6 months before the arrival of the Doomsday Game, Leo, Don, and Luke had not paid them any wages. Now with the apocalypse here, it was even more impossible to get their wages back. They already harbored resentment towards Leo, Don, and Luke, and now knowing that Leo, Don, and Luke were making a fortune selling equipment at high prices, Meng Tu immediately couldn't sit still and led his subordinates to join the crusade against Leo, Don, and Luke. Where's Bald Shang? Meng Tu asked Brother Dao. Didn't we agree to attack Leo, Don, and Luke together? Brother Dao snorted. Don't mention it, that bastard must be afraid of dying and doesn't dare to act. Never mind him, we're more than enough. With that, Brother Dao led his subordinates into the community. Seeing this, Meng Tu was unwilling to fall behind and followed closely. Witnessing this scene, Bald Shang's subordinates, hiding in the shadows, were stunned. Quick, notify the boss, they're rushing straight in, what should we do? Meanwhile, Leo, Don, and Luke, several big bosses, sat in the villa, excitedly watching the gold flow in. That Chen Han is still too green. He doesn't even know how to make money. In terms of business acumen, he's really far behind. Humph, I always said he was useless. If it weren't for Feng, could he have gotten the company off the ground? Honestly, I'm really grateful for the groundwork he laid for us. The three business tycoons laughed amongst themselves, feeling immense satisfaction seeing Chen Han stumble. Just then, Lu Feihong and Zhang Yanghui ran in anxiously. Dad, something happened. The people guarding the gate were killed, and over 500 people have rushed into the community. Besides that, there are many people outside the community eyeing us, all preparing to deal with us. Zhang Yanghui said with a solemn expression. The Crusade army mentioned on the World Channel seems to be real. What should we do now? Hearing this, Leo, Don, and Luke remained calm. Why are you panicking? When I took over this mess from Chen Han, I anticipated this day. Chen Han might be afraid of being condemned by the world, but I'm not.
With our current setup, those guys won't be able to break into my fortress. Lu Feihong nodded, then I'll have the brothers prepare for battle. Don't rush, wouldn't that just be playing into Chen Han's hands? A sly, evil smile appeared at the corners of Liu, Don, and Luke's mouth. He looked at Zhang Yanghui, have a few unfamiliar brothers go guard Chen Han's fortress and lead all those idiots to Chen Han's side. Hearing this, Zhang Yanghui was stunned. Boss, you want to divert the trouble? Wouldn't that completely offend Chen Han? According to our statistics, Chen Han still has at least 1 million pieces of equipment. We need to get all of that. Leo, Don, and Luke chuckled, that's why I told you to arrange unfamiliar brothers to go. How would Chen Han know there are people? Zhang Yanghui's eyes lit up a great idea. So he hurried off to arrange the task. Soon, several subordinates left Leo, Don, and Luke's mansion. At this time, Bald Shang and Rat happened to walk by. When they saw Leo, Don, and Luke's subordinates come out, they immediately hid. When they saw the steel fortress before them, the two exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. This is Leo, Don, and Luke's home. Then whose formidable fortress did we just see? Chapter 38, Playing Alone, drawing aggro to Leo, Don, and Luke. No, something's not right. There are actually 2 steel fortresses in the community. It's definitely a trick. Bald Shang's expression grew solemn. Just then, he received a message from his subordinate outside. After finishing the document, Bald Shang's expression became even more grim. The Green Gang and the Territory Alliance have directly invaded. What? Why are they so reckless? Rat exclaimed in surprise. Let's go, follow those people and see what they're up to. The two followed Leo, Don, and Luke's subordinates, heading back. To their shock, the 4 men walked all the way to the first Doomsday Fortress and, without a word, stood guard at the entrance with their weapons. Seeing this scene, Bald Shang and Rat were full of questions. Rat wondered, could this Doomsday Fortress also belong to Leo, Don, and Luke? Holy cow, Leo, Don, and Luke must be loaded. They actually got 2 Doomsday Fortresses. They're practically nouveau riches. Bald Shang, however, shook his head. I have a feeling this isn't that simple. It's clear that the previous fortress was bustling with people, meaning Leo, Don, and Luke's subordinates were all there. But this Doomsday Fortress is eerily quiet, with only 4 people guarding it. Isn't that just asking for trouble? They weren't the only ones confused. Fong and Gunner inside the fortress were also baffled. Through the camera, they saw 4 men standing at the entrance like goalkeepers, not sure what they were doing. Who are these people? Fong frowned, sensing something was amiss. These couldn't be Leo, Don, and Luke's people, could they? Are they blocking the exit to prevent us from leaving? Just as the two were wondering, a commotion erupted from the direction of the main gate. At this moment, over 500 people rushed over in a massive wave. Because Chen Han's manor was relatively close to the main gate, everyone quickly found this place. Seeing this majestic steel fortress, with Leo, Don, and Luke's subordinates standing at the entrance, it was undoubtedly Leo, Don, and Luke's residence. Before the crowd could rush over, one of the men guarding the gate pulled out a crossbow and immediately attacked. Arrows flew in quick succession, the sharp projectiles directly piercing into the crowd, and several people fell. Damn it, Leo, Don, and Luke's men are making a move. Get them! Seeing their brothers fall, instantly enraged the Green Gang and Territory Alliance members, who charged forward madly with their weapons. Seeing the dense figures rushing over, the 4 felt their scalps tingle and took off running. As they left, they didn't forget to continue firing arrows, taking down a few more people and thoroughly enraging the punitive army. Leo, Don, Luke, you're dead. Kill them, capture Leo, Don, Luke alive. However, by the time everyone reached the fortress gate, Leo, Don, Luke's 4 subordinates had long vanished. Only hundreds of people remained at the entrance, roaring. Open the gates quickly, Leo, Don, Luke, come out and face your death. Damn it, you killed my brothers, blood for blood. Seeing this scene, Fong and Gunner inside the fortress immediately turned grim. Now, even a fool would know what had happened. Diverting disaster. This was Leo, Don, Luke's cunning plan. Damn it, that guy is ruthless. He took our benefits and still pulled a stunt like this. Gunnar was furious. I'll go out and reason with them. Feng stopped him. Reason? How? Tell them this is the Suit Ripper's fortress? If Chen Han's identity is revealed, we'll never have peace again.
Hearing this, Gunnar also understood the gravity of the situation.
Then what do we do? Feng thought for a moment. Notify Chen Han and tell them not to come back yet. The people outside can't breach the fortress. That's the only way. Not long after, Chen Han received Gunnar's message.
After roughly understanding what had happened, Chen Han's lips curled slightly. I didn't expect Leo, Dawn, Luke to have some tricks up their sleeves.
What happened? Shu Li asked. Minor issue, just going back for a fight. Chen Han waved his hand dismissively. Seeing Chen Han's nonchalant attitude, no one else took the matter to heart. However, when they returned to the residential area, everyone was stunned. In front of the massive fortress gate, a dense crowd of people stood. At a glance, there were at least several hundred. Each person held a weapon, wildly hacking at the steel gate. Are they destroying the base? Chuli pointed at the crowd ahead, incredulous. It seems to be the case. Jian Guan swallowed, a drop of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. Boss, this is what you called a small matter? There must be hundreds of people here, right? What have you done? In the dark night, the headlights of the two armored vehicles were especially dazzling, causing over 500 people to squint their eyes. Oh, Chen Han is back. At this moment, Leo, Don, Luke, and others who were observing from the shadows, their eyes lit up. Chen Han was finally back. The show was about to begin. It has to be you, old Lu. This strategy of shifting the blame is too brilliant, Leo, Don, Luke praised. More than just shifting the blame, I'm going to kill with a borrowed knife. Leo, Don, Luke's lips curled slightly. Over 500 people will block Chen Han outside the gate. A kick from each person will kill him. If Chen Han dies, we'll make our move and snatch all his supplies. Hearing this, everyone gasped. So this was the ultimate plan. To trap and kill Chen Han right here. Armored vehicles, Leo, Don, Luke must be in the car. The Qing gang leader pointed his long saber at the vehicle. Brothers, kill him. Leo, Don, Luke, get down. Don't be a coward, come out quickly. Dozens of people surrounded the armored vehicles, all their weapons striking, making clanging sounds against the vehicles. But armored vehicles were not so easily damaged. Axes and such striking the car didn't even chip the paint. Chen Han, they'd mistaken you for Leo, Don, Luke. Snow pouted, her face full of anger. Should we explain? Chen Han clasped his hands behind his head and leaned back in his seat, with no intention of getting out. Since Leo, Don, Luke are playing it this way, let's play along and stir up more hatred for him. Jian Guan, tell Lao Er to just ram through. What? Shuli and Jian Guan both widened their eyes at his words. Ram them? Those are human lives. Chen Han was dismissive. They're just desperate people. They came here to steal supplies. They're all villains, no need to show mercy. There was indeed logic to his words, but actually killing someone was still hard for Chuli to accept. After all, they were living people. They've come right to our doorstep. They deserve to die. Jian Guan had a much more detached view and slammed his foot on the accelerator. The massive armored vehicle instantly lunged forward, hitting and sending everyone in front of it flying. Seeing the lead vehicle's actions, Dao Lao Er didn't hesitate, similarly turning the steering wheel and ramming into the crowd. In an instant, chaos erupted, with cries of agony everywhere. Ah! Leo, Don, Luke, may you die a terrible death. Leo, Don, Luke, you beast. Run! In less than 3 minutes, dozens of people were run over, and the rest scattered in mad flight. The so-called punitive army was utterly useless. After the crowd had dispersed, Chen Han got out of the car and looked towards the nearby bushes. Still not coming out? At these words, Bald Shang and Rat, hidden in the bushes, trembled violently, an inexplicable fear welling up in their hearts. This man was too terrifying. And they were certain that this was definitely not Liu, Dan, Luke. This was another big shot. Bull Sheng had also roughly guessed the cause and effect of the matter. This fortress in front of them belonged to this big shot, and Liu, Dan, Luke had framed him, leading the punitive expedition here. Attempting to kill with a borrowed knife. Chen Han looked coldly at Rat, pointing at the phone in his hand. Were you recording just now? Hearing this, Rat immediately knelt down with a thud. Big brother, please spare me, I won't do it again. He had only wanted to record it, never expecting to be discovered. Chen Han helped him up. It's fine. Upload the video you filmed to the game forum. Title it like this. Liu, Dan, Luke disregarded life and slaughtered the punitive army. Everyone has the right to kill them. After the video is uploaded, tell everyone who escaped tonight that Liu, Dan, Luke's main camp is 1 kilometer ahead. Hearing this, Rat and Baldy Sheng felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, looking at Chen Han with terror. This person must be a devil. If they do this, it's essentially a death sentence for Liu, Dan, and Luke. Chapter 39, Time to Reel Them In. Hearing Chen Han's words, Liu, Dan, Luke, and the others hiding in the dark immediately turned grim. Chen Han's actions undoubtedly pushed them into the limelight, and they would certainly be subjected to public scolding. Liu, Dan, and Luke didn't care about public opinion. Most importantly, this act would definitely attract more enemies for him. At that time, it might not just be these desperate individuals, but even truly righteous people could be drawn in. Even the authorities couldn't just sit idly by. Although it was the apocalypse, it was still early days, and if the authorities intervened, it wasn't impossible to achieve. Moreover, with vast funds in his hands, wasn't he a juicy target? People fear fame like pigs fear getting fat. A tall tree catches the wind. Liu, Dan, and Luke's face was ashen. He never expected Chen Han to pull a stunt like this. Damn it, I'm taking people out to deal with him. Zhang Yanghui couldn't sit still and was about to rush out with his men. Liu Feihong held him back. You need to calm down, you bastard. If you rush out now, all you'll do is thoroughly offend him, and you won't even touch a hair on his head. Dad, this kid has already guessed our intentions. Any further trouble will mean tearing off the facade and completely falling out. We can't drag this out any longer. We must get our hands on the equipment he has. Liu, Dan, and Luke nodded. Let's go back and figure something out. This night was destined to be sleepless. Too much had happened on the first day of the apocalypse. Many people hid at home, afraid to go out, quietly observing the events on the World Channel. At this moment, a video shook the world. The video was precisely the scene of the armored vehicle ramming and killing the punitive army. Liu, Dan, and Luke disregard life and slaughter the punitive army. Everyone should execute them. As soon as the video came out, it instantly caused a global sensation. Especially among Chinese players, everyone was in an uproar. Holy crap, the Green Gang and Territory Alliance really made a move? Hiss, Liu, Dan, Luke are truly ruthless. Treacherous merchants. Liu, Dan, Luke, everyone should execute them. Where's the Green Gang contact? I want to join the team. Me too, I also want to join the punitive army. Kill Liu, Dan, Luke, and restore a clear sky to China. Public opinion was overwhelmingly one-sided, and the names of Liu, Dan, Luke were thoroughly recognized by the world. Not only that, countless people responded to the recruitment call for the punitive army, rushing towards the summer resort. A formidable force was about to form. Of course, many people remained silent. They weren't fools. The so-called punitive army was just using the banner of justice to rob and plunder. They were after the money held by Liu, Dan, Luke. If it were anyone else, would they be so united? Don't be ridiculous. Chen Han could be certain that 99% of those coming to attack Liu, Dan, Luke were doing so for profit. In their perception, Liu, Dan, Luke held billions of gold. This money was enough to establish a massive power. On the second day of the apocalypse, Chen Han and Zhang Daotian's group gathered. Chen Han had Gunnar prepare a grand table of food for breakfast. Calling it breakfast was an understatement. It was a luxurious feast. Steaks, lobsters, groupers, mantis shrimp as thick as an arm, oysters as big as a palm. Zhang Daotian and the others all drooled at the sight of this food. My goodness, to be able to eat these things in the apocalypse, could it be a dream?
Everyone, let's eat and talk, Chen Han said, signaling them to start. First, I'd like to welcome Xiaotian, Tsuli, Jianguan, and the rest of our brothers to our big family. After he spoke, Snow and his daughter, along with Gunnar, smiled and applauded their welcome. This made Tsuli and the others feel a warm sense of care and deep gratitude. In today's world, having a safe home and being able to enjoy such a lavish meal, what more could one ask for? Jianguan and his brothers couldn't help but shed tears. Yesterday they were eating disgusting jam at the airport, and today they're drinking high-rank red wine. The contrast was simply too immense. Zheng Pingzi burst into tears, gnawing on a roasted goose leg, his face streaming with tears. Boo-hoo-hoo, boss, I love you to death. This comical scene significantly lightened the mood. Alright, stop the blubbering. Chen Han rolled his eyes at Zheng Pingzi. Let's talk about future plans. Once the apocalypse game descends, the authorities will be struggling to protect themselves, so don't count on them for anything. You should treat this as a game to play. What's most important in a game? Money and strength. I have money, but strength you'll have to gradually improve yourselves. Soon, the dungeons in the game will descend, and the world will enter a frantic state of ranking up. Without strength, you won't even know when you've died. After we deal with Leo, Dawn, and Luke, our focus will shift to improving our strength. 14 dungeon raids, my requirement is to get all first clear rewards. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was utterly shocked. Dungeons descending? Doesn't that mean the bosses from the game will also appear? Everyone felt a bit of anticipation. After all, except for Feng, they were all veteran players, and their characters' strengths were quite impressive. At this point, Shuli raised a question: aren't we getting ahead of ourselves? The matters outside haven't been dealt with yet. After returning last night, Shuli had asked Snow about Leo, Dawn, and Luke. To her surprise, the equipment Leo, Dawn, and Luke were selling all belonged to Chen Han. She didn't understand, wasn't this giving away the opportunity to make a fortune? Chen Han saw the doubt in her heart and smiled. Leo, Dawn, and Luke are just tools for making money. Tools? Shuli looked bewildered. What does that mean? Pfft, sure enough, big chest, no brain. Snow chuckled. Humph, as if yours isn't big either? Shuli glared at her. It's hard to explain to you, but you'll know soon enough. Chen Han smiled. Just then, the phone rang. A glance showed it was from Leo, Dawn, and Luke. Speak of the devil and he appears. Chen Han didn't answer immediately. He looked at Feng. Uncle Ling, have Leo, Dawn, and Luke sold all their equipment? How much money do they roughly have? Feng pulled out an account book and said, last time, we sold him 300,000 pieces of equipment, which emptied his coffers. Now, all 300,000 pieces of equipment he had been sold, bringing in 6 billion. After deducting his expenses, he should have about 5.8 billion left. Hearing these figures, Shuli and the others were all dumbfounded. What the hell? Is money measured in billions now? Chen Han nodded. Since he wants to play it this way, we'll just earn a little less then. It's time to reel it in. Chen Han answered the call, and Leo, Dawn, and Luke's concerned voice rang out. Brother Chen Han, I heard the punitive army went to your place last night? Alas, it's my fault for not being able to stop them. Hearing Leo, Dawn, and Luke's insincere concern, Chen Han almost burst out laughing. Stop pretending, it was you who caused trouble last night, wasn't it? Upon hearing this, Leo, Dawn, and Luke paused. He stopped pretending. Chen Han, do you know how many people outside the community are eyeing us greedily? If I expose your identity and lead the punitive army to attack your fortress, do you think you can withstand it? Naked threat. Chen Han's lips curved slightly. What do you want? I want all the novice equipment you have. I'll make another fortune, and after this, we'll mind our own business. I'll take on the punitive army that came this time, all by myself. Leo, Dawn, and Luke stated his demands. Chen Han feigned a moment of thought. As far as I know, you only have 6 billion gold, and I still have 1 million pieces of equipment, which is far from enough.
Enough or not, it has to be enough.
Leo, Don, and Luke seemed to be losing patience. He believed he had Chen Han cornered between life and money. Chen Han would surely choose life. Finally, amidst the combination of soft and hard tactics from Leo, Don, and Luke, he became the biggest beneficiary. Leo, Don, and Luke emptied their family fortunes, using the 5.8 billion they earned to clear out 1 million pieces of Chen Han's equipment. At the current selling price, this equipment could bring him a profit of 20 billion.
Ha, Chen Han is just a piece of trash.
To contend with me, you're still far from it. After the transaction was completed, Leo, Don, Luke, and the others burst into uninhibited laughter. However, just as he was about to list the equipment, he was utterly dumbfounded. At this time, for some unknown reason, a large batch of equipment had been listed on the auction house. The listed prices were even more shocking. Whether it was white or purple equipment, everything was only 1 gold. At this moment, a message on the World Channel ignited the globe. Suit Ripper, with disaster upon us, humanity should help each other. Therefore, I have decided to donate all my starter equipment in batches, hoping to help Blue Star overcome this difficult time. Finally, I wish everyone flourishing martial arts. Chapter 40, Chen Han's terrifying methods. Holy crap, Suit Bro is awesome. I've snatched a pink item, thanks Suit Bro. Oh my god, I'm not dreaming, am I? I actually managed to snag a purple grade item. Whoa, I'm so touched. Suit Boss is a hero of humanity. Yeah, compared to Leo, Don, and Luke, he's practically a living bodhisattva. Everyone, don't buy gear from Leo, Don, or Luke. Suit Big Bro said he's giving it away in batches, and we'll definitely be able to snag more later. There's no need to buy overpriced gear. A single ripple stirred 1,000 waves, and Chen Han's act of giving away equipment instantly shocked the world. It formed a stark contrast to Leo, Don, and Luke's high-priced equipment sales. From that moment on, Leo, Don, and Luke's equipment went unheeded, not a single piece sold. Yet Chen Han, with just 1 sentence and 100,000 pieces of equipment, stirred up the entire market. Seeing this, Leo, Don, and Luke were thunderstruck. The smiles on their faces instantly turned incredibly grim. Damn it, that kid Chen Han played me. Didn't he say he only had 1 million pieces of equipment? How does he still have more? Leo, Don, and Luke angrily smashed their wine glasses to the ground. Damn it. We fell for the trick. Leo, Don, and Luke's faces were terrifyingly dark. The 3 enraged men terrified their subordinates, who trembled uncontrollably. Leo, Don, Luke, revenge, this is revenge. How dare that kid mess with us? Doesn't he fear our retaliation? Leo, Don, Luke, what do we do now? Our equipment simply won't sell. More importantly, this equipment is our last remaining asset, and all the money we earned went into Chen Han's pocket. Lu Feihong took a deep breath, recalling the various processes of their transactions, and felt as if he had completely fallen into Chen Han's trap. Leo, Don, Luke, calm down, don't panic yet. That kid is probably giving away equipment to protect himself. He's doing this just to stand on the moral high ground, so even if he exposes his identity, the expeditionary force wouldn't dare openly target him. I have to say, it's a good tactic. Don't worry, he shouldn't have much equipment left. As soon as he's done giving it away, we can still sell our equipment at high prices. Leo, Don, and Luke's analysis significantly calmed everyone's hearts. That's right, with billions of people worldwide, even if 80% are infected and turn into zombies, there are still 2 billion players. Equipment will always be scarce. Once Chen Han finishes giving away his equipment, what they hold will still be of great value. Leo, Don, Luke sneered, Chen Han, do you think you can get away with this? I have plenty of ways to mess with you. And just then, Zhang Yanghui rushed in anxiously. Bad news. The expeditionary force is here again, this time with a full 3,000 men, and they're coming straight for us. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire crowd was shocked. What? 3,000 people? At this moment, Chen Han, Shuli, and others stood on the top floor of the fortress, watching the dense punitive army pass by. The one leading them was none other than Bal Shang. He had followed Chen Han's instructions and revealed the true residence of Liu, Dan, and Luke to the punitive expedition. And this one of Chen Han's, in fact, was merely a trap set by Liu, Dan, and Luke. After learning the truth, the two leaders of the punitive expedition, Brother Dao and Head Meng, were enraged. They gained no benefits whatsoever. Instead, they fell into Liu, Dan, and Luke's trap and caused the deaths of dozens of brothers. How could they swallow this indignation? It would be hard to appease their anger without dismembering Liu, Dan, and Luke into 1,000 pieces. Passing by Chen Han's steel fortress, Bald Shang was extremely excited. He had added Chen Han as a friend last night. And he also knew Chen Han's true identity. When he saw Chen Han's game ID was Suit Ripper, Bald Shang trembled all over. He hadn't expected that the renowned suit boss was actually in Jianghai City, and even lived in the same community as Liu, Dan, and Luke. He felt incredibly fortunate because his caution had made him miss the opportunity to attack Chen Han's fortress. Otherwise, his fate would be imaginable. Therefore, he would definitely carry out Chen Han's instructions with utmost care. Chen Han had also said that if he did a good job, he might be able to work for him. If he could become the suit boss's subordinate, Bald Shang would reach the pinnacle of success overnight. Look at this fortress. If he lived inside, he wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. Thinking of this, Bald Shang was pumped up. Quick, brothers, Liu, Dan, and Luke's fortress is less than a kilometer ahead. Watching the 3,000-strong army depart, Chu Li and the others took a deep breath, looking at Chen Han with awe. Is this your strategy? You used Liu, Dan, and Luke to sell equipment at high prices, shifting all the attention to Liu, Dan, and Luke. In reality, all the gold ultimately returned to your hands, and not only were you not condemned by society, but now you stand on the highest moral ground, becoming a benevolent and righteous person in the eyes of the world. You are the true cunning merchant. Chu Li covered her small mouth, saying in disbelief. She never thought, even if she racked her brain, that the most prominent figures right now, Liu, Dan, and Luke, were merely pawns in Chen Han's hand. Chen Han's lips curled slightly. Money doesn't matter. I just purely want to mess with Liu, Dan, and Luke. Isn't it the most satisfying thing to defeat him in the business field he's most proud of? Hearing this, Chu Li's body trembled. You're a devil, aren't you? But this might not necessarily break him, right? You sending equipment now is just a stopgap measure. How many days can it last? When people discover you have no more equipment to send, they'll still have to buy Liu, Dan, and Luke's equipment. That's 1 million pieces of equipment, worth 20 billion. Chen Han glanced at her. Oh, you can analyze now. I indeed don't have many novice equipment on hand, but as long as we make it past tomorrow, these novice equipment will become a pile of scrap metal. What 20 billion? That's a pile of garbage that no one would want even if given away. As soon as these words were spoken, Chu Li and Fatty Zhang, among others, cast surprised glances. Why? Chen Han smiled, because the second tier of the apocalypse is about to begin. The game will open up equipment above rank 10, and players will awaken professions. At that time, tell me, will these novice equipment still be worth anything? What? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The first tier of the apocalypse ends in just 3 days? If that were the case, then Liu, Dan, and Luke's 1 million pieces of novice equipment would indeed be stuck in their hands. Players will be rank 10 who would still use novice equipment. No wonder Chen Han only hoarded novice equipment. He had planned it all along. It must be said, Chen Han's methods were terrifying. He perfectly exploited the greedy merchant nature of Liu, Dan, and Luke. If he had known when to stop, if he had quit after making 6 billion, he wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. Such miserable people. Everyone felt sorry for Liu, Dan, and Luke, who had been played by Chen Han from beginning to end. Not only did they not earn a single cent, but their family assets were now coveted by the world. And Chen Han, he simply won by lying down. He completely triumphed in this business war. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Chen Han with a mix of fear and admiration. This kind of person, fortunately, was on their side. If he were an enemy, they probably wouldn't even sleep soundly. At this moment, at Leo, Dawn, and Luke's fortress, 3,000 punitive troops directly surrounded all exits, their momentum formidable. Bald Shang spoke first. Leo, Dawn, Luke, hand over your ill-gotten gains, and your lives will be spared. Then, 3,000 people shouted in unison, waving flags and beating drums. Hand over the ill-gotten gains. Hand over the ill-gotten gains. Hearing these shouts, Leo, Dawn, and Luke nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Where the hell do I have money? All the money went to Chen Han. Chapter 41, The Frustrated Leo, Dawn, Luke. Speaking of Chen Han, Leo, Dawn, and Luke felt incredibly frustrated. I worked so hard selling equipment to make money, and now I don't have a single cent. And I've attracted so much trouble. This damn Chen Han. The other two magnates also had gloomy expressions. They all felt like they had been played by Chen Han. They originally thought that once they got the last batch of equipment, they could completely turn against Chen Han. But before they could make a move, Chen Han delivered a preemptive strike. Why not make money and instead send out equipment? Is he stupid? The most crucial point is that Chen Han didn't give away much. The first batch was only 100,000 pieces of equipment, and several hours later, he still hadn't sent out the second batch. But even so, the idiots of the world are still waiting for Chen Han to continue giving away equipment. Isn't that utterly foolish? They knew Chen Han didn't have much equipment at all, but those fools in the world didn't know that. Everyone knew Chen Han had hoarded a large amount of beginner equipment and hadn't sold much, so naturally, they assumed Chen Han still had a lot. It's just that the world didn't know the equipment they sold originally belonged to Chen Han. And because Chen Han pulled this stunt, they couldn't sell a single piece of their equipment. How could this not be infuriating? They now had grievances they couldn't voice. Were they supposed to tell the world that Chen Han had taken all the money? And let the punitive army deal with Chen Han? Who would believe that? At this moment, this punitive army was completely fixated on them. Thinking of this, Leo, Dawn, and Luke's hearts bled, and they all aged several years. The three old guys had truly lost to Chen Han. What do we do now? Leo, Dawn, and Luke looked at Leo, Dawn, and Luke. The latter snorted, "What do we do? They've come knocking on our door, what else is there to do? If they dare to provoke me, Leo, Dawn, and Luke, then they must die." With that, Leo, Dawn, and Luke pulled out their only purple crossbow and fired it rapidly into the crowd below. At this moment, this ranged weapon once again played a significant role. Puff, puff, puff. Leo, Dawn, and Luke continuously pulled the trigger, and 7 or 8 people below fell. Ah, Leo, Dawn, and Luke are attacking. Damn it, smash the door for me. Bald Shang saw the crossbow and quickly retreated to the back of the crowd, shouting loudly. He only has a crossbow, don't panic. Raise your shields and smash the door under their cover. With that, he pulled out 2 purple novice shields and handed them to Brother Dao and Meng Tu. Purple equipment. Seeing that Bald Shang had actually produced purple equipment, Brother Dao and Meng Tu's eyes widened. Brothers, safety first. Bald Shang nodded solemnly and pulled out 2 more purple novice axes. Here, these axes do high damage. Brother Dao and Meng Tu's eyes lit up. Good brother, once we take down Leo, Dawn, and Luke, you'll get a bigger share. Then, Brother Dao and Meng Tu held up their purple shields and charged to the front, slashing fiercely with their purple axes. Seeing this, Bald Shang hid at the back, chuckling, "Boss suit is awesome." These purple shields were, of course, given by Chen Han, specifically to counter Leo, Dawn, and Luke's crossbow. Damn it! Leo, Dawn, and Luke continuously pulled the trigger. His purple crossbow was originally an invincible existence. Even pink-tier shields would have difficulty blocking his arrows. But when Brother Dao and Meng Tu charged up with purple shields, the situation immediately changed. Arrows struck the purple shields, emitting crisp metallic clangs. Damage 8. Purple shield defense value 192-200. F. Seeing this, Leo, Dawn, and Luke cursed loudly. But there was nothing he could do but continuously fire arrows. Seeing this, Lu Feihan stopped him. "Dad, although the crossbow has infinite arrows, it has durability limitations.
If you use it like this crossbow will be scrapped. Humph.
Leo, Don, and Luke snorted coldly, throwing the crossbow at him. You do it, use every means possible to make them pay.
Lu Feihan's face was grim. What methods could he possibly have? There were thousands of people outside, and they only had a little over 100.
They didn't dare to rush out even though they were clad in purple gear. Charging out like that would surely get them hacked to death.
But dragging it on like this wasn't a solution either.
Their steel fortress was merely made of pink alloy, with a defense value of only 10,000 points. If they let them keep hacking away, it would be breached sooner or later. Lu Feihan pondered for a moment, then looked at Leo, Don, and Luke.
How about we negotiate a truce? Give them some equipment to send them away.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces turned grim.
Wouldn't that be admitting defeat?
But besides that, there really was no other way. Leo, Don, and Luke looked at Leo, Don, and Luke with questioning eyes, the latter's face gloomy.
It's the only way.
Lu Feihan nodded and shouted down at the crowd from atop the fortress.
Stop, let's negotiate a truce.
At his words, Brother Dao and Meng Tu, who were panting from exhaustion, immediately stopped.
You killed so many of our brothers, and now you want to negotiate? Brother Dao pointed angrily at Lu Feihan. The latter looked calm.
You're only here for wealth, there's no need to make it a life or death struggle.
Do you really think you can break through our fortress? Look at the axe in your hand, it's almost broken, isn't it? How can you break down the door like that?
Hearing this, Brother Dao lowered his head and glanced at his axe.
Durability 48,100.
And the alloy gate in front of them had a defense value of 8,520 10,000.
Indeed, smashing alloy with an axe was the dumbest method.
These were their only two purple axes. If they broke both, the damage to the alloy gate would be even lower. Struck where it hurt, Brother Dao and Meng Tu's faces immediately turned ugly.
Lu Feihan was indeed a professional player. He saw the problem at once.
How about this? I'll give you 10,000 sets of novice equipment, one set for each of you. Upon hearing this, many people were tempted, as most of them didn't have beginner's equipment. As for why they joined the punitive army, one reason was to get a piece of the action, and the other was to stick together to survive. After all, without equipment, they were no match for the zombies. But if Leo, Don, and Luke could each provide a set of equipment, then they would have the ability to survive, at least enough to kill zombies and acquire resources. Seeing everyone hesitate, Bald Shang's face changed dramatically.
Damn it, they're already tempted? The boss in the suit had tasked him with eliminating Leo, Don, and Luke. How could they make peace now?
Bald Shang immediately stepped forward and shouted, Leo, Don, and Luke are worth tens of billions.
They think they can buy us off with 10,000 pieces of equipment? Do they think we're beggars? We want money, we want food. Hearing this, everyone finally snapped back to reality.
That's right, 10,000 pieces of equipment against tens of billions in assets was practically charity.
The crowd instantly got fired up. Lu Feihan glared at Bald Shang, his teeth grinding with frustration. Our money has already been used to buy equipment. Besides equipment, we have nothing. Let alone food, we can't even get enough to eat ourselves. Who are you kidding? If you're not sincere, then let's keep fighting. Brothers, attack!
Bald Shang didn't care about any of that, immediately instigating everyone to action at the slightest disagreement. Brother Dao and Meng Tu's faces darkened. Fight my ass, how long would it take to dismantle such a thick alloy door? Making peace and getting compensation was naturally a good thing. At this moment, Lu Feihan saw through everyone's thoughts and raised a finger.
100,000 pieces.
I'll give you 100,000 pieces of equipment, now get out of here.
Boom!
Hearing 100,000 pieces, the punitive army exploded, each one excited beyond measure. Equipment was so expensive now, with 100,000 pieces, each person could get over 30 pieces. That was a huge sum of money.
Deal!
Brother Dao and Meng Tu ignored Bald Shang and immediately agreed.
Both sides were very straightforward and began the transaction.
Bald Shang was dumbfounded.
How was he going to explain this to the boss in the suit?
He immediately informed Chen Han, explaining the current situation.
Chen Han smiled, "That's easy. I'll just have someone open the door." Open the door?
Bald Shang wondered if he had heard wrong. However, the next moment, the massive steel door actually opened. Seeing this, not only Bald Shang, but also the punitive expedition army in the middle of the transaction and Lu Feihan and the others were all dumbfounded.
This. Chapter 42, Betrayal. The fortress falls. Holy SHT. Baldy Shang's eyes widened. "Suit guy, you're a god." He said open the door, and it opened. "Boss, the suit boss is a bit spooky." Rat's eyes were wide with disbelief. "What do we do now? Do we still fight?"
The punitive army exchanged glances, and the scene fell into silence. Just a moment ago, they were clamoring but helpless against the steel door. Now that negotiations had started, the door opened automatically.
What was going on? Luring them to commit a crime?
In an instant, many people's eyes burned with desire. Leo, Dawn, and Luke were inside. As long as they killed him, billions in gold would be theirs. The two leaders of the punitive expedition, Brother Dao and Meng Tu, exchanged glances, seemingly asking for each other's opinions. They weren't fools, their first reaction was a trap. The door wide open, was this an invitation to walk into a snare? Inside the door, there might be an ambush set by Leo, Dawn, and Luke. At this moment, Leo, Dawn, Luke, and the others were equally bewildered. Who opened the door? Nobody said they could open the door. However, just as both sides fell silent, a four-eyed guy poked his head out from inside the door. Wan Liangping cautiously glanced at the punitive expedition, then raised his hands under their shocked gazes. "I surrender, don't kill me." Then, several more people followed behind him, also raising their hands high. "Ahem, passers-by, just passing through, do as you please." The several people laughed awkwardly, slowly shuffling their bodies outwards. No one from the punitive expedition made a move. They all surprisingly made way, allowing them to escape safely. This scene completely stunned Leo, Dawn, Luke, and the others. "Close the damn door." "What are you doing, surrendering?" Leo, Dawn, and Luke roared. Bald Shang reacted, shouting back, "Charge! Capture Leo, Dawn, and Luke alive! Deliver justice!" Boom! Among the punitive army, someone instantly rushed in and cut down the people trying to close the door. The scene immediately plunged into chaos. Both sides' forces clashed in a fierce battle. Wang Liangpeng and others, who hadn't run far, looked back and saw the dense crowd surging into the fortress, their bodies trembling with shock. Luckily, they ran fast, otherwise their fate would have been imaginable. Luckily, they cooperated with the suit boss, otherwise they would die sooner or later. As insiders, they were well aware of the power struggle between Chen Han and Leo, Dawn, Luke. Now, even a fool knew that Leo, Dawn, Luke had lost. What good were millions of pieces of equipment if they couldn't be sold and were just scrap metal? This was clearly a trap set by the suit boss. And those fools, Leo, Dawn, Luke, were still too proud to admit it. "Stop looking. Let's go get our rewards from the suit boss, then leave quickly. Leo, Dawn, Luke are completely finished." Wan Liangpeng led his few subordinates to flee. The suit boss is amazing. He even placed moles under Leo, Dawn, Luke. Bald Shang was on a video call with Chen Han, providing a live broadcast. On the screen, the punitive army had all charged into the fortress, and the sounds of battle shook the heavens. Seeing this scene, Chuli, Zhang Daotian, and the others took a deep breath. They all cast shocked glances at Chen Han. What a ruthless person! To have planted people inside the enemy's ranks, how could they even fight? It was supposed to be a siege, but at the critical moment, the city gates swung wide open. Not only killing, but also destroying their spirit. Facing everyone's gazes, Chen Han was uncharacteristically serious for once. This is the apocalypse. For profit, people will betray their companions without hesitation. This story warns us never to trust anyone casually.
Hearing this, everyone nodded, a hint of emotion in their hearts. You knew this, yet you still believed in us and let us live in the fortress. Isn't this a form of trust? Zhang Daotian secretly wiped away a tear, vowing silently that he would follow his boss for the rest of his life and never waver. Chuli likewise looked at Chen Han with complex eyes. Only now did she realize how charming this man truly was. Just then, Snow spoke with a smile. Something that might surprise you is that they betrayed Leo, Don, and Luke just for a pack of cigarettes. Then, she took out 5 packs of Huazi cigarettes from her inventory. And Jane, wait for them at the entrance. Chen Han never breaks a promise. Just for cigarettes? Everyone shook their heads with pity. Leo, Don, and Luke were truly miserable. As everyone was sighing, the live broadcast screen suddenly changed. An armored vehicle burst out of the fortress. Leo, Don, Luke ran away. In a life-or-death crisis, Leo, Don, Luke and the others chose to abandon the Doomsday Fortress and flee for their lives. Along the way, they didn't know how many people they ran over. Under the powerful impact of the armored vehicle, the punitive army could only make way. Suit Boss, Leo, Don, and Luke have run off. What should we do? Bald Shang shouted anxiously. Chen Han didn't care, having lost everything. Leo, Don, and Luke were like stray dogs. Chen Han had already pretty much avenged the grievances from his previous life. This money-making tool was now useless. It was his luck that he ran. Of course, if he dared to come back, Chen Han would certainly send him on his way. Chen Han ended the call, smiling as he looked at everyone. All right, the first tier is almost over. A small profit of 12 billion. Next, relax for a day, and prepare for the second tier of Doomsday the day after tomorrow. Now, let's party and have some fun. With that, Chen Han brought out all sorts of delicious food and drinks. All right. Everyone cheered in unison. That night. Grr, grr. In an abandoned shop, Leo, Don, Luke, and others' stomachs rumbled with hunger. Dad, have some. Lu Feihong offered a piece of moldy bread. Leo, Don, Luke angrily slapped the bread away. You want me to eat this stuff? What kind of garbage is this? Is it even edible? Lu Feihong was silent for a moment. This is all we have left. What about meat? We can buy meat. Leo, Don, Luke asked. Yeah, where did we buy the meat we ate before? We can buy it now too. Leo, Don, Luke said, equally anxious. Those high-rank foods were bought at high prices from other players. The steak you love so much sells for 100,000 gold apiece. Lu Feihong glared at them. At a time like this, and they're still thinking about high-rank food. Leo, Don, Luke, don't we even have 100,000 coins? We do, but we have to save it for fuel. Fuel for the armored vehicle is expensive. What about the equipment? Has any equipment been sold? Not a single piece has been sold. Chen Han put another 100,000 pieces of equipment up for sale. Everyone is waiting for him to give it away. Who would buy our expensive equipment? Hearing this, Leo, Don, Luke's expressions immediately turned ugly. Chen Han is truly despicable. Why don't we lower the price? I don't believe no one will buy it. Leo, Don, Luke suggested. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yanghui and the dozen or so subordinates' eyes immediately lit up. That's right, as long as they lowered the price, someone would definitely be willing to buy. They had 1 million pieces of equipment. If they could sell them, a comeback would definitely not be an issue. Shut up. Lowering the price is impossible. Leo, Don, Luke suddenly roared. His face was ashen, his fists clenched. Lowering the price now would be equivalent to admitting defeat to Chen Han, wouldn't it? Leo, Don, and Luke couldn't do it, nor could they accept it. Seeing Leo, Don, and Luke's refusal, a shadow of gloom flickered in the eyes of Zhang Yanghui and his subordinates. Just then, the roar of zombies echoed from outside. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Everyone cautiously peered through the doors and windows at the street. However, the sight before them sent shivers down their spines, leaving them trembling with terror. At this very moment, the entire street was swarming with zombies, densely packed.
Even more shocking, amidst the zombie horde, were two figures.
A man and a woman.
Upon seeing the woman, Leo, Dawn, and Luke's eyes whitened instantly. It was her.
Chapter 43, Zombie Army. Who are this man and woman, and how are they mixed in with the zombie horde? Zhang Yonghui whispered. No, that man isn't human.
Under the moonlight, everyone clearly saw the man's appearance. It was better not to look, because when they did, they were startled. He was truly hideous. His face, covered in blue veins, and his pale skin were incredibly chilling. Soon, an image flashed through everyone's minds. Half infected. Everyone's hearts trembled. It was a corpse king. It's over, a corpse king actually appeared nearby. In the beginner tier, this was absolutely an invincible existence. Leo, Dawn, and Luke, the three wealthy men, looked at the woman, their expressions becoming grim. They all knew this person wasn't Chen Han's girlfriend? How did she get mixed up with zombies? Was this another one of Chen Han's tricks? He could even control zombies? A bad premonition flashed through their minds. Quick, hide, don't let them see us. Leo, Dawn, and Luke thought Chen Han had come to settle scores with them. Just as everyone was about to hide, the zombie army rushed towards them. The vast zombie horde let out chilling roars in the dark, shambling down the street. No matter how you looked at it, it was terrifying. Not long after, as everyone waited in horror, the zombie horde arrived as expected. It was clear that the Corpse King had discovered them long ago. Or rather, it had come specifically for them. We're done for. Zhang Yonghui and his subordinates' hearts pounded wildly. Boss, hurry up and get the armored car, let's make a run for it. Lu Feihan also reacted, immediately releasing the armored car right there in the shop. Everyone scrambled onto the car in terror and quickly started it. Lu Feihan drove the armored car, disregarding the Corpse King, and floored the accelerator. Bang! The shop's glass door was instantly shattered by the armored car. The armored car burst out of the shop, heading directly towards the semi-infected creature. Lu Feihang and the others were experienced players, so they naturally knew the Corpse King's abilities. If the Corpse King didn't die, it could simply control the zombies to surround the armored car, making it impossible for them to escape. Die! Lu Feihang stomped on the accelerator, intending to run over the Corpse King directly. However, a shocking scene unfolded. Just as the armored car was about to hit, the semi-infected creature merely extended one hand and actually held the high-speed armored car in place. How is that possible? Everyone in the car was stunned. Lu Feihan couldn't bother with that much and pressed the armored car's accelerator all the way down. However, the wheels spun furiously on the ground, but the car didn't move an inch. Zhang Yongyi's lips curled into a slight, hoarse laugh. Jia jia jia. Then, to everyone's stunned gaze, Zhang Yongyi raised his fist and punched the front of the armored car. Boom! The entire front of the car was smashed into the ground, its rear end tilting high, throwing the people inside into a daze. Everyone showed looks of despair. This semi-infected creature was too strong, definitely not something they could currently resist. At this moment, Zoe stepped forward, looking at them indifferently. Get out of the car. Over a dozen people were forced out of the car. When they saw the dense swarm of zombies on both sides of the street, they couldn't help but tremble. There were too many of them. Dense and numerous, even more than the punitive army. Kneel. Zhang Yongyi said coldly. As soon as the voice rang out, Leo, Dawn, Luke and the others all froze. This Corpse King has intelligence. Are you a human player? Zhang Yanghui's eyes widened. In the game, half-infected individuals were NPCs, standing on the opposite side of humanity. He hadn't expected the half-infected in front of him to be transformed from a human. For a moment, everyone even felt a strange familiarity with the half-infected individual before them. Since it's a human player, everything becomes much easier to discuss. Zombies won't reason with you. Those monstrous things just want to eat people. But human players are different. As long as there's mutual benefit, cooperation isn't out of the question. Zhang Yanghui immediately felt a lot more at ease. He didn't kneel, but instead grinned, "Friend, let's talk this over, no need for fighting and killing." However, the next moment, Zhang Yanyi grabbed his hand directly and tore it off with a sickening sound. Then he brought the severed arm to his mouth, piece by piece.
Ah! My hand, my hand!
Zhang Yanghui cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, blood spurting from the severed arm's wound, a truly terrifying sight. Smelling the blood, the zombie horde stirred, letting out terrifying roars. This scene completely stunned Leo, Don, Luke, and the others.
Isn't this supposed to be a human player? How is he still eating flesh?
Indeed, Zhang Yangyi still retained human memories after mutating into a half-infected. But equally, he also inherited the characteristics of a half-infected, such as bloodlust, brutality. Zhang Yanghui's flippant words had clearly enraged him.
Kneel! Zhang Yanyi spoke again.
This time, no one dared to disobey, dropping to their knees with a thud. Leo, Don, Luke were trembling all over. He had never witnessed such a scene. Seeing this half-infected individual eat a severed arm raw, he was so nauseated he almost vomited, but he swallowed it back down.
Puke? I wouldn't dare. Leo, Don, Luke, I heard you made tens of billions? Hand over the money. Zoe said coldly. As soon as she spoke, Leo, Don, Luke was stunned. No, aren't you sent by Chen Han?
He was confused.
As Chen Han's girlfriend, how could Zoe not know what happened between them? Hearing Chen Han's name, Zoe's face grew even colder.
We did make tens of billions, but your boyfriend scammed it all from us. Leo, Don, Luke suddenly blurted out. He noticed the change in Zoe's expression and roughly guessed what had happened.
Clearly, Zoe had been abandoned.
She and Chen Han were definitely not on the same side. And now she was clinging to the Zombie King, possessing this powerful strength. They could completely leverage Zoe's power to get revenge on Chen Han.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Leo, Don, Luke understood Leo, Don, Luke's meaning, and expressions of surprise appeared on their faces.
This was a good idea.
However, the next moment, a dark shadow flashed. The Zombie King directly grabbed Leo, Don, Luke by the neck and lifted him high into the air.
She is my woman.
Leo, Don, Luke struggled desperately, wanting to speak but unable to utter a sound. However, by the shape of his mouth, he seemed to be calling for help. His idea was good, but it touched Zhang Yangyi's sore spot. Then, Zhang Yangyi threw Leo, Don, Luke into the zombie horde, where he was immediately devoured by the frantic zombies.
Seeing this scene, Leo, Don, Luke finally couldn't hold back. Gags. He threw up everything he ate yesterday.
Leo, Don, and Luke were terrified, kneeling on the ground and trembling uncontrollably.
Don't kill me, I really don't have any money left.
I still have 800,000 pieces of novice equipment on me. I'll give it all to you, please let me go. At this moment, the once arrogant rich men were begging for mercy on their knees like stray dogs.
Zoe sneered, what happened? Tell me everything. Then, Leo, Don, and Luke recounted the entire incident in detail. After listening, Zoe's brows furrowed. She hadn't expected Chen Han to actually earn a tenfold profit. This meant Chen Han now had at least 10 billion in his hands. But none of it was hers. However, it didn't matter, these things would eventually be hers anyway. No matter how strong you are, can you really stop a zombie army? A sinister smile flickered across Zoe's face. She lowered her head and said to Leo, Don, and Luke. Chapter 44, Protect Chen Han at all costs. A crisis was gradually brewing, and Chen Han was completely unaware. Tonight's party had indeed been a bit too wild, almost everyone was drunk. With less than 24 hours until the arrival of the second tier of the apocalypse, Chen Han decided to let everyone relax. People couldn't stay in a state of high-intensity mental tension all the time. Once the second tier began, life would become much busier. In fact, the 3 days of the first tier were merely a transition period granted to players by the game's will. The zombies outside were child's play compared to the dungeon bosses in the game. Once the game dungeons descended, the world would truly plunge into a survival crisis. Chen Han held his head. The alcohol was evaporating deep in his brain, making him drowsy.
He lay on the bed, feeling somewhat tired, and appreciated the warmth of the moment, his heart filled with emotions. In his previous life, at this very time, he was still reinforcing his villa with wooden boards, trying to resist zombie attacks. I couldn't sleep, and all I had to eat was jam. It was incredibly difficult. But now, nestled in an apocalypse bunker, enjoying a comfortable big bed, lying down peacefully, how wonderful all of this is. No need to worry or be afraid, I can sleep however I want. Lost in thought, Chen Han gradually felt sleepy, his eyes growing hazy. However, just then, the room door lock suddenly opened, and a dark figure slipped in. Chen Han woke up with a start. After the advent of the Doomsday game, his physical fitness had greatly improved, and his mental state was no longer what it used to be. He instantly detected something amiss in the room. Knowing someone had entered his room, Chen Han's face showed surprise. He was very cautious about his safety. He had wrapped the entire room in orange alloy steel. Even the main door was made of alloy material from the game. Without a key, no one should ever be able to break in. But the key was clearly on him, so how could it be? Chen Han reached into his pocket for the key and found it empty. The key was gone. His first reaction was to draw his blade, ready to strike a fatal blow the moment the dark figure got close. The dark figure was getting closer and closer. Chen Han gripped the long blade in his hand, preparing to erupt and kill. However, the next moment, he caught a familiar scent of perfume. A graceful figure stealthily crept onto Chen Han's bed and then burrowed under the covers. Chen Han's lips curled slightly, then he rolled over and pinned the figure beneath him. Ah! Chen Han, why aren't you asleep yet? Beneath him, Snow's delicate face flushed slightly, and her little heart pounded. He wasn't sure if it was from nervousness or being startled by Chen Han. What are you doing, playing a sneak attack in the middle of the night? Chen Han pressed down on Snow, saying sternly, stealing my room key and then sneaking into my bed, do you know how dangerous that is? Humph. Snow lifted her proud head, revealing a glimpse of her fair neck. It was then that Chen Han noticed Snow's attire. Beneath her snowy swan-like neck, she wore only a thin camisole. Below that were two towering peaks. The mountain peak was obscured by 3,000 strands of flowing dark hair, the scenery appearing indistinct. The 3,000 strands of dark hair emitted a faint, alluring fragrance. Chen Han's throat bobbed. This chick had specially dolled herself up. Definitely prepared. Little girl, you're playing with fire. Chen Han took a deep breath. Didn't you tell us to relax? This is how I relax. Snow pretended to be calm, but her small face was flushed. Immediately, she turned the tables, using her Taekwondo black belt skills to pin Chen Han beneath her butt. Chen Han's blood surged, and he still wanted to say something. But Snow stopped him with one sentence, there's an extra woman at home. Instead of letting you conquer her, it's better if I conquer you first. Chen Han. This night was destined to be sleepless. Not only Chen Han, but many people in Jianhai City couldn't sleep. A bizarre incident was unfolding in the urban area of Jianhai City. An armored vehicle was moving slowly through the city streets, with a speaker on its roof playing music. Such a strange scene instantly attracted the citizens of Jianhai City. Many had been hiding at home, not daring to come out since the Doomsday game arrived. Initially, seeing the armored vehicle, those survivors were very excited, instinctively thinking it was official rescue. However, the result was a great disappointment. The armored vehicle's behavior was very strange. It just drove around the city without any official personnel appearing. Many noticed that a blood-soaked person was tied to the back of the vehicle. And in the dark night, the smell of blood and the sound of the speaker immediately attracted many zombies. More and more zombies shuffled behind the armored vehicle. That night, the survivors in the urban area of Jianhai City were so nervous they didn't dare to breathe, let alone sleep. The sound of music, the armored vehicle's movement, the zombies' roars, entangled in everyone's hearts, sending shivers down their spines. Gradually, the zombies grew in number, almost attracting all the zombies from one block of Jianhai City. By early morning, the zombie horde had formed a large army, possibly numbering in the tens of thousands. Seeing this scene, countless survivors gasped, instantly realizing one thing. Someone was stirring up trouble.
What could they be doing by attracting such a large army of zombies? To siege the city? Even the military camp in Shanghai City couldn't stop them, right?
Many secretly filmed the situation and uploaded it to the Apocalypse Dawn forum. As soon as the news spread, it caused a sensation throughout Long Nation. Because they all knew that the hottest figures of the moment, Leo, Don, Luke, were in Shanghai City. Damn, who is this big shot? Are they planning to attack Leo, Don, Luke? Upstairs using 2G network? Leo, Don, Luke's base was overrun by the punitive expedition yesterday, and he already fled in an armored vehicle. This actually happened? Leo, Don, Luke fled with billions in gold? I have a bold idea. Could the person driving the armored vehicle in the video be Leo, Don, Luke, and he's now going to seek revenge on the punitive expedition? Damn, the big shot upstairs is amazing. The more I think about it, the more chilling it becomes. How many people can afford an armored vehicle? This person is clearly Leo, Don, Luke. A single spark ignited 1,000 waves. This news instantly swept across the entire Long Nation. At this time, in the capital's headquarters, Long Jiang and a group of high-ranking officials had already convened an emergency meeting early that morning. Pillar of the nation, what is so urgent? The big shots looked at Long Jiang with puzzlement. Did you all see that video from Shanghai City today? Long Jiang asked with a solemn expression. We all saw it. Leo, Don, Luke inciting a large number of zombies to counterattack the punitive expedition. This action is indeed inappropriate. But we don't have the capability to deal with it now. The old general who once offered his position to Chen Han spoke bitterly. Long Jiang shook his head. As far as I know, the person in the armored vehicle is indeed Leo, Don, Luke, but he's not going to take revenge on the punitive expedition. His target is Chen Han. What? As soon as these words were uttered, the old general suddenly stood up. He dares to touch Chen Han. I'll butcher him. Long Jiang, is the news accurate? Everyone in the conference room showed expressions of shock, inevitably worrying about Chen Han. For Chen Han, everyone felt more gratitude. Because of his contributions, the military began to gain a firm footing and possessed the power to resist. Now that Chen Han was in trouble, everyone was naturally filled with indignation. If it weren't for the special circumstances, they would probably mobilize half a military region to protect Chen Han. The dragon general hesitated, then continued, do you know why Leo, Don, and Luke want to take revenge on Chen Han? Because all the equipment in the auction house belongs to Chen Han. Chen Han used them, selling equipment at high prices to make exorbitant profits. In other words, the true owner of billions in assets is Chen Han. Boom! Hearing this, all the bigwigs were no longer calm. This kid is absolutely ruthless. I now want to know, how do you all view Chen Han? The dragon general looked at everyone seriously. Nonsense. It's true Chen Han makes money, but his patriotism is also true. He must be well protected. Chen Han's contribution to Dragon Country is indelible, the old general shouted with full vigor. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. A determined smile appeared on the dragon general's face. Good. Then I will spare no expense to gather all forces near Shanghai City to protect Chen Han. Chapter 45, Zombie Army at the City Gates. This night was so wild that Chen Han slept until noon. He slowly woke up, looking at Snow, who was sleeping soundly beside him with a small pout, and couldn't help but smile. Little rookie. So bad, yet loves to play. After the arrival of the Doomsday game, Snow's physical fitness had actually improved a lot. But she was a novice after all, and naturally couldn't keep up with Chen Han's fierce methods. Chen Han felt both love and pity for this little one who was so addicted to playing. Thinking again, after today, this girl would be the Scarlet Witch, and by then, Chen Han might not even be able to control her. Thinking about being able to awaken his profession tomorrow, Chen Han couldn't help but get excited. He was very much looking forward to how powerful the sole SSS profession, Sword Immortal, would be. Opening the system panel, Chen Han began to pay attention to external affairs. As expected, the entire Blue Star was still in a panic over the zombie crisis. Although the game made it very clear, most people still couldn't accept reality.
Let alone killing zombies, they didn't even dare to leave their homes.
For such people, Chen Han could only shake his head and sneer. In fact, the first tier was the best opportunity for development. If one couldn't endure the first tier, there was no point in playing further. As for hiding at home, for these simple-minded zombies, it was still barely possible to stay hidden for now.
Once the second tier descended, all zombies would be directly promoted to rank 5 by the game's will.
Their strength, speed, and intelligence would all be significantly boosted.
Let's put it this way.
A rank 1 zombie might only pound and knock on a door, but a rank 5 zombie would twist the doorknob.
If one was unlucky and encountered a locksmith zombie, it could even directly open the door for you.
This was far more formidable than the zombies in movies.
Due to this reason, the second tier of the apocalypse officially ushered in an era of chaos. To survive, humanity began to fight fiercely against the zombies.
Apocalypse Dawn officially opened its chapter. As Chen Han scrolled through the chat on the global channel, a video about Shanghai City caught his attention. Below the video, countless people were also discussing it. After watching it, Chen Han frowned. He was certain that the armored vehicle in the video belonged to Leo, Dawn, and Luke. He believed that in Shanghai City, a third person capable of spending 100 million gold to buy an armored vehicle would not be found. This guy still hasn't given up.
Chen Han's lips curved into a smile. Did he really think a mere tens of thousands of low-rank zombies could break through his apocalyptic fortress? Isn't that a joke? Chen Han got up and went downstairs. At this moment, Gunnar and the others were all anxiously waiting downstairs. They had already received the news, but fearing they might disturb Chen Han, they could only wait for him to come out. I already know the situation, no need to worry.
Chen Han waved his hand, reassuring them. Were they scared by such a small lineup? In his previous life, he had witnessed a siege of millions of zombies. Boss, Leo, Dawn, and Luke are already heading towards the community with the zombie army.
Should we do something?
Jian Guan asked.
It's fine, they won't be able to break through the Doomsday Fortress.
Chen Han took a deep-fried dough stick and stuffed it into his mouth, showing no concern. Seeing Chen Han so calm, everyone felt a little relieved, but their brows remained furrowed. Although it was safe to stay in the fortress, they felt stifled. Wouldn't avoiding battle mean they were at a disadvantage?
Chen Han didn't mind. After 12 o'clock, when professions awaken, these small zombies will be like fish on a cutting board, not worth mentioning.
Get ready for battle.
Tonight, we'll kill all 4 quarters.
He remembered that when the second tier of the apocalypse descended, there was also a mini-game, and the rewards for this mini-game were extraordinarily rich.
Chen Han felt a little excited.
On the main avenue of Shanghai City, the zombie army slowly advanced towards the summer resort, led by armored vehicles.
Dad, do we really have to cooperate with that Zoe?
Inside the armored vehicle, Lu Feihan frowned, always feeling like he was playing with fire.
That woman actually relies on a half-infected person. What kind of person can do that? How bold could she be? And isn't it disgusting?
At the mention of Zoe, Zhang Yanghui and the others couldn't help but shiver.
That woman was terrifying.
Zhang Yanghui touched his severed arm, his face turning even paler. He was lucky to have saved his life, but Leo, Dawn, and Luke weren't so fortunate, becoming direct fodder for the zombies. That scene remained unforgettable to everyone to this day.
Given the situation last night, did we have a choice?
Leo, Dawn, and Luke said bitterly.
Hearing this, the car fell silent. Do you think we can defeat Chen Han?
Leo, Dawn, and Luke suddenly asked.
It's unlikely to break through Chen Han's Doomsday Fortress with just these low-rank zombies, Lu Feihan shook his head. But with that half-infected person, it's hard to say.
Zhang Yanghui nodded in agreement. That's right, the half-infected are set as bosses in the game. They are very powerful. And I suspect that guy might have already broken through the rank limit of the first tier of the apocalypse. Chen Han is fine hiding in his shell, but if he dares to come out, he'll definitely be killed by the semi-infected.
Speaking of Chen Han, endless resentment rose in everyone's hearts. If it weren't for Chen Han, would they have fallen to this point?
They were all veteran players of the game. As long as they developed steadily, their future achievements would certainly not be bad. But now, everything is gone, and even their original assets have been lost. That guy deserves to die. No matter what the outcome is tonight, if things go wrong, we'll bail immediately. Leo, Dawn, and Luke looked at the crowd. After last night's events, he seemed to have seen many things clearly. We still have a lot of equipment. When people discover that Chen Han no longer has equipment to give away, naturally someone will buy ours. Once we have money, we can still live the best life. Hearing this, some smiles finally appeared on their somber faces. That's right, as long as they have money, they can make a comeback. As Leo, Dawn, and Luke led the zombie army into the summer resort, the punitive alliance that had occupied Leo, Dawn, and Luke's doomsday fortress completely panicked. They all fled under the cover of night. Although this doomsday fortress was an excellent refuge, they dared not stay. If they didn't run now, they really wouldn't be able to escape once the zombie army surrounded them. Little did they know, however, that the zombie army wasn't coming for them at all. And just as the zombie army was at the city gates, two teams sneaked into the residential area, secretly trailing behind the zombie army. One team had 200 people, looking quite old, but each was agile, and all wore identical purple equipment. They were the reserves emergency summoned by the Dragon General in Zhanghai City. To be able to answer an emergency summons in the apocalypse was already truly difficult. On the other side, the number of people was much smaller, only 7 women. Leading them were the sisters Shenyu and Xia Chun'er, who had received Chen Han's benevolence. The goal of both teams was very clear: to rescue Chen Han. Chapter 46, Who Says He Dares Not Come Down? Here they come. Chen Han and the others arrived at the highest point of the Doomsday Fortress, looking down at the dense zombie army below. The zombies seemed unusually excited. After nightfall, both their strength and speed had increased significantly. For a moment, roars shook the heavens. Orange Alloy Fortress is under attack. Damage 0.2. Damage 0.3. As expected, it's no use. Leo, Dawn, Luke, and a dozen others huddled in the armored vehicle, frowning at the minuscule damage, which felt like mere scratching. Orange Alloy requires at least rank 40 to inflict effective damage in the early stages. It's virtually invincible, Zhang Yanghui explained. For these low-rank zombies to breach the fortress, it's simply wishful thinking. It's all that damn Chen Han's fault. If he hadn't bought up all the alloy materials above purple quality, we could have built a doomsday fortress like this too. And I wouldn't have been driven out of my home by the punitive forces. It's truly hateful. Leo, Dawn, Luke angrily punched their thighs. Think of a way to lure him down, Lu Feihong said in a deep voice. Given the situation, only a fool would come down. Leo, Dawn, Luke shook their heads helplessly. Damn it, I'll challenge him. With the help of his subordinates, Zhang Yanghui opened the hatch on top of the armored vehicle. He poked his head out, pointed his severed arm furiously at Chen Han. Chen Han, if you've got the guts, come down and fight. Hiding in a tortoise shell, what kind of cowardice is th? Bang! Before he could finish speaking, an arrow descended from the sky, piercing directly through Zhang Yanghui's purple protective suit and embedding itself in his shoulder. Ah! Zhang Yanghui let out a scream and tumbled down. Ah, it hurts so much, it hurts so much. Seeing his pathetic state, everyone's faces turned grim. To be honest, they were utterly helpless against Chen Han. Chen Han, high above, looked down through the car's windshield, a smile of disdain playing on his lips. Leo, Dawn, and Luke instantly got furious and called Chen Han on their phones. Chen Han, if you're a man, come down and fight me one-on-one, I'll beat you black and blue. If you're scared to come down, then stop barking, I'll mess you up. Leo, Dawn, and Luke, convinced Chen Han wouldn't come out, let out all the resentment in their hearts in a torrent of curses. Ever since he became rich, he had considered himself superior, his quality incomparable to that of any poor trash. But now, he could finally let loose without holding back, cursing however he pleased. He yelled until his throat was dry, and the people in the car covered their ears. Leo, Dawn, and Luke couldn't stand it anymore and gave him a slap. You shut your mouth.
Chen Han didn't even pick up your call. Who are you cursing at? Do you think Chen Han is an idiot? Why would he come out to his death? Lu Feihan was helpless. Let's go. Our mission is complete. Now it's Zoe's turn to take over.
Everyone turned their vehicles around, preparing to leave the zombie horde. However, the next moment, everyone was stunned as a figure in black battle armor descended from the sky.
Holy crap, Chen Han jumped down. Damn it, he really is an idiot.
Come on, hit him, run him over. Leo, Don, and Luke were momentarily stunned, then quickly shouted.
Run? Did I say you could run?
Chen Han jumped directly from the fortress, lightning flashing on his battle armor. The next moment, under Leo, Don, and Luke's furious roar, the armored vehicle directly crashed towards the descending Chen Han.
Chen Han's lips curled slightly.
He absorbed all the energy from the Five Thunder Talisman into his Black Fang battle armor and raised his fist high. He punched the hood of the armored vehicle. Energy erupted, and a terrifying force violently collided with the armored vehicle. A faint purple energy impact exploded on the armored vehicle's hood, and invisible ripple waves expanded outwards.
Boom!
The front of the armored vehicle instantly smashed into the ground, its rear abruptly tilted up, and the entire armored vehicle flipped half a circle in mid-air, its roof slamming heavily onto the ground. The immense force caused the bluestone floor to crack rapidly, and the crowded zombies around were instantly sent flying. In the not-too-distant tall grass, Bald Shang and Rat, hidden in the shadows, watched with wide, stunned eyes, clamping their mouths shut, daring not to make a sound. The two exchanged glances, seeing shock in each other's eyes. Woo woo woo, Suit Boss is awesome. The two had not followed the punitive army, remaining hidden here, wanting to see how the Suit Boss would face the zombie horde. They had initially thought Chen Han wouldn't come out, but the scene before them truly shocked them both.
Who said the Suit Boss didn't dare come down? Not only did he dare, he could even come down and beat you up. Too strong.
Bald Shang and his companion were incredibly excited, their admiration for Chen Han reaching its peak at this moment. Leo, Don, Luke, and the others were all stunned as well. They crawled out from under the armored vehicle, their faces filled with terror. The armored vehicle they relied on was actually punched into scrap. This was too outrageous. Leo, Don, Luke, are you effing stupid? Why did you provoke him? Leo, Don, Luke cursed.
Who said he wouldn't come down?
At this moment, he felt no joy at Chen Han's appearance, but rather immense fear.
Everyone secretly wondered, was Chen Han really afraid of the zombie horde? Could that half-infected creature really defeat Chen Han?
Chen Han stood on the overturned armored vehicle, his gaze cold as he stared at Leo, Don, Luke, and the others.
Since you all ran, why come back to die? To die? Weren't we here for revenge? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It was a zombie siege, and he said we came back to die?
This was clearly not taking the zombies seriously.
Get him!
Leo, Don, Luke shouted to his subordinates, but his own feet moved backward.
Charge! I don't believe he can defeat all 15 of us. Zhang Yonghui yelled. We're clad in purple gear, what's there to be afraid of? Kill him!
Everyone drew their weapons and swung them at Chen Han. Zhang Yonghui raised his crossbow, die.
Bang! An arrow shot out, striking Chen Han's blacktooth battlesuit. Ah! Triggered thorn mail damage 30.
Zhang Yonghui felt a sharp pain in his hand, almost losing his grip on the crossbow.
Then, in the next instant, a dark figure closed in.
Chen Han descended like the Grim Reaper, the cold glint of the Tang blade magnifying before his eyes.
You!
Before Zhang Yonghui could utter another word, his head was sent flying, blood splattering.
The boss is dead. Witnessing this, his subordinates looked terrified. Chen Han gave them no further chance.
His movements were ghostly, his speed pushed to the extreme by the orange tier shoes.
The Tang blade danced, its shadow flickering under the moon.
Swish, swish, swish. Protective suits were ripped apart, and the thick scent of blood diffused into the surroundings. 7 subordinates fell to the ground, dead, their eyes wide open. Seeing this scene, Leo, Dawn, and Luke's hearts pounded with shock.
Help! Miss Xiao, help us!
The Leo, Dawn, and Luke father and son, along with Leo, Dawn, and Luke, stumbled desperately into the zombie horde.
Strangely, the zombies merely clawed and gnashed their teeth, not attacking them.
Chen Han frowned, his gaze shifting to the distance. There, two figures slowly approached.
One male, one female. The female's figure was extremely familiar. Chen Han was momentarily stunned. You're not dead yet? Chapter 47, Half-Infected appears, you have terrible taste.
Under the moonlight, Zoe walked out of the horde, arm in arm with a ferocious-looking man.
How could I bear to die before killing you?
A grim smile appeared on Zoe's cold face. Chen Han looked at the half-infected man beside her again, exclaiming in surprise, so you've thrown in your lot with someone else, you really have terrible taste.
Don't you love me anymore? Do you love zombies? Shut up! Zoe snapped, her body trembling with anger.
She gritted her teeth, glaring at Chen Han, then looked at the Doomsday Fortress behind him, her hatred intensifying. Such good living conditions, they should have been hers.
Where's that bitch Snow? Make her come out. Zoe yelled towards the top of the fortress. If it weren't for that woman, how could Chen Han have changed his mind, and how could he have abandoned her?
Everything she was experiencing now was caused by that bitch Snow.
Besides Chen Han, she also wanted revenge on Snow. Those two dogs deserved to die. Bang!
An arrow suddenly shot out from above the Doomsday Fortress. The arrow gleamed chillingly in the moonlight, sharp and deadly, heading straight for Zoe.
Fear appeared on Zoe's face, and she quickly hid behind Zhang Yangyi.
Zhang Yangyi felt greatly pleased by this. This was his woman, immediately hiding behind him when facing trouble. This was her reliance on him.
He extended his hand and easily caught the rapidly flying arrow. With a squeeze, the steel arrow was forcibly broken by him.
Disgusting woman, even if no man wants you, you shouldn't find an abomination.
Are you that desperate?
On the fortress, Snow held her crossbow, looking at Zoe with a mocking smile. The sarcasm in her words was both murderous and soul-crushing.
Zoe clenched her fists in fury, her whole body trembling.
The bitterness suppressed in her heart instantly surged.
Did I want to do this? Do I really like this inhuman, ghoulish thing? Do you know how disgusting he is?
Every time he's on top of me, I feel like I want to die.
She finally couldn't hold back. The pent-up grievance in her heart surged forth instantly.
Zoe pointed at Chen Han, her face contorted with rage, and shrieked, "Kill him!
Kill him for me!" Chen Han sneered inwardly. Was Zoe pitiful? Pity my ass, she's a devil.
Her heart was completely black when she conspired with Leo, Dawn, and Luke to harm me in the previous life.
Chen Han would never forget her ugly face.
That night, she clung to Leo, Dawn, and Luke's shoulders, first killing Gunnar, then torturing him, and then using him to force Snow to give up resistance. That night, Chen Han watched with his own eyes as the person he loved most betrayed him, and then killed the people closest to him.
Damn memories flooded his mind.
Chen Han's expression gradually turned cold. Then let's end this. Zhang Yangyi stepped forward, tearing open his shirt to reveal his explosive muscles and dense blue veins. He looked at Chen Han with disdain.
I think you should apologize to my woman. No need to kowtow, because I'll eat your brains.
Zhang Yangyi's mouth stretched into a grotesque grin, his blood-red eyes eerily unsettling. This sight startled Bald Shang and Rat, who were hiding in the bushes, causing them to cover their mouths.
Wah, so he's a half-infected. Oh my god, how disgusting. How can that woman stand it?
It's over, the half-infected in the game are very strong. In front of players who haven't awakened their profession, they are practically invincible.
Can the suit boss beat him? Rat exclaimed in shock.
Bald Shang lowered his voice. Hard to say, the suit boss isn't an ordinary person either. He should be able to exchange a few blows. At worst, we'll just run back to the fortress. Just as the two were whispering, Zhang Yangyi was about to make a move but was stopped by Zoe.
She glared fiercely at Chen Han. Let the zombie army do it.
I want him to be bitten to death by zombies, one bite at a time.
Zhang Yangi licked his tongue. That's a good idea.
Then, with a wave of his hand, the zombie army moved, frantically pouncing on Chen Han. Roar! Over 10,000 zombies surged forward, gnashing their teeth and brandishing their claws, a truly spectacular sight. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have peed their pants by now. Zombies brushed past Leo, Don, and Luke, their roars echoing in their ears, making all three shiver with fright. But smiles appeared on their faces.
Die, Chen Han, tonight is your doomsday. So many zombies, you'll be squeezed to death. A battle was about to erupt. Chen Han checked the time. There were 2 hours until the second tier of the apocalypse descended. He gave a slight smirk. Then let's have a warm-up first. The next moment, a Five Thunders talisman struck Chen Han from above the fortress. Blazing lightning coursed over his body, and the black-tooth battle suit emitted a violet glow, absorbing all the energy from the Five Thunders talisman. The black-tooth battle suit shimmered with black light, accumulating a terrifying amount of energy. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Chen Han leaped high, and just as the zombies lunged at him, he punched the ground. Boom! An intense force erupted from his fist. A terrifying shockwave began to spread across the ground, followed by an energy explosion. In an instant, with Chen Han at the center, the violent shockwave blasted all the lunging zombies away. Hundreds of zombies were directly propelled into the air by the shockwave. Chen Han drew his Tang Dao and executed a fruit ninja-style sword technique, his blade dancing wildly across the bodies of the falling zombies. In a flash, everyone saw severed limbs, shredded flesh, and flying heads filling the air. This scene left everyone utterly shocked. Bald Shang, am I seeing things? What kind of power does the suit boss have? Rat growled in a low voice, suit boss is awesome. Leo, Don, and Luke were also dumbfounded, their bodies trembling again. Is this even human? Seeing how powerful Chen Han was, Zoe trembled with rage. How is he so strong? Why is he so strong? Go, all of you, go and tear him to shreds. Zhang Yangi frowned, letting out a roar in an unknown language. Roar! At the sound of the roar, the zombie army instantly became enraged and surged forward. Just then, the gate of the apocalypse fortress behind Chen Han opened. Zhang Daotian rushed out, both his chubby little hands clutching talismans. Behind him were Snow, Chuli, Gunner, Feng, and the Taoist team of Jian Guandao. Zhang Daotian, boss, I'm here to help you. Kill! The crowd, armed with weapons, engaged in a bloody battle with the zombie horde. Are they crazy? Rat asked, shocked. Why run out? Isn't that suicide? They won't die. They're decked out in epic gear, backed by the fortress, with options to advance or retreat, Bald Shang said with a grave expression. He was a bit hesitant, wondering if he should offer help. If he could lend a hand now, the boss in the suit would surely look at him differently. Perhaps he could integrate into the boss's team then. This was a rare opportunity. But, it was a zombie horde. What if he made a mistake and got bitten? That would be fatal. However, just as Bald Shang was hesitating, someone made a move. A delicate shout rang out not far behind the two. Brother Chen Han, we're here to help you. Bald Shang and Rat were startled by the sudden shout. Holy crap, who's there? The two poked their heads out of the bushes and saw several figures charging out from the shadows, weapons in hand. They suppressed their fear and charged into the zombie horde. Bald Shang and the other man's eyes widened instantly. Boss, I'm not mistaken, am I? Aren't those 7 girls? Chapter 48, Army Reinforcements, The Terrifying Charge Horn. The sudden shouts made Chen Han and the others instinctively turn to look. However, when they saw the 7 beautiful and delicate girls, everyone was stunned. What the hell? Chuli and Jianguan, among others, looked at Chen Han with a half-smile. Snow also blinked her big eyes, turning her gaze towards Chen Han. That look, it spoke volumes. Anyone who would step in to help at a critical moment like this must have an extraordinary connection. Especially when it's girls. This isn't just offering help in a time of need, it's putting their lives on the line. Faced with such a terrifying zombie horde, even their own mothers might hesitate, right? Yet, they showed no hesitation, their faces resolute, ready to die. Key point. They. Not one, but 7. Everyone scrutinized Chen Han with suspicious looks, wondering if this guy really had such charm. To have 7 girls risk their lives to help him. Chen Han felt helpless. Hey, what kind of looks are those? I only know the 3 leaders, I don't know the others. Even the 3 leaders, we just met by chance. Chen Han was also very surprised internally. He never expected Xinyu to show up here, and especially not to help him. TSK. Met by chance. Could it be a one-night stand? Snow looked at Chen Han with a playful smile. Chen Han, that's not right. Eating and running, that's a bad habit. Chen Han blared at her, don't talk nonsense. Snow covered her mouth and chuckled, not only without jealousy but with a hint of excitement in her heart. 7 of them. And in terms of both looks and figure, they were all top-notch. It seemed their age was similar to hers. They should also be university students. Especially the 3 leaders, one cold and domineering, a pair of sweet and cute twins. Plus Julie, the proud older sister type. Oh my god. Snow pursed her lips slightly, her little heart wondering what it was thinking. Whoa, boss, you actually have so many girlfriends. Zhang Ponzi exclaimed, his face filled with admiration. Chen Han's face darkened, feeling like he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Seeing Xinyu and the others surrounded by zombies, Chen Han's expression turned cold, and he charged towards them. Wielding a Tang Dao, he was like a war god descended to earth, invincible. These low-rank zombies were no match for him at all. Even if 1 or 2 zombies occasionally managed to grab him, they were all blocked by the black tooth battlesuit. Seeing Chen Han charging over, Xinyu and the others' faces lit up with joy. Sister Yu, he's here. Whoa, Sister Yu was right, he's really amazing. Xinyu's tense mood finally relaxed a little. They gambled correctly. Besides repaying Chen Han's kindness, they actually had another purpose in coming this time. That was, like Bald Shang, they wanted to offer help in their time of need, hoping to build a closer relationship with Chen Han. They all knew about Chen Han's suit ripper. If they could follow him, their future would definitely be bright. This was a high-stakes gamble, with their lives on the line. Actually, Xinyu's team had nearly 30 people, but after learning of her plan, only 6 women were willing to come. It has to be said, these were all heroines among women. Chen Han fought his way to the front of the group, his gaze stern as he looked at the women. He had already guessed Xinyu and the others' intentions. Although they had a bit of an ulterior motive, their actions were indeed commendable. It would be a lie to say he wasn't touched. Follow me. Chen Han led the way, taking the women back towards the front of the fortress. Seeing this scene, Zoe bit her lip, staring intently at Chen Han. Bitch. She never expected that Chen Han, besides Snow, would be involved with so many other women. For these women, he fought 7 times in and out of the zombie army. While she, at the Buckingham Hotel, risked her life to run downstairs and come before Chen Han, only to still be abandoned. Why? Chen Han, why are you so unfair? Zoe completely collapsed, her most cherished confidence instantly shattered. All this time, she had considered herself the most beautiful woman in the world, deserving of adoration from thousands. No matter when, she, Zoe, was noble and revered. Yet today, Chen Han trampled on her heart again and again. She hated. Zoe grabbed Zhang Yangyi's veiny hand and shrieked hysterically, "Make them come out, kill those slutty women for me." Zhang Yangyi's lips curved slightly, and his large hand reached directly down Zoe's collar, wantonly ravaging her. No need to rush, none of them will escape. Just then, Zhang Yangyi let out another eerie roar, and the ground actually began to shake. 10 3-meter-tall giant zombies emerged from the darkness, each dragging a massive axe, stepping heavily on the ground with each stride. Everyone was shocked, turning their heads to look. A piece of information popped up. Zombie irregular type, giant zombie. Rank, 9. Attack power, 500. Defense power, 800. Speed, 5. Skill, super armor.
Description: Zombie irregular types are the cream of the crop among zombies. They possess various strange abilities. Giant zombies are one such type, characterized by their overwhelming attack and defense power.
Remember, do not confront them head-on. Oh, a big one. Chen Han's eyes lit up.
Encountering an abnormal type in the first tier of the apocalypse was truly rare. More importantly, the drop rate for abnormal types was much higher than for regular zombies.
Chen Han's interest was piqued.
He had the women gather with Zhang Daotian and the others, then rushed alone towards a gigantic zombie. Chen Han stomped his foot, leaped over the zombie horde, and slashed his blade at the gigantic zombie.
Courting death.
Zhang Yongyi controlled the gigantic zombie, making it immediately use a skill.
Roar.
A golden light erupted from the gigantic zombie's entire body. The skill, Overlord Body. The gigantic zombie roared in fury.
In its Overlord body state, its strength and defense surged, and it directly swung its massive axe. A terrifying aura burst forth.
Chen Han was unfazed, raising his Tang saber to clash with the giant axe.
Clang!
After a violent crash, the gigantic zombie's axe snapped. The Tang saber, carrying immense power, directly shattered the gigantic zombie's Overlord body and decapitated it. Having slain his enemy in one strike, Chen Han kicked the gigantic zombie's body, his figure flying back to his team, escaping the zombie army.
This strike was truly terrifying. Even Zhang Yongyi frowned. He doubted he could break through a gigantic zombie in Overlord body state. Yet, this human had done it.
For the first time, he showed a grave expression. However, this same scene, viewed from a different perspective, conveyed a different feeling entirely. 50 meters away from the zombie army, the reserve veteran camp commander held his phone, video calling General Long, who was far away in Shangjing. Because of the distance and the zombies obstructing the view, the video footage only showed a rough outline. General Long watched Chen Han clash with the gigantic zombie, seeing the entire person get sent flying, his fists clenched.
He yelled in anger, "Brother Chen Han!"
Beside him, a group of high-ranking officials were also furious.
Damn it, Chen Han is no match.
Exactly, I saw him break through multiple times, but he was always beaten back by the zombie army.
Damn it, if anything happens to Chen Han, I will execute Leo, Dawn, and Luke. We can't delay any longer, or Chen Han will really die in there. The senior executives spoke one after another. Dragon General's face was grim as he looked at the veteran camp commander in the video and said seriously, "This departure might be a final farewell. I beg you." Having said that, the senior executives also solemnly saluted the reserve squad, as if to engrave them firmly in their hearts. Seeing this scene, the soldiers were tearful, and shouted in unison, "If there is a war, we will return when summoned. This is the mission of the reserves. Please rest assured, General Long, we will definitely bring Chen Han back safely, at all costs." The old company commander shouted forcefully. "Attention, all! Salute! Swish!
Please rest assured, General Long, we will definitely bring Chen Han back safely, at all costs." The soldiers shouted in unison. The old company commander raised his red tasseled saber, pointing it at the zombie army. "Kill! Kill!" The enraged roar shattered the sky. Even more terrifying, among this hastily assembled reserve force, there was even a bugler. He took out the polished bugle and blew the charge call that had struck fear into countless enemies. Do do do. Hearing the bugle call, General Long and other high-ranking officials in the video could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Kill! 200 reservists were like a streak of light, illuminating the entire night sky. Their passionate roars were like a million-strong army charging, reigniting the dormant military spirit. A murderous aura swept across the sky, surging towards the zombie army. Holy crap! Hearing the sound of the charge, everyone from Chen Han and Feng's group, to Bal Shang and his companion hiding in the bushes, to Leo, Don, Luke, and the zombie army on Zhang Yongyi's side. Every person, every zombie, at this moment, had their hair stand on end instantly. Hearts pounded. What's happening? Is the Dragon Kingdom army charging? Chapter 49, Remember our mission, I'll go ahead. What happened? Everyone was puzzled, their gaze directed towards the sound of the charge bugle. Over there seemed to be a light, a radiant red light. It was enchanting and dazzling, it was filled with passion, it feared no death. 200 soldiers formed a charging formation, like the tip of a spear, plunging directly into the zombie horde. A sharp, cold glint tore open a path through the corpse tide, forging a fierce way forward. Though the warriors were old and hadn't fought for a long time, they were once the battle wolves of the army, and at this moment, they fought with extreme ferocity. Kill! Old Camp Commander Yi Yongchang wielded his red-tasseled saber, leading the charge, leaving a trail of flying flesh and blood in his wake. The old warriors behind him were no less formidable, as if they had returned to their prime, full of strength. They knew this was the last order their country had given them. Even if it meant sacrificing their lives, they had to complete the mission. The phone, which was on a video call with General Long, hadn't been hung up. It was hung on the old camp commander's chest, and the screen constantly swayed with the movement of his body. The roar of zombies and the battle cries of the army were transmitted one by one through the screen to the projector in the office far away in Shangjing. At this moment, all the high-ranking officials fell silent, tears welling up in their eyes. They all knew that while the 200-person team was equipped with purple tear sets, charging into such a zombie horde would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. After this charge, no one knew how many would truly make it to the fortress. And whether Chen Han could ultimately be rescued remained an unknown. Everyone nervously gazed at the screen, secretly praying in their hearts. The 200 warriors charged, creating the momentum of a million-strong army's attack, and quickly broke into the zombie horde. Only half the distance to the Doomsday Fortress remained. Chen Han and his group were stunned. Are these soldiers? Feng looked at the distant scene in surprise. It looks like they're here to help us, everyone said with astonishment. At this time, where did an army come from? Moreover, wasn't the military camp in Zhanghai City supposed to have fallen? No one knew where this army came from. But that didn't prevent their gratitude towards their country. How could they not be moved by a rescue team arriving at such a critical moment? Leo, Don, and Luke watched the approaching army, their faces clouded with uncertainty, but they didn't have many thoughts beyond that. To hell with the army, if things went south, they'd bolt immediately. Zheng Yanyi and Zoe, however, frowned. The zombie army was their subordinate force. It was clear this army had come to rescue Chen Han. Zoe's face darkened, kill them all. Zheng Yanyi's heart skipped a beat. He hesitated, having been law-abiding for half his life, holding reverence for both the country and the military. At this moment, he hadn't truly accepted the fact that he was a zombie. However, this hesitation was fleeting. I'm a corpse king now, to hell with any army, they're all just food for me. As long as my power is great enough, building a zombie nation isn't difficult. Zheng Yanyi's half-infected bloodlust was instantly ignited, and he licked his lips. Been playing for so long, I'm hungry. The next moment, Zheng Yanyi charged towards the reserve squad. He wanted to act personally. He wanted to prove that the so-called army was vulnerable. Seeing this, Chen Han's expression immediately changed drastically. The army had come to save him, and he couldn't just stand by and watch these people die before his eyes. He glanced at the time. There was still half an hour until 12 o'clock. Forget it. You guys go back first, I'll go help them. Chen Han told everyone to retreat to the fortress, to prevent any unforeseen incidents after he left. Everyone nodded solemnly. Go, boss. Fatty Zhang drew 3-5 thunder charms at once and threw them towards Chen Han. Boom! 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 3 muffled explosions sounded from the 5 thunder charms on Chen Han's body. Damage 500. Chen Han stumbled, grimacing in pain. Slow down, you little brat. Although the Blacktooth battlesuit had the ability to absorb energy, Chen Han would still be harmed if the energy exceeded its tolerance. Fatty Zhang clearly trusted him immensely, using 3-5 thunder talismans at once, which almost cost Chen Han his life. However, the effect was also obvious. After absorbing the power of the 3-5 thunder talismans, the Blacktooth battlesuit behind Chen Han radiated a purplish-black glow, and his entire body was filled with terrifying power. Chen Han no longer hesitated and instantly rushed forward. Meanwhile, old company commander had already encountered Zhang Yangyi. Seeing this bizarre man, old company commander and the other soldiers immediately grew solemn. One of the veteran players of Apocalypse, Dawn, instantly recognized Zhang Yangyi.
Old company commander, he's a half-infected, and very powerful. Oomph, what enemy haven't I seen?
Old company commander showed no fear, drawing his great saber and slashing at Zhang Yangyi.
Clang!
However, Zhang Yangyi merely raised his arm and blocked the falling saber.
Damage 29.
Zhang Yangyi's lips curled slightly. A mosquito bite hurts more than that. Then, he raised his hand and punched old company commander, sending him flying.
Damage 200. Warning, purple novice protective suit shattered. Put.
Old company commander spat out a mouthful of blood, his body crashing heavily to the ground.
Old company commander.
Seeing this scene, all the soldiers' hearts leaped, and anger showed on their faces.
Don't come over.
Old company commander quickly stood up and shouted loudly at the soldiers.
I'll hold him off, you all keep pushing forward and complete the mission. Kill.
With that, the old company commander raised his great saber and continued to hack at Zhang Yangyi. This time, he was much more careful, trying his best to stall for time.
The long saber swung, each strike landing on Zhang Yangyi's hardened skin.
Seeing this, the soldiers no longer hesitated, forcing back their tears, and continued to charge forward. As soldiers, they deeply understood the weight of the phrase, military orders are like mountains. Just as the soldiers had charged a short distance, the old company commander let out a scream.
Ah!
His hand holding the saber was seized by Zhang Yangyi and violently broken.
Pathetic!
Zhang Yangyi reached out and clamped his hand around the commander's neck, lifting him high.
Old company commander.
The soldiers turned back, their eyes blazing with furious flames. The old company commander struggled in pain, using all his strength to shout, "Keep pushing forward, don't look back.
Remember our mission."
At this moment, everyone broke down, tears streaming down their faces.
But they didn't stop, transforming their grief and indignation into strength, bravely continuing their advance.
A faint smile appeared at the corner of the old company commander's mouth as he shouted into the phone hanging on his chest. "General Long, leaders, Yi Yongchang of the former Dragon Kingdom Marine Corps, I'll be going ahead." His voice was transmitted via video to the meeting room in Xinjiang. In the vast office, only choked sobs could be heard. Everyone gazed at the half-infected person on the screen, their fists clenched, filled with sorrow and rage. The next moment, they heard the sound of a grenade pin being pulled.
Attention, salute! The high-ranking officials finally couldn't hold back, tears silently falling as they awaited the grenade's explosion. However, what they heard instead was an angry curse. Go back to your mother's womb. Chapter 50, Chen Han is that powerful? Who's saving whom, exactly?
Chen Han leaped high, quickly arriving in front of the soldiers, but the scene before him made him tremble all over.
The veteran whose neck was being squeezed by Zhang Yangyi had secretly pulled the pin on a grenade on his person. Holy crap! Chen Han's heart skipped a beat.
Big brother, why are you risking your life? This real-world grenade is useless against half-infected creatures, you'd be better off stabbing him. But for you, with your protective suit shattered, you'll definitely be blown to smithereens. Chen Han immediately rushed over, delivering an aerial kick to Zhang Yangyi.
Go back to your mother's womb. Zhang Yangyi's expression changed.
He quickly released the veteran he was holding and raised his hand to block Chen Han's attack. However, when he collided with Chen Han, he finally understood what true power was. The energy contained within the Black Fang battlesuit instantly erupted. Zhang Yangyi only felt a terrifying force transmit through his arm, then his entire body was sent flying 100 meters away. Watching Chen Han appear before him, the old camp commander was stunned, still clutching a grenade with its pin pulled.
Run away quickly!
The old camp commander's pupils contracted in shock, shouting at Chen Han.
Chen Han looked helpless.
Under the old man's stunned gaze, he directly snatched the grenade, held it in one hand, and extended it to the side.
Boom!
With a dull thud, the grenade exploded directly in Chen Han's hand. The power was comparable to a child's firecracker. This scene was witnessed by all the soldiers, who were all frozen in place.
The phone on the old camp commander's chest also captured the footage.
General Long and the others in the video were all dumbfounded.
This? Crushing a grenade bare-handed? Is Brother Chen Han really that incredible? This is a bit terrifying. Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. Ha!
Chen Han also noticed the old camp commander's phone and took it with one hand. On the phone screen were those familiar old guys.
Dragon General, what are you all doing?
Chen Han asked with a hint of anger. At this question, everyone opened their mouths, wanting to say something but unable to utter a word.
Originally, they had wanted to say, "Didn't we send people to rescue you?" But given the current situation, who was rescuing whom?
They hadn't expected Chen Han to be so powerful.
Cough, cough, Brother Chen Han, we just saw you were in trouble and came to see if we could help. We didn't expect to cause you more inconvenience. Dragon General gave an awkward laugh.
At that moment, he felt his expression was utterly worthless. 1 second he was shedding tears of sorrow over life and death, the next he was greeting them with a smiling face.
Next time, you'll have to contact me in advance.
Look at the situation now, how dangerous and tired the soldiers are. Chen Han said with a serious expression.
All right, that was my oversight, Dragon General replied, his smile unwavering.
Chen Han was fine, the soldiers were fine, that was the best outcome.
All right, I'll just consider them guests then.
Friends coming from afar, there will be wine and meat. Chen Han looked at the soldiers and shouted loudly, "Come on, let's go back and have a late-night snack." Then, he swaggered towards the fortress. Wherever he went, it was as if he was walking on flat ground, without any obstacles. All the soldiers were dumbfounded, watching Chen Han with looks of shock.
This was the target we were supposed to rescue?
They were surrounded by a zombie horde, yet Chen Han acted as if he were in his own home.
He didn't even put these terrifying zombies in his sight.
Everyone felt their scalps tingle. Before long, he led 200 soldiers back to the front of the Doomsday Fortress. "Gentlemen, please go in and rest first, I still have some matters to attend to. Gunner, prepare some food, we'll have a feast later to welcome our friends who have traveled a long way."
Chen Han shouted to Gunner on the fortress while slaying zombies. "Oh, and get more meat. Yesterday's roast lamb was pretty good too, roast a few more.
And that Wagyu beef, slice it thicker, the texture will be better."
As he spoke, he looked at old camp commander and the other soldiers. "Is there anything you want to eat? Just say the word." Gulp.
The sound of 200 people swallowing their saliva was indeed quite spectacular.
Everyone felt it was a bit unreal. Are these things you're talking about truly real? After the apocalypse game descended, there are still these kinds of foods?
On the other side of the video, in the large office, many important figures exchanged glances.
Did I hear that right? Roast lamb? Wagyu beef? You probably didn't hear wrong, because I heard it too. Aren't the foods in the real world contaminated? How dare they eat them? Contaminated with what? Didn't you hear him say they just ate it yesterday? I don't believe it. If this is true, I want to have a meal too. Wait, are we already talking about food? Don't the zombies deserve some respect? We're currently under siege by zombies.
Ah, yes, one person besieged by 10,000 zombies, how terrifying. Watching the soldiers enter the Doomsday Fortress, Bald Sheng sighed. He knew that he had missed the opportunity to follow Chen Han. If he had rushed out just now, it might not have been a lifesaver, but it would have shown goodwill. But now that Chen Han had displayed such powerful strength, rushing out to help again would seem a bit deliberate. Chen Han would not only not appreciate it, but might even feel disgusted.
Alas, I missed it.
Bald Sheng felt a pang of regret, as if he had missed a huge opportunity. At this moment, Zheng Yangyi crawled up from among the zombies, looking at Chen Han with resentment. He never expected Chen Han to be so formidable. That kick just now had actually knocked him out cold.
Now, Zheng Yangyi no longer dared to underestimate Chen Han,
and even felt the urge to retreat. It was true that early-stage half-infected were strong, but only when compared to average players. Against a pay-to-win big shot like Chen Han, he was naturally much weaker. The gap in physical fitness was completely made up by equipment. He strongly suspected that Chen Han was fully equipped with orange gear, and even fashion items with special attributes. If it were just purple gear, it would be impossible to be so powerful. Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that rank isn't open yet, as soon as I reach rank 10, I'll be able to awaken the half-infected talent. No matter what divine gear he has, they will all have to submit to my feet. As Zheng Yangyi thought this, he looked up and saw Chen Han charging towards him. He trembled all over, terrified, and quickly summoned giant zombies to rush over and surround Chen Han. Boom, boom, boom. 9 giant zombies, dragging their huge axes, completely ignored the low-rank zombies underfoot and charged directly at Chen Han. The giant axes plowed a trench in the ground, a terrifying sight. Chen Han checked the time. There were 10 minutes left until 12 o'clock. If possible, Chen Han had to kill Zheng Yangyi within these 10 minutes. At the beginning of the second tier of the Doomsday game, all players who reached rank 10 could inherit their original character's profession. Half-infected were no exception. What was even more terrifying was that due to the rarity of half-infected, the talents awakened by them would be exceptionally powerful according to the game settings. To avoid unexpected incidents, Zheng Yangyi must die. Chen Han completely ignored the big guys, his figure sprinting towards Zheng Yangyi. Brother E, kill him for me. Zheng Yangyi was about to turn and leave, but then he heard Zoe's shout. He gritted his teeth, damn it, I'll fight. Under the shocked gaze of everyone present, the two clashed with a single punch. Zheng Yangyi was sent flying backward, but he quickly got back up and continued to fend off Chen Han's attacks. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The half-infected person, who had been incredibly arrogant just moments ago, was now being completely dominated by Chen Han. Ah, damn it. Ah, not the face. Humph, Chen Han, don't go too far. Amidst a series of agonizing screams, 10 minutes were about to elapse. Chen Han frowned. He hadn't expected this guy's vitality to be so strong that he couldn't be killed. His purple grade Tang sword even had several nicks in it. Just then, a thunderclap echoed in the night sky. A game system voice rang out in the ears of all players. Dear player, Apocalypse, Dawn Tier 2 has arrived, please prepare. Chapter 51, Apocalypse Game Tier 2 arrives. Apocalypse, Dawn Tier 2 begins, gameplay announcement. 1. Game ranks open 10-19. 2. Professions open. After reaching rank 10, old players can inherit their account's profession, and new players can awaken professions by using class cards. 3. Guilds open, experience the passionate competition between players. 4. Dungeons arrive. Dungeon gameplay descends across the globe, categorized into personal dungeons, guild dungeons, national dungeons, and world dungeons. Clear dungeons to receive generous rewards. 5. The newbie experience tier has officially ended, and global zombie ranks have increased by 5. Note, they are more ferocious now, do not underestimate them. 6. For more ways to play, please discover them within the game. To celebrate the arrival of the second tier of the Apocalypse game, the game will launch its first World Quest. World Quest, Battle for Honor. National Task, the nation that is the first to kill 10,000 zombies will be the winner. Activity Rewards, the victorious nation will receive 10,000 supply drops within its borders. These will be divided into equipment drops, food drops, class card drops, skill card drops, and material drops. Individual Task, after the nation completes its 10,000 kills, the player who has killed the most zombies individually will be the winner. Task Rewards, the victorious player will receive a grand activity gift package rewards beyond your imagination. The game begins in half an hour. All players across nations are encouraged to participate enthusiastically and fight for national honor. Countdown, 29:58. As the clock struck 12, the game system's voice echoed across the entire blue star. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. The first to change were the zombies. All zombies across the globe, at this very moment, increased their rank by 5 levels on top of their existing stats. Whether it was intelligence, strength, speed, or sense of smell, all received a significant boost. Roar! Immediately, the roars of the zombies shook the entire blue star. The formerly sluggish zombies frantically charged towards human settlements. The sudden surge of power made them even more brutal, more bloodthirsty, and more ravenous. The zombie riot was clearly a massive blow to human players. Especially for some players who were hiding and hadn't yet leveled up, it was even worse news. They originally had a slight chance against low-rank zombies, but after the zombies' enhancement, they were no match at all, only able to watch as the zombies lunged at them. Suddenly, Blue Star was plunged into chaos once more. Countless living beings screamed in agony. Of course, for some players, activating their professional abilities was the most exhilarating thing. With their professional abilities, they could deal with zombies using various powers, without having to engage in hand-to-hand combat. And what was most exciting was the World Quest. Both the national and individual rewards were extremely attractive. At this moment, countless players rushed out of their shelters, preparing to greet the event. The World Chat channel also exploded. Chef Dad, holy crap, I'm a D-rank professional chef master with super weak combat ability, what do I do? Summer Siren, boo-hoo-hoo, why didn't I spend more back then, I'm also a D-rank professional. Mysterious player, I'm a C-rank professional mysterious assassin, I can wall run and leap. King Joe, luckily I spent quite a bit, B-rank boxer, quick, use nunchaku, hey. Call me Daddy, a rank professional warrior, seeking a guild, interested party's private message, requires 3 meals a day. It's worth noting that with the arrival of the national tasks, official government bodies from various countries also started to surface. Eagle Country Official, all free citizens, your strength is now needed, quickly prepare to kill zombies. Kimchi Country Official, please, Appas, use your strongest power to kill the zombies, Sumnada. Dragon Country Official, fight for survival. That night, the entire Blue Star came alive. The most frantic scene, however, was on Chen Han's side. Because in front of him, there were more than 10,000 zombies. After the game system's voice fell, all the low-rank zombies in front of him underwent a tremendous transformation. Roar! The zombies' ranks instantly increased, their strength surged, and they all roared madly at Chen Han. Especially those few mutated types, the giant zombies. Originally rank 9, after increasing by 5 ranks, they instantly soared to rank 14, their bodies shining with an indomitable aura, like steel statues. It sent shivers down one's spine. Be careful, Chen Han, come back quickly. Boss, get inside the fortress first, these zombies have become much stronger. Gunnar and the others shouted anxiously. Leaving now? Too late. Zheng Yangyi crawled up from the ground, letting out a long howl to the sky. It's as if heaven is helping me. To actually level up and rank up at such a crucial moment, Chen Han, you're doomed. Zheng Yangyi's body erupted with a powerful aura. In this instant, he ascended to rank 10, and his innate skill was activated. Let's get wild, all of you. Roar! Zheng Yangyi let out a roar, immediately using his innate skill. S-rank Indomitable Body Empowerment. As the Zombie King, you can bestow the Indomitable Body ability upon the zombie horde, lasting for 10 minutes. Buzz! Under everyone's shocked gazes, a red light burst from Zheng Yangyi's body, rapidly spreading to cover all the zombies in the field. The next moment, tens of thousands of zombies simultaneously erupted with golden light, and their bodies actually lit up with the Indomitable Body effect. Holy crap, a group support skill, and its Indomitable Body. How can this be so overpowered? Not to mention others, even Chen Han himself was stunned. This skill was simply terrifying. Tens of thousands of zombies all having Indomitable Body at once, this scene was far too shocking. Boss, come back quickly. Zhang Pengzi anxiously shouted. He was the person most familiar with the game, besides Chen Han. He naturally knew how monstrous an entire horde with Indomitable Body truly was. Chen Han ignored everyone's dissuasion, his face grim as he looked at Zheng Yangyi. This half-infected individual absolutely could not be allowed to develop further. Otherwise, he would definitely be a huge menace. Just then, Zhang Yangyi gave him no chance to escape, rushing forward like lightning. He activated his indomitable body and directly punched Chen Han. Die! Chen Han's expression hardened, and he likewise threw a punch. Boom! This time, Chen Han was sent flying backward, his body crashing heavily against the steel door. Seeing this scene, Zhang Pengzi and the others' faces drastically changed. While Zoe and Leo, Don, Luke, on the other hand, broke into smiles. Ha, Chen Han, your time has come. Chen Han slowly stood up. He took out a large pile of energy crystals and continuously absorbed them. Actually, even if you awaken your talent, it's nothing special. A slight smile played on Chen Han's lips. After absorbing 1,000 energy crystals, his rank finally rose to rank 10. Do you wish to awaken a profession? Awaken! Successfully awakened profession, SSS-Rank Sword Immortal. As the game system's voice echoed, Chen Han's aura suddenly changed drastically. A terrifying pressure instantly swept across the entire scene. What a terrifying aura! What profession did he awaken? Lu Feihan's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. Humph, just putting on a show. Zhang Yangyi bared his teeth and charged forward with terrifying momentum. Die! He immediately used his full power, determined to finish Chen Han in one move. Chen Han's gaze fixed forward, his longsword slightly raised, and he struck out with a single slash. Buzz! A thick sword beam flew out from the longsword, tearing through the night sky and striking fiercely. This one sword astounded everyone. Chapter 52, Awakening SSS Sword Immortal, stunning the entire audience. A sword light erupted in the night sky, illuminating a silver gleam, brilliant and dazzling like a setting sun from the ninth heaven. How powerful! Everyone in the arena saw this scene and their faces changed dramatically. Was this power truly real? Was this a god? Zhang Yangyi, who bore the brunt of it, felt an incomparable force rushing towards him. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he activated his overlord body to its absolute maximum defense. Buzz! The sword light arrived as expected, colliding with Zhang Yangyi, who was radiating red light. Under everyone's eager gaze, a figure flew backward. Visibly, his red overlord body was crumbling inch by inch. Zhang Yangyi slammed heavily onto the ground, a terrifying sword scar across his chest, slowly bleeding. How is this possible? My overlord body was actually broken? He looked incredulous. Powerful as he was, he couldn't defeat Chen Han? Roar! Unwilling to give up, he activated the power within him, unleashing his overlord body once more. He leaped high into the air, once again pouncing towards Chen Han. This time, he decided not to hold back and used his second talent skill. Wrath of the Underworld King. Blessing skill, Angry Underworld King, self-strength increased by 300%, defense increased by 300%, speed increased by 300%, super armor increased by 300%. Roar! In an instant, Zhang Yangyi's body burst forth with terrifying power, his muscles began to swell, and he transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant zombie. His figure expanded in mid-air, looking somewhat bulky, but his speed astonishingly increased several times over. Moreover, the red light of his overlord body became even more intense. At this moment, Zhang Yangyi underwent a seismic transformation. He looked like the underworld king climbing out of hell. It was terrifying. Everyone in the field gasped. Especially veteran players like Zhang Daotian and Lu Feihan. Only then did they realize how powerful this semi-infected being in front of them truly was. This was definitely a major boss-level existence in the game. However, facing such a terrifying attack, Chen Han showed no concern. A surge of sword energy erupted from him. Chen Han pointed 2 fingers forward, and the saber by his side shot out like a bullet. Sword Immortal Talent Skill, Blade Control Art. Buzz! The flying sword was incredibly fast, letting out a sharp clang in the air as it flew with terrifying power towards the large brute mid-air. Seeing the flying sword approaching, Zhang Yangyi's face darkened, and he slammed out with his sharp claws. The flying sword was knocked off its original trajectory, but quickly, it changed direction and continued to attack Zhang Yangyi. What the hell?
Zhang Yangyi's face changed dramatically.
Enduring the stinging pain in his hand, he continued to swat at the flying sword.
Clang! The flying sword struck Zhang Yangyi's tough body, producing a metallic clash.
Swatting the flying sword away again, Zhang Yangyi felt no joy. He glanced at the sword marks on his hand. Although his tough body wasn't broken, the flying sword had left a scar, causing considerable damage to it.
Zhang Yangyi was stunned. What kind of skill was this?
A flying sword commanded it will actually possess such power.
Seeing Chen Han's nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Yangyi's heart trembled.
This guy didn't care about him in the slightest.
Zhang Yangyi instantly erupted in rage.
He swatted the flying sword away again and lunged towards Chen Han.
Die!
Zhang Yangyi's right hand clenched, the muscles on his arm swelled again, and terrifying power slowly accumulated. With this punch, he intended to smash Chen Han's head.
Watch out! Shu Li couldn't help but exclaim.
Chen Han's lips curled into a slight smile. Using his finger as a sword, he slammed into Zhang Yangyi's fist.
Boom!
Beneath their feet, the immense power directly lifted the bluestones from the ground, sending dust flying. The sword finger directly pierced Zhang Yangyi's fist, and a surge of sword energy took the opportunity to penetrate his arm, violently tearing at the sinews and bones within.
Ah!
Zhang Yangyi was sent flying backward, his body crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing. Terrifying sword energy surged through his body, continuously causing destruction within him, making him writhe in pain.
This scene shocked everyone. In their eyes, Zhang Yangyi, this half-infected person, was already very powerful, but in Chen Han's hands, he was abused so miserably. Chen Han was too terrifying. What profession had he awakened? That's not right, his character is clearly an A-rank warrior, how can he be so powerful? Leo, Dawn, and Luke's faces were filled with dread. He had played Apocalypse, Dawn, with Chen Han and had cleared dungeons together, so he naturally knew Chen Han's background. But the current situation was clearly not right. No need to say, he must have obtained some more powerful profession after spending money. Lu Feihong frowned compared to his previous look of fear, he was much calmer now. Because he, too, had awakened a profession. An S-rank profession, heavy armorer. As a professional gamer, he naturally possessed a powerful profession. Precisely because of this, he wasn't afraid of Chen Han, and even had intentions of making a move. But now, he hesitated. Chen Han's power made him dare not act rashly. He estimated that his heavy armor was probably on par with Zhang Yangyi's super armor, but against Chen Han, super armor was clearly not enough. Son, let's go, let's develop discreetly first. Leo, Dawn, and Luke whispered, I still have 800,000 pieces of novice equipment on me. After I sell them and make money, I'll buy resources to craft a powerful set of heavy armor for you. Then we'll come back to settle the score with Chen Han. Leo, Dawn, and Luke were scared he developed a fear of Chen Han. He was afraid that his son would go and duel Chen Han. He was afraid that his son would just die like that. That's right, Xiao Hang, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Let's go first. Leo, Dawn, and Luke also urged him. Now their team was down to only 3 members, and Lu Feihong was an S-rank professional, with an undoubtedly limitless future. He still needed to rely on Lu Feihong to survive. So, he absolutely couldn't let him die here. Lu Feihong clenched his fists, turning around angrily. Then let him live a little longer. Seeing Lu Feihong agree to leave, Leo, Dawn, and Luke's faces lit up with joy. Let's go, we'll hide and sell equipment to make a fortune. Just as the 3 were trying to sneak away through the zombie horde, a longsword descended from the sky, crashing into the ground right in front of them. The longsword landing unleashed terrifying aftershocks, knocking over all the nearby zombies. The originally dense zombie horde instantly formed a vacuum, exposing the figures of Lu Feihong and his 2 companions. Trying to leave already? Chen Han walked slowly, longsword in hand. Seeing this scene, Leo, Dawn, and Luke's expressions changed dramatically. Damn it, he found us. Chen Han, you're asking for death. Lu Feihong was completely enraged.
He stepped forward, a gleaming, cold armor clanging onto his body, looking incredibly imposing. Then, a greatsword also appeared in his hand. He raised the greatsword with all his might, pointing it diagonally at Chen Han. "Today, I'll take your life." Boom! Zheng Yangyi, let's attack him together. No sooner had he spoken than a red light enveloped him, revealing that he too had activated a berserker state. Zheng Yangyi stood shoulder to shoulder with him. "Come on, let's finish off this despicable guy." Lu Feihan's face showed excitement after activating his berserker state. He felt a surge of powerful strength. Die! The next moment, he charged forward, his heavy armor gleaming, the greatsword raised high and brought down. S-rank skill, Holy Light Slash. A 10-meter-long slash fell from mid-air, utterly terrifying. Zheng Yangyi also refused to be outdone, using his third talent skill. Pluto's Rend. 3 claw marks, over 10 meters long, threatened to tear through space, violently lunging at Chen Han. Such a terrifying offensive made everyone in the arena tense up, all holding their breath for Chen Han. However, the next moment, Chen Han gripped his longsword and unleashed a skill for the first time. SSS-Rank skill, Sky-Slaying Sword Draw. Boom! Under everyone's shocked gaze, 100 Zheng sword light ripped through the void, shaking heaven and earth. Chapter 53, Lu Feihan dies. Do you think I'm a mere minion? Tear. Chen Han slashed out with his sword, the sword light tearing through the void, instantly creating an abyss-like crack in mid-air, chilling to the bone. Lu Feihan's Holy Light Slash and Zheng Yangyi's Pluto's Rend arrived as expected. The 10-meter-long slash and claw marks were originally so terrifying. But now, in front of the 100 Zheng Void Rift, they appeared so small and insignificant. The Holy Light Slash and Pluto's Rend directly collided with the Void Rift, then fell into that pitch-black abyss. And then there was nothing else. It felt as if a stone had fallen into the ocean, without even a single splash. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. They all stared in shock at the enormous rift, their hearts pounding. This is ridiculously abnormal. But soon, the Void Rift disappeared. It seemed as if a force had forcefully obliterated everything. However, no one detected it. Only Chen Han stared at the sky, deep in thought. How is this possible? Lu Feihan's eyes widened, watching everything unfold in disbelief. His S-rank skill, Holy Light Slash, had cost a large number of skill upgrade scrolls to upgrade from a rank to S rank. This move had never failed in the game. Even in esports competitions, he had defeated countless professional players. Yet, at this moment, under Chen Han's single sword strike, he was defeated so utterly. What class was he? What skills did he have? A sword-wielding class, was it a blade master? No, a blade master doesn't have such powerful skills. Lu Feihan trembled all over. As a professional player, he was familiar with tens of thousands of classes in the game, Apocalypse, Dawn, but he couldn't fathom what Chen Han's class was. He would never know that Chen Han's class was the game's sole hidden SSS-Rank Sword Immortal, which simply did not exist in his understanding. Such is the allure of pay to win. Of course, such terrifying skills also come with immense consumption. This single sword strike consumed 1/3 of Chen Han's energy points. And this was due to the powerful talent of the Sword Immortal class, if memory served correctly. A normal class at rank 10 would only have 1,000 energy points, barely enough for one of Chen Han's sky-slaying sword draws. Lu Feihan's expression grew increasingly solemn. He secretly spoke to Leo, Dawn, and Luke beside him. "Dad, later, while I'm holding him off, you guys run quickly. Don't come back, we can't defeat Chen Han." Hearing this, Leo, Dawn, and Luke's hearts trembled. He seemed to realize something. "Xiaohang, you go quickly." Lu Feihan fully unleashed his power, and his heavy armor glowed with streaks of light. He used his strongest move, Heavy Armor Giant. The next moment, an armored figure slowly formed above his head. The armored giant held a shield in one hand and a greatsword in the other, enveloped in flowing light, continuously drawing energy from Lu Feihan. Besides energy, it seemed to be draining his health points too. This skill was actually a sacrificial skill. Son. Seeing this scene, Leo, Dawn, and Luke completely lost their composure and even wanted to join the battle. However, Lu Feihan looked back at him. Dad, as a businessman, you are a failure.
You shouldn't always look out for your own interests. But as a father, you barely pass. Let's go.
With that, the armored giant directly grabbed Leo, Don, Luke and Leo, Don, Luke, and with a powerful swing, threw them somewhere unknown. They were all rank professionals. Such a fall might injure them, but it wouldn't be fatal. At least it was better than dying at Chen Han's hands. Seeing Leo, Don, and Luke being rescued, Chen Han frowned.
He hadn't expected Lu Feihan to use this move.
Chen Han's gaze fixed on the armored giant, and at this moment, he recognized Lu Feihan's identity.
In his previous life, he was a titan of Modu, known as the Demon Armor.
A very famous figure in Dragon Country. Unfortunately, in this life, he was called back to Jianhai City by Leo, Don, and Luke.
His good destiny was rewritten from then on. Come on, Chen Han, I'll put an end to this for my dad.
Lu Feihan endured the pain in his body. Having his life force drained was the most agonizing thing.
Chen Han nodded. I respect you as a man, I'll see you off. Boom!
The armored giant moved, his massive arm swung the greatsword, chopping down fiercely at Chen Han. Before the greatsword even landed, hurricanes had already stirred up all around, winds raged chaotically, and a terrifying pressure enveloped Chen Han.
Chen Han felt as if he was bound by a huge force, unable to move. It had to be said, Lu Feihan was indeed very powerful.
After all, S-rank professionals were generally overlords of their respective domains. Chen Han gently raised his hand, his long sword let out a hum, and the binding force was instantly shattered.
Sky-slaying sword draw.
The sword struck, and the sword light once again tore through the void. The descending greatsword instantly crumbled. Then, the sword light surged forward relentlessly, directly striking the heavy armor on the armored giant. Crack! Under the sword light, the heavy armor developed cracks in less than 2 seconds, then shattered inch by inch.
Bang!
The armor exploded, and the giant also disappeared into the sky. Lu Feihan was hit hard, his body fell weakly, and he drew his last breath. In the end, he still lost. Whether it was strength or business, both he and his son failed. From beginning to end, they had fallen for Chen Han's trick and plunged into an endless abyss. In fact, he should have realized it sooner.
Lu Feihan collapsed heavily.
Perhaps, he was the first S-rank professional to die in the entire game. Seeing Lu Feihan die, Baldy Shang and Rat, who were hiding in the shadows, trembled.
This was an S-rank professional, yet he died right after awakening.
Both stared at Chen Han's back with shock. How powerful is Suit Boss?
Rat, I'm warning you, you can offend anyone else in the future, just don't ever provoke Suit Boss.
Rat nodded heavily.
At this moment, Zoe also looked at Chen Han with fear, hiding behind Zhang Yanyi, her calves trembling.
Protect me, protect me.
He'll kill me. Don't worry, with me here, he can't touch you.
Zhang Yanyi shielded her behind him, summoning his courage to speak. This was his first woman, and his only woman.
Zhang Yanyi would protect Zoe even if he died here.
Roar! Zhang Yanyi let out a roar, and the zombie army moved again. This time, they didn't attack Chen Han, but charged towards the Doomsday Fortress. As long as he breached the fortress and captured the people inside, he could use them to threaten Chen Han. It must be said, this was a good idea. The zombie army in its super armor state could indeed pose a threat to the fortress. However, Zhang Yanyi overlooked the people inside the fortress. They were also professionals. Boom! Just as the zombie army rushed over, a lightning cannon boomed down, instantly sending dozens of zombies flying.
Zhang Daotian was seen wielding a heavy cannon, firing furiously at the zombies below.
What's even more terrifying is that beside him, Snow stood suspended in mid-air, holding 2 crimson energy orbs in her hands, ready to unleash a powerful attack. Hiss! The Scarlet Witch has been born. Chen Han took a deep breath and quickly stopped her.
Don't go on a killing spree, the national mission is about to begin.
Keep these zombies for the mission.
Zhang Yanyi? You seriously think I'm just a small fry?
Chapter 54, World Quest, Battle for Honor. Restrained by Chen Han, snow dispelled the energy around her and slowly landed on the fortress. She smiled sweetly, "All right?" At this moment, the terrifying aura instantly vanished, as if she had transformed from a Valkyrie back into a sweet loli. The surrounding crowd retreated a few steps in shock, and even Fatty Zhang gave her an astonished look. "Wow, Big Sister is so cool. Is that an S-rank professional ability?" Fatty Zhang looked on in admiration. He had never expected the young lady beside him to be so powerful. Snow also curiously examined the cannon in the fatty's hand. "You're a Taoist priest, what are you doing with a gun?" "Because it's cool." Fatty Zhang rubbed his head and put away the highly futuristic long cannon. Seeing the two, all 200 veteran reservists were dumbfounded. One soldier quietly asked, "Old camp commander, are these our mission targets? Are you sure General Dragon is serious?" The old camp commander was also sweating. He had indeed been shaken. Especially that girl named Shuli, when she shot a ray of light earlier, it actually healed his broken arm. This is too miraculous. Are these abilities from the game? The old camp commander's voice trembled slightly. It's a pity, how would old guys like us know how to play with these things? But this is good too. Chen Han and the others are fine, so we've completed our mission. All the soldiers nodded in agreement, their hearts also filled with immense joy. When they came, they were prepared to die in battle. Now, thankfully, their lives were still intact. This old body can still shine and contribute in this apocalypse. At this moment, the countdown on all players' personal panels entered the final tier stage. Players from all over the world were waiting for the arrival of the battle for honor. This not only concerned national honor but also the future development of their countries. With the end of the first tier of the apocalypse, most people globally had already begun to accept the reality of the game's arrival. Currently, everyone has only one wish, and that is to survive the apocalypse well. Now, this span style equals font family, Arial Battle of Honor span is the best opportunity. The first place winner gets 10,000 supply drops. This is an incredibly coveted wealth for any country. 10,000 supply drops are enough to accelerate a country's development. Only with powerful strength can one protect oneself. Dignity exists at the tip of a sword, and truth is only within the range of a cannon. Strength is always the foundation for upholding justice. This truth is understood by Dragon Kingdom, Eagle Kingdom, Bear Kingdom, and every other country. The mission rules are clear: slay 10,000 zombies. There are no specifications for the zombie rank, nor what kind of zombies they must be. Anyway, whoever kills them first wins. In less than half an hour since the second tier of the apocalypse began, global players started to become active. Especially the official organizations of various major countries, who had already organized experts to corral zombies during this half hour. As soon as the event starts, they will immediately begin the slaughter of zombies. 10,000 zombies, for a country, might actually only take about 10 seconds. In other words, this is a race against time. At this moment, all over the world, people are silently waiting for the countdown to end. At this time, in a military camp in Eagle Kingdom, over 10,000 soldiers stood in orderly lines on the parade ground, axes in hand. What was terrifying was that at the feet of each soldier, there was a zombie with its limbs severed. The zombies, having lost their limbs, were not dead, they could only lie on the ground, howling. Just then, 5-star General Mike slowly rose on the parade ground stage and shouted to the soldiers below. Soldiers, when the countdown ends, swing your axes and win this victory for the Eagle Kingdom Empire. As soon as the mission begins, their warriors will swing their blades, cutting off the zombies' heads in less than 2 seconds. Who can match such speed? He had absolute confidence that the Eagle Empire would win this victory. Whether in the past or in the current apocalypse, Eagle Nation should always be at the forefront globally. Its hegemonic status is unshakable. This is their pride. With that, he drew 2 daggers and approached the 2 zombies that had lost their limbs. He was ready to attack. This time, in the Battle of Honor, Eagle Nation would not only secure the national mission reward but also his personal mission reward. Other soldiers only had 1 zombie, so if he killed 2 zombies at the same time, it was undoubtedly a sure thing that he would achieve the most individual kills. It must be said that General Mike had a firm grasp of the game's rules. Buzz. Just then, a huge leaderboard popped up in the sky. This leaderboard could be seen from anywhere on Blue Star. At the very top of the leaderboard was a countdown. 59. 58. 1 minute countdown. On Chen Han's Doomsday Fortress, upon seeing the countdown begin, Snow and the others immediately prepared for battle. They were lucky, they didn't have to search for zombies, there were tens of thousands right in front of them. Everyone was eager to move at this moment, they were the hunters. Seeing this scene, Zheng Yangyi's face instantly darkened. They were clearly here to attack Chen Han, but now they were being treated as prey. And as targets for monster farming. Roar! Zheng Yangyi was furious, you are going too far. This is showing no respect for me. Past humiliations flooded his mind. He had originally lived at the bottom of society, often subjected to oppression and humiliation. Thanks to the game's arrival, which granted him immense power, he had experienced a few days of living like a superior being. Everyone who had ever humiliated him had become his rations. He felt an immense thrill. This was the pleasure of being above everyone else. But now, the feeling of humiliation descended once again. Chen Han actually treated his zombie army as experience packs, and did so right in front of him, completely disregarding his feelings. If he did nothing, wouldn't he be a zombie king in vain? Roar! Wrath of the Underworld King. Zheng Yangyi erupted once more, pushing the super armor on the zombie army to its extreme. Chen Han, don't underestimate me, you will pay the price. Roar! At this moment, all the zombies on the field became frenzied. Seeing this, Snow and the others frowned. This situation was indeed difficult to handle. The zombies' defense was several times stronger in their super armor state, and even though they were not weak, it was truly not easy to kill all of them in a short time. Even if they could, it would likely be difficult to win the top spot in this battle of honor. However, Chen Han was unfazed. He simply waved his hand, and 10,000 flying swords flew out of his backpack. Chen Han controlled 10,000 flying swords at once, circling high in the sky. What is he doing? Everyone looked at this scene in confusion. At this point, the countdown had entered its final 10 seconds. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Chen Han pointed to the sky with one hand. Myriad Sword Convergence. Buzz. SSS-Rank skill, Myriad Sword Convergence activated. At this moment, the 10,000 flying swords circling high in the sky all gathered above Chen Han's head. Then, 1,000 flying swords collectively pointed at the zombies on the ground. Each flying sword was humming, and terrifying power was accumulating on its blade. In the last second of the countdown, 10,000 flying swords shot out simultaneously, piercing towards the zombies on the ground with terrifying might. Myriad Sword Convergence, like falling meteors at this moment, dazzling and stunning. The flying swords broke through with irresistible force, instantly piercing through the zombies' super armor and accurately hitting their heads the moment the countdown ended. 10,000 zombies were instantly slaughtered in less than 0.3 seconds. Boom! In the sky, the gigantic leaderboard immediately refreshed. Winner of the Battle of Honor, Dragon Nation. Chapter 55, Dragon Nation at the top. Suit Ripper shocks the world. The countdown ended, and the Battle of Honor officially began. At this moment, countless people worldwide wielded their blades. In Eagle Land, General Mike accurately plunged his dagger into the heads of 2 zombies, while simultaneously looking up to see his soldiers instantly severing zombie heads. At this moment, General Mike showed joy, laughing wildly. Ha ha, who can contend with the might of Eagle Land? The championship is ours. Yes. Well done. Tens of thousands of soldiers cheered on the parade ground. Everyone was incredibly excited. Completing the mission in less than a second was simply unbeatable. What about Dragon Nation, Bear Nation? Wanting to contend for the hegemonic position of my Eagle Land? What kind of international joke is that? Just a small world mission is enough to crush you. Buzz. However, just as General Mike and his men looked at the leaderboard in the sky, the large characters at the top of the list left them dumbfounded.
Winner of the Battle of Honor, Dragon Nation. Time taken, 0.3 seconds. Second place in the Battle of Honor, Eagle Land. Time taken, 1 second. Third place in the Battle of Honor, Bear Nation. Time taken, 1.5 seconds. Fourth place in the Battle of Honor, Yamato Nation. Time taken, 2 seconds. Fifth place in the Battle of Honor, Sunset Empire. Time taken, 2.8 seconds. It must be said that all countries were well prepared, completing the task in roughly the same amount of time. At this moment, everyone across the nation looked at the leaderboard in the sky, utterly shocked. Especially the top spot, Dragon Country. 0.3 seconds. How did they do that? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 0.3 seconds is absolutely impossible. General Mike furiously threw down the dagger in his hand. Their speed was already very fast. They acted as soon as the countdown ended. However, they are human after all, and taking action also requires time. No. Strictly speaking, the death of a zombie also requires time. For instance, when they cut off a zombie's head, it takes about half a second for its life force to drain. And 0.3 seconds for Dragon Country is simply impossible. Dragon Country cheated. I want to condemn Dragon Country. This behavior is shameful. General Mike pointed furiously at the leaderboard in the sky, cursing loudly. However, the next moment, a lightning bolt struck down from the sky, instantly hitting General Mike. Disrespecting the will of the game, penalty. Ah! General Mike only let out a scream before he was knocked unconscious by the lightning. Damn it, get a healer. Quickly save him, the adjutant anxiously shouted. Such scenes occurred frequently around the world. Many people were cursing the game's will for being unfair, saying there was a problem with its time capture. Their country should be first. The game's will, of course, would not tolerate these people. Whoever dared to refute would be penalized. Currently, in Shangjing, Dragon Country, in the top-secret meeting room, General Long and various high-ranking officials gathered, also deeply shocked by this news. Zhuge, is our score really 0.3 seconds? Did this old man not see it wrong? Elder Yi, you didn't see it wrong, it truly is 0.3 seconds. But, did we really do this? Someone asked with a trembling voice. General Long had a serious expression, highly unlikely. They had also captured tens of thousands of zombies, using methods largely similar to Eagle Land. If they were to truly count the time, it would likely be similar to Eagle Land, around 1 second. Let alone the world not believing it, even General Long himself harbored doubts. But besides the official channels having this capability, who else could eliminate 10,000 zombies at once? Is the game's will helping our Dragon Nation? 0.3 seconds, it's truly impossible. This is a bit too outrageous. We'll know when we check the individual leaderboard later, General Long said softly. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation suppressed their excitement, their gazes fixed intently on the leaderboard in the sky. At this moment, the world watched. The individual leaderboard, who could kill zombies in 0.3 seconds. Who accomplished this improbable feat? Under the expectant gaze of countless people, the Battle of Honor leaderboard in the sky finally refreshed. Battle of Honor individual kill count leaderboard. Dragon Nation, player, Suit Ripper. Kill count, 10,000. Boom! Seeing this name, the world instantly erupted. Suit Ripper, it's Suit Ripper again, that big fool who spent $1 billion on microtransactions. No, not a big fool, that's a smart cookie. However, when the world saw the kill count, they were all utterly shocked. 10,000. Yes, you read that right, 100,000. The mission required 100,000, so he killed 100,000. In other words, all the zombies killed for the Dragon Kingdom's mission were eliminated by Suit Ripper alone. He killed 100,000 zombies in 0.3 seconds, by himself. What an unbelievable feat! Seeing this, everyone felt their scalps tingle. The Game World channel was abuzz with activity. David, my god, how did he do that? Love Mika, killing 100,000 zombies alone, that's terrifying, what kind of method is that?
Dragon Kingdom Pride, nonsense, the suit boss must have awakened an S-rank profession, and killed the zombies with an AoE skill.
Watanabe Kojin, what the person above said isn't rigorous. What kind of AoE skill is that awesome that it can cover 100,000 zombies?
Arthur Adam, the key is 0.3 seconds.
Even an S-rank archmage using forbidden magic couldn't instantly kill them all, it's too terrifying.
Eugene Tony, my god, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are riding on the suit boss's coattails, this is definitely getting a free win.
Dog's Youth, suit boss is awesome.
Screaming at the top of my lungs, Dragon Kingdom Pride, I love you.
Little Dragon Kingdom Pride, woohoo, gotta go, I'm off to grab airdrops.
Versailles itself, oh my god, an airdrop hit me in the face. Seeing the jubilant words of the Dragon Kingdom citizens, players from other countries were filled with envy. However, what was even more shocking was that the game will spoke again. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for winning this world mission.
Airdrops have been distributed.
Dragon Kingdom Prestige +1, National Monster Drop Rate increased by 1%, damage to dungeon monsters increased by 1%. Dragon Kingdom Blessing +1, blessed players gain 1% more monster experience, 1% increased success rate for crafting equipment, 1% increased success rate for skill rank ups, and 3% increased satiety effect from food.
Note, prestige and blessings can be obtained in each world event. All countries are encouraged to participate actively. Announcement, dungeons will officially refresh tomorrow at 6 a.m.
Reminder, each dungeon must be cleared by players, otherwise the dungeon boss will descend into the real world and slaughter human players. With the game will's message popping up, the world was once again in an uproar. Especially when the people of the world saw that Dragon Country had actually gained reputation in blessings, people in other countries couldn't remain calm. This effect is practically cheating. Don't underestimate 1%. While it may not seem like much, it is undoubtedly the greatest benefit for an entire nation. It's even more useful than those 10,000 airdrops. At this moment, the most excited were undoubtedly the high-ranking officials of Dragon Country.
It's Chen Han.
General Long stared with wide eyes in shock. He helped Dragon Country win this victory.
Ah, I knew it was that guy. Chen Han, my brother, you're the GOAT.
Great.
Quickly organize people to collect the airdrops.
See what Chen Han needs, and we'll send it to him.
What are you saying? Does Chen Han even care about your meager resources?
At this moment, Suit Ripper's name was truly etched into the hearts of the world. And he naturally became a thorn in the side of other countries.
Fuck. I want all information on this Suit Ripper within 3 minutes. Put him on the nation's kill list. Chapter 56, Sacrifice Skill, Curse Chen Han. Chen Han's feat shocked the globe.
The most astonished, however, were those present at the scene. If the world knew that the 10,000 zombies Chen Han instantly killed in 0.3 seconds were also in an invulnerable state, one wonders what they would think. Just now, those 10,000 swords, like falling meteors, instantly broke through the zombies' invulnerability and precisely plunged into their heads. The SSS-Rank skill, Myriad Sword Convergence, imbues each flying sword with extremely terrifying power, so much so that upon penetrating the zombies' heads, it instantly snuffs out their life force.
This is what led to the 0.3 second feat. If it were simply killing zombies with a knife, 0.3 seconds would clearly be impossible.
Looking at the zombie corpses scattered everywhere and the 10,000 flying swords, the people in the field were wide-mouthed in shock, unable to recover for a long time. Especially Zhang Yanyi and Zoe, who were directly in the line of fire, they were practically scared out of their wits. The breath of death was so close. They knew that if any one of those swords were to strike them, they would not escape death. However, Chen Han clearly had no intention of letting them off so easily. Zoe trembled all over, only then realizing how terrifying Chen Han truly was.
This guy, he's simply not human. He's a demon. A full-blown devil.
Zoe fearfully clutched Zhang Yanyi's hand. "Darling, you have to protect me, don't let him hurt me." She was truly scared.
Zhang Yangyi's expression was also very grim. He couldn't understand why Chen Han was so strong. Escaping from him seemed impossible, unless he used that move. Zhang Yangyi hesitated, then turned to look at Zoe. If I lose this immense power, will you still love me? Hearing this, Zoe was stunned. What did he mean by that? Did he really have a way to get them out? Or rather, did he have a way to kill Chen Han? Two thoughts flashed through her mind, and she said without hesitation, I love you, no matter what you become, I will love you. Upon receiving Zoe's firm answer, Zhang Yangyi's expression became resolute. Chen Han, I admit you are strong, but if I use this move, what will you do? Zhang Yangyi roared and used his last talent skill. Curse of the Underworld King. He uttered a low whisper, and a mysterious power instantly surged towards Chen Han. Chen Han's face drastically changed. He hadn't expected Zhang Yangyi to have this move. Watching a dark power rush towards him, Chen Han immediately swung his sword. However, his usually invincible attack had no effect whatsoever on this cursed power. The next moment, the dark energy surged into Chen Han's body. He only felt unnatural all over, an indescribable sensation. Boom! Zhang Yangyi, who was chanting the curse, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Curse of the Underworld King, sacrificing oneself, establishing a vow. From this moment forward, Chen Han shall not intentionally or unintentionally harm Zoe, otherwise he shall suffer the curse of the Underworld King, leading to death and corporeal dissolution. Buzz! As the vow was established, Chen Han felt bound by an invisible shackle. He looked at Zhang Yangyi in shock. The latter now appeared listless, and his powerful aura had vanished. That skill just now was another sacrificial skill. What was sacrificed this time was his ability as a corpse king. In other words, he is still a semi-infected person, even though he is not dead. However, he completely lost his abilities as a corpse king, making him no different from a common zombie. Feeling the invisible curse on his body, Chen Han was indeed startled. But fortunately, Zhang Yangyi's curse only prevented him from harming Zoe. For Chen Han, this was meaningless. Because he never intended to kill Zoe. Instead of letting her die easily, it would be better to let her fully experience the cruelty of this apocalypse. Chen Han was curious to see how such a woman would live after losing her protection. In his previous life, she always hid behind him, not even daring to kill a zombie. Now that Zhang Yangyi has lost the ability to protect her, where will she go? Chen Han felt a little anticipation. He even didn't want to kill Zhang Yangyi. A mischievous idea sprouted in Chen Han's mind. Now that Zhang Yangyi has lost the unique talents of a semi-infected person, he poses no threat to him. It would be better to let them go and let Zhang Yangyi see the true colors of this malicious woman. When Zhang Yangyi can no longer give Zoe what she wants, what will she do? Chen Han believed that after they left, some interesting things would surely happen. And so, Chen Han let the two go. Snow flew down from the fortress, looking at Chen Han meaningfully. You're really so naughty. This must be more painful than killing them. Chen Han smiled. Villains always get their comeuppance. Then, he looked at the items dropped by the zombies on the ground. Jin Guan, bring people down to clean up the battlefield. These are all our spoils of victory. Okay. Zheng Pangzi was the first to run down, looking at the treasures everywhere, excitedly thrilled. Are there any cannoneer weapons? Skill books would work too. Holy crap, this big guy dropped a skill book, and it's S rank. Zhang Daotian picked up a golden skill book from a giant zombie, his eyes gleaming. However, the next moment, his face instantly darkened. S-rank support skill, group invincibility, consumes 500 energy points to grant allies invincibility, increasing strength by 30%, defense by 50%, and speed by 10%. Everyone gathered around, looking at the skill book in shock. What great luck, an S-rank skill book. This is a rare treasure, hard to come by. Snow said in surprise. Chen Han nodded and handed the skill book to Chu Li. You're the only healer here, this skill suits you. Chu Li excitedly took the skill book, finding it hard to believe. S-rank skill books were incredibly rare even before the apocalypse, let alone now. If sold, it could probably fetch a sky-high price.
"Thank you," Shuli whispered, her heart full of excitement. Before long, everyone had collected all the spoils of war.
Among them, food was the most abundant.
Next were some materials, none of which were very valuable. The most precious items were energy crystals and equipment. After zombies leveled up, the equipment they dropped was no longer the junk beginner sets. Any level 10 white grade item had better stats than beginner purple grade equipment. Chen Han merely glanced at them and said to everyone, "You guys can divide these things up." Then he pointed to the 50+ energy crystals. Those who lack energy crystals to reach level 10 get priority. Awakening professions are very important. Awakened abilities are the foundation of our strength.
If it's not enough, Shuli, please make a count and then come to me for more.
As soon as he finished speaking, many people's faces lit up with excitement. For example, Jian Guan and his group needed 100 energy crystals to reach level 10, and they simply didn't have that many. At this moment, Chen Han noticed Xin Yu and her 7 companions on the edge of the crowd. They stood nervously to one side, not speaking, their expressions a little embarrassed. Xin Yu and her group knew their place and didn't dare to step forward to claim resources.
Chen Han saw their awkwardness and said, "You all get a share too. If you don't have enough energy crystals, let Shuli know."
Hearing this, the women's faces instantly lit up with excitement.
"We get a share too? Thank you, Chen Han."
Xin Yu quickly bowed in gratitude. "No need to be so polite among ourselves," Chen Han waved his hand. This sentence made them even more excited, meaning that Chen Han had acknowledged them.
"Alright, let's quickly get reorganized, we're about to set off." Chen Han's words made everyone pause for a moment. "We just finished a fight, where are we going now?"
Chen Han smiled, "We worked hard to get first place, a whopping 10,000 airdrops.
Aren't you tempted? Let's go, let's collect the airdrops." Chapter 57, Grand Blueprint, Generous Gift Packs.
Chen Han didn't bring many people on this trip, only Snow, Julie, and Zhang Daotian. Most of the others hadn't awakened their professions yet, so they stayed at home. These 3 were considered Chen Han's most trusted individuals at the moment. The 4 drove the armored vehicle out of the residential area and headed towards the location of the airdrop's red smoke. 10,000 airdrops might seem like a lot, but if they were distributed evenly across Dragon Country's territory, whether they'd encounter any would purely be a matter of luck. Fortunately, their luck was quite good. Judging by the direction of the red smoke, the airdrops were probably a few kilometers away, not too far. In reality, for Chen Han's current outing, the airdrops were one thing, but finding Leo, Dawn, and Luke was the main priority. He and the 2 old fogies, Leo and Dawn, were saved by Lu Feihan with his life, and leaving them alive would be a hidden danger. After all, they were old players and had spent a lot of money. Both were ranked combat professions. If he didn't nip the problem in the bud, Chen Han wouldn't feel at ease. But Jianhai City is so vast, if they intended to hide, they would be difficult to find.
Snow seemed to sense his worry and smiled, thinking about Leo, Dawn, and Luke.
"Actually, after this incident, I don't think they'll dare to bother you again. Those 2 old guys are terribly afraid of death." Chen Han shook his head. "I'm not afraid of them coming after me, I'm just worried they'll hide in the dark and target our people." Hearing this, everyone in the car showed surprised expressions.
"What? Are you really going to keep Xin Yu and the others by your side?" Shuli asked with a frown. "Not just Xin Yu if possible, I want to keep all 200 soldiers." Chen Han leaned back in his seat and sighed deeply.
"Before, I just wanted to survive well in the apocalypse and take care of myself.
But after tonight's big battle, I've come to understand something."
As he finished speaking, everyone looked over.
"What is it?" Chen Han raised his fist. "Strength, influence. More and more people now know my identity, and what I did before the apocalypse arrived will spread quickly. By then, there will be more people like Leo, Dawn, and Luke coveting my wealth. In the future, it won't just be zombie hordes, there might also be human armies coming to attack us. It will be hard to resist with just a few of us. Therefore, besides my own power, I need to expand my influence. We need to be capitalists, not leaks." Chen Han's words were forceful and indeed shocked everyone.
None of them had expected Chen Han to have such ambition. Thinking about it, it's understandable he now controls billions in assets and is the world's richest man.
If he lacked strength, who wouldn't want to come and take a piece? What do you plan to do? Our manor will be bursting if we house so many people.
Snow said playfully.
Chen Han took a deep breath. I want to build a dawn tower. What? Upon hearing this, several pairs of eyes widened.
They were all veteran players of Apocalypse, Dawn, so they naturally knew what the Dawn Tower was. That was a large-scale shelter built by game NPCs. A shelter capable of housing tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people. While called a shelter, it could actually be understood as a small nation in the apocalypse. In the game's lore, the Dawn Tower belonged to the friendly human faction.
The NPCs within had rich character arcs, born to resist evil.
Based on the developments in the previous life, the Dawn Tower only appeared in the 5th tier stage of the apocalypse. By then, dungeon bosses would become increasingly stronger and more numerous.
And the Dawn Tower was the most powerful faction against them.
If Chen Han could build it in advance, they could not only resist dungeon bosses but also protect themselves.
Most importantly, it would make money. Building a Dawn Tower, isn't that a bit impossible?
Fatty Zhang scratched his head. Even though you have some money now, how much alloy steel would it really take to build such a giant shelter?
The Dawn Towers in the game are all made of orange alloy.
Chu Li's eyes lit up. If we use purple steel, the cost would be much lower.
Chen Han shook his head. Purple won't do.
It must be gold, otherwise, it won't withstand the mutated creatures from the dungeons. You've all participated in the Dawn Tower defense battles. Those bosses won't go easy on you. So, if we're going to do it, we do it best. What's the use of just talking?
The key is we don't have that much money.
200 billion probably wouldn't even cover half the walls. Chu Li rolled her eyes at him. Chen Han smiled. We can start small, and gradually expand once we've made money.
You seem to have forgotten something.
What do we players call the Dawn Tower?
As soon as he said that, they instantly realized.
The Rich District. That's right, Dawn Tower is the Rich District. The condition for players to live in Dawn Tower is that they must pay exorbitant rent,
which can also be called protection money.
What's most profitable in the real world? Real estate. The same goes for the apocalypse. As long as Chen Han can provide a safe place to live, many people will be willing to move in. It's just gold players can earn it by clearing dungeons or by killing monsters.
For survival, what does that matter?
Hiss. Thinking of this, Snow and the other two gasped. They could already imagine that Chen Han would definitely be a wicked capitalist in the future.
Truly a merchant, with a mind like that, who could be more ruthless than you?
I think it's feasible. Snow was the first to express her stance.
No matter when, she would always support Chen Han.
I can already imagine the world being exploited by you, Chu Li chuckled. It's just mutual benefit, Chen Han said with a smile, shaking his head.
He was very satisfied with his future blueprint.
Once the direction was set, he was filled with enthusiasm. Some time ago, he had indeed become a bit conceited, thinking that since he had been reborn with power and wealth, he could be arrogant. But reality was so cruel he hadn't forgotten one thing. They were just players. In the game, Apocalypse, Dawn, there were still many dungeons that players had not yet encountered. No one knows how powerful the boss inside truly is. But Chen Han remembers that among the human faction NPCs, there are beings known as gods.
God! What a terrifying title. Chen Han has always been reminding himself that this is far from as simple as he imagined.
Oh, Chen Han, you haven't opened the reward package from the Battle of Honor yet.
Quickly see what's inside, maybe there's alloy steel.
Snow's words brought Chen Han back to his senses.
He opened his personal inventory and clicked on the colorful box.
Do you want to open the Battle of Honor Personal Grand Gift Pack?
Open.
Congratulations, player, you have received a self-selection gift pack. You can choose one of the following gift packs.
1. Equipment Pack, randomly drops 1 tier 110 rank orange grade equipment. 2. Food pack, contains a good quantity of various delicious foods. 3. Energy crystal gift pack, 1000 energy crystals. 4. Material pack, orange alloy steel 2000. 5. Gold pack, 10 million gold. Seeing these gift pack rewards, everyone was shocked. These rewards are too generous, aren't they? Chapter 58, Airdrop Trap, the terrifying Scarlet Witch. Which one to choose? Snow peeked out from Chen Han's embrace. She tapped her chin with a finger. There's orange grade equipment, and orange alloy, and quite a lot of energy crystal too. Oh my goodness, they're all good stuff. Shuli, who was driving, turned to glance, and seeing the two being so affectionate, felt a bit strange inside. Let's choose the orange alloy. 2,000 pieces is a lot. Calculating it 2 meters by 2 meters per piece, we can enclose a 250,000 square meter area, 4 meters high, to build the Dawn Tower shelter. Chen Han nodded. Among these gift packs, the best are the orange grade equipment and orange alloy. These are relatively rare. I'm not short on other things, and I can farm them. Choosing orange alloy steel is inevitable, but this is not enough. While Dawn Tower doesn't need to be completely covered like a doomsday fortress, 4-meter high walls are far from enough. Not to mention monsters from dungeons, even odd-type zombies could climb over. The city walls must be at least 12 meters high. Upon hearing this, Julie quickly calculated using her high-rank accountant skills. If we use 12-meter high walls, the area enclosed by 2,000 pieces of alloy steel won't even be as big as a football field. Chen Han smiled. If it's not enough, we'll buy it at a high price. Some players still have it. I don't have much of anything right now, except money. If gold doesn't work, then we'll trade with food. He still remembered that not long after the second tier of the apocalypse began, dungeon bosses burst into the real world, greatly impacting players. Many players would pay any price for a bite to eat. Under the attacks of zombies and dungeon monsters, some players with insufficient combat power were simply unable to resist. They could only attach themselves to the protection of powerful forces, living in utterly miserable conditions. Before long, the world would enter an era of famine. At this time, Chen Han could get many unexpected things with just a piece of bread. In the apocalypse, food would always be the most important. Selling equipment, for Chen Han, was just a small-time endeavor. Food was the eternal hard currency. Hearing Chen Han say this, Julie and the other two's eyes immediately lit up. That's right. How could they have forgotten? Not long ago, Chen Han not only hoarded a large number of beginners' equipment, but he also hoarded a massive amount of food. Before the apocalypse descended, he had cleared out all the food in the auction house. Now that food in the real world was contaminated, the food in his bag was all precious treasure. Julie and the others didn't know how much Chen Han had bought, but they didn't need to guess to know it was definitely a terrifying number. That was the entire auction house's supply. And this was just in-game item food. What about the real-world food he hoarded? It was hard to imagine how abundant the contents of Chen Han's backpack were now. Thinking of this, everyone's throats bobbed with excitement. No wonder Chen Han wanted to build a faction. It would be strange if he weren't targeted. In the apocalyptic era, he himself was like a great treasure. Who wouldn't want a piece of him? A little creepy when you think about it. They could already imagine how difficult the future would be. Wouldn't they have to fight every day? But there was no doubt that being able to follow such a person was the luckiest thing that had ever happened to them. Fatty Zhang was moved and cupped his fists towards the sky. Dad, it had to be you, letting me latch onto the strong. After confirming, Chen Han directly chose 2,000 units of alloy steel. Orange grade gear was good, but he already had some now. However, that immortal sword required rank 20 to use, and his current Black Fawn battle armor and shoes were just beginner equipment. Chen Han still had to find a way to upgrade them to tier 1 equipment. Upgrading orange grade gear required orange grade materials, which were extremely rare. Although he had many things in his bag, there truly wasn't much that was orange grade. Let's see if I can get some rank up materials by running a dungeon tomorrow. Thinking of the upcoming dungeon, Chen Han was a little excited. The first clear reward for a dungeon was very generous.
Before long, the armored vehicle got closer and closer to the airdrop, and the location where the red smoke rose was already visible. They were very lucky the red smoke was still drifting, proving that the supplies inside the airdrop had not yet been taken.
Unfortunately, they didn't find Leo, Dawn, or Luke along the way.
This made Chen Han feel a little regretful. The airdrop landed in a remote suburban area, where there was almost no foot traffic apart from a few factories. Otherwise, the airdrop would have been long gone. Chen Han and the others got out of the car, looked around, and found not even a single zombie.
Strange? Although there aren't many people here, it's not like we shouldn't see any zombies, right? Just as everyone was wondering. Bang! Bang bang!
In front of the airdrop, an isolated container in the open space emitted a banging sound.
Chen Han frowned. Be careful.
Zhang Daotian didn't pay much attention. He excitedly ran towards the airdrop crate, just about to open it. Just then, Chen Han noticed that there was blood on the airdrop crate. Clearly, a battle had occurred here recently, and most likely, someone had died.
Trap!
Chen Han instantly reacted. Someone had set up an ambush here using this airdrop.
Chen Han sneered in his heart. In the Doomsday game, what's the fastest way to get resources? Undoubtedly, it's killing people.
As long as people are killed, everything in their bags will drop. It seems they've encountered some reckless thugs.
Swish!
No sooner said than done. Before Chen Han could even warn them, a fiery arrow shot out from the shadows. Chen Han was about to use his sword to block it, but Snow was a step faster than him. A red light spread from Snow's hand, directly grasping the fiery arrow in mid-air. Then, Snow waved her hand, the fiery arrow's flame instantly extinguished, and then, engulfed by the red light, it shot back at the attacker at an even faster speed. In the shadows, seeing his fiery arrow rebound, the attacker's face changed drastically, and he turned to run.
Boom!
The moment he ran away, the red light directly slammed into the abandoned building he was in, and the steel-reinforced walls shattered with a boom.
Holy crap! Suing Wu's face changed dramatically. What kind of ability is this? A drop of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Good thing he ran fast, or there wouldn't be anything left of him.
Having missed the enemy, Snow pouted.
Humph, it's my first time using a skill, and I missed. How annoying.
Seeing Snow act like a child, Chen Han couldn't help but wipe his sweat.
You're the Scarlet Witch, okay, can you show some dominance? He was also truly shocked by Snow's ability. S-rank Scarlet Witch, a mage-type profession.
But this mage was a bit abnormal. Her magic was chaos magic, and there was no wind-up time when casting spells.
No charging, no chanting. If he wasn't mistaken, she just used 2 innate skills. Magic item manipulation, chaos energy ball.
It has to be said, the strength of this S-rank Scarlet Witch is absolutely the ceiling among S-rank professions.
Bang! At this moment, another sound echoed.
Perhaps sensing the formidable strength of Snow and her companions, the hidden enemy did not directly engage in combat. Instead, they opened the container. The next moment, a large horde of zombies rushed out of the container, roaring and lunging at Chen Han and the others.
Chapter 59, Baisheng Guild.
Holy moly, so many zombies!
Zhang Daotian was startled and quickly pulled out his hand cannon.
He immediately fired a shot.
Boom! Damage 268.
The 2 zombies at the forefront were instantly blown away but quickly got back up. Zombies that have ranked up have generally reached rank 10 or above, and their defenses are far superior to those of the brainless zombies from before. A dense swarm of zombies continuously charged out, baring their fangs and claws, pouncing on Zhang Daotian, intent on devouring the big fatty.
Zhang Daotian's expression changed, and he quickly fired a few more shots. Boom, 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 zombies flew about, kicking up plumes of dust. The zombie attack was only slowed down slightly. This is going too far.
He immediately put away his hand cannon, and with his hands, he drew talismans in the air. In the blink of an eye, 3-5 thunder talismans floated before him. Zhang Daotian waved his large hand, and the 3-5 thunder talismans immediately shot out. The 5 thunder talismans let out deafening explosions, instantly sending the leading zombies flying. Their limbs were blasted off by the powerful explosion, a terrifying sight. Seeing this, Chen Han was speechless. Honestly, your heavenly master abilities seem to be stronger than your cannoneer profession. Why don't you just use your heavenly master powers?
The chubby boy had a mournful look. Cannoneer is so cool.
Chen Han shook his head. This guy really didn't know how good he had it. A 13-year-old heavenly master, yet still disliked.
So, is this what they call hating the job you're in?
In the shadows, Su Yingwu watched the horde of zombies charge out, a slight smile playing on his lips. Humph, surrounded by hundreds of rank 12 zombies, let's see how you can still strut around. Those two women are really putting up a good fight, what a shame. He licked his lips, convinced they were dead meat. In this situation, even if they were all professionals, they'd still die. It had only been a few hours since the second tier began, and most players were currently stuck at rank 10. The game's settings were very clear. After reaching rank 10, every rank up was difficult, unlike the beginner tier where you could just casually kill zombies to level up. And these 100 zombies were all rank 12, which their Baisheng guild had gone to great lengths to attract. With such a rank disparity, the players were definitely at a disadvantage. The blood Chen Han saw on the airdrop earlier was left by the previous group of players who fought for it.
Those 5D rank professionals had already ended up in the zombies' stomachs.
And Chen Han and his group were destined to be the second batch. Captain, they came in an armored vehicle, they must be a fat sheep, Su Yingwu communicated with his teammates in the party channel. Careful, don't let them get in the car and escape. Chai Run was very excited. Regardless of whether these people had money or not, just this armored vehicle alone would be enough for them to make a huge profit.
Ha, Captain, if we drive this armored vehicle back, the boss will surely reward us handsomely, right? Needless to say, let's not make a move, let the zombie horde take them out first.
The 5-person squad kept communicating, looking very excited. They hid in the abandoned building, their eyes fixed on the situation downstairs. Just when they thought this group of people was surely doomed, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded.
Shuli, who had been silent, made her move.
Wielding a great sword, a faint light emanated from her body.
Overpower endowment.
Buzz.
Saint's blessing.
Buzz.
2 continuous beams of light enveloped Zhang Daotian and the others. In an instant, Zhang Daotian felt his strength increase by 20%.
Then, a faint red glow enveloped his body, entering the indestructible body state.
This was the status buff granted by the A-rank profession, Paladin. Ha, this feels great. Zhang Daotian let out a strange cry and unleashed his innate skill, cannon.
Energy accumulated in the hand cannon.
Boom!
In a flash, the cannon fired, and over a dozen zombies in front of him were directly blasted into dust. Snow also made her move. She soared into the air, wielding chaotic magic with both hands. Then, she hurled 2 energy orbs from her hands.
Boom, boom, boom. Snow's attack was far more powerful than Fatty's. This bombardment eliminated at least 30 zombies.
Witnessing this scene, several members of the Baisheng guild all gaped in shock.
Who the hell are these people? How can they be so strong? Is that woman who buffs a paladin? If I'm not mistaken, a paladin is an A-rank professional.
That little fatty is formidable too, an A-rank cannoneer. Neither of them are to be trifled with.
And that flying girl, what's her profession? This is too terrifying. Gulp. Chai Ren's throat bobbed.
They had just hit a brick wall. In their squad, the strongest was him, a B-rank brute warrior. How could they possibly fight this? As soon as they reacted, hundreds of zombies had already been wiped out.
Damn it, run!
Chai Ren's face changed drastically, and he quickly shouted in the squad channel. But we haven't picked up our airdrop yet, Su Yingwu said, unwillingly glancing at the airdrop on the ground.
For the hunt, they hadn't even removed the bait. If they ran off like this, wouldn't it be a huge loss? What time is it already? Run, quickly!
Go back and tell the boss to come deal with them, Chai Ren said as he ran. Su Yingwu gritted his teeth, a displeased look on his face as he put away his longbow.
Damn it, we'll let the boss sort you out when we get back.
However, just as he turned to leave, a figure stood behind him.
Is your boss very powerful?
Chen Han's lips curled into a slight smile. Su Yingwu was startled by the sudden appearance of Chen Han.
Where did you come from?
He instantly drew his longbow and shot an arrow at Chen Han.
Boom! The arrow ignited with raging flames as it frictioned against the air in mid-flight.
A massive fire soared into the sky, transforming into a giant flaming bird that charged towards Chen Han. Ruthless people don't waste words, they just get straight to business.
Su Yingwu directly used the C-rank, Flaming Archer's strongest talent skill, Flame Bird Arrow. Seeing Chen Han motionless, a smile appeared on Su Yingwu's face. I thought he was some master, must have been scared stiff, huh?
However, the next moment, Chen Han drew his longsword and slashed down. The massive crimson flame bird was instantly split in two, and the sword glow burst out from the flames, thrusting straight at Su Yingwu.
Su Yingwu's face changed drastically.
He quickly shouted, "Captain, save me!" As soon as his voice fell, Chen Han noticed someone attacking from the room to his left.
Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps echoed through the abandoned building.
Bull rush!
Boom!
Following this shout, the wall to Chen Han's left instantly shattered, and a muscular man with bull horns charged out. Chen Han frowned slightly and punched out at the bull horns. The black-tooth battle armor flickered with a faint glow, and immense power erupted from his fist.
Boom!
The fist squarely hit the bull's head, sending Chai Ren's entire body crashing into the floor.
Boom, boom, boom. Another 3 explosions sounded.
Chai Ren was directly blasted from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor, creating a huge hole through 2 floor slabs.
Su Yingwu and everyone else were stunned. The Brutox warrior, known for his brute strength, was actually defeated by power? Just how terrifying was the man in front of them? Su Yingwu's calves were trembling as he fearfully shouted, "Who exactly are you?"
"We're from the Baisheng Guild. If you dare to touch us, you're dead."
Hearing this, Chen Han raised an eyebrow. "Baisheng Guild? Is your guild leader Gao Qisheng?" Chapter 60, Robbing the Boss in a Suit? Su Yingwu was startled. "You know our boss?" "I know him."
Chen Han recalled such a figure from his previous life. In his previous life, the Baisheng Guild was definitely one of the top forces in Jianghai City.
Chen Han had interacted with him and even had some grievances.
Gao Qisheng had coveted his rank warrior ability and had once tried to recruit him.
Chen Han refused, was humiliated by the other party, and the two had a fight.
The result, of course, was his loss. Fortunately, Snow arrived in time to save him. From then on, the two became sworn enemies, and he often found trouble with Chen Han later.
Chen Han didn't expect to encounter the Baisheng Guild so quickly.
But it was normal to think about it. Although Gao Qisheng wasn't a great person, he was quite bold in his actions.
It wasn't easy to react instantly in the apocalypse and build such a large force.
If he knew that Suit Ripper was in Jianghai City, he would definitely come looking for trouble.
"Since you know our boss, why aren't you letting me go?"
"Our boss is an S-rank professional. If you dare to touch us, our boss will never let you off." Su Yingwu changed his tone, softening it a bit. "Of course, if you want to join our guild, I can also introduce you."
Chen Han didn't answer, kicking him into the large hole in the floor. Boom, boom, boom.
Su Yingwu let out a scream, his body following in Chai Ren's footsteps, falling 3 floors to the ground. Before long, Snow and the other two each brought back 1 person. From then on, all 5 members of Chai Ren's squad were captured.
"We're from the Baisheng Guild, you're asking for death." As soon as they gathered, several of them cursed angrily, acting extremely arrogant.
This was also the Baisheng Guild's style of doing things: arrogant, domineering, and ruthless. Chen Han frowned, then punched Chai Ren's bull head again.
Ah!
Chai Ren was truly stunned. His head was split open, bleeding profusely.
Seeing this scene, Su Yingwu and his teammates were all scared silly. 1 punch made their captain bleed? His profession was a B rank, brawny bull warrior, with astonishing defense, so how could he be split open with 1 punch?
Everyone looked at Chen Han in horror, unable to resist throwing an appraisal spell at him.
A piece of information immediately appeared. Player. Class, Sword Immortal. Rank, 12. Because Chen Han had hidden his name, they did not know Chen Han's game ID. However, everyone was stunned when they saw the Sword Immortal profession. What kind of profession is this? They had never even heard of it. With doubts, they continued to read. Wait for rank 12? The few of them immediately widened their eyes. How was that possible? The rank restriction had only just been lifted a few hours ago. It was absolutely impossible for anyone to gain 2 ranks in such a short time. They were all experienced players and were very clear about the time it currently took to level up. If they didn't clear dungeons, relying solely on zombies in the wild, they would have to kill at least 10,000 zombies to reach rank 12. In other words, this man in front of them killed 10,000 zombies in just a few hours? You think he's the Suit Ripper? The Suit Ripper? Everyone's hearts trembled, and they exchanged glances, seeing shock in each other's eyes. They finally understood who the person in front of them was. The person in front of them was the legendary Suit Ripper. At this, the few of them felt as if struck by 5 bolts of lightning, finding it hard to accept reality for a moment. They had robbed the Suit Ripper. Isn't this seeking death? They even threatened the Suit Ripper with the Baishang Guild. Isn't that a joke? How should we handle them? Chu Li looked at Chen Han. Kill them, Chen Han said coldly. Hearing this, Chu Li raised her greatsword. Seeing this, Su Yingwu and the other 4's faces drastically changed. No, don't kill me, I was wrong, don't do it. Seeing that they actually dared to kill, the few of them were scared stiff. Suit Ripper, we were wrong, please let us go. Chu Li's greatsword fell without the slightest hesitation. She had come to terms with reality. In the apocalypse, a saint was a fool. Those who deserved to die couldn't be spared, not one. Moreover, she was happy to do this mop-up work. She was quite pleased to be able to help Chen Han. Instantly, 5 boxes appeared on the ground. The chubby boy squatted down to collect the loot. There wasn't much, only tens of thousands of gold and some food, along with some low-rank materials. The group returned to the airdrop box, a little excited. Chen Han opened it directly, and beams of light burst forth. Purple alloy steel 100. Tier 1 equipment advancement stone 2. Weapon material purple, Tier 1 zombie fang 50 can craft special bullets. Weapon blueprint purple, Gatling gun Tier 1 weapon. Weapon material purple, Gatling gun barrel 10. C rank skill book usable by gunners artillery professionals, satellite strike. Consumable potion, healing potion 10. Consumable potion, adrenaline 5. Seeing the materials that dropped, Zhang Daotian's eyes lit up. Wow, these are all things suitable for me. There's even a skill book, a huge profit, a huge profit. The chubby boy excitedly packed the items into his backpack, thrilled. Chen Han glanced at the weapon materials and skill book, noting they were all high-rank goods. He couldn't help but marvel at the generosity of the game system. After surviving the novice period, the drop rate for weapons had significantly decreased. Essentially, what dropped now were weapon blueprints and materials, requiring players to craft them themselves. To drop so much, the game was already quite benevolent. What excited Chen Han the most was the presence of a Tier 1 equipment advancement stone. Wasn't that exactly what he needed? The blacktooth armor and shoes he was wearing were novice gear, and he needed an advancement stone to upgrade them to Tier 1 equipment. Chen Han immediately put away the equipment advancement stone, while Chu Li collected the steel and other materials. The task of building the Dawn Tower was left to Chu Li, as it was her area of expertise. She also rightfully became Chen Han's secretary. Let's go, it's almost time for the dungeon to open. He glanced at the system panel. There was still over an hour until the dungeon opened, so heading there now would be just right. The first dungeon. The first clear reward was enough to make even Chen Han's eyes burn with desire. It was something he absolutely had to get. A certain abandoned factory in Jianghai City. Leo, Don, Luke and Leo, Don, Luke, the 2 old men, were hiding here. Old Lu, do you have enough energy crystals to activate your class ability? Leo, Don, Luke asked. Not enough, I'm still short 10, Leo, Don, Luke shook his head,
his mind still immersed in the pain of losing his son, unable to recover. Hurry up and change the prices of our equipment, sell them cheaper, let's get some money first, Leo, Don, Luke urged. In this situation, if they didn't awaken their classes quickly, how would they survive? They couldn't even defeat ordinary zombies. Leo, Don, Luke also understood their current predicament and dared not delay. He clicked open the auction house. His first reaction was to see if there were any free items posted by Suit Ripper. As long as Chen Han stopped giving away equipment, their gear would have a market. None, he's not selling anymore, quickly put ours up. Leo, Don, Luke was ecstatic the days of having money would return. However, the next moment, when they looked closely, they found a large quantity of novice equipment in the auction house, and the prices were ridiculously low. White gear for 10 gold, and purple gear only 50 gold. Both of them were stunned. What was going on? After a little inquiry, they learned that starting from the second tier of the apocalypse, when the rank opened up to rank 10, players had all started using tier 1 equipment, and their strength had significantly increased. No one was using that trashy novice equipment anymore. Even if thrown into the auction house, no one would buy it. This meant that the 800,000 pieces of novice equipment in his possession had all become scrap metal. Worthless junk. Leo, Don, Luke and Leo, Don, Luke were completely dumbfounded. It was then that they realized that all of this was a huge trap meticulously designed by Chen Han. He had known all along that novice equipment would be worthless, which is why he sold it all to them, even generously giving some away for free. They had lost this business war, lost utterly and completely, with no chance of recovery. Chapter 61, I figured it out, there's a hidden dungeon. Leo, Don, Luke looked desperate, their hatred for Chen Han reaching its peak. Everything they were experiencing now was due to Chen Han. The grudge for their son's death could not go unavenged. But we don't even have enough energy crystals, we're stuck at rank 9 and can't advance, what do we do? Leo, Don, Luke said dejectedly. Then we start from scratch. We'll go out and kill monsters, form teams to clear dungeons. As long as we awaken our professional abilities, the future is bright. Leo, Don, Luke hesitated. He was terrified of those horrifying zombies. Without the protection of a team, he was scared. Leo, Don, Luke was filled with immense regret, wondering why he had provoked Chen Han. If they hadn't provoked him, they could have lived well just with the supplies they had. With money, food, and subordinates, they wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Leo, Don, Luke sighed heavily. At this point, there was no other way. Just as the two confirmed their goal, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed through the building. The two instantly felt their hair stand on end. Zombies? But the sound of footsteps didn't sound like zombies. The two nervously drew their weapons, vigilantly staring at the corner ahead. The footsteps grew closer, and the panting of unknown creatures echoed. Leo, Don, and Luke were immediately startled and stood up. Then, a two-headed zombie dog rushed out from around the corner. A second one. A third one. Over a dozen of them. Roar! The zombie dogs bared their ferocious teeth and lunged forward aggressively. Seeing this, Leo, Don, and Luke trembled with terror. What are these things? Why are there mutated creatures here? We're doomed. Despair appeared on their faces. They had absolutely no ability to resist these mutated creatures. However, just as the two were waiting for death, the pack of zombie wolfhounds merely surrounded them. Heavy panting lingered around their feet, and fear instantly gnawed at their hearts. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, accompanied by two mutated wolfhounds as large as calves. The person was about 40 or 50 years old, tall and robust, with long hair covering one eye, making them look very eerie. The man held a taming whip in his hand and slowly walked over. He looked at Leo, Don, and Luke, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Are you Leo, Don, and Luke? At these words, Leo, Don, and Luke shivered, too terrified to speak. I heard you made tens of billions of gold selling equipment, the man spoke again. No. The money isn't with me. Leo, Don, and Luke shook their heads vigorously. Thinking of that 10 billion gold, his heart felt heavy. The money was clearly earned by Chen Han, but he was taking the blame for it. It's Chen Han, we were tricked by Chen Han, all the money went to him, I only have a pile of unwanted novice gear. Leo, Don, and Luke continued, already seeing the killing intent in the man's eyes.
Hearing Chen Han's name, the man raised an eyebrow slightly. Chen Han is that suit ripper?
Yes, exactly him, he's the one who used us to sell equipment at high prices. Leo, Don, and Luke added, quickly pushing all the blame onto Chen Han.
Big brother, do you know Chen Han?
Leo, Don, and Luke hesitated, cautiously probing. The man's expression finally showed a hint of change. No, but I saw him from afar once.
Come with me, I need you to tell me all about Chen Han.
Upon hearing this, Leo and Luke exchanged glances, utterly unwilling. But there was no choice, the zombie dogs at their feet were already nudging their shins. They believed that if they refused even once, this pack of mutated wolfhounds would immediately tear them to shreds.
The man turned and left, muttering, "Suit ripper? Interesting."
In the armored vehicle, Chen Han dozed off for a bit. After the big battle and then rushing to pick up airdrops, he was indeed a bit tired. It was already 5:50 a.m., 10 minutes until the dungeon opened. At this time, the World Channel was buzzing again. The dungeon is about to start, so the question is, where's the entrance? What's the rush, upstairs? You're not a big shot, do you still want the first clear reward? Exactly, us noobs, we'll definitely wait for the big shots to clear it and release a guide before we try. Oh my god, it's terrifying, I don't even dare to imagine. Dungeons must be played, how else can you level up your rank without farming dungeons? Where do you get supplies without farming dungeons? Don't you need to eat? After the second tier of the apocalypse began, several new chat channels were added to the game panel. National Channel, Guild Channel, Team Channel. At this moment, the National Channel was also buzzing with activity, with bullet comments scrolling rapidly upwards. Seeking team in Shangjing City, I'm a D-rank healer, cute and sweet lowly, looking for big legs. Are there any living people in Modu? Come out and run dungeons, I'm an A-rank assassin carrying, just need a tank. The guild, Slipper Gang, is recruiting. Location Guangdu, we have cute girls in the guild. Women only slow down my blade speed. B-rank professional, swordsman, widely recruiting friends. Looking for a CP, seeking protection, profession, beast tamer, the kind you can ride. Ride your hammer, let's get serious, where's the dungeon entrance? Chen Han had no time to pay attention to the heated discussions in the chat channel. He glanced out the window. They had arrived at Zhanghai Square in Zhanghai City. We're here. Clear out the zombies outside, Chen Han told the others. This is the dungeon entrance? There's nothing here. Chuli peered out, leaning on the steering wheel. The vast square was empty except for zombies. It will appear when the time comes, Chen Han looked at them. For the first dungeon, we'll team up and go in directly. We must get the first clear reward. If he remembered correctly, the first dungeon was for farming alloy steel. After the zombies evolved, human residences became increasingly unsafe. As a result, alloy steel for building doomsday safe houses was severely scarce. Players began to realize the importance of steel. Without a safe house, players dared not sleep at night. Who knew if a zombie would suddenly appear beside their bed? This situation was not uncommon. There were even odd-type zombies that would climb pipes and walls, directly sneaking in through balconies. The thought of it was terrifying. A safe house built with alloy steel was different. Even if it couldn't completely keep zombies out, it could at least provide a warning. This led to all the steel on the auction house being cleared out, and Chen Han couldn't buy any even if he wanted to. Zhang Daotian did some quick calculations with his fingers, then looked at Chen Han in shock. Holy crap, boss, how did you know the instance would appear here? You figured it out? Chen Han looked at him with equal surprise. Of course I knew because I was reborn. The Celestial Master is truly amazing, to have actually calculated it. Zhang Daotian nodded. I did a quick calculation and found that there's more than one instance in Zhanghai City. No, it's not just the number of instances, there's also a special one. As soon as he said this, Chen Han's eyes widened. You even calculated the hidden instance? Is that a hidden instance? No wonder there's only one. Zhang Daotian murmured. However, just as the group was waiting for the instance to open, a large contingent of people approached. Chen Han glanced at them, raising an eyebrow. What a coincidence, it's the people from the Baishan Guild. Chapter 62, Instance Arrival, The Resourceful Su Banxian. It's the Baishan Guild, Chen Han reminded Snow and the others. Have we been discovered? Snow's delicate brows furrowed slightly. They had just killed a small team from the Baishan Guild half an hour ago. To encounter them so quickly, had their identities been exposed, and they were seeking revenge? I don't think so, Chen Han shook his head. He looked at the person leading the group. It was the Baishan Guild's second in command, known in the underworld as Su Banxian half-immortal Su. He used to be a street fortune teller, and after the apocalypse game descended, he awakened the D-rank support profession, fortune teller. This profession's ability isn't that it's not strong, it's that it's completely useless. Only a fool like Gao Qixing would be fooled by him. At this moment, Su Banxian was distracted, his mind filled with complaints. Guildmaster Gao Qixing had actually given him a mission. Damn it, a few people died, and he wants me to find the killer. How am I supposed to find them? It's the apocalypse, isn't it normal for people to die? In this vast sea of corpses, where would I find the killer? Forget it, I'll just say Chai Rin and his team died at the hands of zombies. He won't know anyway. Su Banxian flashed a brilliant smile, secretly admiring his increasing skill at deception. Vice President, there's an armored vehicle in front, a minion pointed ahead. Hearing this, Su Banxian reacted. He looked deeply at Chen Han's armored vehicle, instantly recognizing the Apocalypse Dawn logo on the car. This was an armored vehicle bought from the games item shop, definitely not some junk from the real world. Su Banxian immediately became wary. Anyone driving an armored vehicle in the apocalypse was definitely not to be trifled with. Vice President, let's just grab that car. It's worth 100 million, a minion beside him shouted. Yeah, Vice President, there are over 30 of us. Let's just go over there and take them out. Many of the minions spoke up. Su Banxian's heart skipped a beat. Are you guys idiots? That person clearly looks formidable, and you want to steal their car? Are you crazy? He put on an angry face, sternly reprimanding them with righteous indignation. He who sows injustice reaps destruction. Such an unjust act is forbidden. The minions were speechless. Their 100 Victories Guild always operated this way. Why did the boss bring back such a dithering old man? Facing Su Banxian, everyone was naturally dissatisfied, but they dared not voice it. They could only earnestly persuade him, Vice President, this is an armored vehicle. Our guild can't even afford one. If we could snatch it, the boss would definitely be very happy. Su Banxian. Does this old man not know that? The main thing is, they're not to be trifled with. If this car were parked by the roadside, would I not drive it away? Although we have many people, if a fight breaks out, the other side will definitely capture the leader first. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Absolutely not. Su Banxian's anger intensified. He pretended to pinch his fingers together and shouted at everyone. Today is not suitable for fighting. There will be a bloody disaster. Chai Rin's team is a living example. Do you also want to follow in his footsteps? These words indeed convinced the minions. Su Banxian nodded in satisfaction. We'll go around. Vice Guild Leader, you're not scared, are you? Suddenly, a voice rang out, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Me, scared? Su Banxian puffed up his beard and glared. This old man can kill him with a flick of his fingers. Everyone looked at him with disdain, their expressions like, do you really think we'll believe that? Don't believe it? This old man can cast a spell right now. Su Banxian roared, but inside, he was panicking. He absolutely couldn't let these subordinates see that he was incompetent,
or how else would he survive in the 100 Prosperity Guild? However, no sooner had he spoken than a black teleportation hole suddenly appeared in the plaza. As soon as the black hole appeared, Chen Han led his people into it. Originally, he had wanted to teach the 100 Prosperity Guild members a lesson, but they just stood there, muttering about something, and didn't come over. Then the instance dungeon happened to start, so he decided to let them off the hook. But in the eyes of the 100 Prosperity Guild's subordinates, it looked different. They stared at Su Banxian with shocked expressions. Just a moment ago, Su Banxian said he would cast a spell to kill them, and then started flicking his fingers. As a result, that big black hole appeared, directly sucking those people in front into it. Holy crap, Vice Guild Leader is awesome. Vice Guild Leader, you're practically a god. Killing people with a flick of your fingers, it's terrifying. All the subordinates were completely convinced by Su Banxian. Originally, everyone subconsciously thought this guy was a charlatan, but until he made his move now, everyone realized that he really was a master. It's a pity, Vice Guild Leader, you used too much force with your spell, even that armored car got sucked in. That's right, as long as I, Great Immortal Su, flick my fingers, any master will die. Vice Guild Leader is truly incredible. It's our fortune to have you in the 100 Prosperity Guild. Facing the constant flattery from his subordinates, Su Banxian hadn't quite reacted yet. He was stunned. What did I do? What was with that black hole? Although bewildered, Su Banxian didn't reveal a single flaw. He stood with his hands behind his back, pretending to be an ethereal master from beyond the world. Who still says this old man has no ability? Who said that? I, Immortal Su, am invincible. The younger brother's flattery rang out loudly. Immortal Su breathed a sigh of relief, glad he had bluffed his way through. However, the next moment, the voice of the games will echoed in everyone's ears. Dear players, the first dungeon has arrived. Dungeon entrances will randomly appear worldwide and will remain for 1 hour. There are 2 dungeons this time, the public dungeon, Steel Mill, and the hidden dungeon, Chainsaw Terror. Note, players who clear a dungeon for the first time will receive an additional first clear reward. Please enter the dungeons as soon as possible. As the voice faded, everyone was stunned. What? That black hole is a dungeon? Isn't this the Vice Guild Leader's spellcasting? Immortal Su's heart skipped a beat, and he shouted, "What do you know? I'm the one who cast the spell to make the dungeon appear here, otherwise, do you think you'd be so lucky?" Everyone looked at him with slight suspicion. Then let's form a team and go in too. Yes, maybe we can snag a first clear reward. Go where? We'll just wait here. Su Banxian glared at them. With so many players worldwide, is the first clear reward really that easy to get? The dungeon's first opening is bound to be fraught with danger. Rushing in blindly will definitely lead to heavy losses. Do you want to die? These words, as expected, managed to calm many people down. What do we do now? Someone asked. Wait. After those few people clear the instance, we'll swarm them, take them down directly, snatch their supplies first, and then force them to tell us the strategy for clearing the dungeon. Su Banxian's lips curled into a slight smile, his heart filled with wild joy. When you all come out, you're bound to have some losses. Even if there are no casualties, your condition will definitely not be good. At that time, with more than 30 of us charging forward, what will you use to resist? Consume them first, then do a mantis stalks cicada, oriole behind trick. I'm truly a genius. The Vice Guild Leader is indeed incredibly resourceful. He truly lives up to being a master. However, just as he was immersed in the adulation of the crowd, the dungeon's black hole pulsed again. Chen Han and the other 3 emerged. Seeing this, Su Banxian was dumbfounded. How could they be so fast? Chapter 63, First Dungeon Clear, and it's the suit boss again. Vice Guild Leader, they're out, the subordinates hastily shouted. With that, a man beside him grabbed an axe and was about to charge forward. Wait. Su Banxian pulled him back, something's not right. He stared at Chen Han and the others with a grave expression. They had come out so quickly, and were completely unharmed.
Either they instantly killed the boss and cleared the dungeon, or they couldn't beat it and retreated.
Although the latter was highly probable, he still couldn't take the gamble. If these were big shots who could instantly clear dungeons, wouldn't charging at them be suicide?
Vice Guild leader, they must have been unable to clear the dungeon and retreated.
Let's go quickly, the subordinates urged. Su Banxian frowned, feeling a little uneasy. No, I can't gamble. Everyone quiet down for a bit, let me do some calculations.
Su Banxian put on his act again, looking up at the sky and pinching his fingers as if calculating something.
Sure enough, seeing him in this state, the subordinates dared not disturb him and all quieted down.
But their eyes remained fixed on Chen Han and the four. Especially upon seeing the two women, Julie and Snow, they were utterly amazed.
What beautiful women!
A tall, alluring older sister type and a playful, cute lowly. For this group of street thugs, it was like a feeding frenzy.
Gulp!
Vice leader, hurry up, I'm already parched.
Damn it, that older sister type is mine. I want the lowly.
Hearing the shouts of the crowd, Su Banxian's face darkened, his brow furrowed with black lines. Those four people, one man with a child and two beauties, this was clearly the setup for a novel's protagonist. He had a premonition that these people were definitely not simple.
Don't provoke them.
Su Banxian opened his eyes and looked at the crowd, saying with a solemn expression, I've calculated it, if we rush up like this, we'll definitely be completely wiped out.
What? What kind of joke is that? Damn it, you old fool, what nonsense are you spouting?
Screw it, ignore him, let's charge.
Hearing Su Banxian's words, some of the subordinates immediately exploded.
It was rare to encounter such stunning women, there was no way they would let them go. These four people in front of them were clearly rich and stylish. If they didn't go for it now, what were they waiting for? Everyone was very disdainful of Su Banxian's advice, even developing a sense of disgust. However, just as the subordinates were about to rush forward to capture Chen Han and the others, Chen Han and the others turned their heads.
Boss, what are those guys trying to do? Zhang Pengzi asked confusedly.
Who cares what they're doing, don't waste time. We'll split up to clear individual dungeons, and after that, we still need to find the hidden dungeon, Chen Han said. Then, the group once again entered the black hole of the dungeon, their figures disappearing again.
Damn it, they went in again.
Damn it, it's all your fault, you old man, for being so slow.
The subordinates of the Baixing Guild exploded, glaring menacingly at Su Banxian.
This old man is just scared of dying, talking about a bloody disaster.
Damn it, he's ruining our good thing. Su Banxian was forced to retreat repeatedly by the crowd.
He said with a trembling voice, You're rebelling, all of you. I'm the vice president, how dare you disrespect me? I'm trying to save you.
Save your grandma's leg, I'm going to kill you.
However, just as everyone was in an uproar, a game system sound rang in their ears.
Global announcement.
Congratulations to the Suit Ripper squad for clearing the Steel Mill dungeon for the first time, receiving the first clear reward.
Dungeon completion time, 20 seconds.
Refreshing the record will earn a new record reward. Players, please strive for it. The hidden dungeon, Chainsaw Terror, has arrived.
There is only one dungeon entrance in each city globally. It might be hidden in an unexpected place. Go find it now. The voice of the games will reach every player's ear. In an instant, the world was shocked. 20 seconds, are they crazy? How is that possible? It's Suit Ripper again, awesome. No way? I just entered the easy mode dungeon, couldn't even defeat a single small monster. If I hadn't run fast, I'd be dead. It's astounding.
When I used to farm the Steel Mill dungeon, the fastest I ever took was 2 minutes.
How is the suit boss so strong? Even if he's an S-rank profession, it shouldn't be possible to instantly clear the dungeon.
The system's voice also left the subordinates of the Baixing Guild standing still.
20 seconds? Is Suit Ripper a god? How could it be so fast?
Wait, that person just now seemed to have taken about the same time. Suddenly, a subordinate awoke with a start, his finger trembling as he pointed towards the dungeon entrance. At these words, everyone's body trembled violently.
That's right, it really seems to be. Could those people be the suit boss? Holy crap, no way. Cold sweat trickled down everyone's foreheads as they all looked at Old Sue, shocked. Old Sue, the person you just divined was the suit boss? Old Sue's heart also skipped a beat, and Chen Han's figure instantly came to his mind. It couldn't really be such a coincidence, could it? Doesn't that mean I really avoided a disaster? He snapped back to reality, cleared his throat, and once again put on the air of a profound master. Ahem, yes, actually, I figured it out long ago. One of them is the suit ripper. But heavenly secrets must not be revealed. I've already hinted this much, and you still don't believe me. You're truly infuriating this old man. Do whatever you want. Wait for him to come out here. Anyway, I can't beat him, I'm afraid of dying, so I'm leaving first. With that, Old Sue flicked his sleeves and turned to leave in a huff. Boom! Upon Old Sue's confirmation, the younger brother's hair instantly stood on end, and their calves trembled. Damn it, they actually targeted the suit boss. Isn't that just asking for death? That's the ruthless person who instantly killed 10,000 zombies. Let alone their 30 men, even 300 men would have to think twice. In an instant, the younger brothers were incredibly grateful to Old Sue. Thump! The younger brothers directly knelt down. Thank you, Vice President, for saving our lives. From now on, you are our reborn parent. Whatever you say, I will not contradict you. Vice President, we were wrong. I apologize for my rashness. The Vice President is a god, we are convinced. Vice President, don't leave us behind. We want to follow you. Seeing his subordinates' adoration, Old Sue's mood greatly improved. He stopped and scolded, hurry up and leave. If Suit Ripper comes out and knows you're eyeing him, you'll be in deep trouble. Hearing this, the subordinates scattered and ran, wishing they had 2 more legs. However, what even Su Banxian didn't know was that while these people appeared terrified of Suit Ripper, they all harbored ulterior motives. Damn it, Suit Ripper is actually in Jianhai City? Isn't Jianhai City our Baisheng Guild's territory? I must tell the guild master when I get back we absolutely have to claim this big fat sheep. That guy is a walking treasure. Chapter 64, Soloing Hell Difficulty? Is this an internal account? While players worldwide were shocked that Suit Ripper had once again topped the rankings, Chen Han had already opened the Steel Mill Dungeon First Clear Reward Pack. Orange Alloy Steel 100. Energy Crystal 30. Gold 100,000. Fashion Material, Tier 1 Smelted Iron Beast Wings. Wings of the Smelted Iron Beast can be modified onto shoes. Item information popped up one after another. Holy crap! More fashion materials. Chen Han's eyes widened instantly. He was already excited about the orange alloy steel, but he didn't expect such an additional surprise. I wonder what characteristic these smelted iron beast wings will add. Chen Han immediately used them. Consumed, Tier 1 Smelted Iron Beast Wings. Orange Novice Sports Shoes successfully modified, new equipment obtained, Iron Wing Boots Novice. Iron Wing Boots attributes, physical defense plus 300, speed plus 150. Original passive trait, when subjected to a critical hit, emergency evasion is triggered, teleporting 5 meters away. New trait, when the Iron Wing boots accumulate full energy, Iron Wings can be summoned for flight. The skill lasts for 1 minute. Good heavens! It added a flying characteristic. Chen Han's eyes lit up. This was genuinely good. Without hesitation, he once again took out the Tier 1 Equipment Advancement Stone to upgrade the Iron Wing Boots. Orange Iron Wing Boots successfully upgraded, Novice Tier 1 Tier 10. Attribute increase, physical defense plus 800, magic resistance plus 300, speed plus 200. Orange Blacktooth Battle Armor successfully upgraded, Novice Tier 1 Tier 10. Attribute boost, physical defense plus 2000, magic resistance plus 500, attack power plus 500.
After upgrading the 2 orange tier items to tier 1, Chen Han's stats underwent a dramatic transformation.
Opening his personal panel. Player, Chen Han Suit Ripper.
Level, 12 experience slot 30%.
Class, Sword Immortal. Constitution, 2850. Attack power, 1840 plus 1000 equipment bonus. Physical defense, 1000 plus 2800 equipment bonus. Magic resistance, 500 plus 800 equipment bonus. Speed, 200 plus 200 equipment bonus.
At the current tier, the importance of equipment was still very evident. In the later stages, as professionals became stronger, the effect of equipment diminished considerably.
More importantly, equipment only boosted attributes.
And attributes were by no means the sole criterion for measuring strength. In a free-form game, professional abilities and combat skills were also crucial.
Roar!
Just as Chen Han was examining his equipment, the dungeon officially began. The same dungeon could only be run twice a day, once in a party, and once solo. Previously, Chen Han and Snow had entered as a party, and to secure the first clear reward, they had opted for the easy mode. Thus, they cleared it effortlessly. Now, with the 4 of them splitting up to run solo dungeons, Chen Han directly chose the hardest mode. The dungeon was divided into 5 difficulties: easy, normal, hard, king, hell. Naturally, the higher the difficulty, the richer the rewards and the higher the drop rate. At this moment, Chen Han entered the dungeon, and before him was the interior of a steel factory.
Clang, clang, clang.
Suddenly, over a dozen zombies ahead, clutching iron bars, began pounding the floor, advancing step by step towards Chen Han. Chen Han looked over, and lines of information popped up.
Zombie, mutated worker. Rank 13 rank. Attack 2000. Defense 2000. Speed 100. Skills, crowbar throw, wrench throw. Chen Han raised an eyebrow.
As expected of a hell difficulty dungeon, this monster's strength was several times that of the easy dungeons. If this were an ordinary player, they would probably need an expert S-rank warrior to lead the team to clear it.
Chen Han pulled out a longsword from his backpack. Purple tier 1 equipment, fine steel longsword, attack 500. This sword is a bit lacking, Chen Han weighed it. This was just ordinary equipment. Although it was purple gear, it had no special attributes. He'd use it for now. Once he reached rank 20, he could use his own immortal sword. Chen Han slightly raised his hand, and the longsword immediately flew up. Blade control art. Put.
The longsword flew out, instantly piercing through the head of the worker zombie that was pouncing on him. Killed worker zombie, gained 681 experience. Killed worker zombie, gained 681 experience. The longsword moved as if an extension of his arm, continuously weaving through the area, and wherever it passed, the hordes of zombies fell like cut wheat.
Experience point sword. Chen Han continued deeper into the dungeon.
The ordinary zombies appearing before him posed no obstacle whatsoever. Soon, he reached the end of the dungeon. Suddenly, a large group of zombies appeared, and one of them seemed to have mutated. He was shirtless, revealing robust, explosive muscles.
Dungeon mini-boss, mutated zombie. Rank 15. Attack, 3000. Chen Han glanced at it, not even bothering to look at its attributes. Roar.
The mutated zombie seemed to sense Chen Han's disdain and instantly showed an enraged expression.
With a wave of his large hand, his subordinate zombies immediately activated their skills. The next moment, wrenches, iron rods, and other weapons came raining down overwhelmingly, leaving no room to dodge.
Chen Han, long sword in hand, swept out a sword sheath through the air.
Clang! 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 The overwhelming barrage of weapons was swept away by Chen Han's single sword strike.
He then continued to wield his long sword. Sword light surged throughout the entire dungeon, sweeping everything before it.
Buzz! In an instant, dozens of zombies were cut down one by one.
After clearing the small fries, he looked at the fiercely burning steel furnace before him and suddenly slashed out with his sword.
Boom! The entire steel furnace was cut in half, and the glowing hot molten iron splattered under the impact. Then, a colossal beast roared out from the molten iron. The beast was crimson all over, resembling a lion somewhat, and also a mythical creature like the Tao Tai. It was entirely crimson, covered in steel plates, and had a pair of iron wings on its back, looking like a monstrous steel beast. This is the dungeon's big boss, the molten iron beast. Roar! Disturbed from its rest by Chen Han, the molten iron beast instantly flew into a rage, spreading its wings and soaring into the air. Puff, puff, puff. The molten iron beast spat out several gouts of phlegm at Chen Han, and enormous fireballs surged forward. Chen Han showed no fear, raising his hand and slashing out with his sword. Rip, the fireballs shattered. The sword light bypassed the fireballs and directly struck the molten iron beast's body. Its steel-like body instantly tore open, gushing out streams of crimson liquid. Chen Han stopped wasting time. He immediately activated the special skill of his iron wing boots, and a pair of palm-sized wings extended from either side of the boots. Then Chen Han flew up, directly rushing in front of the molten iron beast, and with one swing of his sword, chopped off its head. Bang! The health bar above the molten iron beast's head instantly cleared to zero, and its body exploded with a loud boom. Along with the explosion came streaks of light. Those were the cleared dungeon rewards. Chen Han glanced over them and, upon finding many alloy steel materials, a look of joy appeared on his face. The walls of Dawn Tower grew several meters taller. After he cleared the dungeon, a message about him refreshing the dungeon record once again popped up in the World Channel. Congratulations to player Suit Ripper for being the first to clear the Hell Rank, Steel Mill, Solo Dungeon, earning a record-breaking reward and a first clear reward. Everyone? Soloing Hell difficulty? Is Boss Suit playing on an internal test account? Chapter 65, Eagle Nation in a Fury, Get Chen Han for me. In the World Channel and national channels, the buzz around Chen Han remained high. Countless people were shouting in the chat channels, asking him to release a dungeon clear guide. Chen Han didn't bother. What guide did this thing need? Just fight and it's over. After exiting the dungeon, he first scanned the surroundings, noticing that the people from the 100 Prosperity Guild had already left, and Snow and the others hadn't come out yet. He didn't pay it any mind and directly opened the reward package from clearing the dungeon. Fortunately, it contained a lot of alloy steel materials. Exactly what he needed. Not long after, Snow also came out. She smiled slightly when she saw Chen Han and immediately jumped onto him. Oh, clearing a dungeon is so tiring. Snow pouted, pressing her small face against Chen Han's shoulder. Chen Han held her up with both hands. What difficulty dungeon did you clear? King rank, isn't that impressive? But I think I could even clear Hell rank without any problem. Snow looked a little proud. Chen Han nodded, it's fine, take it slow the first time. As he spoke, Snow's big eyes instantly widened, blinking as she stared at Chen Han. So the second time can be more intense? That's natural. Once you're familiar with the first time, you definitely have to put in effort the second time, otherwise how can you improve? Wow, that's great. Then let's hurry home for the second time. Snow excitedly exclaimed. Chen Han. Did I say it wrong, or did you misunderstand? I was talking about clearing a dungeon, not clearing you. At this moment, the black hole of the dungeon entrance shook, and Little Fatty and Chuli emerged one after another. Seeing Chen Han and Snow already waiting, they couldn't help but be taken aback. You finished so quickly? Little Fatty asked in surprise. Quick? Chen Han takes at least an hour. Snow blurted out, startling them. Chen Han's face darkened, and he quickly covered her mouth. What's an hour? Little Fatty asked innocently. Chuli also had a black line on her face. She glared at Chen Han, don't corrupt the child. Chen Han. That's not my fault. Ahem, did you all get the alloy steel? Chen Han looked at them. We did, it really is a good dungeon for farming steel, the drop rate is very high. Little Fatty shouted. But most of it is low rank, purple steel is rare, let alone orange. Me too, only 2 pieces of purple, the rest are white. Shuli frowned. At this rate, we still have a long way to go to build the Dawn Tower. Take these first, I'll figure something out.
Chen Han handed all the alloy steel he obtained to Chuli.
She took a look and immediately widened her eyes. How do you have so much? Dozens of orange alloys too, that's impossible, right?
Fatty also took a look, equally surprised. Boss, are you using hacks?
What hacks?
I'm playing on Hell rank, so the drop rate is naturally high.
What? Hell rank? Solo? Are you a freak? Chuli was utterly shocked she struggled enough with normal rank.
And Chen Han was directly clearing Hell rank, and even faster than her.
Isn't this a little too terrifying? Alright, put away the low-rank steel.
Once I find a steel refiner, I can synthesize low-rank steel into high-rank steel.
Chen Han waved his hand.
When he planned to build the Dawn Tower, he thought of an important person, the steel refiner. It's just that at this moment, that guy is probably not doing so well.
A military camp in Eagle Land.
5-star General Mike furiously smashed the red wine in his hand to the ground.
Fuck. It's that suit ripper again, how is he so powerful?
He has already cleared the team and solo dungeons consecutively, while our soldiers haven't even made it out of the team dungeon.
What's the reason? If this continues, won't my Eagle Land fall behind Dragon Nation?
The general's rage made his subordinates so scared they dared not utter a sound.
Have you found any information on him? General Mike glared at his subordinates below the stage.
We found it, please take a look.
An adjutant quickly handed over the retrieved information.
General Mike took it and examined it carefully, his brow furrowing tighter with each glance. The report contained not only Chen Han's identity information but also all his actions before the apocalypse descended. Including selling his company, spending billions in the game, and then clearing out all the novice gear and food from the game's auction house. Furthermore, the report even stated a suspicion. The relationship between Leo, Don, Luke, and Chen Han. A few days ago, Leo, Don, Luke sold equipment at high prices, earning tens of billions in gold. The mastermind behind this was very likely Chen Han. In other words, these tens of billions in gold were actually in Chen Han's hands. Adding to his stockpiled food, the value of the supplies in his hands was immeasurable.
10 billion gold.
Seeing this, General Mike's face revealed a look of greed. Their entire Eagle country couldn't even produce 1 billion gold, yet this Chen Han actually possessed 10 billion.
What kind of concept was this? Wealth rivaling a nation?
More than just rivaling a nation, he practically monopolized the entire world.
General Mike took a deep breath, trying his best to calm himself down.
He pointed to the note in Chen Han's profession column.
Why is the profession a question mark? The staff officer quickly responded, General, we haven't yet learned of his abilities.
We are currently mobilizing our informants in Jianghai City to conduct a further investigation into this Chen Han. General Mike nodded. No need to guess, he spent 1 billion on top-ups, reaching VIP rank 15. His profession is definitely S rank. As for what profession it is, this matter must be investigated as soon as possible. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. With that, he closed the information in his hand and suddenly remembered something.
Wait, Jianghai City? He's in Jianghai City? Isn't Loki Kent being held in a Dragon Country military camp in Jianghai City?
Hearing this, the staff officer remembered the agent who was sent to Dragon Country.
He slapped his head. Yes, he's being held in the Jianghai City military camp, but I wonder how he's doing? Humph, you underestimate my Eagle Country's agents too much.
A mere zombie crisis can't do anything to him, General Mike sneered. Quickly get in touch with him for me, this matter is really too good. No sooner had General Mike's words fallen than his phone immediately rang.
He frowned, who would be calling it this time?
However, when he saw the contact on his phone, he suddenly stood up, startling all the officers present.
Loki Kent. What a coincidence. I was just thinking of looking for you, and you call?
General Mike answered the phone, and a hoarse voice immediately came through.
General Mike, are you looking for me?
Upon hearing this, General Mike couldn't help but feel a tremor of unease, a sense of being scrutinized.
Are you okay? Did you escape from the Zhanghai City military camp?
Loki Kent chuckled. No, I should say I fought my way out.
General Mike was even more shocked.
His eyes widened, and his voice rose several octaves.
You fought your way out?
The Zhanghai City military camp has thousands of soldiers. How did you fight your way out?
Did you awaken some terrifying profession?
Loki Kent smiled but said nothing.
General, you want me to deal with that Chen Han, right?
Don't worry, even if you don't say anything, I'll find him.
Now, I've already found his lair.
The scene shifted. At this moment, not far from Chen Han's doomsday fortress, a man in a black trench coat was gazing at the fortress. Behind him, a large pack of zombie hounds crouched.
And two old acquaintances. Leo, Don, Luke and Leo, Don, Luke. Chapter 66, Feather Emperor Guild, Searching for the Steelmaker.
Leo, Don, Luke stared intently at the steel fortress before them. Hatred surged in his heart. This was where it all began. Memories of his son flooded his mind. On the night the apocalypse descended, he had even brought his son to plot how to attack Chen Han and seize resources. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, they were separated by life and death.
The past few days have felt like an eternity.
From forming a team, earning huge profits by selling high-priced equipment, then watching those around me die one by one, to now having nothing. All of this is thanks to Chen Han.
No matter what, this grudge must be settled.
Sir, whatever your plan is, Leo, Don, and Luke will support you.
As long as we can kill Chen Han, I'll pay any price.
Leo, Don, and Luke said solemnly to Loki Kent. A slight smile played on Loki's lips. Your previous methods were too foolish. This doomsday fortress is difficult for us to break through alone.
No matter how many zombies come, it's useless.
We need to find ability users with specialized skills. Hearing this, Leo, Don, and Luke were momentarily stunned.
Specialized skills?
There really seemed to be such a profession in the game. They could directly melt alloy steel, making them excellent for raiding bases.
But where do we find such people?
Leo, Don, and Luke asked, puzzled.
In this day and age, finding someone is as hard as ascending to heaven. And it's not enough to just find them. The key is that they have to trust you and be willing to help.
In the apocalypse, trusting someone is no simple matter.
We don't need to find them.
You go to the World Channel, expose the true identity of Suit Ripper, and then expose his high-priced equipment sales. With a net worth of billions and vast supplies, it will undoubtedly attract countless people to contend for it. And those who covet him will help us find a steel master.
With that, Loki Kent turned and left. Leo, Don, and Luke quickly followed, asking, but wouldn't that just give Chen Han away for free?
Leo, Don, and Luke had thought about this before, but exposing Chen Han would only attract more and more enemies. When there were too many people, the situation would be beyond his control.
He was very greedy. He wanted to monopolize it all.
Loki Kent sneered in response, you foolish fellow, wear a hat that fits the size of your head. With your greed and cowardice, it's no wonder you got your own son killed.
You. These words deeply stung Leo, Don, and Luke.
He wanted to retort but was afraid of the mysterious man in front of him. Especially the zombie direwolf beside him, which seemed to be staring at him every moment, sending shivers down his spine. In the end, Leo, Don, and Luke said nothing, just scurried along behind him. The cruelty of reality had already worn down his edges. The once high and mighty business magnate was now nothing more than a stray dog, at the mercy of others. After Chen Han exited the steel factory instance, he drove his armored vehicle around Zhanghai City, completely unaware that he was being watched.
Boss, we've searched for so long and still haven't found it. Where exactly is the hidden instance?
Zhang Daotian yawned, both sleepy and hungry.
Chen Han frowned, what, you couldn't calculate it? Zhang Daotian shook his head. The exact location was very vague.
Chen Han looked at Snow and Xu Li, seeing fatigue on their faces as well.
Then let's go home first. Chen Han hadn't expected this hidden instance to be so deeply hidden.
In his previous life, due to power limitations, he hadn't dared to challenge hidden instances, so he didn't know where the instance had actually descended. He originally thought it would be easy to find, but he had been searching for a long time. By this time, dawn had broken, and everyone drove home. Along the way, zombies were everywhere. The entire Jianghai city seemed to have been overrun. However, Chen Han still felt many gazes secretly cast upon them as the armored vehicle passed through the city. Now, survivors had all joined guilds to band together for warmth. The real world was slowly aligning with the developments in the game. For survival, guilds fought and slaughtered each other. After all, no resource acquisition was faster than killing people. It was just that in the game, if you died, you could revive. But now, dead meant dead. Thinking of guilds, Chen Han finally clicked on a long unopened guild channel. The guild Suit Ripper belonged to Yu Huang Guild. In an instant, the image of that arrogant woman, Her Majesty the Feathered Emperor, flashed through Chen Han's mind. A slight smile touched Chen Han's lips. His gaming guild had always been active, and it had been buzzing with activity for a long time. Guild members were constantly at Suit Ripper in the chat channel every day. Love maintenance station, holy cow, I just found out Suit Boss is from our guild. Ghostwind Evil Lord, Suit Boss, come out and say something. Other guilds are already grouping up, aren't we going to act? Duties farewell, flowers leaving trees, wow, I want to be the boss's accessory. There was a lot of information, but Chen Han only focused on the key points. Among the players who had at him, Chen Han actually knew most of them. His real-life friends who played games were almost all in this guild. This included Snow, Gunnar, Leo, Dawn, Luke, Leo, Dawn, Luke, Leo, Dawn, Luke, Zoe, Frank, and Tom. In his previous life, they had grouped up in the Feathered Emperor Guild for 3 years. Chen Han glanced at the guild members. Leo, Dawn, and Luke were no longer on the list. It was probably because of the uproar over selling high-priced equipment that the guild leader, not wanting trouble, had simply kicked them out. Given that woman's steady temperament, that was something she would do. However, what puzzled Chen Han was that Zoe wasn't on the list either. Chen Han didn't pay it any mind. As for Frank and Tom, these two guys sent the most private messages. Brother, holy crap, you struck it rich. 10 billion in top-ups, aren't you going to make a huge profit this time? Brother, are you there? I'm planning to bring my whole family to find you. You definitely don't have to worry about food and clothing now, but I'm miserable, I can't even eat my fill. Brother, awesome. Your name is on the world announcement. How did you do it? Brother, why aren't you replying to me? Are you busy grinding dungeons? Don't worry, I haven't revealed your ID, no one knows your identity. By the last message, Chen Han's expression had turned cold. These two were threatening him. The unspoken meaning was clear, if you don't acknowledge me, I'll expose your identity. Chen Han had seen through them. These two were cut from the same cloth as Leo, Dawn, and Luke, all of them driven solely by profit. Before Chen Han sold his company, these two guys would constantly mooch off him, getting free food and drinks. Once they learned Chen Han had sold his company and was spending big on games, their attitude completely did a 180-degree turn. Now that the apocalyptic game had arrived, the two remembered Chen Han. However, they didn't have the guts of Leo, Dawn, and Luke to directly kill and seize resources. Instead, they planned to extort him, wanting Chen Han to provide for them. Chen Han's lips curled into a slight smile. He needed to find an opportunity to eliminate these two. However, just then, a private message caught his attention. The one who arrived was none other than the guild leader of the Feather Emperor Guild. Feather Emperor, are you there? Can we chat? Chen Han smiled, I was just looking for you. If he remembered correctly, the steelworker he was looking for was Feather Emperor's biological younger brother. But right now, that guy was probably in some kind of trouble. Chapter 67, The Predicament of the Feather Emperor Guild. Jianghai City National Stadium. A woman, holding a golden-winged longbow, looked gravely at the zombies surrounding the stadium. The woman wore a tight-fitting tracksuit with a cold and arrogant expression, her long black hair tied in a high ponytail, showcasing her capable demeanor. Even without makeup, her flawless skin still made countless women envious. As for her facial features, they were as if meticulously sculpted by Nuwa, breathtakingly beautiful. Because she was an athlete who frequently trained, her figure was exquisitely curvaceous, truly a beauty capable of overthrowing kingdoms, a peerless stunner. She was the leader of the Feather Emperor Guild, Feather Emperor. Her true identity was also a national athlete, a world archery champion, Zhua Yuan.
Sister Yuhan, how is Shaolin? Will Gao Qixing let him go? At this moment, a woman walked up and asked.
Zhua Yuhan's expression was cold, and she slowly shook her head. Shaolin's profession is special, the Baisheng Guild won't let him go easily.
Speaking of Gao Qixing, Zhua Yuhan's face darkened even further. That guy actually used her brother to threaten her.
And the conditions he proposed were even more enraging.
Gao Qixing wasn't after equipment or food, he was after her.
That guy lusted after her body.
What do we do now?
The Baisheng Guild has a large number of people, we can't fight them. Xiao Tao said with a worried face, tears rolling down her cheeks in self-reproach. It's all my fault, if it weren't for protecting me, Shaolin wouldn't have been captured by Gao Qixing.
Don't worry, I'll figure something out. Although she said that, the solemnity on Zhua Yuhan's face did not diminish.
Nowadays, major guilds have started to band together, and her Feather Emperor Guild is no exception. It's just that the Prosperous Guild uses ruthless tactics, recruiting professionals everywhere, and developing very rapidly. In terms of strength, the Feather Emperor Guild is far behind the Prosperous Guild. If Gao Qixing truly intended to target them, the situation would indeed be dire. Zhua Yuhan frowned, wishing that Suit Ripper could lend a hand.
She was certain that Suit Ripper was in Jianhai City. Because as the guild leader, she could see the ID addresses of all guild members.
However, she had a cold and aloof personality, rarely contacted players from the Feather Emperor Guild, and was not familiar with Suit Ripper. But at the moment, it seemed Suit Ripper was the only one who could help her. Zhua Yuhan sighed, but from the time the guild channel opened until now, people in the guild had been calling out to Suit Ripper, but he had never replied. Guild leader, how is it?
Can you contact Suit Ripper? Just then, a large group of people rushed into the office, shouting anxiously. Seeing everyone burst in, Zhua Yuhan frowned, who let you in?
There were more than 100 people gathered there, forming a small team led by Zhua Yuhan. Some of them were original members of the Feather Emperor Guild, while others were saved by Zhua Yuhan after the apocalypse struck. At this moment, seeing Zhua Yuhan's anger rising, a trace of fear flashed in everyone's eyes. They all knew that the guild leader before them was no weak woman.
Not to mention her inherently strong personality, what was even more terrifying was that she was an S-rank professional with formidable strength.
If not for her, this stadium would have long been overrun by zombies. Everyone exchanged glances, looking as if they wanted to speak but hesitated. Finally, a young man stepped forward. Guild leader, the Prosperous Guild just pressured us again. They lured a large group of zombies.
If this continues, we won't be able to resist. Why don't we give them some compensation?
It's all about making money, no need to make mortal enemies.
The man asked tentatively.
If Chen Han were here, he would definitely recognize this person. This was his friend from real life, Tom. Yes, if Zhuo Lin hadn't offended the Baisheng Guild, they wouldn't have kept targeting us. Exactly, stirring up trouble everywhere without any capability, such a person will sooner or later drag the team down. With Tom speaking up, many others also murmured in low voices. Hearing this, Zhua Yuhan's face completely darkened.
She glared at everyone. Do you know that Zhuo Lin is my biological younger brother? In the crowd, some lowered their heads, while others retorted. Does the guild leader's younger brother get special privileges? We are a team, so naturally, team interests come first. Hearing this, Zhua Yuhan was absolutely furious. This is my team. If anyone is unhappy, just get out. Do you really think the Baisheng Guild's only goal is resources? Is this mess caused by Zhuo Lin? They're just looking for any excuse to get us. Even without this conflict, they would have used various means to deal with us. Because their true objective is... Zhua Yuhan didn't finish her last sentence. She bit her red lip lightly. I will find a way for this matter. I will definitely save Zhuo Lin,
and as for the resources you mentioned, I won't give a single cent. Faced with Zhuo Yuhan's tough stance, everyone fell silent, not daring to utter a sound. Especially those ordinary people, without any abilities, they had even less say. They were afraid of the Baisheng Guild, and also a little afraid of Zhuo Yuhan. This team was formed by her, and she was the highest combat power in the team.
What if she got angry and kicked them out? Wouldn't that be seeking death?
However, just then, an old woman stood out and pointed at Zhuo Yuhan, shouting,
"Find a way! How do you find a way?"
"The Baisheng Guild has thousands of people, most of them professionals, while we have less than 50 professionals.
How can this gap be bridged? And, if a fight breaks out, what am I, an old woman, supposed to do?"
"You're pushing me, an old woman, into a pit of fire."
"What's wrong with talking peace? Are we supposed to rush forward even if we know it's a dead end?"
The old woman's words struck Zhuo Yuhan's heart directly. She wanted to refute, but the other party was an old woman, and the words just wouldn't come out. Xiao Tao, standing beside her, couldn't take it anymore.
"What do you mean?"
"If it weren't for Sister Yuhan, you would have died in the mouth of a zombie long ago. Now that the team is in trouble, you're still using moral blackmail.
Do you believe I'll throw you out?"
"You?" The old woman was startled and stumbled back a few steps. The reason she dared to speak was precisely because she had accurately gauged Zhuo Yuhan's kind nature. But for a girl like Xiao Tao, it was a different story.
She stammered, "What should we do then? Do you expect that, Suit Ripper, to save us? How long have we been shouting in the guild? Do you think he really doesn't see it?
That kid, just from his name, you can tell he's not a good person." At this moment, Tom also stepped forward. "That's actually true. To be honest, Suit Ripper is my friend, but he doesn't even reply to me."
"Guild leader, do you think you have the ability to get him to move?"
As soon as these words came out, the entire scene was shocked and in an uproar. "Wow, he doesn't even care about his friend's plea for help, so he definitely won't help us.
Someone so powerful, why would he care about your guild? Maybe he's already struck out on his own."
"Exactly, guild leader, don't count on Suit Ripper.
He won't come."
Seeing the faces of everyone at this moment, Zhuo Yuhan's expression was incredibly ugly. She also knew that the probability of Suit Ripper paying attention to her was very low, but this was her last hope. However, just when she felt utterly helpless, she received a reply from Suit Ripper in her private messages.
"Suit Ripper, give me an address, I'll come find you." Chapter 68, Taking Control of Zhuo Yuhan.
Seeing the reply from Suit Ripper, Zhuo Yuhan's heart trembled.
"Give me an address, I'll come find you." What powerful, what overbearing words.
In her despair, at her most helpless moment, seeing such a message, even with her resilient nature, she was instantly touched. A wave of grievance surged up from the bottom of Zhuo Yuhan's heart. No matter how strong she was still just a woman in her early 20s. Her younger brother captured, the pressure and misunderstanding from her team, the threats from enemies, only she knew how much stress she had truly endured. In this difficult time, she put aside her proud nature to ask a stranger for help, expecting to return empty-handed, or even to be looked down upon. Yet, to her surprise, the other party directly spoke such domineering words. Zhuo Yuhan's heart melted in that instant, deeply moved. It felt like she was being bullied, and before she could even tell her boyfriend, he had already stormed over to protect his wife.
Whoa, guys, who understands this feeling?
Zhuo Yuhan really wanted to share with someone at this moment that she wasn't alone, she had someone to rely on. Although she didn't know who Suit Ripper truly was, at this moment, their image in her heart was so grand and magnificent. In her mind, she automatically superimposed Suit Ripper with the Prince Charming in her heart. But she was also a little afraid. What if the other party was a crude, unkempt man? Unbeknownst to her, Zhuo Yuhan had already started letting her imagination run wild. She suddenly snapped back to reality, an incredulous look on her face. She hadn't expected that a single sentence from Suit Ripper would bring about a slight change in her proud nature. Zhuo Yuhan eagerly replied to Chen Han, explaining the current predicament of the Feather Emperor Guild.
"Are you really willing to help us?" The prosperous guild has many people and is very strong. This might make you an enemy.
Before the person even arrived, Zhuo Yuhan was already worrying about them. This action was undoubtedly selfish. However, when she saw the other party's reply next, her heart trembled even more violently. Take care of yourself. I'll come find you after I handle what's on my plate.
Eat well, don't overthink.
As soon as the private message arrived, her mailbox received a large quantity of food.
Steamed baby lobsters, braised pork trotters, wagyu beef, sushi. Besides these hearty dishes, there were also various small desserts. Tiramisu, egg tarts, double skim milk. All of them were high-grade foods dropped by first-generation zombies in the apocalypse.
Such high-grade food, a few days after the apocalypse descended, had already become incredibly expensive. Because first-generation zombies that mutated by eating pollutants constituted a very, very small percentage of the global zombie population. After knowing the rules of the game, people wouldn't be foolish enough to eat contaminated food again. These first-generation zombies, which had eaten good things, were now hot commodities in the eyes of players.
In this current environment, who would want to eat jam and expired bread every day? Now that Suit Ripper had sent so much food all at once, if it were put on the auction house, it would definitely fetch a high price. It's worth mentioning that there was also a bowl of brown sugar water. For Zhuo Yuhan, who was on her period, this message and this bowl of brown sugar water instantly broke her defenses. At this moment, Zhuo Yuhan's icy heart gradually began to melt. At this moment, hundreds of people looked at Zhuo Yuhan, who seemed a bit off, and couldn't help but be stunned. Guild leader, what's wrong? Sister Yuhan, are you alright?
Xiao Tao asked with a worried expression. Zhuo Yuhan snapped back to reality, composed her tumultuous emotions, and looked at everyone with a serious expression. Good news, I've already gotten in touch with Suit Ripper from our guild, and he has promised to help us through this difficult time.
Boom!
As soon as she said this, everyone erupted in excited cheers. That's great, with the Suit Ripper boss making a move, the Baisheng Guild will definitely have concerns. Exactly, with the Suit Ripper boss's strength, the Baisheng Guild is nothing to worry about. Hearing the cheers from the crowd, Tom and Frank's faces completely darkened. The two exchanged glances, seeing surprise in each other's eyes.
Damn it, that Chen Han kid didn't respond to us, but he's standing up for Zhuo Yuhan. What a guy who forgets his friends when he sees a pretty face.
After receiving Zhuo Yuhan's positive reply, the emotions of the crowd settled down.
At least next time the Baisheng Guild came to threaten them, they could bring up Suit Ripper to deter their enemies. After dispersing the crowd, Zhuo Yuhan also breathed a sigh of relief.
She took out the brown sugar water Chen Han had sent her and slowly took a sip, while also anticipating Chen Han's arrival.
Nailed it!
At this moment, Chen Han was lying on the sofa in the villa's main hall, feeling extremely comfortable. Chen Han wasn't interested in the Feather Emperor Guild, he cared about Zhuo Yuhan and her brother. An S-rank profession, Divine Marksman Feather Emperor, and an A-rank special profession, Steel Smelter, are truly as rare as finding a needle in a haystack. Based on Chen Han's understanding of Zhuo Yuhan, making that proud woman submit to him could be both difficult and simple. Her brother Zhuo Lin and her deep affection for him were her biggest weakness. And now, Chen Han had both of these points firmly in his grasp.
Don't let Zhuo Yuhan's aloof and unapproachable demeanor fool you.
Emotionally, she was a blank slate. Having entered national team training from a young age, she never had the opportunity to experience romantic life. For someone like her, once you conquer her, she will wholeheartedly follow you. Based on his knowledge of Zhuo Yuhan, that proud woman definitely wouldn't be able to resist such a sweet offensive. In his previous life, Chen Han was also in the Feather Emperor Guild at this time, so he was very familiar with the situation inside. After 3 years in the apocalypse, he knew everyone inside like the back of his hand. He disdained the entire Feather Emperor Guild, as the people within were selfish and had their own hidden agendas. Although Zhuo Yuhan was arrogant and cold, her heart was incredibly kind. Even with the team members pressuring her so much, she never thought of abandoning everyone.
For this kind of personality, Chen Han respected it but didn't understand it.
Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to find Zhuo Yuhan. He wanted Zhuo Yuhan to clearly feel the coldness of this apocalypse and the treachery of human nature. Only when she was truly in despair would he extend a helping hand. This way, that proud woman would inevitably be conquered by him.
Everything was under control.
Chen Han drained the high-end red wine in his glass, his gaze fixed on the 200 reservists in the hall.
To build the Dawn Tower, a city defense force is indispensable. Clearly, this group of veterans is the best choice. Discipline. Loyalty. These two qualities are immeasurable in value in the apocalypse.
At this moment, the group of veterans sat on one side of the hall, gnawing on expired in-game bread. Meanwhile, Gunnar was pushing a cart full of meat, pulling and tugging at the veterans, doing who knows what? The veterans occasionally glanced at the meat on the cart, looking very tempted, but unwilling to touch it, and then continued to bite into their expired bread.
Chen Han, full of confusion, walked over and asked, "Elders, why aren't you eating the meat?"
At this, old company commander Yi Yongchang stood up and said with a smile, "Brother Chen Han, we're just here to carry out a mission."
"How can we eat your food? In these times, food is hard to come by.
It would be a waste for a bunch of roughnecks like us to consume your food.
Save what you can. We'll rest for a bit and then leave, so we won't trouble you." Hearing this, Chen Han frowned and barked at Gunnar. "What, just a bit of food? Didn't you explain it clearly to the elders? What kind of joke is this? At my old Chen family, no one goes hungry? All of you, eat your fill. For this lifetime, it's all you can eat." Chapter 69, What's Bread? Eat meat, all of you.
Hearing Chen Han's words, Gunnar looked helpless. "I've already tried to persuade them, but they won't listen. I told them we don't lack food, but they insisted on eating their own bread.
I couldn't stop them." Cough cough, Brother Chen Han, don't blame this young man.
The old company commander pulled Chen Han aside, looking embarrassed.
"We didn't really help much this time, so how can we possibly eat your food?"
Chen Han was speechless.
"Old company commander, what are you saying? For you to come and help, it should be I who is grateful to you. Besides, I have enough food to last a lifetime. Why are you still being so polite?"
The old company commander waved his hand. "Brother, stop trying to fool me. This is the apocalypse. Food is the most precious resource.
How can you give it all to us to eat? That won't do at all." "Yeah, Brother Chen Han, don't be a stranger. Bread is enough for us."
A group of veterans echoed from the side.
No matter what Chen Han said, the veterans remained unresponsive and wouldn't budge. This stumped Chen Han. How was he supposed to handle this? How could he keep these old soldiers?
These were the future city defense forces. Finally, left with no other choice, he had to contact General Long. At this moment, General Long was in a meeting with a group of high-ranking officials, swamped with matters concerning dungeon grinding. The phone rang, and General Long initially didn't want to answer, but seeing it was Chen Han, he hesitated.
"Pillar of the nation, whose call is it?"
It was old General Yi, the one who had offered to give his position to Chen Han, who spoke. All the high-ranking officials also looked over. Given General Long's nature, he usually hung up immediately during such meetings.
His hesitant expression made everyone curious about the caller.
Under everyone's anticipation, General Long slowly spoke, "It's Chen Han."
Hearing this, everyone first froze, then excitedly shouted, "Answer it quickly, what are you waiting for?"
"That guy is the dungeon record breaker, quickly ask him for the walkthrough guide. How come the final monster in the king difficulty of the steel mill dungeon keeps appearing no matter how much we fight it?"
Everyone looked at General Long with a hint of resentment. Answering the phone was also a skill. Calls from others could be hesitated over, but what was there to consider about Chen Han's call? It had to be answered.
General Long looked helpless. Under everyone's hopeful gaze, he answered the video call and projected it onto the big screen.
Chen Han's image instantly appeared. "Ahem, little brother Chen Han, it's me, elder brother Yi, how are you doing? Were you injured last night?"
Old General Yi was the first to speak, leaning into the camera with a smiling face. Chen Han was startled, a little overwhelmed by the old general's enthusiasm. Before Chen Han could speak, General Long asked, "Chen Han, how come the final zombies in the steel mill dungeon keep spawning?"
Is there some secret?
Oh, for king difficulty and above, there's a hidden boss in the steel furnace. Break the furnace, and the iron melting beast will come out. So there was a hidden boss. Everyone suddenly understood, giving Chen Han thumbs up. I told you, from now on, when we run a dungeon, we should ask Chen Han first.
Damn it, who was it that said we shouldn't bother brother Chen Han too often? It definitely wasn't me. I've always believed in asking when you don't know. Get out, it was you. If you'd asked earlier, we wouldn't have wasted time.
As they spoke, an argument surprisingly broke out in the meeting.
Chen Han's eyes widened, looking like he was enjoying the drama.
Dragon General, however, was accustomed to such scenes.
He looked at Chen Han. Is there something you needed to contact me about this time?
Hearing this, Chen Han also became serious and shouted loudly at the group of old soldiers, I want to complain.
Your subordinates aren't eating.
At these words, the meeting room immediately fell silent, and all eyes turned towards him. On screen were precisely those 200 old soldiers. Knowing that Chen Han was talking to Dragon General, the old soldiers immediately stood up, assembled at top speed, and lined up neatly. Each looked serious and excited.
Dragon General frowned.
Being devoted to his soldiers, hearing that they weren't eating instantly filled him with displeasure. However, the next moment, he saw every old soldier holding bread, fruit juice.
Aren't they eating? Dragon General and the senior executives looked at Chen Han in confusion. What kind of meal is this bread? Can they get full on this? Is this what I provided?
Then, Chen Han moved the camera to a dining cart. Instantly, plates of large chicken drumsticks, roasted duck, pig trotters, wagyu beef. A quick pan showed there were more than a dozen such dining carts.
Seeing this scene, the big shots in the conference room were all stunned. Holy crap, is this a state banquet? What is this? How can there be so much meat? This wouldn't be contaminated food, would it? Doesn't look like it. Contaminated? This clearly looks like normal food. Gulp, it's making my mouth water. Dragon General, also in shock, asked incredulously, how did you manage this? Stockpiled before the apocalypse, Chen Han didn't hide it.
Actually, as long as General Long and the others wanted to investigate, Chen Han spending a large amount of money to hoard food couldn't possibly be kept a secret.
Real-world food? General Long asked again. That's right, want a drink? Chen Han flipped his hand and pulled out a bottle of Moutai. Holy crap, Moutai too! Good heavens!
Old General Yi shot up from his seat.
He just loved that stuff.
Since the apocalypse began, he hadn't had any, and there was none to be had. It's a shame this food doesn't have the game system's mark, so I can't mail it to you, Chen Han said helplessly. He had already tried that. Both game item food and food dropped by initial zombies had an Apocalypse Dawn game mark. However, the real-world food he hoarded didn't, possibly because of which, it couldn't be traded through the system. Fortunately, it could be put into the storage space.
Brother Chen Han, would it be alright for this old man to come over for a couple of drinks?
Old General Yi chuckled, seemingly unable to walk once he saw the liquor. Chen Han slowly shook his head, drinking is fine, but you absolutely must not fly over. After the second tier of the game begins, mutated creatures will increase significantly, and flying will definitely attract attacks from those mutated creatures. At these words, General Long and the others' faces changed drastically.
He quickly shouted to his subordinates, quickly recall all Air Force personnel.
Old General Yi's face showed regret. Then I can only wait until the situation improves before I go to see Brother Chen Han.
Ha ha, then I'll look forward to hearing from you. Chen Han laughed. Speaking of serious matters, General Long, can these 200 veterans be entrusted to my arrangement?
At this point, Chen Han spoke earnestly. However, to Chen Han's surprise, General Long did not object. This emergency recall, they all came with the mindset of certain death. So, I only selected 200 veterans with no family background. If you can take them in, it's a good thing. Hearing this, Chen Han respected the veterans even more.
Just think carefully, 200 people, eating is a huge consumption.
General Long continued. General Long, please rest assured about this, I don't have much of anything here, except for food.
Chen Han laughed heartily. He looked at the 200 veterans and shouted, "Did you all hear that?
I am your superior now, and I am giving you your first military order.
Then eat your fill, eat as much as you want."
No sooner had he spoken than Gunnar and the others pushed over a dozen steaming roasted lambs. At this moment, the veterans no longer held back.
Since Chen Han had given the order, what was there to hesitate about?
The next moment, 200 veterans loosened their belts and unceremoniously dug in. Seeing this scene, the people on Long Zhang's side were stunned. The envy in their eyes was hard to hide.
Chapter 70, Plan begins, Identity exposed.
This meal lasted a full 2 hours.
With full bellies and enough to drink, the 200 veterans were incredibly moved. After the apocalypse descended, where had they ever eaten such good food? Being able to eat moldy bread was already a luxury. Now that they had such treatment, they were naturally overjoyed. A feeling of gratitude rose towards Chen Han. Long Jiang also said that from now on, they would treat Chen Han as their superior and follow Chen Han's arrangements and commands. In addition, they would also ensure Chen Han's safety. Obeying orders was not an issue.
These 200 veterans, ranging from 50 to 30 years old, either had no families yet or their families had already perished in this crisis.
Now they were unattached, solitary individuals. Staying by Chen Han's side would indeed be a good assignment.
But when it came to Chen Han's safety, this presented a challenge for the old company commander.
The world was different now. Ordinary people who hadn't awakened a profession simply didn't have much combat power.
Even to kill a single zombie, they had to team up and coordinate their actions. And Chen Han himself was already incredibly powerful.
Where would he need their protection? They couldn't protect him anyway.
Last night, they had all witnessed Chen Han's incredible feat of slaying 10,000 zombies with a single sword, almost worshipping Chen Han as a god. This made the old company commander and his men thoroughly understand the gap between professionals and ordinary people. Among the 200 reservists, 30 slightly younger ones were veteran players of Apocalypse, Dawn, but only 10 of them had become professionals. Old company commander Yi Yongchang had originally planned to arrange for these 10 professionals to personally protect Chen Han. However, Chen Han refused. These 10 professionals are the combat backbone of the entire veteran team, so naturally, they cannot be pulled out. Chen Han divided the 200 veterans into 10 small teams, with each of the 10 professionals becoming a squad leader. This way, they can not only deal with ordinary zombies but also have the means to resist when encountering game players.
Next, Chen Han gathered everyone together.
First, he looked at Xing Yu and the 7 women, saying, "Moving forward, I will be forming a team to cope with the apocalypse.
Do you wish to stay here, or do you have other plans?"
Chen Han remembered that the 3 class cards he gave Xing Yu at the time were all B-rank combat professions, which were quite good abilities. It would naturally be good if they stayed, but Chen Han had no objection if they wished to leave.
Hearing Chen Han's words, Xing Yu and the others' faces clearly lit up with excitement. "We are willing to stay. Yes, 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 from now on, we'll all listen to Chen Han." The women beside Xing Yu quickly responded.
After a hot meal of rice, they had completely fallen in love with this place. They were all students from Jianghai University, a group of children who had not experienced the trials of society. After the apocalypse struck, they couldn't even get enough to eat and lived in fear every day. How could they endure that? Now, to have such a safe fortress and plenty of food to eat, it was practically heaven, wasn't it? But they weren't foolish, they naturally knew that staying here would require a certain price.
Xing Yu had already made this clear to them.
The women naturally understood all of this. Pledging allegiance to a man and fighting for him was inevitable, and there might even be more excessive demands. However, when they saw Chen Han's appearance, the uncomfortable feeling in their hearts immediately vanished. He was so handsome, so it was perfectly normal to have some demands. Especially when they saw Chen Han rampage through enemies, their admiration for him grew even stronger. In the apocalypse, following such a man was simply a huge gain, wasn't it? Thinking of this, the eyes of all the women showed signs of infatuation. Their big eyes blinked, staring at Chen Han with a somewhat dreamy gaze.
Ahem. Chen Han suddenly felt a bit awkward.
These 7 young women were all beautiful and vibrant, each with graceful figures, varying in shape but all with extraordinary temperaments.
Like 7 blossoming buds. Who could endure being stared at like this? Xinyu noticed Chen Han's discomfort and suppressed a laugh. To ensure she could follow Chen Han, she had put a lot of thought into selecting her teammates.
These women were all department beauties from various departments at Jianghai University, not only pretty but also multi-talented. There was the pure and alluring goddess from the dance department, the icy goddess from the calligraphy and painting department, the sweet goddess from the vocal music department, and the two-dimensional lowly from the fashion department. Plus the stunning twin sisters, Xiao Chun'er and Xiao Qiu'er. Who wouldn't be captivated by such a lineup? Another important point was that they were all veteran players of Apocalypse, Dawn, all B-rank professionals. Xinyu believed that their charm and strength would make it hard for Chen Han to refuse. What surprised her, however, was that Chen Han already had 2 beautiful women by his side, who seemed to be even slightly superior to her group. This made Xinyu genuinely worried. Now that Chen Han had decided to keep them, Xinyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Alright, Snow, you can arrange a few rooms for them later." Chen Han looked at Snow, who nodded obediently. As for the 200 veterans, he couldn't keep them all in his own home. Not to mention whether there was enough space, living with so many people would be very inconvenient. Chen Han planned to arrange them in Liu, Dawn, and Luke's fortresses. That place was also safe, and the environment was good. After making all the arrangements, Chen Han began to talk about serious matters. "In the future, I plan to build a large shelter, similar to the Dawn Tower in the game. The site would be the summer resort. It was originally a small hill, high in elevation, easy to defend but difficult to attack, definitely a good location. So next, our goal is to procure a large quantity of alloy steel. Xinyu, you are all professionals, you must run your daily dungeons. The steel mill is the best place. Of course, besides grinding dungeons, you also need to level up your rank as quickly as possible. Rank is a crucial factor in improving your strength, understand?" Hearing this, Xinyu and the 7 women nodded heavily, their hearts filled with drive. Having tasks assigned proved that they were contributing. After all, they didn't want to just stay home eating and drinking for free every day. As for old camp commander and the rest of you, there's another important task: find out the current situation in the summer resort. How many survivors are actually here? If they are original owners, tally them up, and I will make arrangements. If they are outsiders, kick them out immediately. I want to clear the area. At this point, Chen Han's tone became serious. The first step of his plan was to demarcate his territory. The summer resort was so vast it absolutely could not hide any ill-intentioned individuals. Chen Han hadn't forgotten the large army that had attacked Liu, Dawn, and Luke. That was definitely a formidable force. Under Chen Han's arrangements, the small team began to operate. And right at this moment, a conspiracy against him also began to unfold. On the World Channel, Liu, Dawn, and Luke appeared, directly revealing Chen Han's identity. And they exaggeratedly publicized how they had previously sold equipment at exorbitant prices. Instantly, the news of Chen Han possessing tens of billions in assets spread across the globe. Countless people began to stir. Not only teams from Jianghai City, but even players from several nearby cities started to rush over. Chen Han became a hot commodity, coveted by the world. And the first to make a move were the Baisheng Guild and Liu, Dawn, Luke's punitive expedition. Chapter 71, Baisheng Guild makes its move, levels the Feather Emperor Guild. Baisheng Building, the headquarters of the Baisheng Guild. Damn it, it really is him. The Baisheng Guild subordinates were greatly shocked upon seeing the information posted by Liu, Dawn, and Luke. The person they had seen at the dungeon entrance was indeed Suit Ripper. More importantly, he actually has tens of billions in assets. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Boss, what do you think? Should we go for it? The subordinates clamored. Boss, fortune favors the bold. Tens of billions in assets, plus a large amount of food.
If we get our hands on it, we'll be rich. Exactly, Suit Ripper is at most an S-rank professional. Can he really beat all of us?
Hearing these words, the man sitting at the head of the table frowned. The man was about 20 years old, fair-skinned and clean-cut, wearing glasses, and looked gentle and refined. He was the president of the Baisheng Guild, an overseas student from a prestigious university in the US. Not long after returning to his home country, the apocalypse game descended. Because his elder brother was the leader of Jianghai City's largest gang, he quickly rallied his subordinates after the apocalypse began and built a massive guild. Gao Qixing originally thought their Baisheng Guild was the largest force in Jianghai City, but he never expected that Suit Ripper was also in this city. As a veteran player of Apocalypse Dawn, he naturally knew about Suit Ripper. The ruthless individual who spent $1 billion on microtransactions had already caused a sensation in the game. Gao Qixing was also smart. He wouldn't do anything without absolute certainty. Clearly, he still had some misgivings about dealing with Suit Ripper. Any discerning person could see that this Chen Han was not simple. He might be rich, but if you want to mess with him, you have to weigh your own capabilities. Gao Qixing was undecided for a moment, so he looked at Su Banxian, who was beside him. Although Gao Qixing received a foreign education, he had an immense belief in some traditional cultures of the Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps influenced by his elder brother, his brother's gang would always worship Guan Eri before every expedition, and Gao Qixing followed suit. Over time, he also came to believe in this culture. For example, metaphysics, divination, and the like. That's why he made Su Banxian the second in command of the guild. And whether by luck or some other reason, Su Banxian indeed helped Gao Qixing overcome several difficulties. Su Banxian, what do you think? At this moment, Su Banxian was already furious. When he came back, he had repeatedly warned his subordinates not to mess with the Suit Ripper. Everyone readily agreed at the time, all pretending to be very afraid of the Suit Ripper. Calling him Big Brother Suit every other sentence. But what happened? These guys became incredibly arrogant as soon as they returned to their lair. They even instigated Gao Qixing to deal with Chen Han. Aren't they tired of living? It was fine when these guys usually ran rampant, bullying only small, weaker teams. But the deeds of the Suit Ripper, whether it was instantly killing 10,000 zombies or clearing a hell rank dungeon in 20 seconds, were enough to demonstrate his strength. He's already that strong, and you still dare to target him? Are you stupid? Hearing Gao Qixing ask him, Su Banxian immediately bristled. I absolutely do not agree with this. Did you calculate something? Gao Qixing raised an eyebrow, looking at Su Banxian in confusion. A flicker of unnaturalness crossed Su Banxian's face as he muttered to himself, calculate what? What kind of heavenly secrets can this crappy profession predict? But since Gao Qixing trusted him, he could only bluff again. For his own life, he absolutely could not let the Baisheng Guild offend a powerful figure. Su Banxian nodded gravely, Guild leader, I calculated Chen Han's fate. That kid has a true dragon possessing him and is blessed with great luck. He's not someone to mess with. If we provoke him, we'll become the big villains, and since ancient times, big villains have always met a terrible end. If he was going to bluff, he might as well make it sound impressive. Hearing this, everyone in the room was shocked. Gao Qixing also frowned deeply, remaining silent. Just as the room fell into silence, a subordinate ran in to report. Guild leader, the people we sent to threaten the Yuhuan Guild were beaten up. What? How dare they? A long-haired man stood up angrily. His name was Sang Biao, a thug for the Baisheng Guild, and also an A-rank professional with great strength. The subordinate shivered and exclaimed, it's Suit Ripper. They said Suit Ripper is from the Feather Emperor Guild. They also said that if we don't release Zhuolin, Suit Ripper will trample our Baisheng Guild. At these words, the entire crowd erupted. Holy crap, let's take him on. Did they really say that? Oh, so Suit Ripper is backing them, huh? Boss, don't hesitate. They're already at our doorstep bullying us. I absolutely can't tolerate this. Many of the subordinates exploded. Being hot-blooded, how could they endure such humiliation? Silence,
All of you. Gao Qisheng waved his hand, stopping everyone.
He pondered for a moment, a smile spreading across his face.
Old man Su, you said he has great luck, right? Alright then, I'll seize this great luck. I want the world to know that Jianghai City belongs to my Gao family.
Hearing this, Old Man Su's face darkened. Guild leader, you mustn't.
Before Old Man Su could finish, Gao Qisheng stopped him. Dealing with Chen Han requires a long-term plan. Since he's standing up for the Feather Emperor Guild, then let's deal with the Feather Emperor Guild first. Sang Kuan, you handle this matter. Eradicate the Feather Emperor Guild for me.
As he finished speaking, a flat-headed man stood up. The flat-headed man was covered in tattoos, exuding a murderous aura, giving off a sharp and fierce impression. Seeing the guild leader directly dispatch Sang Kuan, the faces of the subordinates changed.
It was clear that everyone was very afraid of Sang Kuan.
Hiss, the guild leader is truly angry.
That guy was originally a ruthless figure in the gang.
I heard he even revealed an S-rank class card 2 days ago. His strength is unfathomable.
Zhuo Yuhan is finished. Everyone whispered among themselves. Remember to capture Zhuo Yuhan alive. Gao Qisheng didn't forget to remind Sang Kuan before he left. Then, Gao Qisheng looked at his subordinates.
Sang Biao, you take some men to scout out Chen Han's side, see how many people they have. If possible, test their strength.
What great destiny nonsense.
Anyone who dares to ride over me will die. At the Doomsday Fortress, Old Commander and his veterans also began to act. They split into 10 small teams, blocking all 3 entrances to the summer resort. Then, Shuli and Jian Guan, among others, began clearing zombies in the residential area and started building steel walls with alloy steel. Although the current supply of alloy steel was far from enough to build the Dawn Tower, constructing a few main entrances was no problem. This would at least isolate the wandering zombies, preventing them from sneaking into the residential area. Everyone moved quickly, and a 12-meter-high steel wall was erected. Not long after, Sang Biao arrived at the summer resort with 20 to 30 subordinates. When they saw the towering wall, they all froze in place.
Holy shit, what are they trying to do? Chapter 72, Pure Desire Goddess? Seize her and bring her home. Sang Biao's pupils suddenly contracted, startled by the steel wall before him. It's all orange alloy steel. This guy is too rich, isn't he?
I thought the purple wall at Baisheng building was already awesome, but this place is even more incredible. Just then, 2 young men ran back. Brother Biao, I checked, the west gate also has a steel wall, and there are people guarding it. The east gate is the same, all entrances are sealed.
Hearing this, Sang Biao frowned deeply. What does Chen Han want to do? Such a large summer resort, is he going to fence it all off? Sang Biao couldn't figure it out.
The thousands of members of the Baisheng Guild also didn't dare to expand their territory too much.
After all, the larger the area, the more manpower required to garrison it.
And it would also be more susceptible to zombie attacks. For them, concentrating their base in a single building made defense much easier.
A smaller location also meant significant savings on alloy steel. However, Chen Han's actions were undoubtedly futile. What was the point of building a city wall only at the main entrance? The entire perimeter of the summer resort was probably over 10 kilometers.
Although there were walls, they wouldn't stop zombies, and even ordinary people could easily climb over them. Unless Chen Han could use the steel city wall in front of them to encircle the entire summer resort. If he could achieve that, then it would be truly incredible. A 12-meter-high orange steel city wall, just thinking about it was chilling. At that point, anyone who wanted to attack Chen Han would have to seriously reconsider their strength. Let alone human players, even a dungeon boss leading a massive army would have to stop in their tracks, right? Thinking of this, Sang Biao showed a disdainful smile. Such a thing was simply impossible. Currently, alloy steel was exorbitantly expensive. Players with even a little strength would generally hoard it for building safe houses. Only those who were truly desperate would sell such essential materials. And for Chen Han to build such a large steel sanctuary was clearly unrealistic. Even if he had the money, he might not be able to acquire such a massive amount of steel.
Boss, this orange alloy wall is a good thing. Why don't we take it?
At this moment, a pockmarked subordinate revealed a greedy look. I took a quick look. There are only 10 old guys and 1 woman on the city wall. Although those 10 old guys look formidable, I saw them clearing zombies just now, and they are clearly ordinary people, not worth mentioning at all. And that girl, she should be a professional. With 30 of us, we can easily capture her. More importantly, that girl is incredibly beautiful. Pockmark, I've never seen such a stunning dame before. As soon as these words were uttered, the subordinates all nodded, their eyes burning with desire. They drooled at the sight of that girl, their hearts already restless. Oh! Sang Biao looked up at the city wall in surprise, and indeed saw a long-haired beauty. She wore a red dress and a cute hair clip, both pure and seductive. This person was none other than Snow. She was there to set up the city wall. In the game setting, the city wall materials could be taken by players, provided that the player was killed or knocked unconscious and their backpack items stolen. Therefore, the person arranging the city wall had to be strong and trustworthy. Snow was the best choice, only she could handle it. It wasn't that Chen Han didn't trust Chuli and the others, but their strength was relatively weaker. If something happened and the city wall's alloy steel was taken away, what would be the point of building it? Pockmark and his group were the first to arrive and saw Snow setting up the city wall, which gave them wicked ideas. As long as they captured her, they would have both money and a person. Instantly, the subordinates of the Baisheng Guild all showed fanatical expressions. Sang Biao pondered for a moment and thought it was feasible. Although their boss had sent them to investigate Chen Han's background. It now appeared that Chen Han had no power apart from being rich. Even the gatekeepers were ordinary people, which showed his capabilities. While rash action might alert the enemy, if they could snatch the steel city wall and that beautiful girl, the boss would undoubtedly be very happy. Thinking this, Sang Biao no longer hesitated and immediately gave the order. Motzi, you take the second team and charge from the right, take out those 10 old geezers. The first team follows me to the left to get the girl. Ranged classes provide support from outside the city. Once I get the girl, immediately retrieve the steel alloy from the city wall. Alright, synchronize watches. With that, Sang Biao extended his arm and synchronized time with his subordinates. 10 minutes, we only have 10 minutes. Success or not, we must retreat. It has to be said, these 30 men under Sang Biao were all elite members of the Baisheng Guild. Their actions were well planned and strategic. Sang Biao dared not be careless. After all, Suit Ripper's reputation was too great, and his strength must be formidable. He dared not confront him head-on. If the Suit Big Boss arrived in time for reinforcements, they would definitely be in deep trouble. Move out. As soon as Sang Biao's voice dropped, 20 men immediately charged out from both sides of the street. The steel city wall of the south gate was about a dozen meters wide, but its height was a full 12 meters. A direct frontal assault was highly unlikely. They would have to go around the city wall and use the stairs inside. Sang Biao led the charge. His profession was a melee tank, the Ironclad, a powerful class combining offense and defense. He rushed to the far left of the steel city wall at top speed. What connected to the steel city wall was just an ordinary mud and stone wall. Sang Biao clenched his fist, and a steel gauntlet abruptly appeared on his hand. With a single punch, the mud and stone wall collapsed. A large hole opened in the wall, and his subordinates streamed in. On the other side, Motzi led his men to attack from the far right of the steel city wall. Motzi used an assassin's charge, similarly breaching the mud and stone wall. Both groups attacked simultaneously. Ordinary walls in the real world posed no obstacle to them as professionals, and everyone easily rushed into the summer resort. Enemy attack. Snow reacted instantly. Quick, call for help. Old Camp Commander Yi Yongchang didn't hesitate, quickly pulling out his phone. However, the next moment, an arrow shot from below the city wall, instantly knocking the phone from the old camp commander's hand. Then, another arrow, aimed directly at the old camp commander's head. The old captain's face changed drastically. This was an attack from an archer class, and he had no power to resist it. This arrow shot at him meant certain death. "Old Captain, look out," the squad leader urgently shouted. He was the only professional in this veteran squad, but his attention was entirely focused on the enemies rushing up from inside the city, so he couldn't help. However, just at this critical moment of life and death, the rapidly approaching arrow suddenly stopped right in front of the old captain's forehead. On the arrow, there was a faint magical power. Snow had acted. Seeing so many enemies ambushing, her face instantly darkened, and the terrifying chaos magic within her stirred restlessly. At this point, Sang Biao had already rushed inside the city wall and was sprinting up the stairs. The moment he saw Snow up close, he was instantly struck by her otherworldly beauty. Those impossibly long, pale legs beneath her red dress were simply invincible. "Go, snatch the girl and take her home," Sang Biao shouted excitedly. Snow saw his lecherous gaze, and an angry expression appeared on her face. "You're asking for death." A terrifying energy instantly erupted, and a powerful aura directly pressed down on the rushing enemies. The next moment, Sang Biao and the others' faces changed dramatically. Holy crap, a master! Chapter 73, is a mage who doesn't need to chant still a mage? Under everyone's shocked gazes, Snow condensed crimson magic orbs in her hands. With a flick of her hand, she directly blasted them towards the enemies on the stairs. Sang Biao's face suddenly changed. Being at the very front, he naturally knew the terror of this attack. Without hesitation, he crossed his iron fists in front of his chest. Innate skill, Iron Hand Defense. A beam of energy light enveloped him, appearing incredibly thick, heavy, and indestructible. However, the next moment, the chaotic energy orb slammed into the light shield. With a loud bang, the heavy defensive light shield exploded. Sang Biao's body was thrown backward by the powerful force, stumbled, and rolled down the stairs, bringing all his subordinates down with him. Holy crap! On the right staircase, Mozi was completely stunned by the scene. Brother Biao got knocked flying? He's an A-rank professional tank. He's known as the strongest defense in Baisheng Guild. How could he not even block one hit? All the subordinates were extremely surprised. What happened? Feeling the intense gazes, Sang Biao quickly got up and shouted, "It's nothing, just slipped. All of you, charge." So it was a slip. I knew Brother Biao couldn't possibly lose to that girl. Brother Biao, be careful not to strain your back, otherwise you won't get to enjoy yourself when we get back. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Brother Biao was fine, the subordinates breathed a sigh of relief and even started joking around. Charge! Mozi continued to rush up. He was an assassin, very fast, and in a few steps, he was almost at the city wall. Blocking his way was the veteran captain, Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu was a D-rank warrior. He held a shield and firmly blocked the staircase. The moment Mozi charged up, he burst with golden light, putting all his strength into colliding with Mozi. Bang! Mozi retreated after one strike. Although he was a C-rank assassin, he found it difficult to break through against a warrior with strong defense. All together, Mozi stood on the stair railing and threw two daggers. Clang! Clang! Zhang Hu gritted his teeth and took the attacks. Although he blocked Mozi's two attacks, he wasn't doing well, especially Mozi's first charge, which made the arm holding his shield tremble. But he knew he had to hold on. Facing the assault of all those professionals, his teammates had no power to resist. If he fell, then Old Commander and the others would surely die. Boom! Behind Mozi, the entire second squad surged forward, unleashing a barrage of skills against Zhang Hu's shield. Zhang Hu! The old camp commander shouted, about to stand up and rush to help. However, the moment he stood, the ranged combatants outside the city immediately launched an attack. Boom! A fireball the size of a human head came hurtling towards them. Nobody stand up. Snow sent out another energy orb, shattering the fireball. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, scarlet chaos magic entwined around her body, and she flew up, slamming heavily in front of Zhang Hu. Boom! The powerful chaos magic instantly erupted, blocking all the attacks aimed at Zhang Hu.
Snow no longer held back, pushing 2 magic orbs from her hands. In an instant, 7 or 8 people crowded on the stairs were blasted down.
The 2 warriors who were at the very front had their shields shattered and spat out a large mouthful of blood.
Everyone was stunned by this sight. How can she be so strong?
At this, the faces of the people from Baixing Guild immediately turned grave, and they couldn't help but complain about Sang Biao.
Damn it, what slipped foot? You were obviously just beaten down.
Sang Biao's face wasn't good either. He had thought this girl was just a pretty face, never expecting her to be so powerful.
Can't drag this out any longer. Sang Biao immediately shouted, "Everyone outside, get in here! All together!"
Soon, 10 people rushed in. 5 archers, 5 mages, all ranged professions.
Seeing this, Snow couldn't help but frown. "Aha, little girl, why don't you surrender now?" Sang Biao laughed wantonly. "Attack!"
He waved his hand, and the 10 ranged combatants all activated their skills. In an instant, a flurry of colorful magical attacks swarmed towards them. Blazing arrows, icy arrows, sickly green poison arrows, fireballs, water balls, explosive bombs, ice cones, thunder spells. Although they were all only D-rank professionals, the lowest rank, the power of so many people attacking together was still quite shocking. After the apocalypse descended, it was the first time Snow had encountered something like this. If she were alone, she could flee. But behind her, there was a squad of veterans. Dozens of members of the Baixing Guild all watched with sneers. They were sure to win. Such an attack, let alone a mage like her, even a tank like Sang Biao would find it hard to withstand. TSK, TSK. Everyone's gaze fixed greedily on Snow if they could just get their hands on such a beauty. They had already begun to fantasize. Then, in the next moment, the scarlet magic around Snow intensified. The instant the attack struck, she ripped at the air with both hands. Chaos magic seemed to descend from the sky, like a giant red cloth, pulled down by her. Defense skill, Chaos Barrier. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of attacks slammed into the scarlet barrier, instantly setting off explosions. The faint barrier rippled, dazzling and brilliant. When the smoke and dust cleared, Snow's figure still stood tall. The smiles on Sang Biao and the others' faces instantly vanished. How is this possible? What kind of profession is this? How can it be so powerful? Everyone was shocked. They had never seen a mage with such powerful defense. Just then, Sang Biao and Mozi exchanged glances. It was time to act. After such a huge expenditure, they concluded that Snow must be exhausted. Sang Biao activated his skill, golden light erupted around him, and he charged towards Snow like a wild bull. Iron Hand Charge. Mozi also seized the opportunity, his figure vanishing from his spot. Sneak Attack. Under the sudden assault of 2 top experts, a mere mage, without the protection of a frontline, was her greatest weakness. Mozi, dagger in hand, flashed in front of Snow, a slight smile playing on his lips. Go to hell! A tank and an assassin attacked simultaneously. Even if Snow could react, how could she possibly defend herself? They refused to believe that this mage could cast a spell without any wind-up. Was a mage who didn't need to chant still a mage? Then, just as everyone thought success was guaranteed, Snow slightly raised one hand, and crimson chaos magic spilled out. Sang Biao's truck-like charge was instantly halted, and under the terrifying magic, a faint golden glow slowly dissipated. Then, Snow raised her right hand and clenched it in the air. Mozi's figure was directly pulled out of the void, the chaos magic like a pair of large hands, firmly gripping his neck and lifting him high. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, Snow clenched her right hand abruptly. Mozi let out a mournful scream, his equipment crushed and torn apart by the immense power, his body beginning to compress. Bang! With a loud bang, a cloud of blood mist appeared in mid-air. Chapter 74, Suit Ripper? Is that all? Mozi. The many subordinates of the Baixing Guild were all scared pale. A perfectly fine person, just gone like that. And died so tragically. Even if Mozi was a squishy assassin, being crushed to death alive was just too outrageous. That was SC rank assassin, and he was even wearing equipment. Now, everyone looked at Snow as if they were looking at a devil. How was this a mere pretty face? This was clearly a goddess of war. Everyone suspected that this woman might even be an S-rank professional. Otherwise, how could even Brother Biao not be able to do anything to her? Seeing Mozi die, Sang Biao's expression also grew heavy. "You're asking for death." Sang Biao erupted. Boom! Sang Biao abruptly shoved Snow aside, a golden light bursting from his body once more. Talent skill, Diamond Iron Wall. Roar! Talent skill, Lion's Roar. A ghostly lion's head suddenly appeared above Sang Biao, letting out a furious roar at Snow. The powerful sound waves vibrated in all directions, knocking Snow back again. The next moment, Sang Biao closed in, his steel fist smashing out with an explosive burst of power. Snow's expression shifted slightly. Her hands emitted faint magic, blocking Sang Biao's terrifying punch. Then, she flung out two chaotic magic orbs with her hands, blasting Sang Biao away again. Sang Biao was sent flying backward by the blast. But he truly lived up to his rank tank status. His defense was terrifying. The chaotic magic orbs hadn't caused much damage to him. After being knocked back, Sang Biao continued his frenzied assault, his iron fists repeatedly swinging out, each punch landing solidly on Snow's magical defense shield. Slowly, Snow's stamina began to deplete. After activating her abilities multiple times in succession, Snow's energy was mostly consumed, and facing an A-rank professional was clearly taking its toll. Sang Biao also noticed the problem. He first glanced at his watch. 5 minutes had passed since they initiated the attack. Presumably, at this moment, Suit Ripper and the others were already en route for backup. Time was pressing, so he shouted to his subordinates. "Attack together!" In an instant, over 20 people moved at once. The first to arrive were still those 10 ranged attackers. It was another wave of furious bombardment. The people from Baisheng Guild were cunning. Most of these attacks were directed at Old Camp Commander and the others, aiming to distract Snow. Snow had no choice but to use Chaos Light Curtain again. This is a skill that consumes a great deal of energy. When Snow used it again, it was clear that she was running low on energy. This is the downside of powerful professionals. When facing attacks from numerous enemies, if the battle cannot be resolved quickly, it's easy to run out of energy. Especially since Snow also had to protect a squad of veterans behind her, the consumption was even greater. Of course, Sang Biao's ability was also formidable, with terrifying defensive power. Any other A-rank professional would have already been torn to shreds by Snow. "Girl, don't mind us, you go," the old company commander shouted. "Yes, you go, you must hold this city wall," the veterans likewise cried out with indignation. "It's fine, Chen Han is coming soon, and then none of them will escape." Snow gritted her teeth and persisted. She held an energy crystal in her hand, absorbing energy while fighting. But the speed of replenishing the energy crystal was clearly very slow. At this rate, Snow wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. "Humph, Chen Han? How long do you think you can last?" Sang Biao's attacks intensified significantly. "Even if Chen Han can't make it, even if he does, I will crush you under my feet right in front of him." Sang Biao became more excited and confident the more he fought. He was already convinced that Snow was an S-rank mage, but so what? Wasn't she still being surrounded and beaten by them? Even if Chen Han arrived now, the outcome would be the same. Under the absolute numerical advantage, the ranks of professionals had been infinitely narrowed. Just then, Sang Biao seized an opening while Snow was protecting the veterans and suddenly unleashed a lion's roar. The piercing sound wave attack caused Snow to momentarily lose focus. Then, Sang Biao instantly charged, his powerful body slamming into Snow. "Watch out," the veterans quickly shouted. But Snow was still dazed at that moment and couldn't react. A sinister smile appeared on Sang Biao's face. "You're finished." However, the next moment, a figure flew rapidly from a distance. The moment Sang Biao charged towards Snow, that figure timely blocked in front. Chen Han threw a punch at the charging Sang Biao. Boom!
With a dull thud, Sang Biao stopped dead in his tracks. The Blacktooth battle suit on Chen Han immediately absorbed the energy from Sang Biao's charge. Then, in the next moment, Chen Han suddenly erupted, and the power of his fist surged out. Boom! Sang Biao was sent flying backward. Chen Han moved in close and delivered another punch. Sang Biao was directly smashed into the ground. That wasn't the end of it. Chen Han pulled him out again, unleashing a flurry of punches on him like a rainstorm. Finally, after delivering the last blow, Sang Biao was sent flying over 10 meters away. This scene left the subordinates of the Baisheng Guild dumbfounded. Who was this person? To be able to use a tank as a punching bag? His strength was simply too formidable, wasn't it? Everyone looked at the man in front of them with surprise. His identity was obvious. He was the legendary Suit Ripper. He's certainly powerful. But it seems that's all there is to it? He's not as terrifying as the legend says, capable of destroying everything in an instant? Soon, Sang Biao was helped up by his subordinates. Although he was badly beaten, it seemed the damage wasn't high. This is Suit Ripper? What a joke! Everyone's hearts immediately settled down quite a bit, even revealing expressions of disdain. Damn it, I thought he was some big shot. He's even worse than this girl. Exactly, if this is all they've got, what's there to be afraid of? We could have just charged in directly. What's the point of scouting? It's completely unnecessary. Sang Biao dusted himself off, smiled, and looked at Chen Han. Kid, didn't you eat? You're not very strong. You made me worry for nothing. Only this much ability and you come out to make a fool of yourself. Since that's the case, I'll just finish you off. Immediately, he looked at his subordinates beside him. Brothers, the boss told us to scout the way. If we take down the Suit Ripper directly, won't those guys be surprised when we go back? Biao Ji is awesome. Everyone shouted arrogantly, not caring about Chen Han in the slightest. Hey, aren't you celebrating too early? The next moment, Chen Han pulled out a long sword. Instantly, his aura erupted, and the aura of a Sword Immortal swept across the entire scene. The subordinates' expressions changed drastically, utterly shocked by Chen Han's sudden transformation. The smile on Sang Biao's face froze. Quick, attack! Then, more than 20 people launched an attack simultaneously, various skills raining down like a storm. Chen Han's lips curved slightly, and the long sword in his hand swept gently. D-rank skill, Breeze Sword. A fierce sword wind erupted in the field, instantly forming a terrifying gale, shredding all the skills flying towards him one by one. The gale easily blocked all attacks, then, with undiminished power, formed a tornado dozens of meters high. The storm roared in the air, extremely frightening. Under everyone's terrified gaze, the tornado descended like a devil, its giant mouth opening to devour them all. Chapter 75, Is this the true strength of the suit boss? Buzzing. The tornado swallowed the more than 20 members of Baisheng Company into its storm. A dozen mages and archers with poor defenses were instantly swept high into the sky. Beneath the storm, about 10 warriors were struggling to hold on, using their most powerful defensive skills to fix themselves to the ground. But even this was not easy. The hurricane, like sharp blades, cut everyone, leaving them bruised and battered, continuously eroding the defensive energy shields on their bodies. Everyone was horrified to discover that the defense of their equipment was gradually weakening. It wouldn't be long before their defensive gear would be shattered, and the terrifying wind blades would tear them to pieces. The younger members of the Baisheng Guild were filled with fear. They couldn't understand why Chen Han had suddenly unleashed such terrifying power after picking up the sword. Was his profession related to swords? A ghost swordsman or a magic swordsman? But with such terrifying power, perhaps a berserker? Most importantly, if the sword was his primary ability, why had he just brutally crushed Sang Biao with his fists? What was that about? Was even his strength so formidable? The more everyone thought about it, the more astonished they became, completely unable to guess Chen Han's true power. They were still struggling, thinking the hurricane would dissipate quickly, but that wasn't the case.
Soon, this tornado had been raging for 3 minutes. The henchmen high in the sky couldn't hold on any longer. Their equipment was shattered, and terrifying wind blades were leaving wounds all over their bodies. "Brother Biao, think of something, I can't take it anymore." "Brother Biao, help!" A chorus of henchmen cried out. Hearing this, Sang Biao raised his head in the hurricane, and he suddenly erupted. A lion's roar, attempting to disperse the hurricane. However, the effect wasn't very good. His expression darkened. Since he couldn't disperse the hurricane, he could only take down Chen Han. The next moment, Sang Biao was clad in iron armor, his defense greatly enhanced, and he slowly and laboriously walked out of the storm step by step. However, the hurricane's power was too immense. He walked very slowly, each step a struggle. Chen Han ignored him. He walked up to Snow and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" A radiant smile appeared on Snow's somewhat pale face. Disregarding the gazes of others, she pressed herself against Chen Han. "I'm fine, just a little tired." Then, she looked at the people in the storm. "Chen Han, who are they?" "They're from the Baisheng Guild. Leo, Don, and Luke probably exposed my identity, and then they came looking for me." Chen Han recognized Sang Biao. He was one of Gao Qixing's top generals, whom Chen Han had encountered in his previous life. An A-rank profession, ironclad. A very powerful tank profession. This type of profession is best at countering mages. Damn it, it's Leo, Don, and Luke again. That guy really deserves to die. Snow's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Chen Han nodded. "I need to find a way to draw them out. They are all A-rank professionals. Their strength shouldn't be underestimated, and they absolutely cannot be ignored. First, let's deal with the guy in front of us. If the Baisheng Guild dares to make a move, they must pay a heavy price. Brother Chen Han, it's our fault. If it weren't for protecting us, Miss Snow would have killed them long ago." At this moment, the old camp commander said with a look of shame. Chen Han waved his hand, "This isn't your fault. They are professionals, not someone you can deal with. Don't overthink it. I'll find you some class cards later so you can all have powerful abilities." Upon hearing this, all the old soldiers' faces showed excited expressions. After this incident, they had a clear understanding of the abilities of professionals. It also greatly increased their desire for power. They also wanted to acquire such abilities. They couldn't always hide behind others during a fight, could they? "Chen Han, that guy is out." Snow pointed at Sang Biao, who was walking out of the storm vortex. Chen Han turned to look, and saw Sang Biao staring at him with a furious expression. "Chen Han, you're looking for death." Sang Biao's figure was a bit disheveled. He had led his team out, only to be trapped by Chen Han with a single move. How could he face his subordinates now? At the same time, he was also deeply shocked by Chen Han. He had originally thought they could bully the fewer with more, dealing with Chen Han the same way they dealt with Snow. He just hadn't expected Chen Han to be so powerful, breaking their plan with just a tornado. "Brother Biao, go for it, kill him. Brother Biao, kill Chen Han, conquer him with your strong arms." In the storm, the subordinates were still shouting. At this moment, all their hopes were placed on Sang Biao. "Come on! Iron Hand Charge!" Sang Biao's entire body erupted in golden light. An iron suit, like armor, covered him. His iron fists glowed red, seemingly containing terrifying power. Seeing this scene, the subordinates of the Baisheng Guild were greatly encouraged. "Here it comes, Brother Biao is serious." Both offensive and defensive forms activated simultaneously. Brother Biao is enraged. "Roar, that kid is dead for sure. No one can withstand this move from Brother Biao." Amidst the shouts of the crowd, Sang Biao launched his attack. He lunged forward with a punch, his iron fists rapidly enlarging in the air, roaring towards Chen Han with a whooshing sound of breaking wind. It must be said, the might was terrifying. Chen Han's lips curled slightly, and his longsword unsheathed. Buzz! The sword's hum vibrated through heaven and earth. Chen Han thrust his sword, using a single point to pierce through the surface. Ding! The sword tip and the iron fist collided with a crash, emitting a crisp, interwoven sound. Then, beneath their feet, a terrifying force erupted, and the ground exploded with a rumble. Sang Biao's face changed drastically as he felt the terrifying power emanating from his fist. The next moment, his pupils constricted. He was horrified to discover that his iron arm had cracked with numerous lines. Then, his iron arm exploded, and he himself flew backward, spitting blood. Chen Han gave him no chance to catch his breath, his figure shooting forward, slashing him with a sword. Tear! That incredibly strong iron armor instantly exploded. Sang Biao was severely wounded, crashing heavily into the hurricane. This scene left all the subordinates of the Baixing Guild wide-eyed and utterly shocked. Brother Biao was defeated? Hailed as the strongest defense, yet couldn't even withstand 2 sword strikes? Is this the true power of the suit boss? Everyone was terrified. Sang Biao scrambled to his feet, crying out in terror, "Don't kill me, don't kill me! If you kill me, the people of the Feather Emperor Guild are dead for sure." "Aren't you from the Feather Emperor Guild? If you dare to kill me, not one of them will escape?" Chen Han raised an eyebrow. "You attacked the Feather Emperor Guild? Ha, they're probably all caught by us now. Let me go, and I'll guarantee their lives." Sang Biao clung to his last straw of hope, believing that as long as he held the Feather Sovereign Guild members hostage, Chen Han surely wouldn't act. He cackled wildly, completely unconcerned about his predicament. However, the next moment, a sword light flashed, and his head flew into the air, his eyes still wide with disbelief. "Chen Han, sorry, I don't care about the people from the Feather Sovereign Guild." Chapter 76, Global High-Priced Acquisition of Alloy Steel. The massive head flew high, and the disciples of the Baixing Guild were all stunned. "He's dead, Brother Biao is dead. How is that possible?" Everyone looked at Chen Han in horror. Now, they finally understood that the suit boss was not just an empty title. He really had power. And this power was even stronger than their boss. They shouldn't have underestimated Suit Ripper. Such a person was not someone the Baixing Guild could provoke. They regretted it. Why didn't they listen to Su Banxian's advice? It's over. They were doomed. After Sang Biao's death, everyone lost their backbone and their fighting spirit. Ah! On the hurricane, a mage finally failed to withstand the attack of a wind blade and was pulverized by the hurricane. Gradually, archers and mages died one by one, their bodies helplessly tossed by the hurricane. Eventually, they turned into boxes and fell. The warrior class players still struggling on the ground saw their teammates perish one by one, and fear consumed their minds. Thud! They knelt down one after another. "Suit boss, please let us go, I beg you, don't kill me." "Suit boss, I'm sorry, I'll leave the Baixing Guild immediately and never appear before you again. Please let me go." But no matter how much they cried out, Chen Han showed no intention of stopping. These people deserved to die. Even the old company commander and the others looked grief-stricken, without a hint of sympathy. They were all veterans who had fought on the battlefield, and naturally understood that being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. If Chen Han hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. They might all have died at the hands of these people. Finally, Chen Han swung his long sword, eliminating all the remaining enemies. "Clean up the scene, and move everything useful back." At this moment, Chuli, Zhang Pingzi, and others also arrived at the scene. Seeing the messy scene, they couldn't help but frown. They hadn't expected the enemy to arrive so quickly. Chen Han looked at everyone. "Be careful lately. Pingzi, have Jianguan and others take turns guarding the gates, beware of another enemy attack." With that, he took out alloy steel and patched up the large holes on both sides of the steel city wall. He looked deeply at the gate. It seems the construction of the Dawn Tower needs to be expedited. Back at the Doomsday Fortress. In the room, Chen Han helped Snow relax properly, and they did some full-body exercise together. Snow lay on Chen Han, pouting her little mouth. "I'm so useless, I couldn't even defeat those guys." Chen Han pinched her nose. "It's already very good to be able to fight to this extent. When the rank is similar, the power gap is mainly reflected in the profession's rank, but when you're 1 against 30, that gap is compensated for. The best way to improve strength is to increase your own rank, followed by the rank of skills, provided that skill upgrade scrolls are hard to find right now.
And equipment.
If you also had a set of orange equipment, plus upgrading with fashion materials, your strength could also be greatly improved. Seeing Chen Han talking continuously, a trace of tenderness flashed across Snow's face. She stroked Chen Han's cheek. Actually, we don't have to be so tired. With our current Doomsday Fortress, no one can break through, and the Dawn Tower project is truly too big.
Hearing this, Chen Han smiled. Do you think I'm building the Dawn Tower because I'm afraid those guys will steal my resources? Isn't that right? Don't you want to recruit more people and expand your influence? Snow looked confused.
Chen Han shook his head. I don't even care about the Baishin Guild, and they can't threaten me. I'm expanding my influence because I want to build a massive guild to do more guild activities in the future. To get more resources and improve my strength.
Remember the Mid-Autumn Festival event in the game? Snow paused, then suddenly realized, the Monster Siege? Exactly.
In the game, every major festival, the game system would launch some large-scale events. The rewards for these events were very generous. Chen Han remembered that in his previous life, the first Mid-Autumn Festival after the Apocalypse game descended, the reward for that guild quest was a battle pet. That battle pet was enough to drive all players crazy. The guild quest's first prize that year was won by Eagle Land. Later, Eagle Land dominated half of the Western countries with that battle pet. Hearing Chen Han's explanation, Snow covered her mouth in surprise. There's still more than 2 months until the Mid-Autumn Festival. Do we have enough time? We should have enough time, provided we rescue that guy Zhuolin. I'm counting on him to fuse the alloy steel. But now is not the time to act. For now, I need to acquire materials first.
Then, Chen Han clicked on the game panel.
Below the world channel, there was a golden loudspeaker icon.
The golden loudspeaker was for global announcements.
Using it, Chen Han's announcement would be broadcast directly to players' ears, just like a game system message.
A golden loudspeaker announcement ensured every player would hear it. Even with different time zones, for example, it was nighttime in Eagle Land, a time for sleep. Chen Han guaranteed that this announcement would scare everyone out of their sleep. Of course, the cost of this announcement loudspeaker was outrageously high.
The golden loudspeaker for the national channel required 100,000 gold, while the golden loudspeaker for the world channel required 500,000 gold. At such an absurd price, generally no one would use it. But Chen Han didn't care. This small amount of money was truly nothing to him. Let's post 10 messages first, one every half an hour. After spending 5 million gold, Chen Han began to edit the text. It didn't need to be long, the key was precision and clarity. Soon, an announcement was transmitted by the game system to everyone's ears. As soon as the game system's voice sounded, everyone became excited. Every time the game system spoke, it always meant a major event was happening. In some countries with time differences from Long Nation, countless players excitedly climbed out of bed, listening carefully. World announcement: Suit Ripper used a golden horn. Suit Ripper, urgently seeking to purchase alloy steel in large quantities at high prices. White steel 1,000 piece, blue steel 5,000 piece, pink steel 10,000 piece, purple steel 50,000 piece, orange steel 200,000 piece. Those interested, please trade directly via mail. The same announcement was issued twice in a row. The voice resonated in the ears of players worldwide, leaving everyone stunned. The game information they expected did not appear. Instead, it was an announcement made by a player. When they saw the announcement's content, they were all shocked. Such high prices. Before the apocalypse, a piece of orange alloy was only worth 2,000 gold, but now it had directly soared to 200,000 per piece. Who is so incredibly wealthy? However, when everyone saw who published it, they all showed an "it's him," of course, expression. The world's richest man, the suit boss. But soon, a question flashed through everyone's minds. What does the suit boss need so much alloy steel for? Chapter 77, The Army Approaches, Zhuo Yuhan's Choice. Chen Han's action instantly drew global attention. For some Western countries,
that night was destined to be sleepless. How could anyone sleep when that expensive golden horn sounded every half an hour?
Players were already mentally distraught from constantly defending against zombie attacks, and now there was a worldwide announcement that kept ringing in their ears.
It was simply maddening.
That night, countless people awoke from their sleep, finding it hard to go back to sleep.
FUCK, is Suit Ripper crazy? Even if he has money, he shouldn't torture people like this. Is he going to let anyone sleep? I'm going to report him. Where do I report? I'm going to. A bunch of idiots, he's using money to post a world announcement. What are you whining about?
If you're so capable, spend 500,000 to buy a muting headset, then player announcements won't bother you.
Exactly, if you don't have money, then listen to the national essence of my dragon country, you idiot.
The world once again became noisy because of Chen Han. And Chen Han's high-priced acquisition of alloy steel was also very effective. In half a day, his inbox was overflowing.
Although most of them were white and blue alloys, the quantity was truly significant.
These low-rank alloy steels actually didn't have much use at most, they could only withstand attacks from some low-rank zombies and ordinary players. If facing a horde of zombies or a professional, they wouldn't last long at all. Actually, being able to acquire low-rank alloys was already quite good. Chen Han was not surprised by this situation. He also knew the importance of alloy steel in the apocalypse, as players needed to build a safe house to ensure their safety. Therefore, alloy steel of pink rank and above was basically hoarded by players themselves.
They wouldn't sell it unless driven by necessity. Of course, Chen Han didn't completely fail to receive high-rank alloys. Taking a quick glance, there were hundreds of purple alloys, and even a dozen or so orange alloys.
An orange alloy for 200,000 gold, this price was still very tempting. With money, one could trade food with players. On the auction house, there were also various equipment materials and blueprints, and even energy crystals. All these things could be bought with gold. These are key resources for boosting strength. Compared to food and equipment, alloy steel really isn't that important. After all, only with strength can one protect their safe house.
Chen Han bought all the alloys, regardless of their rank.
After receiving the email, he just needed to pay the corresponding gold to complete the transaction.
For others, low-rank alloys might not be very useful. But if low-rank alloys can be gradually upgraded to high-rank alloys, that's a different story.
And the key figure for this is the steelmaker, Zhuolin. Just then, Chen Han received another plea for help from Zhuoyuhan.
Shanghai City Stadium.
At this moment, the Yu Huang Guild was besieged by the Baixing Guild, led by Sang Kuan, and the situation was dire.
Guild leader, didn't you say Suit Ripper would come to help us?
Where is he? That guy's busy buying alloy steel on the world chat, he couldn't care less if you live or die.
I told you we couldn't trust that kid, didn't I?
Just looking at his ID, he's no good. Inside the Yu Huang Guild, chaos had erupted. It's been 2 days, and that guy still hasn't come.
We can't count on him anymore. It's over. We even taught the Baishang Guild a lesson yesterday, boasting that Suit Ripper would help. Now if he doesn't come, what do we do?
We were careless.
That guy is a menace. If he hadn't promised to come, why would we have offended the Baishang Guild so badly?
Guild leader, you have to take responsibility for this. You said Suit Ripper would come to support us, but now we haven't seen a single hair of him.
Exactly, what do we do now? There are hundreds of people outside, we can't possibly resist them.
Seeing everyone's curses, accusations, and panic, Zhuoyuhan frowned deeply. With a powerful enemy attacking, not only did they fail to unite and figure out how to fight back, but they completely lost their composure and blamed each other.
Was there still a need for such a team to exist?
For the first time, Zhuoyuhan felt lost. Initially, she saved so many people because she wanted to expand her strength to cope with the apocalypse. But now, these people, instead of contributing any abilities, were blaming her. Zhuoyuhan truly felt a chill in her heart. But now she had no time to deal with these useless complaints.
Zhuoyuhan turned her gaze to the enemies approaching from downstairs. The people below were shouting. Sang Koan, holding a bound young man, pushed him to the ground and roared. Zhuo Yuhan, you have two choices, submit or die. If you dare to resist, I'll chop up your brother immediately.
Seeing her brother's appearance, Zhuo Yuhan's face instantly changed. She clenched her fists, her anger burning fiercely. Zhuo Lin struggled, shouting towards the glass wall above the stadium, "Sister, don't mind me, run."
Didn't you contact the big boss in the suit? Go find him quickly. You absolutely mustn't fall into Gao Qixing's hands. Sang Koan stomped on him, yelling ferociously, "Shut up, so what if he's the suit ripper? We'll kill him sooner or later."
Then, he looked at Zhuo Yuhan fiercely. "Zhuo Yuhan, stop wasting time.
My patience is limited. If anything happens to your brother, don't blame me."
Hearing this, Zhuo Yuhan gritted her teeth, looking at Frank, Tom, and about 10 others. "What are your thoughts?" These were members of the Feather Emperor Guild, and the combat personnel of this team.
Especially Frank and Tom, both of whom were ranked professionals whose strength should not be underestimated. As soon as she said this, everyone's expressions became uncertain.
After a moment of silence, Tom spoke. "Guild leader, with all due respect, given the current situation, let's run."
Don't expect Chen Han anymore. I know his character well. That kid is a coward who fears death and is only after profit. How could he possibly help us? Frank also stepped forward. That's right, we are all his friends. When he had no money to sell his company, we even lent him a large sum of money.
Now he probably fears us chasing him for repayment, so he doesn't even dare to show up.
Can such a person be trusted?
Such people are those who lie without batting an eye. If Chen Han heard this, he'd probably die of anger.
Hearing the two speak with such conviction, a trace of hesitation arose in Zhuo Yuhan's heart.
But her intuition told her that Chen Han wasn't such a person.
Since he said he'd come back to help, he definitely would.
No, I believe him.
I've already contacted him again. As long as we buy a little more time, Chen Han will definitely show up.
Zhuo Yuhan's resolve hardened, and she spoke with determination. Besides, she couldn't possibly run. How could she stand by and watch her younger brother die before her eyes? As soon as these words were uttered, everyone exploded, pointing at Zhuo Yuhan and angrily cursing.
Still Chen Han, Chen Han. If he was coming, he'd have been here already. Are you crazy to still be hoping for him? Chapter 78, Don't wait for Chen Han, let's marry Gao Qixing.
If you want to wait, wait by yourself.
I'm leaving.
No, you're the team leader.
You have a responsibility to lead us out.
At a time like this, you can't abandon us for your own selfish desires. Amidst the crowd, the curses grew more intense, with everyone blaming Zhuo Yuhan. What was even more ridiculous was that these people were all survivors Zhuo Yuhan had rescued. Most of them were only rank 1 or 2 and had never killed a zombie. Since joining the Yu Huang Guild team, they had been nothing but parasites. Especially the feisty old woman. Upon hearing Zhuo Yuhan wanted to wait for Chen Han, she became like an enraged hen, spewing venomous words.
This old woman, don't care about you.
Hurry up and lead people out, find another safe place to hide.
You gathered us here, you need to take responsibility.
And, you're a national figure, please mind your words and actions.
You represent the nation now.
The old woman's words were sharp, even placing a high hat on Zhuo Yuhan.
Xiao Tao was furious. It's true that Sister Yuhan is a national athlete, but that doesn't mean she represents the nation. This is emotional blackmail. National athletes are national figures, talents cultivated by the nation. If it weren't for us taxpayers, where would you be, a shooting champion? Everything you do is as it should be, it's your duty.
The old woman didn't back down an inch, her words cutting and harsh. At these words, even the original members of the Yu Huang Guild frowned.
What a shameless old woman.
If it weren't for Zhuo Yuhan protecting these people, they would have thrown these parasites out to feed the zombies long ago. But now they are indeed on the same side as the old woman, and they also hope Zhuo Yuhan can lead the team to escape.
Zhuo Yuhan's strength is undeniable.
It wouldn't be difficult for them to escape, but without Zhuo Yuhan's protection as a master, they would still be targeted by other forces.
So at this moment, they chose silence.
In the field, Frank and Tom exchanged glances, a sly smile flashing across their faces. That's right, this old woman was arranged by them. For someone like Zhuo Yuhan, moral blackmail from a position of authority is the best method. Especially when the greater good of the nation is invoked, her strong will is bound to waver. At this moment, everyone was waiting for Zhuo Yuhan's decision. Zhuo Yuhan clenched her fists, her face ashen, her heart in turmoil. Escape? That would mean abandoning her younger brother.
Counterattack? Don't be ridiculous. She was certain that if she chose to counterattack, the guy in front of her would immediately leave. Keep stalling for time, waiting for Chen Han?
But he still hadn't replied to her.
Was he really a liar?
Zhuo Yuhan felt a pang in her heart.
And just then, Sang Koan from downstairs shouted again. Zhuo Yuhan, are you still waiting for Chen Han?
To be honest with you, we've already sent people to deal with Chen Han. He can barely protect himself, how could he possibly care about you? At these words, Zhuo Yuhan's heart trembled.
Did I drag him into this? Girl, didn't you hear? That Chen Han can't even protect himself, let's run. If we wait for the people below to rush up, we're all dead.
The old woman continued to clamor.
Guild leader, why don't we surrender?
At least then your brother won't have to die, a woman from the Feather Emperor Guild suggested.
She saw Zhuo Yuhan's dilemma and proposed surrender.
As soon as this suggestion was made, many members of the Feather Emperor Guild nodded in agreement. For them, surrendering had no drawbacks. They were all professionals, and even if they joined the Baisheng Guild, they would be warmly welcomed.
In this apocalypse, what difference did it make which faction they joined?
It was just that the Baisheng Guild had always been known for its brutality, which made people loathe them.
Surrendering was indeed a good option for Zhuo Yuhan.
But those parasites wouldn't have it. The members of the Feather Emperor Guild were all professionals, and the Baisheng Guild would certainly accept them, but they were just ordinary people.
Wouldn't that be walking to their deaths?
Recalling the fierce gangsters of the Baisheng Guild, everyone's faces showed fear.
No, absolutely not surrender.
That's right, guild leader, you can't just watch us go to our deaths.
Hearing the suggestion to surrender, Zhuo Yuhan remained silent.
Only she knew the pain in her heart. Gao Qixing had his eyes on her.
Wouldn't surrendering be like leading a lamb to the slaughter? At this moment, Sang Koan continued to shout. Zhuo Yuhan, I'm telling you, it's your blessing that my boss fancies you.
I advise you not to be ignorant. Just come back with me obediently, and I can still call you sister-in-law in the future. Your brother can also become a high-ranking member of my Baisheng Guild.
What's not to like?
Hearing this, everyone in the Feather Emperor Guild looked at Zhuo Yuhan in surprise.
They only then realized that the Baisheng Guild was causing trouble because they had their eyes on Zhuo Yuhan.
If that was the case, then the situation was different. If Zhuo Yuhan became the mistress of the Baisheng Guild, then they could still receive her protection. With Zhuo Yuhan's presence, the people from Baisheng Guild wouldn't dare to touch them. Not only could they continue to be parasites, but they had also latched onto a bigger tree to be parasites on. This was a good thing. Everyone looked at Zhuo Yuhan again, but seeing her grim expression, it was clear she wouldn't agree. Frank and Tom exchanged glances, also thinking this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Although they were rank professionals, both of them were incredibly afraid of death. If their whole guild could merge into Baisheng Guild, that might not be bad at all. Marrying Zhuo Yuhan off and being annexed were two different things. With their strength, and entering Baisheng Guild as her family, they might even land high-ranking positions. Thinking of this, the two tacitly agreed to the proposal, subtly giving the old lady a look. The old lady immediately understood. She enthusiastically took Zhuo Yuhan's small hand and said with a smile, "Oh dear, so it's the young master of Baisheng Guild who fancies our Yuhan. What a fuss this is. He's here to propose, not to fight. What are you all doing?
Yuhan, you're not getting any younger.
A man should marry, and a woman should marry. What's wrong with that? I heard the young master of Baisheng Guild studied abroad.
He's a handsome man, quite a match for our Yuhan.
This matter, I, an old woman, will make the decision. We'll marry her off grandly. After saying that, she didn't care what Zhuo Yuhan thought and directly shouted to Sang Kuan downstairs.
Hey handsome, are Yuhan agreed? Quickly release your brother-in-law, we're going to have a grand wedding.
This sudden turn of events stunned not only the people of Yu Huang Guild but also Sang Kuan himself.
But he quickly reacted, shouting to his subordinates with a smile. Welcome sister-in-law. Welcome sister-in-law home. Chapter 79, sorry, I'm late. Welcome sister-in-law home.
Hundreds of people shouted in unison, their words filled with playful mockery, extremely frivolous.
Welcome your mother's head.
Zhuo Lin struggled on the ground.
Sister, don't marry him. Gao Qixing is a beast, you can't marry him. Ah! You shut up. Sang Kuan stomped on his head.
Zhuo Lin's head hit the ground heavily, and blood immediately streamed down his face. Seeing this scene, everyone in the gymnasium was stunned. They were clearly frightened by Sang Kuan's brutality. Zhuo Yuhan violently pulled away from the old lady's hand and angrily reprimanded, "Get lost.
What right do you have to make decisions for me?"
At this moment, Zhuo Yuhan saw through the true colors of these people.
They are the most selfish people. They rush wherever there's profit. She's truly had enough. Zhuo Yuhan glared at everyone, from now on, I have nothing to do with any of you. Get out.
With that, she grabbed Xiao Tao and was about to rush out of the gymnasium to fight Sang Kuan to the death.
Oh, what's wrong with Gao Qixing? He has a big family and immense power. Isn't that better than that Chen Han? Listen, marry him obediently, and we can all live better lives.
The old lady was still relentless.
President, don't be impulsive. Do you want to see your brother die here? Frank stepped aside to block Zhuo Yuhan. What kind of joke is this?
At a time like this, you still want to go out and fight to the death.
What am I supposed to do? Everyone stepped forward to block Zhuo Yuhan.
They wouldn't dare to break ties with Baisheng Guild. If they did, they would surely die.
Yuhan, don't be willful. You can't be so selfish.
The old lady quickly grabbed Zhuo Yuhan and unleashed another tirade. Seeing her brother's appearance, Zhuo Yuhan was heartbroken. At this moment, she felt truly helpless. Between herself and her brother, a sacrifice had to be made. If she didn't comply, Zhuo Lin would surely die. Zhuo Yuhan was on the verge of collapsing. Strong as she was completely broken now, her mind a blank, unsure what to do. At this moment, she desperately wished Chen Han would suddenly appear and pull her out of the abyss. If Chen Han were here, he would discover that the current scene was identical to how events unfolded in the previous life. In the previous life, Chen Han was also in the crowd, and the Yu Huang Guild was even more terrifyingly powerful than it is now. But in the end, Zhuo Yuhan was still forced to compromise with evil. And Zhuo Lin, to prevent his sister from being threatened, chose to commit suicide the moment Zhuo Yuhan surrendered. The moment Zhuo Lin died, Zhuo Yuhan completely erupted, single-handedly charging into the Baisheng Guild's army. Snow, unable to bear it, also joined the battle. Chen Han naturally couldn't stand idly by either, leading Gunner to fight against hundreds of people. Apart from these four, none of the other members of the Yu Huang Guild took action. Although Zhuo Yuhan and the others were strong, they ultimately lost due to the numerical disadvantage. In the end, led by Zhuo Yuhan and Snow, two S-rank experts, they managed to break through the encirclement, albeit severely wounded. Because of this battle, Chen Han completely offended Gao Qixing, leading to continuous suppression afterward. Now, with the appearance of the Suit Ripper, Zhuo Yuhan's mentality has changed. She anticipates Chen Han's arrival, looking forward to a bright future. The Suit Ripper gave her courage. At this moment, she was incredibly resolute. She looked at everyone with cold eyes, and spoke chillingly, "I will never compromise." Zhuo Yuhan's aura suddenly surged. The formidable Feather Emperor was back. "Xiao Tao, let's fight our way out and rescue Zhuo Lin. If you dare to stop me again, don't blame me for being impolite." Swish! The next moment, a golden longbow appeared in Zhuo Yuhan's hand, and a terrifying power erupted from her. Everyone's faces changed drastically, and under Zhuo Yuhan's astonishing aura,
they all made way.
The old lady was so scared she repeatedly retreated, not daring to say another word. Tom and Frank also had ashen faces, their minds racing, wondering what they were thinking. Until Zhuo Yuhan and Xiao Hao opened the gymnasium door, no one was willing to join them in confronting the enemy. Watching her depart, the old lady spoke with resentment. She's dead for sure. How could just the two of them be a match for hundreds of people? It's all the suit ripper's fault. He promised to save us, but 2 days have passed and there's no sign of him. I think the guild leader has been bewitched by the suit ripper, always expecting him to come and save her. Isn't that madness? Damn it, what do we do now? If Zhuo Yuhan dies, we're next. What else can we do? Run. Do you seriously think the suit ripper will show up? That guy is truly inhuman. From the same guild, yet so ruthless, watching us go to our deaths without coming to our aid. Everyone in the Feather Emperor Guild panicked, cursing under their breath. Tom and Frank didn't leave. They wanted to see Zhuo Yuhan's final decision. She was destined to lose. But if the Baixing Guild spared her life, then they still had hope of joining the Baixing Guild. Of course, only they, the awakened ones, could join. As for the lives of other ordinary people, what did that have to do with them? Seeing Zhuo Yuhan emerge, Sang Koan and his underlings were all incredibly excited. They were just about to shout "Big Sister." However, Zhuo Yuhan, holding a longbow, aimed directly at the crowd. Terrifying power condensed on the arrow. Boom! The next moment, the arrow shot off the string, and a ball of flame suddenly rose, transforming into a fiery phoenix. S-rank archer profession, Feather Emperor, innate skill, phoenix seeking mate. Chirp! As the phoenix spread its wings, the phoenix arrow, carrying world-shaking power, swept towards the Baixing Guild's underlings. Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed dramatically. Whether it was the Baixing Guild's underlings or the Feather Emperor Guild members, all were too stunned to speak. This was the true strength of an S-rank professional. With both sides pressing hard, everyone had forgotten Zhuo Yuhan's strength. She was not to be trifled with. Disperse! Sang Kuan shouted at his underlings. Boom! The fiery phoenix exploded in the crowd, flames soaring into the sky. Ah! At the explosion site, several underlings who couldn't escape in time were engulfed by the scorching fire wave, emitting piercing screams. But soon, healing professionals moved to rescue them. Although this strike was powerful, the Baixing Guild's underlings were quick to run, so it didn't cause much damage. Damn it, get them! Sang Koan roared, and hundreds of underlings launched their attacks in unison. A great battle was about to erupt. The next moment, a kaleidoscope of skills assailed Zhuo Yuhan. The barrage seemed poised to overwhelm her. Zhuo Yuhan's face was cold as she fired several arrows in succession. Terrifying spells clashed wildly in the air, a fierce spectacle. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao was at her side, buffing her with status boosts, healing, and energy points. After 2 minutes of intense bombardment, Zhuo Yuhan's pretty face turned pale, and her offensive gradually slowed. Facing 100 enemies alone, victory was simply impossible. Seeing this, the members of the Feather Sovereign Guild also prepared to withdraw. The situation was exactly as everyone had expected, with no twist. Zhuo Yuhan also began to despair. She looked at her younger brother and softly murmured, "Zhuolin, big sister is sorry." Finally, she was completely exhausted, no longer able to draw the bowstring. She looked into the distance, her eyes slightly lowered. "You still didn't come after all?" As her voice faded, a sword chime erupted in the sky. Everyone looked up in shock. In the sky, a figure stood suspended in mid-air. Above his head, countless flying swords hung. Chen Han looked at Zhuo Yuhan and smiled slightly. "Sorry, I'm late." Myriad sword convergence. Buzz. Countless flying swords descended like meteors, carrying world-shaking power towards the members of the Baixing Guild. Everyone watched the terrifying onslaught, eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Holy crap, what kind of joke is this? Chapter 80, My Destined One is a Peerless Hero. Zhuo Yuhan looked up at the figure in the sky, her heart pounding. Having fought for her country numerous times, her heart had long been tempered by 1,000 trials.
Yet, the moment she saw Chen Han, she couldn't help but feel excited.
She had imagined Chen Han's appearance many times, and also imagined how he would make his entrance. But no matter how beautiful her fantasies were, none were as stunning as this moment. He was not some greasy middle-aged man, nor some ugly monster.
On the contrary, Chen Han was very young and handsome, even her ideal Prince Charming couldn't compare.
At this moment, he was like a war god descended, full of heroic spirit. That feeling was just like the famous saying, "My intended husband is a peerless hero, who one day will wear golden armor and arrive on 7 colored clouds, to marry me." Thinking of this, the usually aloof Feather Emperor actually blushed. Meanwhile, the nearly 500 members of the Baixing Guild were scared out of their wits. The flying swords in the sky were densely packed, and the moment they shot down, they were overwhelming, even blocking the massive sun, incredibly terrifying. Everyone attacked together. Sang Kuan's face changed drastically, and he shouted quickly. Then, everyone in the Baixing Guild used their abilities, trying their best to block the falling flying swords. Buzz buzz buzz. 10,000 flying swords fell rapidly, colliding with the skills below.
Boom boom boom.
Everyone was horrified to discover how terrifying those flying swords were. Facing their magic attacks like fireballs and ice cones, the swords actually pierced right through them, then descended with irresistible force. How is this possible? My fireball was split by a single sword. My lightning ball too, it shattered on impact. Oh my god, is that guy Suit Ripper? How is he so powerful? Seeing that the ranged attacks couldn't block the flying swords, Sang Kuan shouted in horror. All squishies get down, warriors and tanks up front. The next moment, hundreds of shields were raised in unison above their heads, meeting the terrifying sword rain.
Clang clang clang.
The flying swords struck the shields, making crisp clanging sounds.
Ding ding dang dang, like a symphony playing.
Although most flying swords were blocked, some still passed through the shields, hitting the people below.
Ah! Screams echoed all around. Sang Kuan glanced over, seeing well over 100 people injured by the flying swords. A few unlucky ones even had their heads pierced, dying instantly.
Zhuolin also lifted his head in horror, seeing the dense rain of flying swords descending, almost losing his soul. The guys from the 100 Thriving Guild had shields for cover, but no one paid attention to him, leaving him exposed. Looking around, the ground was bristling with countless flying swords, with only the spot where he crouched untouched. Zhuolin instantly reacted, looking up at Chen Han excitedly, "Thank you, Suit Boss.
Healers, quick, save them." Sang Kuan's face darkened as he glared at Chen Han. "Are you Suit Ripper? Do you really want to be enemies with my 100 Thriving Guild?" Chen Han slowly landed beside Zhuoyuan.
This made Zhuoyuan's heart beat a little faster. Her beautiful eyes flickered, secretly glancing at Chen Han a few times.
Oh, he's even handsomer up close. Chen Han didn't notice Zhuoyuan's gaze. He looked at Sang Kuan with disdain. 100 Thriving Guild?
I think I've killed 2 groups of them.
At these words, Sang Kuan's eyes instantly widened. 2 groups? Was Chiron killed by you? And who was the other group? Sang Kuan's mind raced.
Suddenly, his pupils dramatically contracted.
Could it be Sang Biao, who went to scout ahead? Impossible, Sang Biao is so strong, how could you have killed him? Sang Kuan shook his head in disbelief. This must be a lie. Sang Biao was none other than his own older brother. You dare to target my Baixing Guild?
You should know the consequences. A dead end.
Upon hearing the devastating news about his brother, Sang Kuan immediately erupted. Ah, you're asking for death. Boom!
A blood-red glow burst from Sang Kuan's entire body, and the greatsword in his hand was also stained crimson.
An extremely oppressive aura emanated from him. Following it was a bloodthirsty killing intent. Chen Han raised an eyebrow. S-rank class, berserker?
Be careful, he's very strong.
Zhuoyuan reminded him from the side. It's fine. Chen Han reached out and moved her back a bit. Go recover. I'll take you home later. Home?
Hearing this, Zhuoyuan paused, her cheeks instantly flushing.
Die!
Sang Kuan charged forward with his long saber, aiming a ghost slash directly at Chen Han.
Chen Han dodged sideways, sweeping his long sword towards Sang Kuan's neck.
The sharp cold gleam cut off a strand of Sang Kuan's long hair. Unfortunately, he reacted quickly, evading the fatal blow. Chen Han continued with a normal draw slash, his long sword thrusting upward, directly at Sang Kuan's throat.
Sang Kuan was startled and quickly swung his saber down to block. Clang! Blade and sword clashed, and terrifying force vibrated through the blade. Sang Kuan was knocked back. He looked at Chen Han with a solemn expression. How is this possible? Your strength is actually greater than mine? Attack together. Sang Kuan knew Chen Han's power and dared not face him alone anymore.
Then, the younger brothers of the Baisheng Guild all made their moves, and overwhelming skills came crashing down.
Sang Kuan no longer held back, also unleashing his innate skill. S-rank skill, cross slash.
A bloody cross slash tore through the ground, carrying immense power as it struck towards Chen Han.
Such a terrifying attack left the people from the Feather Emperor Guild in the stadium utterly shocked. Suit Ripper is indeed strong, but there are hundreds of opponents, he's no match for them, okay?
Ha, this guy is dead for sure. The guild leaders still had hopes for him, damn it. Tom grinned, Chen Han is finished.
What's he trying to be, a hero saving a beauty? He's such an idiot. He has a lot of supplies and gold on him. When he dies, should we take advantage of the chaos and grab some? Frank had a sudden idea.
Upon hearing this, the eyes of the espers in the arena flickered with greedy light. The combined attack of the Baisheng Guild covered both Zhuoyuhan and Xiao Tao.
Chen Han raised an eyebrow. Hundreds of people attacking together, this was no laughing matter. He quickly returned to Zhuoyuhan's side, a captivating aura emanating from him. As the overwhelming skills rained down, the long sword in his hand was suddenly drawn. Buzz! A sword cry echoed across the sky. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the sword light tore through the void. A massive void rift hung across the sky. Hundreds of attacks plunged into the void rift, vanishing without a trace. How is that possible? Holy crap, what is that? The sky was cut open?
The younger members of the Baisheng Guild were all scared stiff.
How could anyone not tremble when such an astonishing sight appeared before their eyes?
Tom and the others were also completely stunned.
Could a human really unleash such a terrifying skill? Chen Han's lips curled into a slight smile. It's my turn to attack now.
The next moment, his figure vanished from where he stood.
Blade control art.
Chen Han charged forward at high speed, and wherever he passed, the flying swords on the ground all vibrated.
Slaughter them! Buzz!
10,000 swords hummed in unison, shaking hearts.
Chapter 81, Crushing the Baisheng Guild, the battle ends. Whoosh!
Under Chen Han's control, a flying sword was drawn from the ground, piercing a marksman with lightning speed. When fighting a team, always kill the backline first. The man holding the longbow hadn't even reacted before the long sword had already pierced through his equipment and his heart.
Killed in one blow. Everyone was stunned, the man was dead before anyone could react.
The healer beside him was utterly bewildered, too late to even attempt a rescue. Then, tens of thousands of flying swords rampaged across the field.
Buzzing. After slaying 5 more people, the members of the Baisheng Guild were terrified. There were too many flying swords, they simply couldn't block them. Moreover, the flying swords were incredibly fast.
Except for assassin classes, other classes could only take hits passively.
Warriors and tanks fared better under full defense, they could barely withstand the flying swords' onslaught.
But the squishy classes were in trouble. They could only hide in terror behind the meat shields, vigilantly watching the ubiquitous flying swords.
Defend, quickly defend, shouted Sang Kuan loudly. Position yourselves in squad formations, warriors and tanks protect the backline.
Those who are safe, immediately attack Chen Han. Following Sang Kuan's command, the Baisheng Guild's subordinates slowly stabilized their formation. However, during this time, more than 30 people still fell. Soon, the remaining 400+ people divided into more than 50 squads. Each squad was protected by high defense classes like warriors and tanks, and in the middle of each squad were squishy classes such as mages, archers, and assassins. Once the formation was stable, Chen Han's flying sword attack effectiveness was greatly reduced. Dealing with a few squads individually wouldn't be a problem, but with over 50 squads in front of him, continuing to fight like this would only waste energy. Just as Sang Kuan was about to retaliate, an armored vehicle burst out onto the street from the end of the road. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, the armored vehicle charged erratically, crashing directly into the members of the Baisheng Guild. Everyone's faces changed dramatically, because behind the armored vehicle, there was a dense swarm of zombies. At a glance, there must have been thousands. The people from Baisheng Guild felt their scalps tingle. With the armored vehicle's chaotic intrusion, several small teams were immediately scattered. As soon as the team dispersed, Zhang Daotian directly jumped out of the armored vehicle's sunroof.